This young man is trying to stay calm to accept the fact that he has reincarnated into a different world, saying that Vu Dai wouldn't risk everything anymore, and he asked him in surprise, why? Frowning, Bin quietly speculated that to avoid injury and prepare for the fake team battle, they would hold back in the first round, especially since this afternoon they would face Tyson Vu Dai, so they would conserve their strength to avoid being crippled by the martial arts. Bin's confident expression was indeed unmatched, as he boldly declared something. But Tyson Vu Dai's strength was actually average. Whether they hold back or not, they still can't fully reveal their talents. So basically, they can bid farewell to the top 10 teams. Therefore, the general of the minister will not interfere with the students' affairs, and the Ministry of Education will not stand idly by. If Tyson Vu Dai's students attack you, even if you get seriously injured, it's deserved. But now, Ton Su Feng, a Tier Su warrior, is involved. Principal Feng remained silent and politely asked Bin what he wanted. Without hesitation, he raised his hand to complain to him. Ton Su Feng's recent attack severely damaged my mental strength, which is hard to recover now, and the 5 revival pills are for punishment. Tan Feng Tan was stunned after hearing this. Has Bin gone crazy? Principal Feng had no choice but to accept your suggestion, saying that without the healing pills it couldn't be helped. Bin smiled brightly like a flower, implying a threat that if the teacher didn't take the pills, he wouldn't be able to do anything. I'm just afraid that delaying the match this afternoon might cause me to lose control, so please don't blame Teacher Tong if that happens. He glanced at Huang Kanjin nearby and told him, You students of martial arts have very big guts. The cheerful and polite Scene responded that as a warrior you must seize every opportunity. If you want to act, you should do so with proper technique. Principal Feng agreed to Bin's suggestion, saying, Fine, a fair fight is acceptable. But I have one condition. He coldly warned him to stay out of sight before the match started, or else, even if he retreated, the teacher would still discipline him. Bin smiled and replied immediately, No problem, as long as Master Tongfeng is here, I definitely won't appear. He was very annoyed and muttered to himself, clearly destined to lose. Whether to retreat or fall is still a reputation. Do you think I don't know what he's thinking? True to his word, he handed 5 resurrection pills to Bin, using his spiritual power to deliver them directly into his hand. But after receiving the pills, misfortune struck. Bin immediately moved to a place where Director Feng was not present, as agreed. A powerful expert happily approached and commented on the scene. Director Huang, your martial arts students are truly fascinating. He stubbornly refused this multi-layered compliment. No, other students wouldn't be like that. Bin's successful mission made Tan Feng Tun admire him deeply. Wow, the 5 resurrection pills were just handed over like that. Causing trouble with a 4th-rank artifact means nothing, but causing trouble in front of other venerable masters. Now that's what makes a real man. Thinking this, he chased after and called out loudly, Bin. Without any embarrassment, he asked your face why every time I and you do the same thing, I always have the treasure. Do you have a secret? Bin replied seriously in a concise sentence. Yes, strength must be strong. The whole story is explained clearly to Tan Feng Tan that old Feng was completely subdued by me because the one who lost face was him. I have to admit that my mental suppression isn't absolute. He truly wanted to force me down. I also have no face to ask for compensation, unlike you, lacking any skill but shamelessly boasting without shame to others. Forget all grudges, he begged Bin to teach him the secret technique, to teach me the method of cultivating mental power. Then I can provide you with the exact location of the target. But brother, if you don't have a cultivation method, I will cut off your head and use it as a chamber pot, and you just smile and don't care. Tan Feng Tan still stubbornly follows Bin, insisting he teach her the secret technique, but now it's just the 2 of us, so don't be so reckless. Suddenly, you stop and speak up. Actually, there really is one. Bin hasn't made up his story to deceive Tan Feng Tan yet. He's going to reduce Wang Lam's weight for a few days. Nothing can pressure you. I guarantee your mental power will surge. Tan Feng Tan secretly sneered, Does he think I'm an idiot? And Bin didn't hesitate to reply casually, That's right. While the other girls happily chat about makeup or everyone is enjoying sports like basketball and volleyball, Bin is also relaxing and watching everything. Not long after, Lai Han Thong, Lang YY, and another guy came to talk to you. He asked, Captain Fuang wants to see what will take you through the teleportation gate. Then, Bin happily replied, Senior Li, just call me Bin. You also said that I noticed the first-rank students of Jingwu seem a bit indifferent. Then Li Han Tong continued, Junior Fuang is also the team leader. He probably understands the situation. First-rank students don't go into the earth quagmire, can't handle difficult missions, and for small tasks they don't say much, so they stay at school to train. They took turns exchanging words, with Fuang Bin saying, "I mostly didn't see them practicing." Li Han-thong also said, "Cultivation sometimes requires relaxation and rest. It's still necessary to unwind properly." But Fuang Bin seems to have become somewhat indifferent. Senior brother Lai, I'm not trying to mock, but warriors below the third rank need to feel pressure. Qin Vu's method of nurturing and training through captivity is no longer suitable for the current situation of the underground ruins. All the other martial arts sects have made changes, but the demon martial great land of Hoa country hasn't changed at all. You even added fuel to the fire. No wonder Qin Vu was surpassed by demon martial. Those words made Lung Yi feel proud. You only surpassed Qin Vu with your words. Then Fuang Bin casually said, "If you act so arrogantly, it seems like you are confident enough that we can beat the first rank, and we can also beat the third rank. So why do Qin Vu and your people prefer to bury the past glory?" Although Qin Vu hasn't made major changes, adjustments to stay relevant are still necessary. We are not old-school warriors. We can't just focus on a limited horizon. We must look across the entire country and the world. Then, Li Han-tong asked, "Junior Fuang, don't hesitate to speak frankly." A series of questions followed, like criticisms of Qin Vu's path forward. Why doesn't Qin Vu build an e-commerce foundation? Why not establish a student loan system? Why does the first-rank soldier not participate in the martial arts competitions organized by the martial arts organization? You look down on studying martial arts thinking that makes you special and sitting above others, right? It's because of those doubts that Lai Han-thong can't give a consistent answer to his teammates. Fuang Bin also explained that closing the school is not something Qin Vu should do. So my suggestion is for the two schools to facilitate jiaoliu, such as exchanging tactics or consulting jiaoliu. Suddenly, Li Han-thong hesitated and said, "I have no way to control this matter. If you want to find the right direction for them, humans are fighting against enemies much stronger than us, and any mistake could lead to our destruction. Such small matters, and you say there's no way to take control. If I were you, Li Han-tong, I would take responsibility and resign. The scriptwriters do much better than you in these aspects." I didn't expect Han Hu to finally say, "Fang Bing, demon martial arts, and Qin Vu can't be broken apart like that. It's not as simple as you think." Fang Bing himself doesn't want to see them give up in the middle of the journey. You must make them gradually change the framework that is restraining their growth, and you speak firmly. The issue depends on the individual. Becoming a master is difficult, and the former dean of the Demon Martial Arts School, along with some teachers who have died during excavations, created many problems. Small-scale weapons, are those things difficult? We don't have enough teachers, and even our students actively step up to replace the old with the new. From my perspective in the demon martial arts world, I see many outstanding qualities that are missing in the spiritual martial arts world, where I only see your reckless arrogance, denial, a lack of sense of responsibility, and insufficient motivation. Li Han-thong also paused on that path, then said, "I can arrange mentorship exchanges and strategy discussions, but it won't be very effective." Fuang Bin asked further, "What about the foundation of the Earth Talisman business?" You also explained that it's very long and big, and in the next episode I will unify all the Vu Dai, and the related coursework will be consolidated. Normal Vu Dai students have few tasks, making it extremely difficult to earn credits. The underground caves are not just a matter for one family or one school. Everyone should have the chance to improve as we become stronger, rather than schools reserving limited resources like they do now. It may be hard to stay committed and earn enough, but in a few years our underground worlds will expand, and so will the people. At that time, the situation will change. Whether it's the new Namjiang underground city or reopening the Tian Nam underground city, those risks will become opportunities for us. Think about it. How will the Qin Vu side arrange things now that the Namjiang underground city has just opened? Li Han-thong replied, "They're still the capital of the underground realm in Qin Vu, right?" Unaware of this, Deco. Such a great opportunity, and yet you don't want to seize it, instead preparing to head to the #1 great city for a hit drama. You try to persuade him that the strong will always be strong, without opportunity or chance. How can they become stronger? Others won't say it. Do warriors of the 3rd and 4th ranks like you have a chance in the capital? Organize a team of 40 to 50 people to send the masters to Namjiang for the opportunity. That's your responsibility. However, Lang Wai reprimanded you, Fuang Bin. This time I stand with you. But I say they won't agree to risking their lives. The capital city has been wiped out countless times. We basically have no chance. And Fuang Bin is also helpless. Ha, Lang always remains reliable at critical moments. Suddenly he proposed, "Li Han-thong, let's bet everything. If Qin Vu loses this match, your people will join the great battle for the southern Quat land." Fuang Bin's proposal also made Li Han-thong worried. "You're too confident. So what if we win?" Fuang Bin replied, if Qin Wu wins, I, as the head of the Demon Martial Arts Club, will provide Qin Wu with 1 billion yuan in energy crystals every year until Demon Martial Arts regains its position. The reward shocked everyone because it was so huge. 1 billion. Fuang Bin dared to promise it. What, you don't believe it? I, Fuang Bin, say I can do it. Even if Mavo doesn't pay, I will go all out to provide it. That made Li Hanthong reconsider. The difference is real and significant. Fuang Bin, the head of the martial arts club, is truly interesting. He then said, an e-commerce platform can be built, and I will do my best to fight for strategic exchanges and the teachers. As long as Namjiang has someone willing, I will step in to organize and participate. I believe you can truly beat me. That should be enough to excite you, but the previous warriors lacked agility, and our vision could be limited. Then Li Hantong asked how you managed to persuade the martial arts teachers of the demon martial arts, since you reformed them without any objections, and Fuang Bin naturally explained, just tell Principal Qin Wu that if there's no reform, you will send people to the demon martial arts to see what they choose. If Qin Wu's teachers remain indifferent, then that school isn't worth you staying. If you keep feeling there's no way to persuade them, then the door to martial arts will never be open to you. In martial arts, there's no need to worry about this or that. As long as your heart is directed toward martial arts, it will belong to everyone. Integration is our style, and that's also why we continue to grow from strength to strength. Fuang Bin's words were so noble and full of reason that they moved them, causing Lang Wai to reply, I also want to join the martial arts. Han Hut is unusually cautious and too strong. If he keeps being deceived like this, it will cause big trouble. The key is to have proof and evidence. Martial arts is truly a suitable choice. However, everything is part of Fuang Bin's plan. Poetry remains truly a poetic profession. I only said a few words and they already believed it. Ma Wu is truly our territory. Nowhere can truly belong to everyone. The match, led by Liu Wudai, concluded in 20 minutes. After Tiannan Wudai's failed attempt to declare succession, the two final students from the military academy, Zhou and the last two from Tiannan, fought to the end, with Zhou defeating the last four from Tiannan to end the match. At 2 in the afternoon, they all gathered at the sports stadium for the competition, and the ceremony went smoothly. The morning match was not only disappointing for me, but also for many spectators, so you can regain your spirit now. Next up is the team most expected to be the champion, the main force of the martial arts competition. Brother Sai said that in the morning, Fuang Bin divided the 4 fourth-ranked team members into 6 levels in front of the media, keeping himself at a separate level. In Fuang Bin's eyes, Kong Nguyen Vin, a mid-tier 4th rank, is the lowest of the low. So does that mean Fuang Bin will defeat him? The person next to him said that Fuang Bin is more talented than others and has been the head of the martial arts club since year 2, so he definitely won't be weak. She also said that, but that was just what Fuang Bin said himself. And since the end of the 3-star challenge match, Fuang Bin hasn't fought yet. Hong Nguyen Vin is also a prodigy of Taeson Wudai, so Fuang Bin probably won't win easily. On the TV broadcast, the entrance of the two warriors is clearly shown, with Fuang Bin from Mado Wudai on one side and Kong Nguyen Vin from Taeson Wudai on the other. The match is already evenly matched from the very beginning, both sides choosing to start with defensive fighters. Both fighters drew the audience in even more, as martial arts are not solely judged by rank, and Fuang Bin's combat techniques are not necessarily deeply cultivated. Kong Nguyen Vin's techniques have also improved significantly, making the upcoming match highly anticipated. Regardless of who wins or loses, we invite both sides to enter the arena. In the waiting hall, Dongfang wished Fuang Bin good luck and urged him to do his best without being too ruthless. He said he was confident and reassured him that he had the chief instructor. Although he heard Fuang Bin say that, Dongfang still felt uneasy in his heart. This morning, he had already provoked the principal of Taeson, and if he acted cruelly now, he would truly offend the opponent. Cutting a few medicinal pills might not matter to a top master, but killing a few talented disciples of Taeson Wudai would no longer be a small matter. Immediately, both combatants appeared on the field, bowed to each other, and prepared to fight. While Kong Nguyen Vin was ready to give his all in anger and humiliation, it was truly a disgrace that Fuang Bin had taken 5 revival pills from the principal. He still couldn't accept it. As the principal and a master, he wouldn't fear Fuang Bin, of course, but he only allowed him to have that power because if Fuang Bin fought ruthlessly in the match, even if he didn't kill us, he would cause serious damage to Taeson Wudai, all because our student's strength isn't enough, making us the weakness of the principal. Then he said, Fuang Bin, I know you are confident you can easily defeat Taeson Wudai, so if you're that confident, let's go all out. What do you think? Fuang Bin was just as curious, you tell me. Kang Nguyen Vin didn't mind risking it. The chance of Tae-sun winning against the demon martial arts was slim. I wasn't fooling myself, so I pushed you to the limit. If I win, you have to return the pills to the principal. That was a joke in Fuang Bin's eyes. He himself was helpless. Wow, and he still claimed to be confident. You're the one truly confident, right? Winning against me. Are you joking? Do you realize the tension and determination in Kong Nguyen Vin's eyes? Is he really willing to risk his life fighting me? So I ask back, what happens if I win? He said I will give you 5 more life recovery pills, but Fuang Bin had another option. How about this? I don't ask for much. If I win, let Vien Phuong's e-commerce platform enter Tae-son Vu Dai. Can you do that? Fuang Bin's proposal also made him think. I've heard that Vien Phuong e-commerce was once an online shopping system in schools, so he agreed, making Fuang Bin feel relieved, as if he was voluntarily giving me money. Don't let too much time pass, the referee announced, and the match began. The first to strike was Kong Nguyen Vin, and of course, he was very confident about it. Fuang Bin's side was equally fierce, launching powerful and aggressive attacks that shook the ground and created cracks. It produced a loud, piercing sound that made the audience cover their ears. Kong Yuanning's natural instinct jumps up. Fang Bing continues to strike non-stop, shaking the heavens. At that moment, you are the one dominating, forcing Kong Nguyen Vin to retreat. He was stunned by the sudden barrage of moves. He forced him to use the agility of his arm to knock everything away. Fuang Bin kept attacking without giving Kong Nguyen Vin a moment to rest, fighting fiercely, forcing him into a corner where he has no choice but to use the forbidden moves of the divine strike, the world-destroying fist, and the heaven-shaking punch. Even the 2 younger brothers leading the fight are powerless. Fang Bing's attack has nothing to do with him. He's using the diamond fist. Zhang Yue said, Fang Bing's power is so strong that even a C-grade alloy arena is shattered by him, using fragments of the arena. Fang Bing continues to drain Kong Nguyen Vin's stamina from a distance. Hong Vin doesn't receive direct attacks from Fang Bing, but it's always difficult for him to resist. Fuang Bin keeps Kong Nguyen Vin at a distance with the destroying world fist. I don't understand why he would choose this tactic if he were to strike directly. Kong Nguyen Vin probably can't withstand 3 punches, so why did he choose this strategy? He leads the battle of reflection. A beast, a deadly dog strategy. Fuang Bin intentionally provokes. Then comes the earth-shaking attack that unintentionally leaves a mark on the opponent's face. Kong Nguyen Vin seems scared. The distance is so great now, still unable to reach Fuang Bin. At the same time, Fuang Bin powerfully creates a new world, lifting and smashing down with a mighty punch, an unstoppable attack based on raw force. It becomes even more powerful as it shatters the entire stone foundation, like the biggest earthquake ever seen, with rocks flying everywhere. The spectators are even trembling, their eyes fixed without blinking. And the referee was stunned because it was too dangerous. They were hanging high above, both looking exhausted and battered, especially Kong Nguyen Vin. With a loud whistle signaling the start of the match, Fuang Bin wins. Kong Nguyen Vin's entire body is paralyzed, clearly showing how powerful Fuang Bin is. Abusing his opponent excessively, from start to finish not a single move was matched. Even after a heavy punch, he had to admit defeat. Fuang Bin reminded him, "Remember our door fight? It's like waking him up, so annoying." Then, the side of Son Vo continued to send more people. "Do I still have to fight?" The principal said. "You can't refuse to fight and accept defeat. Get on the stage, defend your strength, and prepare to fight Rebecca." A boy who knows nothing was called up to the arena. He reluctantly stepped up to fight Fuang Bin. He cheerfully told the referee, the headmaster, why not fix the arena a little? Even the principal is tired, fixing it up so the kid can continue fighting and saying there's no time. Just go ahead and fight. Kinvu is really stingy. At that moment, the vice principal announced that tomorrow's arena would be upgraded to Adi-grade alloy. If it can still be broken, then we will no longer hold exchange competitions or arena matches. Yes, Tarzan Ma is scheming, and Kinvu relies on his influence and connections to seize the authority over the martial arts organization that rightfully belongs to Mevo. Fuang Bin is dissatisfied with us and has broken the arena, proving that the Kinvu competition is full of flaws and is truly fierce. On the stage, Fuang Bin hasn't provoked his opponent yet. Why isn't Chuang Vi stepping onto the arena, the one who said yesterday that our martial arts are not allowed? His words caused the Western Mountainside to condemn him. Kill him, Fuang Bin, go die. That kid is too arrogant. You also remain calm? Well, after the fight you'll know. The referee quickly announced the start of the match. The eyes curved up, showing that Fuang Bin's ability is not to be taken lightly. This time you were stronger when fighting Kong Nguyen Vin, using mental strength, body control techniques to immobilize your opponent, making them unable to resist and accepting Fuang Bin's punch. He was thrown dozens of miles away, crashing down with a deafening impact. his body overwhelmed and spitting blood on the spot, coughing and then passing out, falling without anyone to catch him. They immediately started discussing, "This is a top-tier warrior. So embarrassing." Vu Dai, the second fighter from Taesun in the previous match, still performed excellently. What is this? Defeated in an instant. I haven't even seen Phuong Bin fight. He just fell down without even flying steadily. I saw it myself. It seems to be pain. Pain my ass. It's a powerful external release. Taesun Vu Dai is too weak. Phuong Bin is still carrying a lot of energy. Let him rest for a while. The backstage is also helpless. The Taesun side cannot withstand his power. Lee Han-thong also knew that the gap wasn't that big. The young boy watched the entire match, and this kid Phuong Bin would defeat anyone with less strength instantly. Relying on Taesun Vu Dai to test his strength is truly impossible. Only Lee Han-thong and Du Than Quan might see a little through it. The headmaster also knows that whether this match is good or not is meaningless. Letting the other students go on the arena, besides being knocked out with a punch, there's no other feasible option. He also sighed helplessly as the referee announced Vu Dai Taesun's defeat and Phuong Bin's victory. Even he didn't expect it to be so quick. Could he have held on a little longer? The match organizer wasn't too surprised either. What to do? The audience had only been seated for less than 10 minutes. It all happened so fast. Then, Phuong Bin went back to his spot and saw Tan Feng Tan waiting. Phuong Bin whispered, "The broken arenas are mostly C-grade alloy. Now Kinvu is too lazy to move them, so you go get them. We split 70 to 30, but he doesn't understand why you don't go get them yourself." He said, "Am I really famous enough to do this? Are you okay with no one recognizing you?" Tan Feng Tan replied, "Once I take it, it's mine." Phuong Bin warned his teammates, fighting against the demon martial arts of Taesun is just for fun. If the demon martial arts reach the top 10, no one will choose to challenge them. The key point is still about the 3 points I mentioned. Don't let your guard down. Tran Van Long nodded and hesitated before saying, "Phuong Bin, your vitality is very strong. You confidently said you're fine, probably a bit stronger than us. 3,200 cards." He was terrified. A 3-time broken core warrior usually wouldn't surpass 2,600 points, but Phuong Bin had 3,200 points. Tran Van Long said seriously, "Phuong Bin, if your cultivation technique reaches a high level, you basically won't need us. You could fight against 19 other teams alone." Under the malicious gaze of the three, Tan Feng Tian ran over happily holding her bag, saying she would share these alloy chips because the people from Jingwu would arrive soon. Phuong Bin frowned and divided them up, but it seemed the kid didn't intend to share with him. "But fighting me, your little kid is still too inexperienced," Tan Feng Tan said cautiously, clutching his bag. "What do you want to do?" Duong Feng Tuk said sharply, causing enough trouble he couldn't help but feel alarmed. Fang Bing spoke up. "Teacher Tang, it's not causing trouble. I've thought about this alloy. It can be used for the club's treasury. Keep training new members and don't worry too much about expressions. After all, it's something we students are doing. You put your hand behind your back and start acting like a top actor because of the strength of the demon martial arts. I want to say a few words from the bottom of my heart. I don't care if I embarrass myself or not. One day, the students of demon martial arts will be stronger, sacrifice less in battles, bleed less, and I will feel more satisfied." A person's whole life shouldn't be just about themselves. If all you think about is yourself, then why do I care about these things now? Dongfang was stunned. Is this really Phuong Bin? Phuong Bin, who always smiles in front of others, seems to not care about anything. At this moment, his whole body shines, and Duongfang is moved, realizing that he has always been thinking for Mavo. Han approached, but Phuong Bin interrupted immediately. "Teacher, I know you have biases against me. It's okay. I understand you're doing it for my sake and for Mavo, but everyone's path is different. Maybe you see a brave warrior, but I think a little more than you." Phuong Bin sincerely said, "Mavo is strong. Hua Kwuk is strong. Humans are strong." It sounds funny. A 4th-rank warrior like me worries so much, but that is my path, and I want to continue walking on it. Duongfang pats your shoulder and praises you. "Well done. Phuong Bin, maybe your teacher really thinks differently than you do if you feel it's right. Then go ahead. Duongfang may not approve of other things, but the military strength is still there. The demon martial arts side, I will help you." The demon inside you is screaming, and Tan Feng Tan throws this stuff into the club. Outside, Phuong Bin laughs and says, "Then thank you, teacher, for your help." Tan Feng Tan spoke up, then raised his voice to lecture. "Tan Feng Tan, as a student of demonic martial arts and the principal's disciple, don't you want to fulfill the wishes of the headmaster? If so, then no matter what kind of ceremony it is, your hand holding the chip won't be enough. He stammered and hesitated. Everyone was furious at him. Tan Fengcheng was frightened and grew up. Fuang Bin stopped using the thing. Then Tan Feng Tan immediately grabbed and threw the bag at him. Here you go. All for you. I knew it. Fuang Bin sighed and hugged the bag. The more power you have, the greater the responsibility. It's not just talk. In my warrior life, I have big and small homes. When my strength is weak, I worry about the small house. And when my power grows, I worry about the big one. You keep talking. Everything I do may not satisfy everyone, but I believe there will be a day. Everyone will understand my struggles. Everyone nodded in sympathy. They could understand. Fuang Bin is not easy either. That's right. Fuang Bin. I actually have an unreasonable request. I know it might seem like I'm being greedy, but I still want to say that I hope after you all graduate, you can stay at Mavo and continue to follow the mentors. My tone is sincere. Now Mavo is busy with 1,000 things, and my friend Fuang Bin is only one person. Of course, compared to going elsewhere, where it might feel unfair to the military or government departments, everyone can hold a higher position. He looked up and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. All the achievements we have today are thanks to the head of the house and the guidance of our teachers. This doesn't represent anyone else. I, Chun Gu, will continue to stay in the martial arts after graduation." Everyone agreed and lowered their hands. I will stay too. I will stay too. Only Yan remained silent with his head bowed. Fuang Bin glanced and approached, smiling as he said, "Brother Tran, there's no need to feel awkward. We all know your position in the army. I only hope that when the Martial Arts Academy needs help in the future, Brother Tran can give us some convenience," and he readily agreed, promising to do his best. Before leaving, Fuang Bin didn't forget to say Tan Fung Tan. Besides Mavo, there's nowhere else to go. Do as you please. Han was furious. What does he mean? You wave your hand, you'll see for yourself. Tan Fung Tan sneered. Fuang Bin, just wait and see. I won't stay in Mavo forever. You guys are getting pretty lazy too. Han looked at the crowd gathering, secretly pleased. Just wait and see. Fuang Bin will torment you all in the future, making you regret and gain nothing in return. Fuang Bin stood alone on the high platform, hands on the railing, watching the battle below the arena as the first round ended and 10 out of 20 teams advanced to the winning group. You calmly conclude without doubt that Hua Kwuk Vu has won decisively. And at that moment, the announcement sounds, declaring Hua Kwuk Vu's victory. The challenge match between the first pair of the losing and winning groups will proceed as scheduled, and you raise your hand to cover your mouth with a yawn as the announcer says, "This round Hua Su wins." Fang Bing leaned on the railing, took a deep breath, and smiled to himself, thinking the list of the top 10 teams was now set. Next was the competition to determine the top. The students from Jingwu immediately cheered excitedly. "What's going on? The top 16 matchups have changed again." The purple-haired boy beside them also excitedly chimed in. "Wasn't it supposed to be 10 teams divided into 2 groups with the top 2 in the finals, and now we have to accumulate points?" Nam Trong Tai calmly cleared his throat and said, "The rules have already been decided." The sound of his voice explaining the rules, drawing lots, dividing into 2 groups of 5 teams each, with each team playing 4 matches, earning 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss, and ultimately ranking based on those results. The top 2 teams from each group advance to the next round, with the first place in Group A facing the second place in Group B, and the first place in Group B facing the second place in Group A. The winners move on to the finals, with first and second place teams separated. Nam Trong Tai held a box in his hand and shouted loudly, "The losing team continues to compete in rounds 3 to 4, drawing lots for the groups. I believe that the team with strong strength can achieve a good ranking, no matter where they stand." Fuang Bin, hearing this, raised his hand to his chin in thought, and to make the competition more exciting, the probability is high that Mavo will be placed in the same group as the number 1 Military Academy, Nam Jiang Vu Dai. He immediately stepped closer and proposed to Ru Tanquan, "If you lose to me, I will take away your 3rd and 4th rank titles." That means, at that moment, he had no way to challenge the top 4th rank. He looked at you without saying anything. After a while, he calmly responded, "If you have the ability, take it." Fuang Bin scratched his head and pointed at Vuong Kim Duong, saying, "Brother Vuong, it looks like we have to fight each other." He heard this and smiled, replying, "I hope we can meet in the final instead." Fang Bing laughed out loud and shouted, "The current competition rules give the top 4 a chance to fight." He stood happily among the 3 of them and said, "Let's see who is stronger when the time comes." Nam Trong Tai looked at the students in front of him and shouted, "Let's draw the lots quickly." He was secretly furious, gritting his teeth and cursing inwardly, still hadn't drawn the lots yet, but was already analyzing the next battle situation. This is the IQA show. Young people nowadays completely don't understand the sacrifices of the previous generation. So that everyone can have fewer losses and more opportunities to compete, we do it so easily. Fang Bing, holding the A sign in shock, shouted, "A!" Du Thangquan's face darkened as he looked at the A sign and listened to Nam Trong Tai announce the results. Ma Wu, number 1 Military Academy, Hoa National Dance, Kin Nam Dance, Tai Son Dance, 1 group. Seeing the 2 presidents of the remaining schools holding the B sign, Trong Tai announced loudly, Kin Vu, Nam Jiang Vu Dai. Kucho Military Academy, Huasu, Dongnam Vu Dai. His voice echoed throughout the arena, announcing that 10 groups had been revealed, officially starting this morning at 8 o'clock with Ma Wu versus Kin Nam in Group A. At 3 in the afternoon, Jin Nan versus Military School No. 1, Group B. At 10 in the morning, Nam Vu and Dongnan. At 1 in the afternoon, Jin Vu versus Huasu. Everyone is welcome to watch. The stadium is packed, and when the crowd sees the Demon Martial Arts students' vehicle arrive, they immediately cheer loudly. Demon Martial Arts is here. Demon Martial Arts fight one against many. As soon as Fang Bing stepped out of the car, 2 young men ran over shouting at the top of their lungs, "Fang Bing, I love you." Fang Bing defeated Kin Nam Vu Dai. Tan Feng Tun watched him with a judging look without saying a word. Fang Bing angrily shouted, "Not just fans, this time they are truly supporters." "No. You start first, so everyone can see my strength too, since Ma Vo has countless battle trophies." "Captain Fuang, Ma Vo has an overwhelming advantage today. Can you share any predictions for this match?" "I won't turn back for sure. Standing at the top naturally belongs to the Demon Martial Arts." And the reporter's voice continues asking if Chairman Fuang is confident he can defeat Hua Kwuk Vu Dai, or if it's still Tran Van Long's turn to start. To which he responds with a smile, "No, it's time for me, Fuang Bin, to step up." December 15th, a voice announced that the battle between the Demon Warrior and Hua Kwuk Vu Dai was about to begin. Both sides prepared, and Fuang Bin stood straight, listening. He reached out and pulled Luong Fong Hua's pain blade forward, saying, "I can't use my pain easily. Let me use yours first, and if it breaks, I'll replace it for you." He looked at you drawing his sword and shouted, "No need. I was going to change it anyway. But the alloy grade C is fine with you." Fuang Bin raised his sword and smiled. "No problem. Grade C is even better." The instructor of Hua Kwuk Vu Dai warned Lu, the Kiet, to be careful. His mental strength is shaken. Fuang Bin hasn't broken through for long, and his combat techniques have been well trained. Even so, he hasn't become significantly stronger. As long as you defeat Fuang Bin, even if Hua Kwuk Vu Dai loses, you'll still become famous. Hearing this, he assured himself that the teacher could rest easy. His mental strength is strong, and I've prepared for that, but after all, he's not that good. Someone at my level, trying to trouble me, isn't so easy. Lu the Kiet spoke, then took a deep breath. Watching him carry the Thandao and step out to the sound of the Lien Jiothiu referee's voice, "Yes, the first to start for Hua Kwuk Vu Dai is Chairman Lu the Kiet." Lu the Kiet is ranked very high on the list of top talents, even higher than Tran Van Long from the Demon Martial Arts, and seeing Fuang Bin jump onto the arena with the referee, Lien Jiothiu, while the first to start from the Demon Martial Arts side is still the Hallmaster Fuang, who has not yet made it onto the rankings. Your eyes glow with a fiery red as you kneel on the ground and thrust Thandao into the arena, shouting, "Lu Senior, let's begin. I secretly think you're really willing to spend money. The arena is covered with A-grade alloy. It can't be broken. What a pity." Lu the Kiet calmly stepped forward and mockingly saluted, "Fuang Bin, do you expect to beat me with a powerful alloy?" Fuang Bin calmly stood up and replied, "Elder Lu's guess is very accurate." Fuang Bin whispered to the audience on the stands, "This match will be a loss for the spectators. Trung Kui has already bought tickets, and this fight will end quickly." The referee stands between the two and shouts, "The match begins." Lu the Kiet's eyes flash with a bright red light as he opens his mouth wide. His Thandao sword emits a bright red light and leaps up to strike down. Fuang Bin moves swiftly, only leaving after-images behind to dodge, and says, "I told you, this time I'll show my skills." Liu Zhiji looked at the ground in front of him and shouted, "What?" He grabbed Fuang Bin's spear and raised it. Liu Zhiji also clenched his spear and raised it high. The 2 spears clashed, emitting a bright red glow. His whole body trembles as he grits his teeth, thinking to himself that Fuang Bin's energy is too overwhelming. Fuang Bin, holding the large sword emitting a red glow, looks suspiciously and asks, "Your energy and blood are not even 2,500 cards. This won't do. Your physique is also a bit weak." Lu the Kiet, furious, quickly destroys the long spear in your hand and shouts, "Enough to defeat you with alloy." The broken sword shatters as Fuang Bin grabs it and pierces through his body. You keep punching him fiercely with powerful fists, the Mahahara fist. Fuang Bin leaps up, his clenched hand forming a giant red illusionary fist aimed at Lu the Kiet kneeling before him. He opens his mouth wide and raises his fist, the heaven's unrivaled fist. Lu the Kiet's eyes are wide with disbelief. The phantom fist passes through him, knocking him away. He calmly looks at him and declares, "I win." The crowd on the stands gasped in amazement. It was so fast, less than half a minute, and Fuang Bin had already won. The male referee shouted excitedly, "Excellent." Fuang Bin used the Maha fist, forcing Lu the Kiet to defend. And when Fuang Bin broke through his defense, he left no time for him to react, then unleashed the world champion fist, severely injuring Lu the Kiet. The female host beside her suddenly gasped and added, "No, his martial technique hasn't injured Liu Zi's internal organs." In her mind, she visualized the phantom fist image of him. The female host exclaimed in amazement that it was the power of vital energy, as Fuang Bin condensed his internal energy into a sphere, damaging his opponent. On the arena, Fuang Bin relaxed his clenched fist and nodded, having defeated Lu the Kiet, using only 3,000 vitality tokens from start to finish, which was a bit wasteful, but the total output was just 3 million rejuvenation coins, a small matter. He happily shouted, "Referee, continue, next person." The audience stared in shock as a young man in the grand dance costume flew overhead. Then they looked up again in amazement at another boy being knocked away. The brown-haired man smiled and said, "Fuang Bin is really a bit impulsive manhwa that kid do this again." Anhuk saw this and said softly, "Fuang Bin defeated Liu Shiji so easily." "Chairman, if you plan to," Li Hantong replied with his arms crossed behind his back. "I don't know. Let's see if I can withstand it if he uses his blood energy sphere to blow me up." The announcement sound rang out. Demon Martial Arts and Huakwuk Vu Dai. Demon Martial Arts won. Fuang Bin stood on the arena waving his hand as the audience cheered excitedly. "Fuang Bin is so handsome. Fuang Bin. Fuang Bin. Take 1 on 5. He laughs loudly and says, "Thank you. Thank you." Above on the high floor, 2 figures' voices ask if Fuang Bin hasn't shown any pain yet. Could it be he's still learning from Director Li? Huang Jingli crossed his arms and looked down, replying, "Learning the technique. Lai Trongxin's sword. Not everyone can learn it." Qin Vu's master calmly sighed, "So it is." He then covered his mouth and said, "The earthquake of Jiangnan is about to open. The recent energy fluctuations are becoming more intense." "Li Trongxin wants to leave, huh?" Huang Jingli replied softly. The space between them fell into silence once again. No one spoke. The master of martial arts chuckled and recalled back then how arrogant he was and nothing would make him come looking for a. He can fight 5th rank with 6th rank. As soon as he drew out the life-extending sword, no one could resist. Now, being stuck at the 6th rank with no way to break through, I want to see if he can truly reach the 7th rank. "None of us will make things difficult for each other," Huang Qian reminded him. "But if Fang Bing fails to reach the 7th rank, he will probably come looking for him to settle the score. He's basically one of his students, too." The old man chuckled and said, "No wonder. The way he nurtures his sword with the useless longevity sword. Not everyone can teach that." Over there, Li Changsheng suddenly let out a loud snort. He rubbed his nose and approached, full of doubt. Li Truongxin waved goodbye to Hua Makfu and asked why there were so few people at school, and he replied that the finals of the exchange competition were coming up, so everyone had gone to watch. Hearing this, he casually asked how they were doing, and he happily thumbed up and said they were still fine. Last time, Fuang Bin defeated Lu Thakich from Hua Kwuk Vu Dai, still very relaxed. Li Truongxin put his hand on his head and laughed, praising, "That kid is good." He took a few steps forward and suddenly turned around and shouted, "Oh, right." Li Truongxin gestured to his room with a smile and said, "After that kid leaves, tell him to tidy up my room." Hua Makfu silently asked, "Do I have to go?" And he lowered his hand, chuckling, and replied, "I'm leaving. This time I'm famous. Wait until I bring good news. Truongxin will hold back no longer. If he doesn't reach the top rank, what's the point of Truongxin?" Following the announcement, Fuang Bin immediately leapt forward. Today's match between the demon martial artist and the #1 military student is about to begin. Du Thenquan looked up at Fuang Bin's sword and realized it wasn't his pain. He stepped forward forcefully, causing the floor to shake violently, and the young man exclaimed, This This is... Just as the host was still confused, suddenly a voice spoke out. Du Than Quan is only ranked 3rd on the 4-star list, but his true strength has already reached the top level. The man slowly glanced at the two. Now that his mental power has been unleashed, he can even compare to a 6th-rank high-level warrior. Fuang Bin from the demonic martial arts has reached the stage of external projection in his mental power, having once swept away all opponents of the same rank, and even advanced from the undefeated 5th rank to the 4th rank. Now both Fuang Bin and Than Quan are prepared, but they have never fought each other before. The match this time is also the first time the new generation of talented students has competed in martial arts. He coldly said, "Fuang Bin, the spread of your mental power has been extremely strong, reaching the stage of external projection. I want to fight him. Among the 4-star warriors, only he and I can project our mental energy externally." Fuang Bin just chuckled and replied, "Same here, I've been waiting for you for a long time. As I said before, no matter how strong you are, I benefit from it, so I don't have to challenge others." Immediately after, a loud shout announced the start of the match. As soon as the bell rang, Than Quan charged forward like a lightning bolt to attack Fuang Bin, but luckily, he managed to block in time. A loud noise made everyone quickly step back and retreat, everyone breaking out in cold sweat as they saw the spot they just stood on was dented deeply, and Than Quan almost gained the upper hand, only to be pushed away with a light flick. "You got shot hard onto the floor behind, dust billowing everywhere. See, Fuang Bin got beaten. As expected, Du Than Quan is better. But it turns out Fuang Bin still has some tricks up his sleeve, and even complains, hitting him lower." Immediately, Than Quan with his spear rushed swiftly towards him, just as fast. Seeing the spear about to pierce Fuang Bin's neck, everyone was stunned and froze in shock. Attack now. However, the truth is that you still managed to dodge easily. The two quickly jumped apart to maintain distance. Flames of red fire burst around Fuang Bin, and without hesitation, he rushed quickly towards Than Quan. As the commentator's voice echoed, "Here it is. This is Fuang Bin's undefeated martial arts." The massive fists transformed in midair suddenly struck, catching him off guard. However, Than Quan was not afraid at all, and this time he kept attacking Fuang Bin with his spear, breaking through, only to trigger a huge explosion. Fuang Bin stands in the smokescreen, beginning to demonstrate his skills, mentally focusing his spirit. Than Quan also refuses to give up, surrounded by faint purple energy, muttering in his mind that he's not the only one who can project spiritual power outward. Just as Fuang Bin releases his spell, he rushes forward. Standing before the blinding energy source, Than Quan remains calm but fierce. Another explosion occurs, even bigger than the last, with dust and dirt flying everywhere. Principal Name Jiang Wu Dai is furious and reckless, and Fuang Bin dares to reveal his own mental power, nearly tearing apart Xiao Than Quan's mental energy just moments ago. That could easily cause brain death. This kind of technique can only be used by a master or a top-tier 6th-rank warrior. The two of them anxiously pressed close to the glasses, saying nothing. The person next to him suddenly spoke, saying it wasn't a complete explosion. Luckily, it was still recoverable and not fatal. Panting, Fuang Bin said through the smoke, "I have to admit, he's very strong. But your mistake was fighting with my mental strength. I really didn't want to cause you serious harm, just admit defeat." However, Than Quan didn't hesitate at all. He stepped forward again, confidently raising his spear once more. Fuang Bin couldn't withstand the surprise attack and immediately vomited blood. Du Than Quan's spear technique had reached perfection, and compared to his combat skills, Fuang Bin was still slightly weaker. He just shook his head and said, "No, I'm afraid Du Than Quan is about to lose." To the host's surprise, he slowly explained that Du Than Quan is extremely powerful. But besides lacking in tactics, Fuang Bin's mental strength, physical condition, and blood energy are all stronger than Than Quan. For a moment, Fuang Bin still had a terrifying recovery ability, excitedly wiping his nose, then like a hungry tiger rushing quickly at Than Quan and laughing loudly once more. The man watched the battle, which was leaning in favor of Fuang Bin, and seeing such an opponent, if one strike couldn't harm him, then victory would be very difficult. After knocking Than Quan down hard to the ground, Fuang Bin landed softly and asked, "Do you want to continue?" Than Quan knelt down but refused to surrender. He pushed his spear forward and leapt in front of Fuang Bin, blocking my final strike. Fuang Bin also showed no worry, and instead provoked, very well. Once again, a huge explosion erupted in the sky, dazzling everyone. Right after that, Than Quan's spear couldn't hold and was flung far away. Only then did he fully realize that even though his final spear had immense destructive power, Fuang Bin was able to break it. There was too great a gap between them. I lost. Taking advantage of Than Quan's helpless departure, he quickly pressed the glowing pill, and Than Quan's aura was really hard to recognize. After this, my internal organs were also badly injured, but if I won, it had to look good. I couldn't let others find out I took the medicine. The host jumps into the arena to announce that Fuang Bin has won and asks if he will continue, to which he happily responds of course. Although Fuang Bin is still laughing triumphantly and eager to continue, he quickly realizes that the boy just drank a resurrection pill and is still pretending to be fine. He continued with other matches, while around him there were countless screams of horror, kneeling down. This is the 5th time, right? Fuang Bin has truly defeated the #1 leader of the military academy. Currently, Fuang Bin is the top of the 4th rank. Despite having gone through many battles, he seems to show no signs of fatigue. With Wu Amy's great victory, both Vuong Kim Duong and Li Hanthong are filled with fear at the thought of facing him, fearing it will be a brutal fight. Duong Fong and everyone else had already waited for Fuang Bin. He asked if everything was okay. The boy shook his head. The injuries weren't too serious. Hearing that Duong Fong sighed in relief, that's good. But Tan Feng Tan still has that arrogant look. Just pretend to be tough. Blood is already flowing down. Fuang Bin is furious. Stop talking nonsense. Qin Vu and Nam Vu's match is about to start. You'd better watch carefully later. Li Hanthong crossed his arms, watching him and thinking to himself, Fuang Bin doesn't seem to be hurt. He really has a lot of endurance. Nguyen Vin pats his shoulder to remind him not to be distracted by Fuang Bin and to fight with all his strength against Vuong Kim Duong. Be careful. Got it. Kim Duong slowly steps onto the arena. The moment the shout rang out, both of them unleashed their incredible power. It begins. Vuong Kim Duong raised his sword high without hesitation, preparing to strike down Li Hanthong, but he was unfazed, as Li Hanthong's body was covered in a brilliant golden light. Everyone gasped in horror. Look at what Li Hanthong is doing. He confidently responds to Kim Duong's sharp sword with only his fist. When they collide, it creates a massive earthquake. Fuang Bin stands silently watching the fight, as one is a mutated bone marrow and the other a natural skull. Both could be his next opponents, so he must carefully observe their strength. When the smoke clears, only to see the two of them jumping away from each other. Kim Duong roared, his whole body glowing with a bright red light, his Vuong Kim Duong marrow like a fountain, truly deserving of his reputation. The audience watched the screen projection but still cheered excitedly. Wow, so cool. Only Fuang Bin frowned, annoyed. What are they bragging about? And it seems I haven't seen this side of them before. Their marrow-like steel can not only speed up healing, but also stimulate their energy, making their strength even greater. On the arena, both contestants are determined to clash and fight fiercely. Even you watching can't help but gape in amazement. It's almost the end. Who will be the next opponent I face? Vuong Kim Duong or Li Hanthong? Li Hanthong still blocks Vuong Kim Duong's sword with his bare hands, and their collision causes everything within the blast radius to be blown away. The audience in the stands all stand up in horror, unable to see clearly. This is too intense. What exactly is happening? Only the dust gradually settles to reveal what's underneath. Everyone is tense, watching the match. Who will win? Kim Duong appears with the referee's voice echoing, his whole body covered in blood, heavily wounded. So is he winning or losing? Over there, Hanthong's body is embedded deep in the arena floor, and the spectators exclaim, Look, Li Hanthong has also appeared. Oh my god. Vuong Kim Duong's slash didn't split him in half despite the pain. Is this Li Hanthong's secret technique? And Fuang Bin is so scared by this terrifying fight that he looks pale. Damn Hagam. He grits his teeth while watching the screen. Li Hanthong's secret technique is indeed very powerful, others might say. Fuang Bin, what are you talking about? With a heavy hand, he jumped onto the arena and declared, Vuong Kim Duong the winner. Then continued without hesitation, wiping blood from his mouth and saying, Continue. Feng Tan saw Fuang Bin walk away and called after him, not watching anymore. Now Fuang Bin's mind was a mess. Lao Vuong was badly injured. If he could win, Nam Vu wouldn't stand a chance either. Finally, the results of the group stage were announced quickly. The group stage ends here with Movo defeating the #1 military academy and Qin Vu defeating Nan Vu. Based on these results, the next matches are Movo versus Nan Vu and Qin Vu versus the #1 military academy. Today we will draw lots for the match schedule. Fuang Bin drew the ticket with number 2. The second match is the day after tomorrow. Lao Vuong's luck isn't bad. If they fight tomorrow, his injury still wouldn't have healed, giving him an extra day to recover a bit more. Seeing his own ticket, Hanthong felt very disappointed. He had wanted to fight Fuang Bin since both were at the same 4th rank level, but now he turned to Thang Quan and asked, What's wrong? He slowly replied, Personal gains and losses are inevitable. Winning the school's competition is more important, especially when they reach 5th rank. Hearing that, Han Tong also drank the spirit pill that Thang Quan just handed him. Fine. If he lost to King Yang, becoming a fourth-rank champion is already a big deal. Still an important case. Immediately, a bright light burst out from where they stood. Fifth rank. They are about to advance to fifth rank. The others also began channeling their spiritual energy to help both of them break through quickly. Yi and Fuang Bin stood to the side, grinding their teeth in frustration. What the hell is this about? These two are breaking through publicly in such an impressive way. What does it mean? Do they want everyone to see that it's not that they can't beat us, but that they just didn't want to break through before? And also, the teachers are already prepared. Everything is in place. Has this been discussed before, so why are they still wasting words? With a face devoid of emotion or willingness just because of the school's attitude. In the end, you not only didn't transmit, but also absorbed that spiritual energy. It's late at night. I will absorb some, too. What are you hiding there for? Practice your cultivation. This is equivalent to breaking the blood energy and energy chambers, with the teachers helping to remove impurities for even better results. Isn't that foolish? Kim Duong watched everything silently, then finally sat down to absorb spiritual power just like Fuang Bin. Sorry, I didn't want to either, but Nam Vu is too poor, so any little bit helps. You, kid, are lucky. Can't eat but still tell others to pack it up. Not bad. The people above looked down and asked each other why they didn't make a move after drawing lots. That's right. Tian Qiu truly lives up to his name. One failure can't stop them. Li Hanthong and Than Quan, who have accumulated a lot of blood and energy and have their internal organs refined to perfection, may have been stimulated by their failure and are now beginning to advance to the fifth rank. A girl said, so they've reached the fifth rank. Truly geniuses. Why does it suddenly seem so easy to break through like eating and drinking? Those two have already advanced, so why haven't Fuang Bin and Vuong Kim Duong yet? Fuang Bin sat far away, but could still hear the gossip just now. What do they mean? Why haven't I broken through yet? Look down on me. Absorption is complete. Lu Dali was stunned as he looked into the camera. Captain Fang, they really advanced to the fifth rank. Actually, they could have broken through earlier, but they thought they deserved the aura of a four-star champion. You're still so arrogant, unfortunately everyone has seen through it. The dream of winning the fourth rank has shattered. It's a pity you have to break through now. Liu asks without hesitation. So when will Captain Fuang finally break into the fifth rank? Probably after defeating Wang Jinyang. After beating him, he is actually a four-star champion warrior. But both of them are 5-4, I am only 5-2. No rush, I will accumulate a bit more. He nodded in agreement. That makes sense. They are about to graduate at 5-4. Captain Fuang still has time. So if Captain Fuang graduates, he might already be a 6th rank warrior. If he enters the finals and has to fight a 5th rank warrior, wouldn't he feel inferior? Fuang calmly replied, confidence is necessary. Actually, in previous competitions, I didn't give my all, mainly because I was waiting for the senior brothers to reach the 5th rank level. Now my seniors have given me this opportunity, and I won't let everyone down in martial arts either. Continuing the legend of Fu Yin. After an hour, Han Tong and Than Quan are finally about to succeed, both breaking through to the 5th rank. Hearing that, those who were channeling their spiritual power pushed even harder. Feng Than involuntarily spoke up. What are you doing? I just arrived at a crucial moment. It wasn't until he saw their eyes glowing red that he realized he had been so caught up in the pleasure of absorption that he accidentally revealed what he was thinking. These little things couldn't trouble him. He lowered his head and pretended to be grateful, thanking the teachers. Tan Feng Tun's life will be hard to forget. Today my cultivation is not deep. The shortcomings are due to my own training. When I succeed in martial arts in the future, I will definitely repay your kindness. Once I succeed in my martial way, I will be a master. Reaching that level, who knows when it will happen? Fang Bing suddenly spoke up. You don't need to be too polite. The martial arts academies are like a family. Some teachers treat us well, so we just need to remember that. In the future, when martial arts reach great success, we will have killed another enemy, even more than repaying them. Daringly, Fuang Bin shouted to the crowd, teachers, students won't be polite with you anymore. Next time, if there's something about martial arts you don't understand, can the teachers give me some suggestions? Fuang Bin, this kid dares to stand up to us. When he saw they had no good intentions, he frowned secretly, truly stingy, and was the first to make the teachers leave. December 18th, at the Kin Vu with Military Academy No. 1. The semi-final arena, Tran Van Hai keeps turning around anxiously, searching for Fuang Bin. When they saw your figure, they shouted out, Fuang Bin, I found you. She happily approached him and told him they had broken through. Fuang Bin excitedly replied, not bad, high-level temporary, even faster than accepting the fault. The second-year student of the Wu Dai class has reached high-grade level. Not bad, not bad. The third person, right? Fuang Bin heard that and leaned back on the chair, replying, I don't plan to, since becoming team leader I feel like I'm no longer a student. Because you're a demon who exploits others. Van Hai, come here and sit down. Once Van Hai sat, his attitude immediately changed. Van Hai, I heard you're short of weapons? The two of us have a very suitable longsword. I won't take advantage of you. I sold it to you for 80 million. At first someone offered 100 million, but I didn't sell it. However, she refused. Senior Tan, you don't lack weapons. Your grandfather has already prepared them for you. Feng Than doesn't give up and keeps inviting, so you're missing a sword. I just got a few dozen high-quality blood essence pills. Fang Bing sat silently, selling at 2 million per pill, daring to sell at that price. Does he think everyone is that foolish, easily deceived? Tran Hua looked down from above, his spirit force flaring in challenge. It turns out that it is Fuang Bin who is caught in a trap, Principal Tran, your granddaughter. At this moment, Tan Fung Tan is still inviting without knowing anything, right? And your junior Van Hai, do you still remember the 5 million debt you owe me? On one hand, claiming not to be short of money, but as soon as Fung Tan's eyes were mentioned, they immediately avoided completely. Although the senior brother isn't short of money now, he still has to think carefully. Suddenly, his whole body turned to stone as he was forced down. What's going on? Who ambushed him unexpectedly? All I saw afterward was his entire body being driven deep into the ground, just waiting for a single hair to move, finally settling into silence. Is senior brother Tan okay? Yes, just let him rest for a while. His spiritual energy isn't strong. He'll be out in half an hour. You look up excitedly. The battle has begun. Both of them only broke through in one night. Now their strength has increased significantly, and in the final showdown their opponents will be even stronger. Reaching the 5th realm has truly boosted their power. That was the fierce clash between Tan Quan and Han Thong. Van Long asked curiously, Who do you think will win, Fuang Bin? He stroked his chin. Dio Tan Quan. Hearing that, Van Long was very surprised. Dio Tan Quan, yesterday he fought against you, but even though he lost to Li Han Thong, it was Wang Kim Duong who suffered serious damage. Fuang Bin argued confidently that although Li Han Thong is a natural-born powerhouse with strong qi, blood, and body, he has now broken through to the 5th realm. His strength hasn't increased significantly, but after breaking through 20 levels, Dio Tan Quan's mental power suddenly surged, so he's probably also a bit more powerful now. It's possible he's even slightly stronger. If from the start neither of them had the upper hand, then now Dio Tan Quan has taken the lead. On the arena, two destructive forces continuously clash, causing tremors. Fuang Bin pondered silently, as they were now 5th-rank warriors, one of whom could rely on their mental strength to accelerate recovery. The other person can recover quickly through my training in the fortress. Later, facing them, relying on war of attrition, it will be very difficult to exert any effect. But if they clash again quickly, Han Tong suddenly collapses to the ground. Qin Hai, it's over. Has he reached his limit? Tan Quan took the opportunity to deliver a decisive strike, piercing through him. Han Thong was struck with pain and coughed up blood from the surprise attack. However, he still threw a powerful punch at Tan Quan. Immediately after, Han Thong quickly pulled the spear out of his body without hesitation. He clutches his stomach in worry because the recent strike caused a large amount of vital energy to explode inside his body. Han Thong's anxiety deepens as he sees Tan Quan remain steady after the punch. If this continues, the newly formed world of heaven and earth from yesterday could be scattered. Once it is scattered, he might be able to be demoted in rank. The second attack on the 5 realms won't be so easy. In the end, Han Thong had no choice but to admit defeat. Yun Long exclaimed in surprise, Fang Ping, you guessed it right. However, even if Ryu Tan Quan defeats Li Han Thong, the #1 military academy still doesn't have many chances to win. Anyway, Qin Vu's overall strength is greater, and Ryu Tan Quan's victory over him has drained his spirit quite a bit, so the new camp behind won't be easy to take. As soon as the announcement sounded, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Qin Dovu has won. Finally won. Han Thong's group looked at each other anxiously, almost defeated. It was the same yesterday, and today as well. I used to think that among the 4 great geniuses, Li Han Tong was definitely the strongest. But it turned out Li Han Tong was defeated by Wang Jinyang and Ryu Tan Quan. Fang Bing yawned and said, Let's go. Tomorrow we fight Nam Wu. The day after we fight Jing Wu. We get the top spot and then go back to school to celebrate and wait for the new year. Everyone then followed him out. Suddenly, Wen Hai whispered softly that Senior Tan was still there. Now Feng Tan was still pinned underground. Who the hell dares to attack him? He's dying now. As night falls and everyone returns to the hotel, they all look at Tan Feng Tan in shock. His head is swollen with a lump and he's furious. What are they looking at? They've never seen someone beaten unconscious by a teacher before. In the eyes of others, teachers are very noble and powerful. If I tell the truth, no demon would believe me. But Fuang Bin still reached out to squeeze that swollen spot. The control was perfect. The swelling didn't burst, evenly distributed, just the right size. And the key point is, I can't avoid it myself. I'm defeated. Tan Feng Tan snapped his hand away and said, "Don't think I don't know you. 8 or 9 out of 10 are your girls. Stop it. I'm not that kind of person." Then Fuang Bin straightened up seriously and said, "Just focus on the main issue. The policy of the Ministry of Education is about to expire. The top school will receive a financial allocation of 35 billion for the next year, and the second-place school will get 30 billion. Last year, the financial budget for Demon Marshall was 2.6 billion, so if we manage to secure the top position this year, we can receive over 900 million more than last year. Now Kinvu has 3 people, and our Mavo only has 3 people. If Mavo wants to become the top school, we need at least 5 teachers to ensure the school remains strong. If we end up in second place this time, then there will be a reduction. So this time, Kinvu will also not easily accept defeat. Everyone understands what I am saying. Then you continued to express your opinion, Namvu. Actually, I don't care too much. I just want to fight Vuong Kim Duong, truly considering Kinvu as my only rival." Van Long nervously said, "So you mean that if I really can't compete with Wang Kim Duong tomorrow, I will hold back and fight close to defeat him, conserving my strength against Kinvu? If you hold this sword in your hand, using it for Vuong Kim Duong would mean a difference of 5 billion in costs between the first and second level for the demon martial arts, and just the reputation of a 4th-rank, undefeated martial artist isn't worth that much. Somewhere else, Principal Nam Dong Vu is battling Kim Duong, not choosing to break through. Principal, let me fight him once. He's been waiting for 2 years today, and I've been waiting for a long time too." He looked at the old man more determined, and even if he broke through, he might not be able to defeat the demon martial artist. This time, the goal of the male martial artist was to secure 3rd place, and even 4th place had surpassed the expected time. Compared to last year, no matter what, this time the male martial artist gained a lot. The principal only responded with an "oh," and suddenly said, "The tomb is probably about to open." Kim Duong was stunned. How much longer? The other side responded slowly, and although at this moment the energy particles in Tuian had already spilled out significantly indicating that the portal anomaly was about to stabilize, then the old man smiled and slowly stood up. Today, Truong Din Nam had brought the military command to Tuian, setting up camp day and night. Let's see if we can wait until the duel is over before leaving. If not, I'll head back first. The tomb appeared in Jiangnan, so naturally our Jiangnan leader should go in first. Then Elder Wu shoulders Kim Duong. "But you don't need to rush. At first, you don't need to go in. Wait until we eliminate all the enemies in front. Then you can go in. This time, both you and Commander Truong are the first to enter, Principal. Be careful." The next day, the match finally begins. With magic and martial arts, 1 against 5. Come on, Manvu, you're the best. Kim Duong and Fuang Bin are both ready on the field, and I am really looking forward to this battle between Manvu and Mavo. Even more than in the finals, as we know, Mavo Fuang Bin and Namvu Vuong Kim Duong both come from Jiangnan, Yangcheng, and even graduated from the same high school. And from what I know, their martial arts foundation, training methods, and combat styles all originate from Vuong Kim Duong. And today, both are at the same level, with Fuang Bin defeating Diu Tenquan and Vuong Kim Duong defeating Lai Han Tong, both being the best in their generation. Suddenly, the host exclaimed in surprise, "Wait a minute. Vuong Kim Duong seems a bit different from before. This time he brought a longbow. Vuong Kim Duong is good with a bow. This is also the first time I've heard about it." The host's mouth was wide open in disbelief. Could this be Vuong Kim Duong's secret weapon in this battle? Maybe to counteract Fuang Bin's strength, since Fuang Bin is skilled, but also relies on mental energy. Moreover, both your physique and blood energy are extremely strong. In close combat, Vuong Kim Duong is no match. However, for Fuang Bin, long-range attacks are ordinary and not very effective against him. Bin calmly taunted, "Vuong, remember to use A-grade alloy for each shot, or you won't be able to break through my barrier." As you wish, the male martial artist may be poor, but he can still muster some A-grade alloy. All right, you really value yourself, truly using every A-grade alloy arrow, both of you showing clear determination. I've been waiting a long time for this battle. So have I. No holding back. Never. As the shout rings out, Kim Duong swiftly swings his powerful strike at Fuang Bin. The battle begins. The void shatters violently. Immediately, the battlefield was filled with thick smoke and dust, and I saw him confidently step out with a satisfied smile, still not satisfied. He quickly blocked his counterattack with a swift ground attack. Suddenly, Kim Duong leapt into the air, his eyes flashing red, not wasting his vitality on you. A terrifying surge of power radiated from his body around his sword, slicing through. Seeing that, Fuang Bin shouted loudly, with such a little skill, he thinks he is someone special. Both of them immediately launched two counterattacks. However, the destructive power is still too great, causing even the surroundings to shake. With extremely strong vitality, you didn't give Kim Duong a chance to rest before launching your attack. Are you not done yet? Luckily, he quickly jumped to a safe spot but was still trapped in Fuang Bin's sphere, his mind clouded, trying to block his movements. In just a moment, Kim Duong broke free and couldn't lock me down, but that was the trap Fuang Bin set, something I didn't expect. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his sword powerfully, merging the 7 kill blades. He quickly drew his sword to counterattack, merging the 7 kill blades again. Fuang Kim Duong also used that Cham Hapanyet, and when the two strikes collided, they created a massive explosion. Immediately after, Kim Duong drew his bow and aimed it at Fuang Bin. The arrow shot swiftly, tearing through the air at incredible speed. No, Fuang Bin is even faster, yet he can easily dodge all the attacks. What I am proud of is not how powerful my attack methods are, but that ever since I entered the realm of death, I have trained tirelessly like a horse that refuses to stop. Kim Duong keeps shooting arrows at him. Vuong Kim Duong ambushed from behind but was detected by him. Vuong Kim Duong quickly leans back into the Duong Palace as 4 blazing red arrows appear simultaneously, shot during the blood sacrifice. You keep using your old tricks, blocking my spirit. Seeing your shield shattered, you're furious, trying to intimidate me, right? Why didn't I see anyone with such strong blood energy blocking the blood energy? Vuong Kim Duong seemed completely unfazed, as if my blood energy had only slightly increased over the past few days. Suddenly, thick blood energy surrounded Fuang Bin. Could his strong blood energy surpass mine? Only 2 streams of vital energy are surrounding Fuang Bin's sword. Everyone is amazed. The fusion of essence and blood makes their combined strength much greater than pure spiritual and vital energy. This is also the foundation for the sect masters to crush the martial artist below, Sect Master Fuang Bin, which he can do. One person, wide-eyed and trembling, said in disbelief, "He's crazy. He's using the heaven and earth chi flow to forcibly merge 2 sources of power, but he hasn't reached the peak of the 6th rank. The Tame Gate is still not closed, the 6 internal organs and 5 viscera have not yet been fully refined, and the fusion has formed the power of heaven and earth. Once he cannot endure, the heaven and earth bridge will shatter." The others also look at him with concern, wondering where young Master Fuang Bin learned this, who taught him, and how he dares to seek another way, using his own heaven and earth bridge as a means to merge. Below, the Kim Duong arena begins to provoke, thinking you are already sure to win. But I cannot accept losing to you, Fuang Bin. Immediately afterward, he gritted his teeth and pushed his vital energy even further. Even Principal Nam Jiang Vudai couldn't believe it, as he was willing to use this move to defeat Fuang Bin. Fuang Bin quickly wiped towards the just-shot arrow, gripping the bow with both hands and slashing down, cutting. Both the sword and the bow of the two were already cracked and shattered. That was a catastrophic destruction. Everyone watching was blinded by the glare. People shouted in surprise, "Oh my God, the gym is broken. Wait, there's someone on the field. Who is it? Who won?" Only Fuang Bin stands firm on the arena facing Kim Duong, who is kneeling. Bin calmly declares, "I have won." Then both of them return to their groups. This kid's fake injury and acting don't scare me into thinking it will really crack. Feng Heng runs over worriedly. "Fuang Bin, how badly did my injury turn out?" Kim Duong also felt the same way, a bit excited. He scratched his head nervously, his desire to win rising, and he couldn't hold back, realizing he had no way to compete with the top military student. "I told the Ministry of Education that Nam Vu has conceded, and there's no need to compete for 3rd place anymore." Then Lao announced that we have to return to Jiangnan. "I will leave this afternoon, and the entrance to the underground tomb is open now." Kim Duong was stunned and immediately stepped forward. "The entrance has appeared." The principal nodded in agreement.
"Yes, it opened this morning. Now the first team is preparing to enter. They have arrived one after another. Once the passage is stable, we will go in."
Kim Duong turned to look towards Pang Bin approaching, a great victory in martial arts. He quickly stepped forward, indeed, a Major Shanghai, Wenlong 1 fighting 4. Kim Duong raised his eyebrows and reminded you that the opening of the Jiangnan Great Rift is imminent. If you're interested, you can come along. Fuang Bin simply replied calmly, The Jiangnan Great Rift is opening. I've wanted to see it for a long time. Outside, the lively noise is overwhelming. Today, Fuang Bin and Kim Gok Duong's match was truly amazing. I wonder how tomorrow's match between Fuang Bin and Li Hanthong will go. I can't wait for the finals. Hope tomorrow comes soon. Fang Bing stepped outside and looked up anxiously, wondering how many warriors from afar would come to fight now that the Jiangnan Underground Palace has opened. But the sacrifices planned in advance are something ordinary people will never know about. In the suburbs of Shuyuanjiang South City, Shangshan Jimai, Jiangdingnan, and Ngoshuyan stand right at the gate of the underground abyss. According to the plan, we will deploy 1 9th rank, 1 8th rank, 5 7th rank, and 12 6th rank cultivators. This is the limit. Any more, and the passage will break apart. Ngo Shuyan wondered, should he stay on the ground to command the overall situation? Ngo Shuyan stopped speaking. Below, only a faint space crack was visible, revealing the situation inside the underground abyss. On December 19th, due to Namvu's withdrawal, the rankings were finalized with Namvu in 4th place, and the Earth First Military Academy in 3rd, leaving only the championship and runner-up matches between Mavo and Qinvu. Fuang Bin's team stepped out amid the jeers and cheers from the opponents. Qinvu will definitely win. Today we strike fast and win quickly, take the top spot, and return to Mavo immediately. Your teacher from Qinvu is mocking you. Does this voice of yours really have any effect? Li Hanthong, if you don't want to die, honestly admit defeat. I didn't plan to kill him outright, but if he doesn't concede, I will behead him. If the Grandmaster intervenes, the Dean should help me handle it. If you can truly cut him with one strike, Qinvu's people will act, and I will step in. So watch carefully. Very quickly, Fuang Bin jumped onto the arena. Li Hanthong, go on. Can he do it? Li Hanthong has reached the 5th rank after all, while Fuang Bin's injuries have not yet healed. Qinvu's master was also helpless and uncertain, but he was confident, so he probably gained some results from his healing. However, Fuang Bin's healing time was not long, less than 2 months, so he couldn't have achieved much significant effect. Li Hanthong quickly ran out to continue the fight, his wounds not yet healed. I didn't want him to bully others, but he quickly dismissed my words, so I have to return to the demon martial arts now and don't have time to talk much. Li Hanthong admits defeat, saving us both from a battle and wasting time. Hanthong is so angry he's about to lose his temper. Last time it was because his realm was unstable and he was worried about losing rank, plus Qinvu and others, so I chose to concede. Fuang Bing chose to suffer yesterday and can't perform the same move today. Under these circumstances, Han confidently believes in himself. Fang Bing then asked again, "You won't admit defeat, right?" Immediately after, he drew his sword to unleash a massive spiritual force, so don't blame me for fighting you. Qinvu's side was stunned and couldn't believe it. Han had only been cultivating pain for 2 months, but this pain wasn't something a 4th-rank warrior could achieve in 2 months. It was comparable to a 6th-rank warrior's 2-month pain cultivation. The art of healing cultivation is not something everyone can use. It has many restrictions. First, you need a good weapon, and healing pills are truly top-tier tools. Second, it requires time and energy, consuming a lot of blood chi force. Third, it needs secret techniques. Fourth, without supreme aura and faith, even a healing sword cannot achieve the desired effect. The man smiled contentedly. In less than 2 months, he had successfully cultivated it. Next comes a loud shout announcing the start of the match. Fuang Bin leaps into the air and strikes down fiercely, but it's unavoidable. Hanthong was shocked to realize that Fuang Bin's mental shield was trying to trap him. If he couldn't reach the 5th realm, he wouldn't withstand even a single blow from Fuang Bin. With just one punch, he was easily broken, and Hanthong managed to escape, realizing that fighting was pointless. Hanthong confidently rushed forward to Fuang Bin's attack, breaking through. Soon, 2 sources of energy collided. He Qinhai stared in disbelief as his barrier was destroyed. How could this be? Seeing the energy still rushing toward him, Hanthong could only grit his teeth. So annoying. He was once again blinded by anger and tried to attack. But Hanthong was pushed aside by Qinvu's master, using mental power and dodged Fuang Bin's strike. Enough now, Qinvu admits defeat. Everyone was stunned just like that. 1 hit was enough to win, and now you still stand there without moving. The referee loudly announced, "Fuang Bin wins. So powerful, Fuang Bin is truly exceptional among geniuses." Is this really the true strength of Feng Ping? He truly is a peerless genius. Feng Than seized the opportunity to upgrade to A-grade alloy. With so many A-grade alloys like this, Fang Bing was so angry he saw this. Tang Feng, you're really bold. Who gave you the right to act arrogantly? Tang Feng quickly realized the problem. There's hostility. So that's why Fuang Bin just landed on the ground, Brother Lai. It's time to leave the arena, Fuang Bin. Han Tong was now completely lost, dazed and asking, am I really that weak? You just smile and say, no, you're very strong, but I am stronger. Han Thong could only accept and leave. I understand now. He still turned to look at Fuang Bin. Indeed, there is always a taller mountain. The referee's loud announcement echoed, Demon Martial Arts victory. Fuang Bin, Demon Martial Arts, 1 against 5. The beautiful girls blush shyly. Fuang Bin and the others have returned today, and they could see him with their own eyes. That's right. He is too handsome, a man who dominates all directions, and has continuously defeated Jing Wu and the #1 strategist student. All the boys admire Fuang Bin absolutely. Now, when mentioning our Mavo, who doesn't know him, he is now recognized as the #1 genius, even by graduates. Martial artists in society all hold him in great respect. This time, our demon martial arts finally took the top spot, fulfilling the former principal's wish, though he cannot see it now. The young man standing beside pats his shoulder reassuringly. We will get better and better, and we will definitely carry on the former principal's legacy. Pacify the tomb and avenge him. They all look at Fuang Bin with eyes full of hope. After all, with him here, I believe he will create another miracle. At the Demon Martial Arts Academy, Fuang Bin's group holds the banner, and the school is #1. In front, Principal Ngo Kwaisun personally welcomes him. For him, this is an indescribable joy. It's not just a title, but also a budget allocation of over 9 billion more than last year. The more outstanding students there are, the more resources are allocated to recruit more middle-grade teachers. But the most anticipated thing is something else, and this year, Movo will sit atop Kinvu, true to its name. Ngo Kwaisun happily stepped forward. Good, very good. Thank you all for bringing glory to Mavo. Glory belongs to Mavo and to everyone. Today we witness it. He confidently announced that Fuang Bin and the others would be remembered in the history of Mavo, and everyone else was in awe. Whether they joined the Mavo archives as grandmasters, warriors in the tombs, or those who made great contributions to Mavo. Fuang Bin and the others are still students at the school, as expected. Leading Mavo to first place, this achievement is no less than that of the predecessors. Just look at the excitement of the leaders. Tran Hua stepped forward and said loudly, I am here to witness. Then Fuang Bin slowly handed it back to him and raised the banner. At the martial arts club, Fuang Bin walked while biting his nails. Ngo Kwaisun is too narrow-minded. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. If Ngo Kwaisun had given him a chance to speak earlier, he would have shown them what real martial arts are. He would have surpassed them all. As for Ngo Kwaisun, he irritably pulled you aside and said the ceremony was over, thinking this was a good opportunity to win people's hearts. In the end, Fuang Bin sighed and turned away, no longer bothering with these matters. The tomb in Jiangnan had already opened, and he had to go to the martial arts club. Arranging the selection of people to enter the tomb, Tan Fuang Tan should wait for me inside the club. As soon as I opened the door, I recognized Tan Fuang Tan. Fuang Bin calmly stepped inside quickly. Tan Fuang Tan left the team before the match ended, due to lingering issues, burning the big picture, burning the heart dedicated to martial arts, burning the sense of collective honor, and realizing his mistake in time. He continued as if struck by lightning, this time with a light punishment, deducting 1,000 study points. Tan Fuang Tan immediately stood up and loudly said, Fuang Bin, stop talking nonsense. When I left, you already defeated Li Hantong with a single sword. This also counts as leaving first. Fuang Bin suddenly turned around and slammed his hand on the table, shouting, Enough talk, but if a mistake happens and the demon martial loses, who will take responsibility? I might not have the strength anymore. Senior brother Tran Su cannot defeat Tan Truk, so you take responsibility and step forward. This battle is about securing the top position. Others also began to criticize Tan Fuang Tan, involving billions in financial allocations, and the expectations of countless teachers and students of the Martial Arts Academy. Defeating Jing Wu was the lifelong dream of the former principal, yet he treated it like a game. Tan Fuang Tan, have you realized your mistake yet? Tan Fuang Tan looked worried, sweat covering his face as he saw everyone around him ignoring him, and no one willing to listen. Feng Qing sweat in fear, realizing her mistake was not to pick up Fuang Bin's things. She lowered her head silently, thinking that taking someone else's belongings was one thing, but taking Fuang Bin's would be deadly. Suddenly, Fuang Bin clapped his hands loudly, returning to the main point. The entrance to the tomb in Jiangnam opened yesterday morning, 2 days ago. Once the entrance is stable, we can proceed. I called everyone here this time to ask for your opinions. Does anyone want to come along? He looked around at everyone and asked, of course. This time he wouldn't force anyone. The tomb is full of danger, even for those with high cultivation levels. It's extremely risky. But the people around didn't fear and raised their hands saying, I'll go. I will go too. Fuang Bin began to calculate, including himself. 9 death grade and 24 or more decay grade cultivators. This strength was already considered quite powerful. However, he still felt some worry, but these people were all the most talented, beast-loving students in the current demon martial arts. Once buried in the tomb, the future of the demon martial arts over the next few years will truly decline. Then, Fuang Bin turned to call Luang Fanghua, Luang Su Huyen, and Trong Su Huyen. After I lead the team away, your club cannot be paralyzed. Everyone needs to take charge. Then it was Tran Van Hai sitting not far away. Tran Van Hai, you don't need to go now. You just reached the Tan Pham level. Tran Van Hai shyly said, among the students, there are also some with high-tier Tan Pham. I won't block everyone's way. Fuang Bin had to nod in agreement. Fine, do as you wish, but when the time comes, everyone must act together as a team and not leave without permission. Seeing that Tan Feng Tan still didn't seem to fear him, he reminded her, What are you looking at? I said it's 1,000 points of study.
I don't care who dares to give you more, Tang Fing Tang shouted. Split it evenly between us and give me the points. And then Duin's face darkened as he whispered, I'll give you half. And Fuang Bin, annoyed, turned away and said, What do you think I am? Don't think I'll just stand here waving my hands. If you want points, go to the tomb yourself.
Giving you points would just be a waste. Finally, Fuang Bin ordered everyone to prepare and get ready for departure tomorrow to the Jiangnam tomb. He then began his report, stating that this time they would go to the Jiangnam tomb in the Martial Arts Association, with 7 fourth-rank martial artists registered and 24 martial artists of 3rd rank or higher registered. Wu Xuan asked nervously if it was too risky, with only half of the 3rd-tier martial artists and above going. Fuang Bin explained that 3rd and 4th-tier martial artists following the main team wouldn't be too dangerous, and this time a high-grade demon martial was deployed, along with 35 mid-grade and 24 3rd-grade or above martial artists, which was quite a reputation for demon martial. Fuang Bin confidently added that he also contacted Jiangnan, who agreed to subsidize 300 million in cash for demon martial, and he personally contributed another 300 million, totaling 600 million to buy necessary equipment for students and teachers. 300 million was not much, as money is just a material thing. Hearing that, the two of them also smiled contentedly. Ever since Fuang Bin became the club president, everything had completely changed. Not to mention all the benefits from the exchange event had been handed over, and today he even proactively offered a large sum of money for the citizens. Then Yat Xian stood up, patting your shoulder to encourage you, saying that talented people always emerge in every era, and seeing you so selfless for the demon martial arts reminds me of the former principal. Fuang Bin gently rubbed his head, shyly saying, Dean, don't joke with me anymore. How could I compare to the former principal? I only do my small part, but secretly he was smiling sinisterly. Now Lak Feng and Duong Nyat, both top-tier 6th-rank warriors, are extremely friendly with me. A few 100 million to win people's hearts in martial arts is a good deed. Then, alone, Fuang Bin strolled across the schoolyard to the martial arts club and exchanged 2,000 study points for 60 million in cash. You just looked at the data and thought, subtracting the 300 million I supported the school with, the total amount reached 950 million again. 300 million isn't much, but since the mental strength is stuck here, it will probably have to wait until the 5th rank to continue increasing. What did you say? This time going to Jiangnan, Fuang Bin even gave us 300 million on his own, the person across replied. That's right. The academy has announced it. Not only did an individual contribute 300 million, but we also received 300 million from Jiangnan. Hearing this, his body involuntarily trembled. Such generosity and magnanimity, Fuang Bin must have been taken advantage of. Fuang Bin is not that kind of person. Suddenly, his voice came from afar saying, I am not that kind of person. Fuang Bin, who didn't know when he appeared, was waving his hand towards Tan Feng Tun, Tan Su Huyen, still holding a grudge from yesterday. Tan Feng Tun looked embarrassed and replied, I don't have it. How could I definitely just 1,000 points of study? What does that matter? Suddenly, Fuang Bin leaned close to his hand and whispered threateningly, Remember to cooperate with me on this road. If not in the next half year, keep coming to kneel to you. Tan Feng Tun was frightened and asked what. Fuang Bin kept urging him to stop pretending and meet with the people from Jiangnan and Jingwu. Praise me for this. I personally spent hundreds of millions for Jiangnan this time. Tan Feng Tun looked at Fuang Bin angrily. Bribing the martial arts world is not enough.
You also want to bribe Jiangnan and Jingwu. You want to unify the martial arts world. I won't do it.
Suddenly, Fuang Bin turned his head back and warned, "If you don't do it, then give me back the life-returning pill and blood essence pill I got yesterday." As soon as he saw him get on, everyone praised him, and Fuang Bin truly is a role model for our martial arts world. Having a leader like that is truly lucky. But Tan Feng Tun thinks the opposite. It's over. The martial arts world is finished. He holds his head in fear because today the martial arts world has completely fallen into the hands of the great demon king Fuang Bin. At Jiangnan Shui'an, the governor of Jiangnan, Zhang Dingnan, a 7th-rank martial artist, was already waiting. Unexpectedly, Fuang Bin truly brought people over, surpassing the expectations of martial artists. Most of them were above the 7th rank, and Wang Jinyang also agreed, saying it exceeded my expectations. He not only brought martial artists, but also convinced Jingwu. As soon as Fuang Bin got off the car, he signaled Tan Feng Tun. He pretended to be exhausted and complained, saying the entire journey was a nightmare. If Fuang Bin hadn't spent 600 million, I wouldn't have agreed to come. Hearing that, Trung Din Nam hurried to greet him. "You've worked hard, everyone." Fuang Bin also clasped his hands and responded, "Not hard at all. The Jiangnan tomb is open. I have to do my best." Then he turned to say, "Vuong Kim Duong," give a brief overview of the current situation to Fuang Bin and arrange the next steps. He quickly replied, "Yes, the entrance to the tomb is still stable. Once stabilized, the high-ranking martial artists, including the Chancellor, will send some 6th-rank experts to enter in the initial phase." Vuong Kim Duong explained slowly that the tomb was opening, and naturally, a large number of strong tomb guardians would be stationed at the fake entrance. But for now, we still don't know the true strength of the enemy. So General Chuang and his men will go in first to gather intelligence and assess the enemy's strength. After the news spread, we organized a second team of mid-level warriors to enter the tomb, eliminate the powerful enemies near the fake cave entrance, and establish a stronghold. Vuong Kim Duong's voice suddenly became anxious. "No matter what, we must break through the stronghold. If we can discover the passage, they can too. If we don't take the initiative to attack through it, they will attack us." The bloody and tragic scene he imagines would bring disaster to humanity. Powerful enemies are hard to defeat quickly, and if they choose to flee, the consequences will be irreversible. So in recent years, we have let many die in the tombs without moving the battlefield for this reason. Therefore, no matter what, the battlefield must remain in the world of the tombs, Fuang Bin said firmly. "We understand. This time we enter the tomb to take down the stronghold. We must resist and fight to the death without retreat." Tan Feng Tun sharply asked, "What if the first wave of experts enters and finds energy stones everywhere and doesn't report back in excitement?" Fuang Bin calmly replied, "Do you think these experts are like you, seeing money and lighting up? Get out." Suddenly, Fuang Bin called out in surprise, "Li Lado." Li Truongxin responded immediately, asking, "Why did you come to Tui'an, kid?" Fuang Bin immediately replied, "The Jiangnan tomb is open. I can't go." "But what are you doing wandering around?" He just smiled and said, "The one who bullied me and the sect master doesn't have time to show up, and he's also afraid these people won't dare to reveal themselves. A 6th-grade disciple like me, I'll go out first and see if I can lure a few people out." Fuang Bin then asked, "So how did it go?" Li Truongxin shook his head in frustration, not noticing that I worry these guys will wait until we enter the tomb to show themselves. But it's okay. Even if I enter the tomb, there will be tongs to deal with them, Fuang Bin wondered. The day of the first entry into the tomb. He clenched his sword tightly and chuckled softly. "So what's strange about martial artists entering the tomb?" "What's wrong with you?" Fuang Bin honestly replied. "The first group to enter are all pathfinders, not sages, but old men in their 70s or 80s, and he's only 60. Li Truongxin then turned away and said, "Little brother, do you know what my only regret in the past 10 years is? All these years, my greatest regret has been not being able to draw my sword and strike with such a move." The image of his youthful ambition gradually appears. Back then, I was the biggest thorn in Mavo's side. I want to cut down whoever I want. I once thought that one day I could slash through 7th rank, capturing rank, even slaughter rank. Li Truongxin looked up at the sky and sighed. "I can't draw my sword for this strike. I'm afraid I won't be able to draw it at all. Slashing 7th rank, capturing rank, what use would it have?" If he thought that way, the tomb would have already shattered the earth. And if the earth is destroyed, that's someone else's business. That statement also made Fuang Bin look angry. Suddenly, he remembered when he asked about Li Chuangxin's condition,
Whether Lei Lao Su's injuries were serious, and the person sitting opposite said it didn't affect his usual cultivation.
Mainly, the mental energy is suffering damage, the mind is in chaos, unable to project outward. He is very likely to remain at the 6th rank for his entire life, with no hope for advancement, which is unfortunate. Fuang Bin then sat down, saying he has a sword that can cut through the 7th rank, whether it's true or not. Luang Fenghua hands you a cup of tea and carefully explains that whether his sword can cut through the 7th rank in 10 years, I can't really say. But even if it can, drawing that sword wouldn't be a good thing. After all, the 7th rank and the beginning rank's true energy are very powerful. Fang Bing kept asking if they would die. If they had to die. And just then Lai Chuangxin suddenly leapt away, leaving Fang Bing standing there in shock, feeling utterly helpless. The next day, the defender from the south, Ngo Shuyen Qiu Pham, was the guide for Fuang Bin's group. Everyone wanted to change the plan, but the first time entering the tomb, everyone probably wouldn't. Although aware of the danger, there was no fear on their faces. They should know that the first entry had the highest mortality rate. Have you forethought this through? Ngo Shuyen warns nervously that the first team to enter the tomb isn't for fun. We don't know how strong the enemies are. If we face opponents too powerful, we can't protect you, so don't try to protect us. Martial artists face life and death, and we won't hold everyone back. Of course, our strength is limited. After entering the tomb, we might be the first to retreat from the battlefield, so I hope Brother No won't blame us for being cowardly. Feng Qing placed a hand on Fang Bing's shoulder before entering the gate and asked, I used to urge you to join me in the first expedition into the tomb to explore the Huang land. You always refused, so why have you suddenly changed your mind? Fang Bing replied indifferently, It's none of your business. Then came the announcement that the passage was stable, and the first team was lining up. Ngo Shuyen turned back to remind them, this time entering the tomb. Does anyone else have anything they want to say before we go?
Governor Jiangnam, Truong Din Nam 7th rank, the words have already been spoken. Suddenly Din Nam knelt down and grasped a handful of dirt. Truong Sin just glanced and scolded him, Unlucky, damn it, I'm afraid to die. I can't even smell the scent of my homeland. Fuang Bin, on the other hand, truly understands his feelings. And I can also comprehend Truong Tong Doc's emotions. Din Nam involuntarily wiped away his tears. We in Jiangnan are defending ourselves by ourselves. Of course, Feng Sheng sighed and lamented. With such a serious atmosphere, aren't we supposed to swagger and seize territory, so why does everyone look so sympathetic? Ngo Shuyen, hearing this, also didn't seem full of enthusiasm and said, That's right, we're just here to seize territory. The younger generation should have this awareness. We're here to seize what's ours, not to be beaten to the door, so let's just do it. Behind is the figure of Van Hai, Fuang Bin, surviving and returning, and you also signaled to reply to her. Van Hai clenched her fists, silently praying that everyone would survive and return safely. Inside, a strange aura suddenly appeared, and the corridor was still unstable, with energy particles raging, and everyone was in danger. Fuang Bin also sensed that something was wrong. The energy inside the passage was very strong, unlike the underground tunnel in Shanghai. Ngo Shuyen led the charge, using mental suppression to protect everyone. Feng Qing wiped the blood from her nose without saying anything else. If she trained inside this passage for a few days, she would need to train outside for several months. Ngo Shuyen and Din Nam created a barrier while walking and advising, It's too dangerous. The energy core is unstable and could explode at any moment. Wait until it stabilizes. The energy particles will be absorbed by the passageway very quickly and will return to normal in a day or two, so training inside the passageway is impossible. Then he turned to Din Nam and said, Once we go outside later, we will face a series of attacks, so I will stay behind to hold off the enemy. Zhang Dingnan, after you go out, your main responsibility is to guard the entrance of the passage, while other 6th rank martial artists support you and the two of them to hold out for 2 days until the passage stabilizes again. Then our second team can enter. Then Ngo Shuyen instructed Fuang Bin's group, and the others in Fuang Bin's team, to run out to the battlefield once they leave the passage. Life and death are up to fate. Before leaving, Truong Sin turned back and looked. Ngo Shuyen said, We will go out first. Only the 4 of us remain in the vast space. Feng Qing asked in fear, Feng Bin, are we going too? I saw Feng Bin sitting down and putting on his robe. Be careful and remind me. Soon after we go outside, we will run onto the battlefield, and I will look for a chance to blend into the tomb team. If I succeed, I will go after them, lure some of them here, and fight back against them. Kim Duong worriedly said, Don't act recklessly. The difference between the mummified strong and us is not just in their clothing. Their vitality is different from ours, and it will be exposed during battle. Fang Peng reassures himself, Stay calm, I have a plan. Without any movement of energy and blood, they can blend into the group of tomb experts.
You said there's not much time left. Let's go. The group slowly entered the tomb, but inside, a powerful force pushed them back. Fuang Bin gritted his teeth and held his ground, but what was happening outside? The scene outside is now extremely chaotic and filled with death. Changsheng is both holding off the enemy and shouting loudly for help, but the enemy is unleashing their full strength, much stronger than expected. Everyone run quickly. At the Jiangnan tomb, the martial artists of the Ku Liu faction are nearly twice as many, with 1 Ku Fam, 3 Bat Fam, 9 Thuk Fam, and a group of Luke Fam. But Jiangnan's side is also fighting back fiercely, and their combat strength seems to be twice ours.
Fang Ping carefully calculated, based on the original plan, we should retreat from the fight now, then regroup, break through the entrance, and wait for reinforcements. Then he quickly blended into the Li Liu team, using the system's expanding energy. I have successfully infiltrated the tomb team, and am using this ability to maybe create a small chance for us. The three of Li Han Thong are baiting ahead, Fuang Bin is calculating in his mind, Tan Fung Tun and the others are leading a bunch of enemies eastward, so I'll go help them. Not far from the main battlefield to the east, Tan Feng Qing stammered, dozens of 5th-rank enemies surround and attack a 4th rank like me. It's too embarrassing. Soon after, the group was cleaned up by Fuang Bin, and he continued to control them with his mental energy. In just a moment, the crowd as numerous as ants and grass stood frozen like statues. Tan Fung Tan then finally smiled with satisfaction. Fuang Bin, you look very handsome. Han moved swiftly, taking out all the enemies present in an instant. Kid, you arrived just in time. Blowing away the enemy's mental energy, I can cut down 10 with 1 slash. With Fang Bing here, we can win. After settling things here, Fuang Bin quickly turned his attention to Lai Han Thong, helping Tan Fung Tan deal with the 4th and 5th ranks, leaving only 2 6th ranks. Li Han Thong was about to explode. Now he was about to be crushed by the martial artists of the Ku Liu City Army, 6th rank. Fang Ping quickly ran to the large lake. General, I'm here to help you. The one in the graveyard is angry. Help me. I need someone to help her. He didn't expect the enemy to be killed instantly by him. The martial artist of Ku Liu City, upon seeing this scene, was shocked. His own battle general had been killed by his own people. Soon after, Fuang Bin and Li Han Thong, driven by their fighting spirit, called out, Brother Vuong, we are here to help you. The person by the tomb finally realized something was wrong. He was not one of theirs. The martial artist from the Resurrection Land infiltrated the elite team, and Fuang Bin's sword began to glow red. A 6th rank is not easy to kill. At this critical moment, Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang, and Li Han Thong all charged at each other, and the 3 of us unleashed our ultimate moves. On the battlefield of the 6th rank, Li Changsheng smiled contentedly as he watched them, feeling quite satisfied. Fang Ping and the others forced the 6th rank cultivators to self-destruct. These little brats are still alive, but the aura of the 2 enemy 6th rank cultivators has disappeared. Even without turning around, he easily killed the sneak attacker behind him. This time, we've killed dozens of 6th rank cultivators from the tomb, hundreds of mid-rank ones, and that's almost enough. He calmly considers the situation, but the battle on their side doesn't look too optimistic. I should act now. Meanwhile, the people from the tomb are still retreating eastward. I'll slip back to see if I can help. The remaining members of the tomb are excitedly looking at each other, thinking they are about to kill the Resurrection Domain Saint, and with that, victory will be ours. Suddenly, Fang Ping's eyes widen in shock. Lao Tua Li, you're about to draw your sword.
Li Lao Dou, nếu rút kiếm, Fuang Bin sẽ chết. In the end, you chose to transfer your spiritual power to him. If our Bak Pham is defeated, the remaining mid-tier ones will surely be broken through. If Elder Lai can truly cut down the opponent's Bak Pham and turn the tide of battle, he might die without regret. I'll help you. The mental energy quickly enveloped Lai Truongsin's sword. He smiled, thanking Fuang Bin and his mental energy. I accepted. His whole body radiated a golden aura, half-metallic body. True to its name, Lai Truongsin's entire body shone with a golden glow, like being covered in a layer of 4 nines gold. The tomb diggers could only scream in horror. Run away? What kind of power is this, headmaster? Lai smiled proudly and casually killed a few of you trash fish, so it's an honor. He quickly rushed back to the demon city. I already said it. Leader Li wants to cut down the Bak Pham. Leader Li didn't hesitate and struck hard. I have raised the Leader Li sword for 10 years. During these 10 years, I never drew the Leader Li sword, just to be able to kill a Bak Pham in the underground tomb and turn the tide of the battle. The protective shield of the demon city couldn't withstand the water and shattered, but Changsheng continued, fighting with all his might to deliver the final blow and end Changsheng with a single sword. Lai Trongsin, wielding his sword and summoning his remaining strength, shouted arrogantly,
I will kill the Bak Fan with my sword, do you accept? His figure gradually faded and disappeared, but his mocking laughter still echoed, do you accept or not?
As the shadow figure began to merge into the air, Fuang Bin quickly shouted, Elder Li! And stubbornly clenched his teeth as Elder Li's fading figure sneered, You old fart showing off. Is it really necessary to destroy my own golden body? After all, it's just a fake golden body. Dying is deserved, damn it. If I had known you wanted to die, why was I so kind at the beginning? In some valley inside a tomb at night, Fuang Bin sharply stabbed a long knife into the head of a ferocious wolf. After the misfortune, he then dripped its blood onto a remaining piece of flesh from Li Truongxin and softly said, Li Lao Tu, drink a little blood. Fuang Bin brushed his hands off, sighed in frustration, and pretended to boast, even risking his own death, asking how he could do it when all his bones were broken and he was just a pile of rotten flesh. Do you have any unfinished wishes? Or tell me, I will help you fulfill it. As soon as he finished speaking, the leftover meat moved and started writing something on the ground. Fuang Bin was very surprised and said, I didn't expect it could write. I actually want to see what the wish is. There was only one word on the ground. Get out. And you suddenly shouted so loudly, Old man from your family, if you're so merciless, then fine, I'll get out. But if I do, you'll become the dung of monsters. Lai Truongxin's leftover flesh started writing again. Blood energy, Fuang Bin asked confusedly. You said you needed strength and blood energy. I gave it to you, but you refused it. Your weakened body can't absorb the nutrients. I scoffed as I lifted the pile of meat. Have you ever considered that Lai Truongxin could cut through 8th rank? Even someone like me with 4th rank strength can't handle it. It's truly embarrassing. Suddenly, a voice from afar shouted, Search quickly! 2 soldiers are chasing and killing us! They said. That person stole the corpse and ran back there. He must be hiding somewhere around here. Even if we turn over this canyon, we must find them. Fuang Bin quickly hid behind a tree and whispered, And Trui Bin is searching for us. You put Lai Truongxin into your bag and whispered softly, This canyon is probably heavily guarded. Hiding here any longer isn't the solution. Maybe I should take you into the city. Don't get agitated. I know there are many high-grade fortresses in the Tomb City and it's not safe. But the city itself is rich and fertile. Perhaps we can find energy stones and high-grade healing herbs that could cure you. Li Lao, since you didn't say anything, I take it as your agreement. We're entering the city. Early the next morning at the city gate of Kuliu, Fuang Bin looked at the majestic city before him and thought to himself, This is indeed Kuliu City. This is my first time approaching the Tomb City, and I didn't expect it to be quite impressive. The large willow tree in the center radiates a very strong energy, and everyone behind points at the tall ancient tree, emitting powerful spiritual energy, discussing that it is the guardian divine tree of the city of Liu. Liu God? Yes, Liu God is about to open the life spring. So now the life energy in the sky over the city is also extremely strong. He explained that yesterday, during the battle at the Resurrection Land, the Patriarch and the commander of Liu City were both seriously injured, and the life spring was opened to heal the soldiers. They discussed it, but the life spring inside the city was more strictly guarded and only accessible to high-grade members of Liu City. After listening around, Fuang Bin whispered, Captain Li, the energy used to heal the 5th and 6th ranks, do you want to try? I'll get some for you. With your resurrection, it should definitely work. Fuang Bin looked at the willow tree in front of him and thought anxiously, I wasn't paying attention just now. Could this be one of the powers of the willow spirit? This little one is actually using mental energy to scan me, but I have activated my energy shield, so maybe I shouldn't let it detect my blood energy. The willow god started to reach for the bag on Fuang Bin's back, suspecting that Li Ladao still carried the power of blood energy. He then coughed and said, This is a divine object, and the soldier nodded and signaled him to go. At the inn outside Kuliu City, Fuang Bin's voice suddenly rang out. The life spring inside the city's boundary is heavily guarded, making it really difficult to infiltrate from the ground. He is now digging a deep hole underground, loudly reminding himself, but if he can hide his aura, sneaking into the city from underground, no one would be able to detect him. Li Lado, please wait patiently for me to bring back the life spring. Fuang Bin crawled out of the hole and instructed Lai Truongxin, who was placed on the table. In the end, his blood and aura can be even sensed by the little sprout outside the gate. Bringing him along is too dangerous. Rest assured, wait for me, I will go and return. Hearing that, he immediately jumped down and noticed a yellow plant below, whispering to himself that there must be plants underground, probably all belonging to the giant willow demon in the city. Fuang Bin watched carefully and thought to himself that for now, there was no sign of trouble. Once sensing danger, it could instantly turn into a deadly weapon. Be careful and slowly crawl inside, thinking I must be cautious not to touch these plants or release my spiritual power and vital energy. Suddenly, Fuang Bin grabbed a piece of stone, and dozens of sparkling mineral stones appeared before him, making him secretly wonder. Beneath the earth of this willow city, there are mineral veins, and these plants are guarding the energy within them. He quickly grabbed one too, and the surrounding easy trees remained completely still, taking the opportunity to run away on all fours. Fuang Bin silently thought, while the willow leaf demon still hasn't reacted, we must continue moving forward quickly. He crawled carefully into the tunnel he just dug, and as he went deeper into the core of the willow city, the energy particles grew denser. Fuang Bin closed his eyes to sense the surrounding aura. I am glad to think this energy is too powerful. It seems the life spring ahead. I must be faster. Life spring. I am here. The life spring at the core of the Liu city. Fang Ton begins to activate the mental barrier. He is opening the barrier while speaking loudly. After yesterday's battle with the resurrection zone, our side has suffered serious losses. Fang Ton is currently at the pseudo-8th rank, his face serious, and the resurrection zone can attack again at any moment. Our injured team members probably can't fight at full strength, so Liu Shen decided to open the life spring for the wounded. At this point, Fang Ton pointed to the life spring and explained that this waterfall is the life spring that Liu Shen has refined and condensed over many years in the mining area. The Spring of Life was originally prepared by Liu, then for breaking through to the Peak King level, and was protected by his spiritual barrier. But now that Liu Than is in danger, he has temporarily entrusted it to us. He instructed the warriors that the life spring is extremely precious, and once Liu Than has prepared the treatment, he will temporarily open the spiritual barrier. Everyone needs to absorb and refine the energy from the life spring as quickly as possible. After a moment, the spiritual barrier gradually opened to the life spring, and the martial artists cheered in joy. It's open now. Immediately, they focused on absorbing energy from the life spring to heal their wounds. Among the martial artists, Fang Bing is secretly blending in with them now, smiling brightly, and it's open. Fang Bing observes the surroundings. There are countless inferior and 1/8 rank among them. The divine willow above his head is even of a rare grade, making it extremely difficult to extract and blend energy without their noticing. He glances upward silently, assessing in his mind that the rare grade divine willow is using its own energy to stabilize the spiritual barrier. Controlling the flow of energy, even if it sees me, it probably won't act hastily. The ones I need to watch out for now are the powerful beings in this tomb. I have no active energy. As long as everyone keeps their eyes closed, they won't notice I exist. Thinking this, I quickly use a stealth technique to slip past the warriors. Fuang Bin carefully calculated that if the energy essence was blocked, they would definitely notice and attack him immediately. He opened his eyes, prepared to defend himself, giving himself at most 2 seconds to act. Thinking quickly, he soared straight toward the Spring of Life, while simultaneously opening his spatial pouch. He thought that the capacity of the space in the storage bag was 1 cubic meter, expanded to the maximum to absorb the essence energy. Fuang Bin leapt up, heading straight for the rushing flow of the stream. I have 2 seconds to absorb the energy essence and return to the cave. While hurriedly scooping water from the stream, Fuang Bin clenched his teeth and fought against the clock. At that moment, Fang Ton suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up abruptly and shouted, while at the same time, Fuang Bin hurriedly crawled into the hole he had dug earlier to hide. Fang Ton's fury surges as he stomps down hard where Fuang Bin just slipped, shouting angrily, "You little thief so bold!" Daring to mix the energy of the Spring of Life. Injured by Fang Ton's pressure, Fuang Bin immediately spits blood. Fang Ton crouched down, wiping the blood left by Fuang Bin, and deduced that this aura belonged to a powerhouse from the Resurrection Realm. He immediately shed tears, sealed the Spring of Life, aimed to treat the wounds, and fortified the city, initiating a city-wide lockdown and launching an investigation to hunt down the culprit. At this moment, Fuang Bin is running for his life, sweat pouring down like rain, thinking that the pressure just now caused him serious internal injuries. His mental strength has also been shattered, and the essence of energy has been taken, so he must avoid fighting at all costs and hurry back to the hotel to rescue Lai Lao Dao. Meanwhile, under Fang Ton's command, the roads outside Liu City have been sealed off. Fuang Bin slightly lifts the drain cover to assess the situation, noticing high-grade patrols on the ground. Fuang Bin estimated that the inn was right ahead, and although it was very dangerous, he couldn't care less anymore. To save Li Lao Dao, he was willing to risk everything. Thinking this, Fuang Bin disregarded the danger and charged straight outside, immediately being shot at by high-grade experts, and a deafening explosion erupted instantly. After the dust settled, there was no sign of anyone except for a deep hole. The bandits had escaped underground, continue searching for me. Now, Phuong Bin had hurriedly taken Truong Sin, and hearing the deafening explosion, he pressed his lips together. How could the powerful cultivators blow up their own city just to catch me? Quickly I whispered to Truong Sin, Li Lao Dao, I've obtained the essence energy. Let's escape first and wait for the powerful ones to leave. Suddenly, Liu Than's body transformed into two enormous spikes, stabbing through Phuong Bin's back. Phuong Bin's whole body trembled uncontrollably. He sighed bitterly. Liu Than's giant spike is completely awake now. It wants to start dealing with me. His voice trembled. Li Lao Dao, the attack from the high-grade beast pierced through me like stabbing a tofu. I channel the spring of life, secretly absorb the essence of energy, and escape from the pursuit of high-grade cultivators returning to the inn. He is just one step away from being revived. How can I give up here? With that, Phuong Bin summoned all his strength and broke free from Liu Than's grip. Phuong Bin urged Truong Sin to absorb the energy quickly, saying he would transfer his energy into him, and whether he could revive or not depended on how much he could take. Better to die fighting than to die uselessly. Hearing this, Lai Truong Sin's eyes shimmered with tears. Liu Than's attack continued to strike fiercely at Phuong Bin as he struggled to transfer energy to Truong Sin. My mental strength is about to shatter, my 5 organs are severely injured, my body is reaching its limit, and Liu Than's relentless attacks mean I am no match at all. One of Liu Than's claws pierced through Phuong Bin's calf, blood immediately gushing out, soaking his pants. Phuong Bin desperately collapsed, struggling to open his eyes as the view ahead blurred and threatened to shatter. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded from the bag holding Truong Sin's body, urging Phuong Bin to hold on a little longer. From the bag, a strong hand reached out. It's Truong Sin. He urged Phuong Bin to keep sending energy, quickly. Hearing Lai Truong Sin's voice, Phuong Bin cheered up. Old man, damn it, you're not dead yet. Li Truong Sin reassures you that your shattered bones have been reconstructed and you can now support your limbs. Just then, Phuong Bin suddenly hears the sound of wind rushing past, quickly urging Lai Truong Sin, that old man. The enemy is coming again. We have to run now. I've pushed myself to the limit while dealing with Liu Shen, but I can't go any further. Li Truong Sin calmly told Phuong Bin to relax. I'm here. Feeling the formidable strength from Lai Truong Sin's skillful hand, Phuong Bin was momentarily startled. Li Lao Dao has truly fully recovered? Li Truong Sin hurriedly urged him to move quickly. Li Truong Sin vừa chạy trốn cùng Phụng Binh vừa nổi, tên khốn kiếp nhà cậu, thật biết gầy hoa, cậu ở sau lưng ta, tiếp tục sốt cho ta tinh hoa năng lượng. Bản thân cậu cũng hấp thu chuột trị thuồng trong lòng Li Truong Sin, thầm nghĩ tiểu tử Phụng Binh này qua cúng vọng rồi. Because I stole these energy essences to save myself, and now the whole city is after me. If I die, I would truly be guilty of risking Phuong Bin this time. Given the urgent situation, Li Truong Sin advised Phuong Bin that the high-grade city guards are now extremely cautious. The city is too dangerous now. It's hard to move freely inside. Let's go underground to find the tunnels and quickly get out of the city. As he finished, he charged forward. Even the sewer was guarded, and he quickly urged Phuong Bin, handing him the pain relief potion. Li Truong Sin, with lightning-fast speed, attacked the 6th-tier enemy directly, while Phuong Bin stepped back first, making it a bit difficult for me to fight him now. After saying that, Li Truong Sin decisively struck the 6th-tier opponent. Truong khiến Li Truong Sin ra tay chém chết tên linh gật lực phẩm. Phuong Bin thầm cảm thán, uy lực thật mạnh. Nhưng một giọng giết chết dội Phuong con khiến Tuấn Thanh Dèo bị chấn vỡ. Cũng lực vô, Phuong Bin giọng thôi nhận thấy, Li Ú Thần bất dầu ốn dinh công thoạt nuốt, và không còn nghĩ tới việc tan cộng chung ta nữa. Seize the opportunity! Lai Truong Sin shouted. Phuong Bin, let's take this chance to leave the city now before it collapses. After a while, both Li Truong Sin and Phuong Bin escaped from the drainage tunnel, and Lai Truong Sin let out a sigh of relief. We're out of the city. Before he could take a few deep breaths, Li Truong Sin saw 2 guards blocking their path. He angrily gritted his teeth. This brat even used a rank 8 golden body to deal with us. Once out of the city, he won't let us go. Saying that, Li Truong Sin fiercely swung his peace-breaking sword, kill. Even the 8th rank he will kill. The 2 guards, thinking Li Truong Sin was just an old man and dismissing him, sneered and said, Come on, you really think you can hurt me? But unexpectedly, Li Truong Sin didn't attack the 2 guards directly. He simply leaned aside lightly and quickly fled with Phuong Bin. Li Truong Sin sneered, Killing the demon or not, I won't run and wait for death. Phuong Bin opened her mouth in shock. I almost believed it. As dusk fell, Phuong Bin and Lai Truong Sin temporarily escaped the relentless pursuit. Phuong Bin turned to Lai Truong Sin, exhausted, and said, Li Lao Dao, First we ran wildly for 3 hours, then to hide our human aura, I buried myself in the ground here for 6 hours. This place is at least 300 lei from the city. They probably gave up chasing us. I silently sighed. Half of my internal organs are shattered. My bones are broken into many pieces. My mental strength has been shattered countless times, and I only have a little bit of energy left. Fuang Bin, exhausted, closed his eyes to recover, using up a lot of his wealth to replenish his energy and mental strength. It had already reached about 200 million, so there probably isn't much wealth left. Suddenly, Fuang Bin was startled. What? The wealth value is actually 1,900,000,000. Before entering the tomb, it was 900 million. If he spent 200 million, then the main increase is 1.2 billion, and the energy essence obtained roughly filled half of the storage space. Now there is about 200 grams left after conversion if all the energy essence obtained initially is turned into wealth. After calculating, Fuang Bin's face turned red as he complained to Li Truongxin that his trillion was gone, and in fact, there was a lot of wasted energy on the way. Li Truongxin calmly sat cross-legged. The enemy has retreated, my guardian. Let me see if I can reconnect the bones. I just absorbed the energy essence. Now I still have some hidden in my body to reinforce it a bit so it doesn't drift away later. While Li Truongxin focused on healing, Fuang Bin stood nearby silently observing him. The energy was so intense that even the grass beneath him was beginning to energize. Suddenly, Li Truongxin coughed up blood, making Fuang Bin worried. What's wrong? Tomorrow, Li Truongxin's face gradually turned rosy. He smiled and said, I think I can feel the spiritual power now. I never told you. Actually, my spiritual power was shattered before and I couldn't sense it. Now I can feel the spiritual energy again, refining my body and soul. I never expected that the destruction of my golden body this time would turn out to be a blessing in disguise. This is why Old Man Li has never been able to break through the 6th rank. I accidentally helped Old Man Li do something extraordinary. At this moment, Li Changsheng gently placed his hand on Fang Bing's shoulder and said kindly, Your injuries are not light. Your 5 organs seem to be shattered. You also absorbed quite a bit of energy just now. Try using it to refine your 5 organs and advance to the 5th rank. This little guy is really lucky, struggling with others in the city for half a day, and even stealing energy from a 6th rank cultivator. After stealing the energy, the city looks extremely dangerous, yet he doesn't hesitate to face the danger and come back to the inn to pick me up. With so much energy essence, if he used it himself, he could very likely reach the 6th rank in a single night. But it seems he is entirely focused on healing himself. Li Truongxin couldn't help but recall that day when he met him in the logistics department. As a teacher, he only paid a little attention to him, yet today he has done so much for him. Remembering this, Li Changsheng suddenly smiled kindly and thought to himself that he owed the little guy a few lives. At the same time, Fuang Bin had just finished absorbing the energy essence, opened his eyes, and in front of him, Li Changsheng sat still and motionless, with not a single piece of his body remaining. The corner of Fuang Bin's mouth twitched. Old Li, can you put your pants on first? Then, Li Truongxin decisively slapped Fuang Bin across the face. After a while, Li Changsheng, now dressed in his clothes, coughed painfully and tried to pass on his understanding. Fuang Bin sat quietly, tears silently falling. Soon, Fuang Bin had merged the energy into a sphere shape, silently thinking that once the heaven and earth chi aura unified, he would reach the 5th rank. At that moment, Fuang Bin suddenly shouted loudly and the sphere in his hand suddenly underwent a strange change. Li Truongxin saw that Fuang Bin unexpectedly merged into a pear-shaped form, while others usually merge into a sphere, and he thought this form was incorrect. Thinking this, Li Truongxin quickly called out to stop Fuang Bin, saying, Don't do it anymore. The path of martial arts cannot be distorted arbitrarily. Fuang Bin shook his head, refusing to change it. The energy is too much, and the heaven and earth spirit is being compressed. Li Truongxin's eyebrows furrowed unconsciously. This kid has a situation. The body can absorb energy only up to a limit, and this is the first time energy has compressed the heaven and earth spirit like this. Little guy Fuang Bin. Over there, Fuang Bin was about to collapse, thinking to himself, My old man, don't watch anymore, help me suppress. I can't hold it anymore, it's about to explode. Li Truongxin hurriedly helped Fuang Bin control the power of the Thian Dia Chiqiao and advised him to see if he could retract it. Fuang Bin frowned at his limit and unable to hold it anymore, trying to see if he could absorb it back into his body. Suddenly, the energy merged with him, catching him off guard. In an instant, his body was like a balloon about to burst, and Fuang Bin was pale with blood vessels about to explode. Li Truongxin urgently told Fuang Bin to immediately start training his internal organs and burn off all the remaining energy. Fuang Bin immediately followed Lai Trongxin's instructions, quickly releasing the stored energy from his body, and the outside of his skin suddenly shone with a bright yellow light. Finally, Li Changsheng let out a sigh of relief, almost ready to purge the impurities from his internal organs. As he finished speaking, Fuang Bin let out a long fart. He took a deep breath, a look of joy on his face, feeling very comfortable. I haven't had a bowel movement in months. I haven't even gone to the bathroom. Li Truongxin frowned, pinching his nose and asking how he felt. Fuang Bin slumped to the ground, urgently pushing Lai Truongxin away, his mental energy beginning to transform. Step back a bit. Seeing Fuang Bin's remarkable progress, Li Truongxin was pleased. The young man was talented, and Fuang Bin's mental energy had already surpassed 700 has. An ordinary 5th-rank martial artist's mental strength usually doesn't exceed 400 has. 7 minutes later, Fuang Bin suddenly opened his eyes wide. You look at the information panel, a faint smile appearing on your lips, your blood energy approaching 4,000 calories, your mental strength surpassing 700 cranes with a plus sign behind it. This means it can still continue to increase. Your current physical condition is almost at the peak of the 5th rank, and your wealth is 1.92 billion. His blood energy is 1,800 calories, with the potential to rise to 3,999 calories. His mental strength reaches 560 cranes, with the potential to increase to 725 cranes. His bone decay is 177, with a 100%, 23%, 30%, 6%, and 90% condition. Fuang Bin secretly feels pleased, thinking he might become the strongest 5th-rank cultivator and the strongest force ever. Li Truong looked at Fuang Bin's bright expression and secretly rejoiced. This kid, from the 4th rank in August to the 5th rank by December. My goodness, a rank increase in just a few months. Don't tell me I haven't caught the rank yet. This kid has already caught it before me. The next day, outside Kulio City, Li Truong crossed his arms but asked Fuang Bin, "Do you really want to enter Kulio City now? Or are you truly planning to destroy it? This is too dangerous. The Liuliu insect demon clan's top experts are guarding the city, and if we're discovered again, luck won't be on our side this time." Fuang Bin directly suggested to him, or perhaps the old man could help lead the Liuliu insect demon out, so I can find a way to blow up their energy mineral veins. Li Truong looked at him with a curious gaze and asked what you wanted to do. Suddenly, Fuang Bin's eyes flashed brightly. "So you don't want to do anything?" He asked how much a pile of energy stones used for cultivation is worth. The standard price is 9 billion per gram, so 100,000 grams is 900 billion. I want to take a ton back with me. When that time comes, I will supply the demon martial arts students, starting with the shoulders, then getting stronger and collecting debts. They can stay and work for the demon martial arts for their entire lives. The more Fuang Bin thought about it, the more excited he became. He also enjoyed accumulating wealth, and once he returned to the surface, cultivation would be like burning through his riches. The earth's energy is too weak now. Li Truongxin nodded and left, warning Fuang Bin that his goal was to loot a pile of energy, but now he wanted to go underground. "It's extremely dangerous," Fuang Bin confidently assured himself. "No problem. There are many energy stone exchange points in the city after the major battle of the high grade. I will take the opportunity to cause chaos and rob some shops." Li Truongxin nodded. "All right, you are confident in your chances. Just don't act recklessly. I will help distract some people." Fuang Bin confidently reassured himself and carefully observed his surroundings as high-grade cultivators kept leaving the city. It seemed there had been significant battles outside the city, causing some chaos in Kuliu, but it was not enough. How could it become even more chaotic? Fuang Bin stops in front of a shop, rubbing his chin and pondering. Should I steal the energy stones from this place first and throw them outside to see if anyone comes to steal? Among them, there are some high-grade energy stones, which I could detonate with mental force. Would that cause even more chaos? Worth a try. Then Fuang Bin stepped inside the shop, where there was a low-grade 5th-tier tomb shell and a high-grade 5th-tier tomb shell. Fuang Bin silently raised his hand, demonstrating his power, secretly calculating that he couldn't let them take these 5 grams of high-grade energy stones. All the energy stones here belonged to him. Seeing Fuang Bin rush into the shop, the high-grade fake tomb shell immediately charged at him, attacking proactively. Fuang Bin flicked his hand up, instantly creating a mental barrier that covered the high-grade 5th-tier tomb shell again. After finishing the kill, Fuang Bin sighed. Killing high-grade 5th-tier monsters was so easy. Without hesitation, he quickly collected the energy stones, happily muttering to himself, "It's time to take the loot. No matter if it's high or low grade, it's all mine." Realizing that stealing energy stones is too easy, Fuang Bin thought maybe he shouldn't target these shops but the giant mineral veins below. He needed to make the chaos in Kulyu City even worse. While sipping tea, he secretly placed an energy stone on the table and also buried one in a small alley. Then, Fuang Bin casually chatted with a fruit vendor while leaving behind an energy stone. In the end, he relaxed on the street, thinking to himself, "It's about time. I've buried 10 energy stones and just need to walk around. That's enough." Thinking of this, a sudden flash of light appeared in Fuang Bin's eyes, and immediately his mental energy exploded. The people of Kulyu City instantly panicked, shouting loudly. The life stones and energy veins had exploded. Fuang Bin quietly blended in among the frantic crowd, a faint smile curling on his lips, forming a strange grin. This was just the beginning. Indeed, immediately afterward, a series of explosions erupted one after another, and Fuang Bin swiftly leapt away from the chaos. The people of Kulyu City started fighting each other, arguing loudly, claiming the life stones they found first, pushing each other away, and chaos erupted everywhere. "Run quickly, powerful beings from other realms are here." Seeing the chaos in the city, Fuang Bin quietly smiled, knowing the city had fallen into complete chaos. He kicked open the sewer cover and slipped inside, then quickly headed toward his main target. A while later, in Kulyu City, beneath the underground vein, Fuang Bin eagerly collected energy stones, smiling happily as he filled his space with treasures. "I immediately leave. This place isn't safe to stay long, even though it's chaotic above. The demon hunters will quickly realize I'm here." Suddenly, a guard shouts out who, and Fuang Bin quickly raises his guard, suspecting an enemy, and swiftly throws a mental energy charge at him. Immediately, an explosion occurred, destroying the guard in front of him. After dealing with the guard, Fuang Bin let out a sigh of relief, surprised at how quickly he was discovered. Fuang Bin hadn't even had time to steady himself when a series of deafening explosions rang out beside him. He hurriedly scrambled to run for his life. I kept wondering why this was happening. I didn't intend to blow up this mineral vein. At that moment, a leaf of the spirit leaf suddenly floated up from underground, and Fuang Bin hurriedly curled up and ran for his life. You guessed that the recent explosion triggered a chain reaction, directly causing nearby high-energy areas to blow up. A bolt of Liu Thu's ease pierced through the Earth's surface, nearly hitting Fuang Bin. Liu Shu rages wildly, attacking Fuang Bin, creating a thick cloud of dust that makes him run for his life. He thinks to himself, this demon is crazy. Even if Liu Cheng collapses it, he doesn't care. The rocks and debris rained down like a storm, and Fuang Bin quickly dodged to the side. Just outside the gate, about 3 guards suddenly appeared, and Fuang Bin sighed inwardly. He was a 5th-rank martial artist. Fuang Bin then charged straight into the 3 7th-rank soldiers, causing a landslide behind him, trapping the fighters in the dirt. Running and shouting, he kept calling out where Elder Li was, his mind screaming that he was already targeted, and escaping was difficult. At most 30 seconds before they caught up. Just as Fuang Bin was about to be caught by the fighters, a streak of golden light appeared in the sky, and he cheered happily, "It's here!" Li Truongxin arrived just in time, carrying Fuang Bin up and successfully escaping the pursuit of the high-grade fighters in the city of Kulyu. From above, Li Truongxin's gaze suddenly noticed a group of people also being chased by high-grade city guards, estimating that 2 8th-rank and 5 7th-rank individuals were about to die. Li Truongxin wondered, why are so many people being pursued like this? Fuang Bin looked in the direction Li Truongxin was pointing and immediately recognized that the group was their royal family. It turned out to be acquaintances of Fuang Bin. Seeing them arrive, they all took Li Truongxin's hand and cheered happily. Fuang Bin Li Laosu are saved. We raided several towns and also got chased by 6 and 8 rank cultivators. Why are they all martial artists of 7th and 8th rank? What are you all doing? There's nothing left, Li Truongxin asked confusedly. You're about to destroy their city, so you didn't seize the essence of power? Fuang Bin complained. What did I steal? I just entered and accidentally blew up the energy mineral vein. That giant beast went crazy and started chasing me. Lý Hằng Thống nghe vậy thì giật mình thốt lên. Thật sự của một khoáng lớn sao? Fuang Bin trùng ra vẻ mặt ba hoa. Thật, một toa vùng thanh chính là một mồ khoáng, gia năng lung diệu ô dọ. Among them is a waterfall of energy, with such purity that even a pig would become a top-quality sheep. Li Truongxin sighed helplessly. Stop thinking about it, you bastards. Just think about how to run away. Fuang Bin quickly fed Li Truongxin some energy essence and a bit of stamina, boosting his strength. Li Truongxin like a rocket. He dashed away at lightning speed. Tan Fuang Tan closed his eyes tightly and shouted, "Too fast." Fang Bing turned back, waved goodbye, and secretly lamented that they couldn't enter the mountain temporarily. If he had known earlier, he might have taken only a little more. With so much energy stone, it couldn't be carried away, which was really a pity. A moment later, at the entrance to the tomb, Li Truongxin successfully brought everyone back safely. His help also temporarily reassures us. This is our territory, and from here on, it's completely safe. Fuang Bin immediately checked the information panel. With current wealth at 11,980,000,000, blood energy at 1,800 kilocalories, mental strength at 560 nodes, potential to increase to 729 nodes, the bone tower at 177 at 100%, 23 corresponding to 30%, 6 corresponding to 90%, reaching 1 million units, and energy shield generating 10,000 wealth per minute. He looked thoughtful. The final wealth value has changed. I thought the Tomb Raider had given up the pursuit, but why is it so little? Only an increase of 10 billion. While Fuang Bin was still lost in thought, Ngo Shuyen ran up from behind with a joyful expression. Truongxin, you're still alive. The students are still alive. That's great. Seeing Lai Truongxin shining brightly, Ngo Shuyen exclaimed in surprise, what is this golden body of his? Has he broken through to Back Pham? Fang Bing smiled proudly. Master Li still hasn't reached the Back Pham stage. But the golden body forged earlier, along with his mental strength and injuries, have all recovered. That day, Master Li swung his sword, his body shattered, and his mental energy was almost destroyed. Later, I saw that Master Li was in bad shape, so I took him to the underground life spring of Vuong Thun for a wash, and after that, there was no more problem. Ngo Xuan's expression became extremely complicated. Fuang Bin continued rambling about Li Laosu's recovery, which was a private matter of the demon warrior, but this time I had made a great contribution to leveling Namjiang. I have killed over 10,000 underground warriors, almost destroyed the Liuliu city, and dug out all their mineral veins underground. Even that monster, I blew it up to death. Ngo Xuyen's eyebrows furrowed tighter and tighter. After a while, he spoke and said that the Liuliu city would not launch an attack for now. Fang Bing, everyone, go back first. You stay here. It's easy to attract enemies, but impossible to truly provoke the Tomb Raiders to the point of risking their lives. They really want to destroy the Liu city. Other cities in Namjiang must fight back fiercely. Humanity needs time. We must become stronger. Hearing that, Fuang Bin's heart sank, so he decided to head back. Fuang Bin stroked his chin thoughtfully as Ngo Xuyen looked at him and his teammates, realizing that the future of humanity now depended on these young people. I hope you can grow up quickly. I, the old beetle, can no longer hold this land. At this moment, Fuang Bin suddenly smiled brightly. The wealth value finally accumulated to 10 billion, and the system leveled up again. Fuang Bin smiles contentedly, having successfully leveled up to see what useful functions this time has. After reading the update table, a fierce twitch appeared at the corner of Fuang Bin's mouth. What's going on? He leveled up 10 billion, but no new function appeared. His face darkened significantly, showing two changes. Behind the wealth points are more than the word convert, and behind the space for storage items are more than the symbol. You're using wealth value to expand the space, which is easy to understand. But what is this conversion? Fuang Bin's mind raced. System conversion, damn it, useless. Do I have to convert it into something else? I have no idea what it could turn into. Fuang Bin's eyes suddenly lit up, and an idea flashed through his mind. Wait a minute. Could it be the power of heaven and earth after merging with the blood, essence that is the power of heaven and earth? So he immediately activated the heaven and earth power transformation. Li Truongxin and Ngo Xuyen hurriedly ran inside when they heard the commotion. Ngo Xuyen anxiously asked, "What are you doing, Fuang Bin?" Fuang Bin calmly replied, "What's wrong, two elders? So tense." He stretched out his hand, revealing a glowing golden sphere inside, and said casually, "Let's test the effect of the blood fusion." I discovered that I can merge energy through the heaven and earth chi type, and it turned out to be quite simple after just a little trial. Consciously condensing the power of heaven and earth is too dangerous. Fuang Bin looks disappointed. Oh, I see. Then I won't need it anymore. With that, he threw the condensed heaven and earth energy sphere, and a deafening explosion immediately sounded behind him. Ngoài trừ việc tiêu hao nặng luôn nhanh, còn gì không dùng sao? Consolidating energy, of course I can unleash it, Ngo Xuyen stammered. Not wrong. Usually a 5th rank martial artist finds it hard to release it. How could a 5th rank do it? Fuang Bin casually shrugged his shoulders and said, I directly cut off my mental energy and condensed my blood and ki power so I could attack. Ngo Xuyen felt the veins on his forehead twitch repeatedly. A martial artist who is not a 7th grade like you, wasting mental energy on himself, is either seeking death or something else. Fang Ping calmly replied, No problem. I often blow up others' mental energy myself. Hearing this, both Ngo Xuyen and Li Truongxin were speechless. Damn it, how stupid can you be? Ngo Xuyen turned to Lai Trong-sin to discuss, saying he could cut off his mental power and recover quickly. Old Lai, does that mean he has condensed a brain core? Li Trong-sin looked thoughtful. The brain core is a vital part of the body formed by martial artists of the 5th rank or higher, similar to a mental core. Seeing Ngo Xuyen and Lai Trong-sin seriously discussing, Fuang Bin felt very helpless, as these two had discovered and explained his system. Suddenly, Fang Bing asked, so the mutation of the brain is just adding more brain hubs? What is the purpose of this? Ngo Xuyen, not wanting to argue with Fang Bing, directly ordered him, "You're still alive, which is more useful to us. Once the teleportation gate stabilizes, return to the demon martial arts training for me." Fuang Bin was unwilling. "I really can't let me keep seeking some personal wishes, and I can still accumulate practical combat experience." Wu Jun immediately shouted at him, telling him to go back. On the 5th day, Fuang Bin entered the tomb. Outside, everyone cheered loudly. The passage was stable again. Outside, Duong Feng stood with a serious expression, having received news that Lai Trong-sin had fallen in battle. Lu Falo was seriously injured, and Fuang Bin was missing. This situation with the demon warriors is becoming complicated. After hearing this, Tran Van Hai couldn't hide her worry and sincerely prayed, "Fuang Bin, I hope you make it out safely." A girl standing beside Van Hai then comforted her, saying everything would be fine. Just then, Fuang Bin suddenly spoke out, announcing that the passage was stabilized. Tran Van Hai immediately recognized his voice. He was still alive. Confidently, Fuang Bin raised his high sword, summarizing that in this battle they had slain a Bot Pham, a That Pham, tens of thousands of middle and low-level warriors, destroyed countless cities and towns, and blown up the royal city's tomb, a Kufam tomb, causing the enemies to cower inside the city, afraid to come out. "We have won." At this moment, Fuang Bin looked at Li Trong-sin, whose body shimmered with a golden light, and solemnly declared that in this battle, the Vice Dean of the Weaponry Academy, who had broken through from 8th to 9th rank, had become a mighty Tongsu master, adding another powerhouse to humanity. The joy of Hoa country, the joy of mankind, fighting for humanity, fighting for Hoa country. The entire meeting room immediately erupted in celebration. Victory is ours, we have held the line, humanity will prevail. Congratulations, Tongsu master. Vừa rồi trong hầm mộ, tôi suýt nữa gia tiêu diệt quân giả cứu phẩm, vài chức thực phẩm, bất phàm truy duy. Những tội vẫn an toàn nếu không phải tinh hình không cho phép. Lần này tối cố thì giao ruốc mây, vẫn cần gia nắng luống dễ quay về. Lần này cũng chỉ mang chút ít dầu trở lại. Actually, there's nothing much to say. My strength is still a bit lacking, otherwise I would have directly killed the Kufam, but unfortunately I'm only at the 5th rank. Hearing this, your classmates were stunned. Fuang Bin has already reached the 5th rank. The commotion grew louder, so he's already 5th rank. How long has it been since he was 4th rank? This kid is really about to catch up with us? Tran Van Hai looked at Fuang Bin with admiration. He's already 5th rank. I'm only 3rd rank high. Fuang Bin turned away awkwardly and replied, "Of course, this time I return to help everyone and improve our strength together." At this point, Fuang Bin turned to Duong Feng and said, "I've mastered the way to fuse heaven and earth spiritual power in the underground chamber this time, so perhaps the demon martial arts will build a new training room for heaven and earth spiritual power." Duong Feng Huai asked if he wanted to build a training room big enough for everyone to practice, requiring at least 2 top masters to take turns providing spiritual power, and a 5th rank like you can really do that. Fuang Bin replied calmly, "Please wait. I am determined that this time back I have many things to do, including major reforms for demon martial arts, so I hope you can support me. Once I reach the 6th rank and then the 7th, I will definitely take demon martial arts further, better, and more stable." Dongfang happily agreed with Fuang Bin. "It benefits the demon martial arts. I will support it." Tan Feng Tun cried out, "Damn it, do you really want to gain power?" Frowning, Fuang Bin glanced at him and asked, "Are you really that dedicated? Because I need to assign you a new task now." Tan Feng Tun harshly set the condition. With money, everything is easy. Without money, don't even talk. Fuang Bin stroked his hair and sighed. Our cultivators of this era have today, but no promise of tomorrow. Especially someone like me. Everyone says I might die somewhere in the tomb without warning. The tomb is not peaceful. Life is uncertain. Instead of fearing day and night after entering the tomb, it's better to cut off these thoughts early. Van Hai, even though your grandfather is a grand master, he can't protect you forever until you have enough strength to defend yourself. We don't need to think about these things. After hearing Fuang Bin's advice, Van Hai's cheeks flushed, and she nodded. "I understand. I will work hard to cultivate and catch up with you," Fuang Bin thought to herself. Can the girl be a little more shy? She patted Tran Van Hai on the shoulder and said in this era, becoming stronger through cultivation is the top priority. Everything else is minor. Tran Van Hai expressed her gratitude to him. You infused your life essence into me, didn't you? Thank you. From now on, I will train hard to become stronger, so I can go into the tomb with you. Fuang Bin sternly reminds you not to use vague terms for energy essence. All right, I'll rest here. Van Hai happily waves goodbye to you. You should rest well too. I'll be leaving now. After a while, a strange scene suddenly erupted in the martial arts school grounds as the Phoenix races ran wildly, knocking over people on Road A, causing them to shout in anger, and the Grandmaster nearly collided with someone behind. The Phoenix races directly pushed aside Fuang Bin, shouting fiercely at him, Fuang Bin, come here and accept your death for me. Fuang Bin calmly asked her, Teacher, why are you here today? Don't worry about me. I'm fine. The Fuang New gang entered with smug faces. Trung Din Nam, still alive. No serious injuries. Fuang Bin, I'll deal with you later. And Fuang Bin shrank back. Isn't she looking for me? When Fuang New unexpectedly asked about Trung Din Nam, I smiled and replied that with good health and some rest, he would recover. Seeing Fuang Nuju Dong Dajo Hu with Trung Din Nam, Fuang Bin was a bit surprised. When did the teacher start caring about others? Could it be that they really have feelings for each other? Trung Din Nam calmly said, You came at the right time. Sit and listen. The Fuang New are curious and chatting. Zhang Dingnan went straight to the main point. Since the financial situation is not strong, the training environment for martial arts is normal. The cooperation that Fang Bing mentioned earlier with Nam Wu, my intention this time is that the cooperation may not only target Nam Wu. Fang Bing has grasped the general idea. I understand the governor's intention. He wants the martial arts to open a special recruitment class to attract some students from Nam Wu. After all, the easier learning environment of martial arts is better, and there is also a comprehensive training place. However, these facilities are no longer sufficient for our demon martial teachers and students. Truong Din Nam readily spoke up. Everyone should speak frankly. If Demon Marshal has any conditions, they can propose them, and Fuang Bin was not polite either. So, I will be direct. First, the special recruitment class will admit no more than 300 students per year, and not lower than the second rank. Second, the facilities of the Demon Martial Arts will be open to male martial artists, but all costs must be paid by themselves. Tuesday, all expenses are paid with medicinal herbs or energy stones. Weapons ordered from the official Mavo website are also paid with various raw materials. Vuong Kim Duong suddenly slammed his hand on the table, cutting off Fuang Bin. Both of you are from Namjiang. Today Namjiang is in chaos, and you are throwing stones into the well. Fang Bing calmly explained President Wang. You are mistaken. I am here to help those in trouble. Mavo is not like me, Fuang Bin. Right now, as a student of Mavo, everything I do is for the benefit of Namjiang. I am biased. Zhuangdin Nam gently tapped the table. But in fact, the pill and weapon companies also have training bases and cultivation facilities. Fuang Bin shook his head. These large companies are not professional training institutions, and if the martial artists of Namjiang truly join them, I don't know how they will turn out. Everything is just temporary, but I believe that soon the martial artists of Namjiang will enter a rapid development period thanks to the tombs. Fuang Bin slowly analyzes and searches for clues. Once Namjiang currently relies on some big companies, then in the future it will continue to depend on them. In the future, martial artists from Namjiang will become workers for some large companies, initially focusing resources to unify production and supply the entire country under limited resources. Some big companies have indeed made contributions, and now there are up to 23 entrances to the tomb, with some major companies holding monopolies, making martial arts no longer just a popular skill. Fuang Bin continued to go into detail, nurturing a first-class martial artist, at least 1 million, or even more. Yet the price of elixirs remained high and unchanged. How many ordinary families could afford it? In reality, we shouldn't keep cutting off, but rather reduce the cost of training martial artists to produce more fighters and stronger warriors. After hearing Fuang Bin's explanation, Trung Din Nam sighed and said we can respond, but you must think carefully. If we do, demonic martial arts will also become targets for attack. Fuang Bin firmly replied that to become truly strong, one must inevitably touch some forbidden interests. Demon martial artists fear nothing, but when they try to suppress us, like cutting off our supply, they should be prepared for retaliation. So, what about you? Fuang Bin appeared calm, waving his hand and saying, I'm not that easy to deal with, and besides, I'm actually nothing special. Even if I manage to deal with me, countless others will appear. This isn't just my problem, it's the entire martial world's issue. Da Feng Hung Ho added, that the martial arts sect trains strong fighters and hopes to see more ordinary martial artists emerge as they are not products of special privileges. This change is necessary, and Lu Fengniu also chimed in, saying this is a matter for the martial arts sect, not personal issues, and anyone who dares to act should not blame us for not caring about the bigger picture. Seeing that everyone in the demon martial world was united, Zhang Dingnan finally agreed, taking Fuang Bin's hand. This kind of benevolence from the demon martial world was a good thing for the martial arts community. So I have no problem either. Let's cooperate happily. Fuang Bin, I still advise you to be careful. Even the big companies are not to be taken lightly. Rest assured, if they dare to come, I have a way to make them cry and run back. Lu Fuangyu turned and left, softly asking Fuang Bin before she went, do you really see yourself as the principal? Let others handle these matters. What are you leading for, after all? Fuang Bin scratched his head and chuckled. Ma Vo is my home. It grows with everyone. Lu Fuangyu coldly warned you that you're overthinking, and if something happens, don't blame me for not warning you. Fuang Bin awkwardly smiled and reassured the teacher, yes, I trust you. So, what exactly do you think I have going on? Lu Fuangyu angrily turned around and questioned you, requesting the essence of command and 180 pounds, causing Fuang Bin to immediately bow his head in apology. Do you think I am water? No. Lu Fuangyu knew Fuang Bin's character well and directly suggested, cut the talk and let me pay. No, using the company's shares as collateral as expected. Fuang Bin then smiled and said, if you want to break through, maybe it doesn't need to be that much. Lu Fuangyu shook her head, unsure. Let's see how much you have. Fuang Bin scratched his head, less than 10 grams. Lu Fuangyu immediately radiated a chilling aura. Fuang Bin was so frightened that his heart nearly stopped. He nervously confessed, 50 grams. All right, I'm telling the truth. 100 grams, that's really all. Lu Fuangyu stroked her chin, telling Fuang Bin to return to the demon martial arts first, go to the energy room to test it, and if it's not enough, keep adding more. Hearing this, Fuang Bin really wanted to cry, are you still not convinced there really isn't any left? But actually there is. After a while, in the energy room of the demon martial arts, Lu Fuangyu sat cross-legged neatly, and in the past, each time the blood fusion occurred, there were unstable situations. This time, I will use Fuang Bin's life essence to forcibly stabilize it. If that still doesn't allow for a breakthrough, Outside the room, Ngo Kui-son slowly guides. Fuang Bin, sorry to bother you. Wait until Fuangyu begins to forcefully merge her bloodline, then just directly put the life essence in here. Fuang Bin suffers. Master Tuong sighed. Master Lu Long, help me. There's only this much essence. You want to spend a long time. This... Ngo Kui-son calmly said, actually she's not lacking energy, but has a flaw in her heart. Inside, Fuang Bin silently shouted, can't you stop wasting my life essence? In the room, Lu Fuangyu was sweating all over and shouted loudly, merge for me! Fuang Bin's eyes widened as he realized that the energy at the center of the heaven and earth bridge was actually spiritual power, and Ngo Kui-son suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He quickly spoke out, no, the heaven and earth bridge and the spiritual power basically do not intertwine. Still no intention to merge. Ngo Kui-son then urged, quickly pour more. Fuang Bin hesitated. Already 100 grams, it must succeed or all this precious life essence will be wasted. In the room, Lu Fuangyu furrowed her brows tightly, gritting her teeth. Her spiritual power and blood force in the 9th grade were absolutely extremely powerful. Why can't they ever merge? She was unwilling. Ngo Kui-son saw Lu Fuangyu gradually losing her composure and hurriedly stopped her. Don't do it anymore. Your heaven and earth bridge is about to collapse. Fang Bing also advised her, Master, don't rush. Tran Van Hai said he wants to take her as a foster mother. Isn't it similar to Tran Van Hai and my senior sister? I'm just trying to give the master some encouragement. Ngo Kui-son saw Fang Bing continuously hitting the glass with his hand and was alarmed, quickly stopping him. Don't add more. Fang Bing still kept jumping non-stop. Teacher, I am also 5th rank now. Reaching 6th rank is just a matter of a year or two. Living longer to help you kill the Heavenly Gate Master, you should know my cultivation speed. If you're still not satisfied, I will help you catch Dean Tan then. Do you still want the divine essence? Or should I and the Dean give you the celestial and earthly energy instead? Fighting back if she falls, she'll at most drop to the 3rd rank. The Master has always been stuck here, and the more so, the more extreme it becomes. Ngo Kui-son is still hesitating, but Fuang Bin shouted decisively, if the day doesn't come, I will go alone. Seeing Fuang Bin's determination, Ngo Kui-son finally agreed, fine, Include me too. In a moment, Fuang Bin and Ngo Kuei-sun combined their efforts to transfer the celestial and earth vitality into Lu Fuangnu. Fuang Bin encourages Lu Fuangnu, teacher, then you should absorb it quickly. I've poured a lot of my life's essence into it. If I don't break through soon, I'll be at a huge loss. Lu Fuangnu is so angry she tells him to shut up, and Ngo Kuei-sun also agrees with Fuang Bin. Fuangnu becomes the master of the heavenly gate. I will definitely kill her. The flowers are lost, but it's not her fault, so it must be mine. Lu Fuangnu angrily scolds Ngo Kuei-sun. He also keeps quiet, and Fuang Bin continues confidently. Master, don't mind him. I have a lot of celestial essence and money. I've already invested a ton, 50 million yuan. No one can spend 50 million without breaking the bank. Lu Fuangnu was so angry she almost burst. Enough already. Immediately after, a beam of light shot out from the room, and Fuang Bin's face finally relaxed. Master Lu Fuangnu, panting heavily, has successfully merged, and Ngo Kuei-sun cheers with joy. Fuang Bin scratches his head, smiling contentedly. Finally, my efforts weren't in vain. I wonder how many shares the Master's weaving company has. At this moment, someone called out, Chairman Fuang, someone is looking for you. Fuang Bin turned to look out the door, and the person approaching was a girl who reported that 2 people were from the Hammo Intelligence Department. They came to find you to learn about the internal situation of the city. Fuang Bin sneered, already here so quickly. Outside the school at the cafe, Tiep Ba, minister of the Tomb Intelligence Department, spoke. Your classmate Fuang Bin, you said you infiltrated the city to deceive everyone, including both the submissive and dominant characters. If convenient, could you perform a secret technique to conceal your aura a bit? Sitting next to Tiep Ba is Vuong Din, the director of the Southern Intelligence Zone of the Tomb Department. Fuang Bin secretly considered that revealing the concealment of aura would definitely attract attention. Forget it. This obstacle will be overcome sooner or later. Girl with the pretty face. Step back, this will cost me a lot. Tiep Ba directly suggested, if anything goes wrong, we can end it quickly. Frowning, Fuang Bin reluctantly agreed. As he activated the Heaven and Earth Bridge and released his mental energy, he looked embarrassed and ashamed while Vuong Din observed and assessed. The true aura has really disappeared, and Tiep Ba carefully examines the spiritual energy, blood energy, heaven and earth energy, marrow energy, and various integrations. This is exactly your way. Tiep Ba hesitantly speaks. Fellow student Fuang Bin, the matter of animal spirit aura is a serious one, and Vuong Din, sitting beside him, adds her words. I hope you can cooperate with us to go to Qingdao for a detailed investigation. Fuang Bin readily agreed. I agree to cooperate. But if Shanghai isn't allowed, is it because Shanghai's research is too weak? I could go to the Shanghai government and join the military. Maybe that wouldn't be a problem. Fuang Bin lightly pats his forehead. Or maybe I'll cut off my head now for you to see if I can find something. Gentlemen, do you not trust the Shanghai government to join the army? Detective Z points at Fang Bing, questioning him. But Fang Bing's classmate is unwilling to go to Qingdao for an investigation and cooperation. So what are you worried about? Does Shanghai not belong to Chinese territory? I'm not worried about anything, but someone like me is too refined. Today, I am determined to change some things. I fear going to Qingdao. It will be hard to come back alive. That's right. I heard that Vice President Wang Suo has some connection with a certain drug company. Is it true or Fanatxt? Are they trying to lure me to Qingdao and then kill me just like Fuang Bin said? Wang Yingtai's face darkened. She clenched her fists and said, Fuang Bin, are you trying to threaten us? But we need to gather more people. You're only 5th rank. I can kill you with one hand. Do you believe that? Fuang Bin leaned back comfortably in the chair, smiling to himself, then made a small gesture. I already asked Wu Zhenju and Zhao Mingzhu. Both grandmasters said they could do the inspection in Shanghai. Do they really think I don't understand a bit? If you are determined to send me to Qingdao, I have reason to suspect that you are spies of my sect. The envoy said carefully, this is not something to be spoken of lightly. The sweat on his forehead kept twitching, and he was so angry he was trembling. He pretended to be calm and said, you can go to Shanghai for the inspection. This time, thank you, classmate Fuang Bin, for cooperating with us. No more trouble. Then Jibo stood up and left. Wang Din hurriedly called after the man, the minister. Fuang Bin had achieved his goal and happily replied, then thank you, minister. Take your time. As the escort and Vuong Din approached the door, Fuang Bin added with a hint of sarcasm, our martial arts intelligence network is very strong. Someone just set out on foot, and I even used my other foot to kick that person's butt. I saw right away that he was just a dog from a pharmaceutical company sitting in the back. Nothing can be done, relying on sister and brother to reach the 5th rank. Even I go to the battlefield to kill.
I would still be 5th rank. It's so unfair. Reform is necessary. Start with the demon martial arts. A few days later, in the evening, the Grand Hall of Demon Martial Arts was bustling, yet there was an urgent meeting of all instructors held that night. Back then, the former principal was appointed because he was in a critical condition, and since then, no one at the intermediate realm has organized a school-wide advisory meeting. Someone asked, now it's no longer an issue for mid-tier martial artists. Do you dare to trust the person who initiated the conference? The answer made everyone in the meeting room feel excited, and just then, second-year student Huang Bin appeared. He stood at the center, confidently announced, I have a few things to declare at this assembly. First, Principal No is about to advance to the 8th rank. Recently, he needs to focus on cultivation. On Monday, Deputy Dean Lee of the Weaponry Academy broke through to the 8th rank, adding another powerhouse to our martial arts society. On Tuesday, the major and minor affairs of the academy will be discussed and decided by the school council and the martial arts club together. After Fang Bing finished speaking, the crowd below started to murmur and criticize, many questioning Fang Bing, the school council, and the martial arts club's management. I think he just wants to stay at the headmaster's office, causing trouble. How does Fang Bing plan to take over the demon martial arts, relying only on him being the martial arts club president and a genius martial artist? On the stage, Huang Bin calmly continued speaking, saying that the school council and martial arts club had made some decisions and would report to everyone. He assured that starting next month, all advisory benefits would increase by 30%, reaching the 6th rank. According to the plan, there are 60 hours of cultivation in the Heaven and Earth Power Training Room each year. They whispered to each other in surprise. Our benefits increased by 30%, and we haven't seen such treatment in years. If there really is a training room for the Heaven and Earth energy, we could break through to the 7th rank. And how much money is left? Does Huang Bin alone get to keep it all? One person stood up proactively and asked Huang Bin, so are you going to be the school's leader, or just a student in the future? Huang Bin replied without hesitation. Of course, I am a student. Students should do their best for the school. Someone continued to ask him if there were disabled or dead people in the tomb. Would the pension system change? Huang Bin confidently replied, I hope the disability rate can decrease even more in the future, but the school will never cut costs on this. Someone sitting below asked curiously, I heard you're planning to set up a network sharing system with various schools. How will it operate? Huang Bin calmly replied that all schools have unified credits, the difficulty level is standardized, and the value is consistent. Of course, students from other schools wishing to reawaken their demon martial arts must pay double the reawakening fee of our school. Ngo Son's face darkened as he continued questioning Huang Bin, worried that weapon and multi-medicine companies wouldn't stay quiet, fearing that this would attract unnecessary rivals to demon martial arts. Huang Bin confidently replied that Wudai's strength is not afraid of these companies. When necessary, I will stand up and take responsibility, or I will hide in the tomb. At this moment, the head of the department stretched, waved his hand, saying, it's a small matter, quickly bring out the Heaven and Earth Energy Training Room. Huang Kan also stood up to reassure everyone, rest assured, both I and the principal will pay attention. Martial arts will only get better over time. Lu Fuangyu, sitting beside Huang Kan, casually said, I don't care who manages the school, just don't deduct my benefits. Duang Fang, sitting on the upper row, nodded in agreement. As long as students become stronger and casualties decrease, we have no problem. Below, everyone took turns speaking, and I hope the school will treat everyone equally and no longer discriminate against our Literature Institute. We also hope to add some advisory positions as soon as possible, as we are currently under great pressure in teaching work, and establishing the academy is just this requirement. On the podium, Huang Bin forced a smile and said, Fine, fine. I also ask all teachers to supervise because the students are still young and some things can be considered okay. Suddenly, Huang Bin felt a tremendous wave of power pressing down on him, forcing him to kneel down. Ngo Sun sternly reminded you that you can manage the school, but you must remember that if any incident occurs at the school, you will have to bear all the responsibility. However, Huang Bin is determined to take revenge. Today, he pushed me down. Tomorrow, I will beat him until his nose is bruised and his face swollen. After class ended, Huang Bin happily shouted out, from today on, the martial arts clan will be known as the Huang family. Dong Fong stood behind, pulling your shirt up. Huang Bin, some of the tomb books you asked the military department to translate earlier have been translated, and you've looked through them a bit. Hearing this news, Huang Bin's face lit up with joy. That's great. Finally got a quarter of the tomb's data. Huang Bin widened her eyes and asked Dongfang, who is the second king in the Demon King calendar? There is information in the document sent by the Ministry of Defense. Yu Huanglik, year 3882. A great war erupts, the land of the country fractures, the sea of sacrifice appears,
and the second king leads a part of the remnants to the land of the dead. Yu Huanglik, year 4175. The Sea of Sacrifices no longer activates. The divine ledger disappears, and the second king mourns with empathy. In the year 4137 of the Demon King calendar, the remnants of the factions became independent. Yu Huang calendar, year 4.185. The Tame Sea Riot. The second king united to establish. In the year 4307 of the Demon King calendar, a great war erupts. Dongfang shakes his head, unsure, as the military's translated documents only contain this much. They must have hidden the information. Dongfang carefully reviews the documents, muttering to himself. This part introduces the area. The cave in Madu is actually not Madu's cave. The opponent claims to be from the Southern Seven regions. Based on this name, Fuang Bin continues to investigate. The Southern Seven regions, the people from Namjiang call themselves the Southern Seven regions. Teacher Duong, Teacher Dai. Roughly, how long will it take to break through to the Grandmaster level? If everything goes smoothly, about a year. The mental strength is still at its current stage, so it's hard to say. Hearing this, Fuang Bin quietly calculated that with 1,000 spiritual seeds, it could manifest itself more clearly. As for that lion now having over 600 seeds, indeed, mental strength is the most difficult point to become a top master. If not done well, I might really have to visit Yu Kui Then to gather some sunflower seeds. I also need to focus on cultivation. After all, strength is everything. Without it, everything is empty. It's almost 800 seeds now, and it seems not far off. Could it be that before sealing the 3 burners, the mental strength has already been fully manifested, especially if the skull is refined? Does the limit of mental strength get increased? Last time, refining of the skull to 90% cost 6 million coins and was still worth it. After some thought, Fuang Bin decided to just do it. Even if it increased 100-fold, it wouldn't reach 14 million. Since the old man now has money, he began refining. Soon, Fuang Bin realized that he could feel his bones transforming, emitting a golden light. As he focused on refining his spirit, Li Truongxin suddenly appeared and shouted, "Fuang Bin, what are you doing?" In just a glance at Fuang Bin's condition, Li Truongxin realized that the skull refining meant all his bones had been completely refined. The external spiritual power could still transform his blood essence into the power of heaven and earth. So am I a true 8th rank cultivator, or is it him? Now my whole body feels hot, my blood is surging to the extreme, and I can hear the sound of my bones moving. The outer layer of bones, like gist, is still separating, but the gold bones on my left ear are already complete. Fuang Bin suddenly shouted and slammed his fist into the ground, causing the earth to crack open with a deafening sound. Li Truongxin quickly ran over, grabbing both of Fuang Bin's hands tightly to stop him, as his body wasn't strong enough to fully complete the process of transforming into a true bone. Li Truongxin shook his head. No, he's not like you. He hasn't undergone bone refinement. He's only been refining, not yet fully cored. Fuang Bin stubbornly argued, I've finished refining 8 bones in the brain and 8 bones in the face. Only 7 bones remain. Li Truongxin advised him, sooner or later. What's the difference? With this ability, you can always do it. Fuang Bin temporarily listened to Li Truongxin and approached to check the system's limit results, which was previously 3.999 kilocalories. Now, after refining 20 segments of bone, the blood energy limit increased by 600 kilocalories, and his mental strength also rose, surpassing 800 cranes. Li Truongxin stood behind Fuang Bin and advised him to be careful, as after the power erupts, it will be hard to adapt and control oneself. Fuang Bin chuckled and said, I'm fine. It's just that now I'm better than others. I'm afraid Zhang might blink and accidentally hit someone. Do top-tier martial artists definitely not get married? Li Truongxin really can't understand Fuang Bin. He needs Zhang to kiss him. Is this what young people are like now? Fuang Bin excitedly boasted to him, I feel like I can chew through alloy now. Absolutely. Li Truongxin reminds Fuang Bin that he shouldn't be concerned with turning his bones into ice now. Fuang Bin scratches his head and responds, My brain is now incredibly tough. I feel like I could use it to crush a 5th-rank person. Li Truongxin must be joking. Li, you're still training at night. So it was Ngo Kuei-sun, Lu Fuangnu, Ngo Xuan, and Duong Fang who came. Ngo Kuei-sun immediately noticed as soon as he saw Fuang Bin. Fuang Bin is glowing all over. Lu Fuangnu hesitated, then withdrew. Fuang Bin smiled insincerely, but did not retreat. Lu Fuangnu, I've been learning from you, so what exactly is going on? Fuang Bin honestly replied, Isn't it that I can transform the power of heaven and earth? Today I tried refining the near core a bit, and then refined quite a lot. Lu Fengnua, on the other hand, thought that Fuang Bin was... Fuang Bin is actually an 8th rank gold body expert. After being resurrected, the Imperial Court immediately agreed with Ngo Kuei-sun's opinion. It is very likely that it takes a long time for an 8th rank resurrection. What era is this strong man from? Ngo Kuei-sun appears selfish. Does he also carry old memories? And is the Imperial Court suspicious? Are there others like this strong man? Ngo Kuei-sun then asked seriously, Fuang Bin, do you still remember what happened before everything changed? Fuang Bin's expression suddenly fell into deep thought. I remember in our time, the top talents were as numerous as stray dogs wandering everywhere. And you even built the Heavenly Court? I must be the first Heavenly Emperor. A piece of sky suddenly slammed into Fuang Bin's face. Lu Fuangyu is so angry at Fuang Bin that she says, Are you waiting to tease me? The Heavenly Court? The Heavenly Emperor Fuang Bin feels wronged and cries out, Everyone is staring at me as if I am a powerful ancient expert. What can I do? I am starting to doubt myself too. At this point, Fuang Bin became much more alert, but his guess was probably not wrong. Could it be that the old kings are actually ancient, powerful beings? He suddenly smiled with pride, ignoring them, since his strength was now much greater. A few days later at Demon Martial Arts, Fuang Bin sat leisurely listening to the crackling radio update about a major earthquake in a country within the KGABC region, with rescue teams from multiple nations already arriving. At that moment, Li Chuangxin entered from outside, his face serious and troubled. On TV, the island nation was said to be uninhabited, but the TikTok import opened up, and although the Grandmaster rushed over, there were countless casualties among the powerful enemies across Laos. Li Chuangxin looked bored, his face darkening as the TikTok portal opened. Perhaps because there were too many portals, it became easier for the two worlds to exchange. Fuang Bin, standing opposite, whispered that perhaps next we will have to face all the other realms. Li Chuangxin estimated that there are currently 104 tunnels worldwide, with about 30 former tier guardians in each realm, meaning we might have to confront around 1,500 former tier enemies. Hearing this, Fuang Bin's face turned pale. We can't keep guarding the passage forever. We can only abandon selectively after so many years of defending, sacrificing so many lives. Should we give up now? If we give up now, in the years to come, when humanity fights and dies in the caves, will their fresh blood be wasted? Ngo Kuei-sun just arrived and saw the two of them. Here, take a look at this, he said as he handed the list to Fuang Bin and Li Chuangxin. The World Martial Arts Federation has released a new list, including Grandmasters of the highest rank, 8th rank Grandmasters, and 7th rank Grandmasters. The list of former rank warriors includes 212 people, with over 500 8th rank warriors worldwide and 1,600 7th rank warriors. Ngo Kuei-sun was speaking when his mobile phone suddenly rang, while Fuang Bin carefully opened the document to review. This is about building up forces. The higher-ups know that a global war is imminent and need to train fighters quickly. The person on the other end of the line said that the Ministry of Education has issued a notice requesting schools to report detailed information about 6th rank martial artists, including their cultivation levels, combat achievements, and enemy counts. Listening to them, it seems they want to prioritize training a group of grandmasters. Ngo Kuei-sun just hung up, and Fuang Bin hurriedly told him to report all information about 6th rank experts in the Demon Martial Report. Furthermore, it must be more powerful, and the government's reserves should be larger than those of the demon martial arts, truly prioritizing the cultivation of people. Then the sword is already big. Ngo Kuei-sun also found this issue difficult. If it really is like that, the situation will become increasingly tense, and the government wants to use the reconstitution reserves. Fang Bing walks to the window, lost in thought, realizing that I once thought there was enough time. But now the whole world is in chaos, and time is running out. I'm only at level 5, not even suitable as a shield. I need to quickly advance to level 7. No, maybe level 8 is what I really need. Half a month later, the students returned from Namjiang Cave. The students gathered in front of the tomb entrance, chatting excitedly, hearing that Tran Van Hai is now very powerful and is called the Fairy Sword Maiden by others in the cave. I heard she single-handedly took down 7 or 8 fighters above the 3rd rank. At first, I thought she was just a weak girl from the countryside, but she's pretty tough. Hearing that, a male student secretly glanced at Tran Van Hai and whispered to the classmate beside him. Later, I need to get her phone number and ask her out to see how it goes. The classmate chuckled. She already has someone in her heart. Be careful not to get beaten up. As he spoke, he glanced at Fuang Bin, waving at Tran Van Hai. Just then, the loudspeaker announced the report was complete, and everyone dispersed. Fuang Bin stepped closer to Tran Van Hai, smiling and congratulating him on breaking through to the peak of the 3rd rank just half a month ago. He was still at the high level of the 3rd rank. This speed is very impressive. When Tran Van Hai saw Phuong Bin, she couldn't hide her joy, smiling widely, all thanks to him for sharing the essence of life and death. Seeing her getting closer, Phuong Bin quickly stopped her. Tran Van Hai stopped in her tracks, looking back at him and asking, "Phuong Bin, what are your plans for the new year?" Phrased casually, he replied, "Just the usual, going home." My cheek suddenly flushed red, and she shyly looked at Phuong Bin and asked, "I mean, for the new year and after, I want to visit Namjiang, would that be okay?" Phuong Bin cleared his throat awkwardly and changed the subject. "I'm busy, I'll come back after the new year." Tran Van Hai didn't give up and kept asking insistently, "Then do your parents and Phuong Nguyen, little sister, like anything?" "I can buy some for them." Phuong Bin decisively replied, "Parents are fine, but my sister prefers money, so maybe you can give her a little?" Her response left Tran Van Hai momentarily speechless. Before leaving, Phuong Bin's expression turned serious as he warned Tran Van Hai that the future situation would become increasingly fierce, and we must train harder to survive. A few days later, Phuong Bin indeed returned home to celebrate a joyful new year with his family, and Phuong Nguyen happily ran out to greet Kaka's return. At night, Phuong Bin's family gathered together to listen to the news. And hello everyone, please watch the New Year's Eve celebration. Meanwhile, outside his house, 3 shadows suddenly appeared. They whisper among themselves, "Enough of this. Should we break in directly or lure him outside? Just go straight, to prevent him from escaping." My Hofap strikes first, giving him hope of survival. As long as we fight him, we can keep Phuong Bin safe. He won't be able to run. One of them sneered wickedly. "We 3 6th-rank cultivators can't even handle a 5th rank. Another smugly laughed. "Phuong Bin must die today." The zinc-armored assassin watched outside Phuong Bin's house. He was still at the window, the assassin's head sneering cruelly. "No more waiting." My Hofap, "You strike first, I'll flank and attack together." My Hofap agreed. "Good." My Hofap leapt into the air, fiercely swinging his axe straight at Phuong Bin, secretly convinced that killing a 5th rank is enough for someone of his 6th rank. "Today, you must die." Unexpectedly, Phuong Bin suddenly burst out from the room, stabbing his sword through My Hofap's chest. Feng Bin calmly lands on the ground and declares, "I will cut down a 6th rank with one sword." Suddenly, a gust of wind rushes toward him, and he swiftly turns his head. Upon hearing the assassin's loud shout of Phuong Bin, he was repeatedly punched in the back, causing severe bleeding. Painfully, Phuong Bin furrowed his brow and immediately recognized that this strength belonged to a peak 6th rank expert. Phuong Bin quickly retreated, swiftly assessing that this reckless fighting style that disregards others' lives must belong to our enemies. We need to lead them to a secluded area to avoid harming innocents. While still retreating, Phuong Bin's chest suddenly collided with a massive figure, the incompetent assassin, who held both of his arms tightly. Unable to escape, Phuong Bin struggled fiercely, silently thinking, "It's another mid-tier 6th rank." Phuong Bin remained calm, shouting loudly, "Run, damn you, and cut you down." While he was still trapped by the Kim with the weaker assassin, the head-chopping assassin seized the opportunity and threw a punch straight at him. A shocking sound rang out. The chubby thug chuckled smugly, still thinking he had the upper hand, but suddenly, Phuong Bin's entire body emitted a shimmering golden light, stunning both assassins. How could a 5th rank have a bone of gold? Phuong Bin stood up, roaring loudly, and simultaneously unleashed countless tiny sword slashes, forcing the 2 assassins to retreat in an instant. However, the clumsy assassin sneered arrogantly, "So what if he had a metal core? We are 2 6th-rank cultivators." "So killing him alone is as easy as turning over a hand," the head chopper threatened, and Phuong Bin honestly accepted death, or else he would kill his whole family. Vuong Kim Duong's voice suddenly rang out. "Probably there won't be another chance. His family has already moved away. Luckily, he called last night." Phuong Bin sincerely said to him, "Thank you, Brother Vuong. And about this, can I bite the big one again?" 30 seconds. Vuong Kim Duong nodded. "Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, he flew up and shot an arrow at the provocateur, who angrily cursed. "Vuong Kim Duong, you seek death. Over here, the clumsy assassin provokes Phuong Bin. You want to kill me." Phuong Bin confirms. "Killing people." The clumsy assassin sneers, dreaming, then swiftly lunges behind Phuong Bin, stabbing him with a blade. Fang Bing directly activated his mental power to self-destruct, causing his entire body to explode instantly. Phuong Bin shouted, slashing wildly. The ground trembled violently. In the end, Phuong Bin also defeated him, letting out a breath of relief. If not for the skull fragment being refined to the extreme, he could not have killed him. Just as Phuong Bin turned around, Vuong Kim Duong suddenly collapsed towards him. Vuong Ka. Vuong Kim Duong gasped for breath, narrowly escaping death, and the scheming bastard sneered, "You really are out of my data." Phuong Bin hurriedly turned to escape with Vuong Kim Duong, and as they fled, the mocking bastard sneered and locked his trap. Both of them were exhausted and couldn't resist for long, and he immediately swung his fists repeatedly at them. Phuong Bin couldn't accept it. Even in the tomb, it wouldn't be as tragic as this. To die at the hands of these beasts, it's truly not worth it. Vuong Kim Duong desperately took in the energy stones from Phuong Bin. He clenched his teeth and said that even if he died, he couldn't die while escaping. "We still have fighting strength. Let's fight for our lives. Are you still able to fight?" Vuong Kim Duong panting, adding a bit of essence energy. "Maybe it will work. Just a few high-grade energy stones left. Use them for now. Load the rough divine weapon." Vuong Kim Duong glances back. "I will hold him off. You should be able to escape." Phuong Bin immediately refused. "You came only to save me. What do you think I am?" "Later, you'll block him a bit. I'll blow him up and die." I'm secretly calculating in my mind. I've condensed 100 liters of heaven and earth energy, even more powerful than a 7th-grade attack. Vuong Kim Duong didn't hesitate. He and Vuong charged straight at the headbanger, risking everything. Phuong Bin coordinated with him. "When I blow him up, you run faster." Phuong Bin quickly tried to keep the headbanger occupied. Then he thought, "Can I rely on the system to restore my bloodline? No longer care. Just blow up that Vuong Bot Don and be done." Vuong Kim Duong finally reached his limit, collapsing toward Phuong Bin, coughing up blood, and Phuong Bin was startled. Old Vuong was also exhausting too much strength. Phuong Bin shouted, "Old Vuong, wait!" And then he told him to carry Vuong Kim Duong and rush straight into a black hole. The black-headed attacker rushed to the edge of the black hole, shouting loudly and cowering, retreating into his shell and prepared to fight. From beneath the black hole, Phuong Bin threw at him a sphere of condensed golden spiritual energy, a gift of great value. Blackhead Chok let out a terrible cry, "No!" But at that moment, Phuong Bin hurriedly embraced Vuong Kim Duong and escaped from the deep pit. "Old Vuong, hold on tight!" A deafening explosion echoed, and at the same time, in the Namjiang military command, the ground trembled violently, and the staff inside the unit panicked and asked each other. After that, did the expert on their side make a move? Quickly send someone to investigate and inform the nearby Grandmaster. Meanwhile, from beneath the ground on Phuong Bin's side, a hand shining with a golden glow reached up. Phuong Bin, covered in dirt, asked Vuong Kim Duong, "Brother Vuong, are you still alive?" Vuong Kim Duong raised his thumb from beneath the dirt, indicating he's still breathing. Out of the thick smoke, Blackhead Thief struggled to crawl on the ground, weakly. "What are you struggling against?" "Thinking we are the ones behind this. They believe we have mutated, but you have also mutated. The Divine Sect will not forgive you." Phuong Bin kicked him hard in the chest. "The Divine Sect keeps dogs, and your evil sects are also fighting among yourselves. So you let a 6th-rank expert kill me. It seems you've offended someone who intends to harm you. And I guess that's right." Phuong Bin slapped the forehead of the head chopper. No wonder he suddenly received a message at night saying someone wanted to ambush me. "Probably your opponent. Who are you blocking the way for?" "I heard that heretical sects are also divided into several groups. Maybe the main sect deliberately targeted you, killing 3 6th-rank experts. If it was your primary faction, I'm afraid your entire sect is finished this time. Do you really think the high-ranking experts killed last time was me? It was all their own betrayal. Otherwise, how could so many high-rank experts die? People's hearts are truly the most disgusting thing." The troublemaker gritted his teeth, and it was Duong, the martial arts officer, the one from Duong, Lu Ha, the company leading the southern region, Chio Vu. When Phuong Bin heard this, he was startled. "Your people?" The troublemaker used his last bit of strength to deny, to kill them. Vuong Kim Duong broke out in cold sweat with the martial arts guild and the pharmaceutical company. "This is going to be troublesome." Meanwhile, Phuong Bin sneered maliciously. "Having a pharmaceutical company makes things easier. Old Vuong, wait for the sect masters to arrive. Don't speak. Watch me. It's time to give these pharmaceutical companies a blow." Suburban Yang City. Night, the Southern Guard, Ngo Shuyen, gives orders to his subordinates to search for details. The energy of the strong is coming from nearby, so be prepared to fight at any moment. Phuong Bin suddenly spoke up. "Here, over here." Recognizing Phuong Bin's voice, Ngo Shuyen immediately looked in his direction, startled by his battered appearance. Phuong Bin, why are you so injured, and why are your bones growing like this?" Phuong Bin's voice trembled. "Senior Ngo, is there a way to save me? I'm about to die. Dark martial arts will be returned." Ngo Shuyen's face turned pale, his body almost rotting. "Medicine is useless. quickly absorb my energy.
I see. So this is the immortal material that can heal all wounds and legends. Besides, at this moment, Ngo Shuyen is also exhausted.
He gradually withdrew his mental power. As long as he didn't die, he couldn't continue to consume it, or else the battle with the maelstrom would be affected. Fang Bing exhaled deeply, feeling exhausted, while Ngo Shuyen's breath was weak. Only 8th rank warriors could condense and refine the immortal material in small amounts. The powerful recovery of the 8th grade golden body depends on the immortal substance, and even we are not enough. Your strong vitality and the support of the golden core make it manageable, but Vuong Kim Duong is not so easy. Phuong Bin casually said, observing Vuong Kim Duong's body healing, which is the immortal substance. And Ngo Shuyen saw that he was indeed manipulating the immortal substance to recover. Wu Xing was shocked. How could immortal material be generated within his body? Are you two really 5th rank demons?
Fang Bin came back to life. The teacher's previous predictions were correct. Those mutated warriors like Old Wong are resurrected strongmen. When they are about to die, these immortal substances awaken.
Remembering this, Phuong Bin affectionately hugged Vuong Kim Duong. Big brother Vuong, just a little more. Give me a bit of your light. My flesh and blood will flourish without saying a word. I don't want to pretend to be Duong. You also let me go a little. Ngo Xuyen suddenly remembered and hurriedly asked, Phuong Bin, who are you fighting that caused such injuries? Recalling this, Phuong Bin's expression turned serious. Almost forgetting, elder brother Ngo quickly sent people to capture the remnants of Zhengyang Martial School and the members of the Dan Medicine Company. They might be cultists. Kiss stars. Yangsheng, the governor's mansion, from afar, someone loudly calls out Phuong Bin. It turns out to be Trin Min Huang, the 8th grade general director of the Dan Duoc Company, who just arrived and immediately started shouting.
Fang Bing, you're really bold. You accuse the general manager of Dan Yao Company of being a heretic, and accompanying him is the 8th rank general manager of Ton Lok Than Weapon Company.
A faint blue vein twitched on Trin Min Huan's forehead, truly believing no one could surpass him. Phuong Bin looked calm, no longer wearing the grand hat he once did.
Are these 2 names the ones that were spat out by the traitor who ambushed me before dying? Was I the one who set the trap?
Today all the departments are here. A 5th rank like me dares to set a trap. On the ground, Chuvu and Liu Ha kneel begging, President Trin, save me. Trin Min Huang decisively draws his spear and strikes directly at Phuong Bin. Move aside, you fool. Fang Bing was struck by Trin Min Huan's spear and vomited blood, collapsing to the ground.
Fortunately, Vice President Lai Truong-sin of the Demon Martial Weapons Academy appeared just in time to catch him. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Don't think I can't cut you down. At the same time, Vice Principal Wu Makang, a 5th rank martial artist, also stood up to criticize. Trin Min Huan, who gave you the audacity, the president of South Wuhan University. Even Tran Du Din, a 7th rank, is here, and half of his leftover food was kicked over. Principal Wu Kuei-sin from the Demon Martial Arts also arrived just in time, and he speculated that Phuong Bin called us to support the act to use the ambush as a smear against the 2 major companies, selling off their shares held by the Demon Martial Arts, and watching him handle it. Phuong Bin now weakly stood up, his voice faltering. Masters, Trin General arrived, without clarifying right from wrong, repeatedly asserting, I am now seriously injured, General Trin Bak Pham. I am a 5th rank. Do you want to kill me to silence me, or do you think I am too powerful for Phuong Bin? Whatever you want to do, just let this happen. Hua country is no different from my sect, as long as all high-quality humans and below are supported and buried.
The Southern Guard, Ngo Shuyen, a former rank, suggested to Trin Min Huan that his condition was worsening and that he should intervene to protect him for a moment. Everyone should stay calm about what happened earlier. Trin Min Huan led people, and they want me to use the immortal material to heal him.
Ngo Xuyen calmly said, After all, this is the City Lord's mansion. If there are any issues with the demon martial students, we won't be easy to hand over. Let's stabilize the situation first. At this moment, Ngo Shuyen suddenly shouted, General Trin, you beat the demon martial people using such cruel methods. As a sect master, I wonder if your conscience can bear it.
Trin Min Huan was forced to hand over the immortal materials to Phuong Bin, who smirked triumphantly,
thanking Trin Tong for the generous gift of the immortal materials. Trin Min Huan, annoyed, turned his head away, thinking I just wanted to intimidate him a little, not to hurt him, while Ngo Kuei-son stood in the corner.
He secretly smiled with satisfaction, meaning Phuong Bin dared to self-destruct into pieces, but these immortal materials he gained are definitely worth it. Ngo Shuyen crossed his arms, respectfully saluted. General Trin, someone is checking the branch company's account and sales records of Namjiang Alchemy. I hope you understand. Trin Min Huan finally calmed down, speaking softly. Ngo Chanthu, just follow the regulations. Meanwhile, Fuang Bin turned to Cho Vu to make a suggestion.
If Cho Tong is a cult follower, Cho Tong doesn't mind me making that assumption. Cho Vu confidently replied, I don't mind, so let's do it.
Fang Bing nodded in agreement, recognizing the righteousness of the market chief. He then began to analyze. If the market chief were involved in heresy, there are only two possibilities. Either a fanatic follower of the heresy, or someone bought and coerced into joining. I've heard that true fanatics treat heresy as their ancestor, so now I will curse the heresy for a while. Please observe the fluctuations in Master Zheng's faith. If they are truly followers of the heretical sect, there will be some signs of agitation. Ngo Shuyen agreed with Fuang Bin. Go ahead, no one has ever used this method to investigate a heretic before. Having been granted permission, Fang Bing smirked and said, I will come here now. The heretical sect dare to call you half-idiots and useless trash just because they hear Fang Bing insult the heretical sect. Lu Ha was so nervous he couldn't breathe, and he was furious. Ngo Shuyen immediately made a judgment. The heretical sect's identity of Lu Ha has basically been confirmed, and Fang Bing's method is truly effective. Ngo Shuyen immediately ordered, take Lu Ha away for solitary interrogation. Fang Bin calmly considered, now that the suspicion on General Chiu is that he is a fanatic believer, the only remaining possibility is that he has been seduced by greed. Trin Bin, Huan Tri Te, and Fuang Bin are too prominent. They say there must be evidence. Triao Vu has been at the peak of the 6th rank for 8 years. Would it be easy to tempt him? Fuang Bin still appears calm and composed because he has been at the peak of the 6th rank for 8 years, so he definitely has a strong desire to break through and become a grandmaster. At this point, Fuang Bin immediately questioned Triao Vu Triu Tong, asking about his cultivation of blood energy and mental power, to which Triao Vu quickly responded softly. When the blood energy is full and mental power is normal, Fuang Bin assessed that it could be the result of the spiritual growth potion provided by our sect. It just caused a reaction from General Manager Chu. As long as it has been used before, the sect masters can sense it. Chu Yu smoothly said, I have collected a lot of medicinal ingredients from the tombs over the years, and I might have accidentally consumed something that boosts mental power, so even if I still have residual aura, it can't be considered proof. Fuang Bin snorted, I just said it, and General Manager Chu immediately said I might have eaten it before. Can multiple medicines that enhance mental power be found everywhere? Chu Yu cunningly said, I'm just guessing. I haven't confirmed whether I've used it before or not. Fuang Bin suddenly smiled again. Reasonable. I absolutely believe that General Mu has not taken any of my teachings medicine, but do others believe it? I can't say for sure. General Mu, you don't either. Trin Min Huan was truly made to die from shock by you. Fuang Bin, what nonsense are you talking about? Why would we ambush people? Fuang Bin secretly replied, I was just speculating. Last time in Shui'an there was a director and the intelligence agency from Hamwon who insisted I go to the capital for an autopsy. Trin Min Huan shouted, anyone wanting to autopsy you is part of the investigation. Fuang Bin immediately grabbed the critical point, turned around, and challenged Trin Min Huan. General Trin cares about me so much that he even knows whether I'm cooperating in the investigation or undergoing surgery. Knowing everything clearly, Fuang Bin is very afraid, because the Secret Intelligence Department and the pharmaceutical company are one unit. Trin Min Huan immediately argued, only I, Trin Min Huan, know about this. If our sect masters want to know something, the government won't hide it. Reclaiming spiritual energy is a major matter. Fuang Bin then moved closer to Ngo Shuyen and whispered in his ear, Ngo Shuyen, I think this is even more serious than the heretical cult's affairs. Ngo Shuyen's face grew serious as he thought to himself, Trin Min Huan is too easy to trap. But bringing some things to light is the real issue. With this in mind, he spoke up. Trin Min Huan, is the matter of the intelligence department something you can interfere in at will? Trin Min Huan lowered his voice and said, I will give everyone an explanation about this, but Fuang Bin, do you know what the consequences are for framing a strong man of rank? Fuang Bin's tone was sharp. I suspect President Trin. Do you have any evidence or not? Since I arrived in Qingdao with the 10 great masters of demon martial, I have gained the authority to expand. Have our two sides come into conflict, and does Mavo's actions threaten the interests of the two major companies? I suspect you want to target me, but is that just a baseless accusation? Black Tun, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up, saying, Don't involve the two big companies. This matter has nothing to do with our weapons company, Fuang Bin replied coldly. Then I will apologize to President Tong. People say the two big companies are inseparable, but it turns out the weapons and medicine companies are not the same. Ilathan gently stirred his tea and spoke slowly. All of humanity is one body, but responsibilities must be clearly divided, and each company has its own duties. Fuang Bin, martial arts master, do not think about selling medicine and weapons abroad. Fuang Bin secretly broke out in a cold sweat. This Ton guy isn't falling into the trap, so how can I expose him? You seem determined. So I suggest a thorough investigation of the Danjuok company. This is an important matter that cannot be taken lightly. Lokthen took a sip of tea and casually said, "That's a national issue. No need for Wu Dai to interfere."
Fuang Bin angrily retorted, "I am the victim. Can't I make my demands?"
Trin Min Huan provokes you, so go ahead and investigate. But if a problem is really found, who dares to expose it openly? Aren't they afraid of offending all of humanity? Fuang Bin pretends to be weak, each person bearing their own burden. Fuang Bin doesn't know his limits. Relying on his fifth-rank strength, the dangerous items are exploiting some people for their benefit. He claims there won't be a good ending, but inwardly he's constantly panicking. Those old men, shut your mouths, admit your guilt. All you care about is profit, and this will be over. Think what you want. But Fuang Bin still pretends to be weak, waiting for the night to fall. I hope the school cancels the previous policy changes, restores the scale of pill and weapon production to before, so those bad people can continue their schemes. Ngo Sun suddenly stepped in front of you and directly pushed you back. Fuang Bin, this time you should teach them a lesson, talking so much nonsense with them. A fifth-rank martial artist like you. Who would care, seeing Ngo Sun's actions? Fuang Bin indeed seems a bit out of line. The principal's meaning is that Ngo Sun speaks boldly. Principles are not just words. His whole body exudes a commanding aura. When it's time to be firm, be firm. If they don't give in, then take it by force. He stepped forward, pressing both hands on Trin Bin Huan and Ton Lak Tun's shoulders, the pressure making Trin Bin Huan tense. Ngo Sun, what do you want to do? Ngo Sun didn't beat around the bush but went straight to the point. My students have gone through so much trouble just to sell off the shares of 2 major companies owned by Mavo. Daikai has 70 to 80 billion. He just wants to make a big deal out of this and then negotiate with you. In reality, just waiting for the authorized person to handle it. Ton Lakten said coldly, Ngo Sun, this is not Mavo, the one who wants to teach students. Wait until you return to Mavo to teach. Fine, I won't teach anymore. Just take the shares of Mavo and some medicinal pill companies in Fuang Bin's hands. You buy them, no cash needed. Just supply us with medicinal pills and weapons worth 200 billion in value, at cost price. Fuang Bin stood to the side, quietly calculating that the weapons and pills were originally worth 200 billion, but the 2 major companies had already sold for 1 trillion. Ton Lakthan slumped into his chair. Considering that if everyone couldn't agree, we could provide an initial 50 billion at market price, Trin Min Huan was furious. Don't push us. We just want to take back what's ours. Ngo Sun, do you want to bear all the consequences for your words? A surge of hot blood suddenly splashed onto Fuang Bin's face. I never expected Ngo Sun to punch Trin Min Huan so hard that his right eye swelled up, then declare that so many teachers and students of our martial arts academy have died in the tombs. Now we are not even satisfied with our own cultivation, and we still want to watch your expressions. On what basis? The fact that Fuang Bin dares not do it or cannot do it does not mean Ngo Sun I cannot do it. He then ordered the ammunition to be loaded into weapons worth 200 billion and delivered to the Demon Martial Arts. From now on, Demon Martial Arts will no longer supply any resources to the 2 major companies. Trandu Din stroked his chin. Nanjing University of Arts will not abandon its position, and the 2 will share some techniques. From now on, Nanjing will be self-sufficient, and Wang Jinyang, who was instructed by Fuang Bin to stay and look for opportunities, also spoke in support, as did Nanjing. Qingmin Huang, holding his foggy eye with one hand and complaining about the pain, looked at Ngo Sun and said, You're so cruel, Ton Lakthan questioned Ngo Sun. We meet your conditions, but you're only thinking about Mavo. Don't you think you're also very selfish? Ngo Sun replied calmly. Interesting. So what if there are resources and a strong power? Our teachers and students will naturally fight to the end, fighting until the last person falls. And even in death, they will die standing, not living as cowards. Hearing Ngo Sun's words, Fuang Bin's lips curl into a proud smile. At night in Yangcheng, Fang Bing followed behind Ngo Sun, expressing her extreme excitement. Principal, this time the shares were sold for 200 billion yuan. According to the share ratio, I have 1 share that Ms. Liu gave me after she withdrew me earlier, so sharing 15 billion yuan shouldn't be a problem, right? Ngo Kuei-san didn't turn around and simply replied, "Once the items are delivered, you'll get 5 billion. Fuang Bin, unwilling, asked why. Ngo Kuei-san calmly answered, "That's my wife's share. My teacher gave it to me, so of course it's mine, and besides, both of them are already divorced." Ngo Kuei-san doesn't want to argue with you. He's bringing up something more important. First, don't think about money. Your 5th rank physique isn't strong enough. Forcing the gold core to complete will cause your flesh and blood to keep collapsing. "How are you still cultivating?" Fuang Bin asked him. "So can I buy some energy fruits to boost my physique?" Ngo Kuei-san shook his head. Useless. "Is there still spiritual energy?" Fuang Bin casually replied, "There really isn't any left." Ngo Kuei-san suggested to the young man, "Throw away the money, hire a few 8th rank golden body experts here to supply the immortal material, and bathe in spiritual energy and blood of magical beasts. To proceed simultaneously, maybe he can sell the golden body first." Fuang Bin sighed. "So how much money would that require?" Ngo Kuei-san estimated 1 billion per person, plus the energy essence and blood of mystical beasts, maybe around 10 billion. "Will you let me use it for free then?" Ngo Kuei-san replied calmly, living as a skeleton. "Maybe they won't die either, or should I try?" Fuang Bin, hearing this, turned away. No, I'll pay. I'm putting all my gains from this share into it." It's like being empty-handed, but Ngo Kuei-san reassures you, you're not. You're essentially hiring someone to help repair your meridians and flesh and blood. If successful, you'll directly advance to the peak of the 5th rank. And finally, Fuang Bin smiles with relief. "So I'll do it. Let's go back to demon martial arts and continue." A few days later, in the energy chamber of the southern demon beast area, Tran Haivan looked up as he heard the door open. Fuang Bin had come out, his body fully recovered, and Huang Kan smiled with satisfaction. He had reached the peak of the 5th rank, so this effort was not in vain. Young Tioman was upset with Fo Suang Uyen, but he really found so many 8th rank experts to help treat his injuries. Fuang Bin looked at the system and saw that with the additional 6,000 calories of blood energy, he had already reached the mid-stage of the 6th rank. Even more so when the mental energy is close to 1,000 nodes, I need to quickly get used to my own strength, enhance control, and my current wealth is 17 billion. When the blood reaches 5,100 calories, it has the potential to increase to 5,999 calories. The mental energy is at 820 nodes, with the potential to rise to 899 nodes. To advance to the 6th rank, I need to find the 3rd tier Kimon, but right now, there's still a difficult problem. Thinking of this, a cold sweat broke out on Fuang Bin's forehead. Why didn't they treat his hair as well when they healed him? Huang Kan looked at Fuang Bin's shiny head and couldn't help but laugh out loud, as the immortal materials of the 8th rank are extremely precious. "Just let that little bit of hair grow naturally," Tran Hivien kindly suggests. "Fuang Bin, how about I go with you this afternoon to buy a wig? We can try it on then." Fuang Bin sighed heavily and said, "I still need a few days to adapt. You go train by yourself. I'm fine now." Huang Kan took the opportunity to guide Fuang Bin. "This time the school suffered heavy losses. You need to make up for it. Try to kill an 8th rank beast and bring it back." Fuang Bin looked in the mirror with a clearly dissatisfied expression. "I only use a little bit of demon beast blood to bathe, and you make me kill an 8th rank beast to bring back. What's going on with this demonic martial arts trend?" While Fuang Bin is suffering, Tran Hivien is actually very happy. She touches Fuang Bin's head and giggles. "It's really shiny." Fuang Bin, uncomfortable, pushes her hand away. "Don't touch anymore." Huang Kan continues to advise Fuang Bin. The school produces potions to strengthen the body and training pills, both of which require 8th grade beast blood, and the brain and heart cores of beasts are essential materials for forging divine pills. However, most beasts tend to self-destruct their brain and heart cores before dying, and the brain cores of different beasts can also be mismatched or problematic. Therefore, divine pills are usually made by refining the core of the same beast, which makes them extremely rare. The advantage is that divine pills can be continuously upgraded through the addition of materials. Fang Bing was pondering casually while listening, thinking that if he could bring back more high-grade beast materials for the demon marshal, he could make a few more divine pills. After some consideration, Fang Bing then proposed, "Director, could you kill a 7th grade beast?" Huang Kan stroked his chin, confident that the initial stage of the 7th rank was still manageable. The middle stage would be more difficult. Afterwards, Fuang Bin explained his entire plan to Huang Kan, revealing that he had originally arranged with Tan Feng Tan to infiltrate the tomb and steal a small mine guarded by the weakest 1st rank beast. "I was just wondering if we could kill that monster, so even the weak beast materials in the mine could be transported back." Just then, Tan Feng Tan ran over, panting, saying, "I didn't agree to go with you." Fuang Bin shrugged. "Then you go by yourself and figure out how to get into the 5th rank after 70 years of grinding. Maybe you can't."
Do it, Tan Feng Tun snapped. You always bully me.
Fuang Bin calmly said, "Don't complain like that. If you're already here, come over and explain the situation." After some argument, Tan Feng Tan finally agreed to sit down, but he pressed to discuss the detailed plan with Fuang Bin, pointing at the map and saying, "Actually, I've just been wandering around the perimeter, but that mine isn't very big, and there are beast guards. It's only about mid-7th rank." Wang Ken nodded. "If that's the case, then I might as well try to kill him to be sure. To ensure safety, I will ask the principal to lend me his divine weapon." Tan Feng Tan turned to Fuang Bin to make a deal, clearly stating 5 years. "Fuang Bin, if you deceive me again this time, I will hang myself in front of your house." Fuang Bin pursed his lips. "Being so cruel to yourself, is that really good?" Hearing Fuang Bin's layered threats, Tan Feng Tan immediately raised his guard and said, "So you're really planning to deceive me?" Fuang Bin hurriedly assured him, not planning to lie. "I promise, if there's a gain this time, you'll break through to the 5th rank. Whatever resources you need, I will provide them." "So," Fuang Bin sneered and said, "I shave my head to prove my faith. Now that the tomb is fully invaded, how can our generation of martial artists just sit and watch, like a 5th rank martial artist like you?" No need to think about these things, just listen to the provocative tone in Fuang Bin's words. Tan Feng Tan immediately became furious, and he retorted, "Do you think I am a scholar?" Fuang Bin narrowed his eyes. "So it's not true. But shaving your head can indeed save energy and blood. Speeding up cultivation. Whoever shaves their head knows." Tan Feng Tan was indeed shaken. He suspiciously asked, "Really?" Fuang Bin persuaded him, "Could increase by 1%. After Fuang Bin finished speaking, Tan Feng Tan immediately turned and left. Fuang Bin feigned innocence and asked, "Where are you going?" Tan Feng Tan turned his head back, pointed at Fuang Bin's face, and warned, "Don't interfere. Remember, you promised to help me reach the 5th rank. If you break your promise, I will hang myself in front of your house." Fuang Bin suggested not to shave his head, but to blow the hair away with vital energy to close the pores. Tan Feng Tan spat and said, "Fine, I'll never believe you." He turned and ran off quickly, secretly pleased. This time he had a chance. Once he reached the 5th rank, he would leave Fuang Bin alone in the tomb. All those geniuses and treasures are already mine. Seeing Tan Feng Tan being deceived by Fuang Bin, Huang Kun sighed. This kid has also suffered. His father back then had astonishing talent. He had already broken through to the 5th rank, but died in an ambush when he was still young. Later, he also entered the demonic martial arts, but his talent was worse than others, so his cultivation was very slow. But this kid really wants to get stronger. While others train for a few hours, he can train for days without rest. Even without blood energy, he practices combat techniques day and night. Feng Bing just cracked his knuckles and chuckled mischievously. The angrier he got, the harder he was to suppress. This was Feng Tan's advantage. As long as there's pressure, he will move forward, and I will definitely take good care of him so he can improve together. A few days later, at Tanhi Vong, the people are panicking and shouting. The demon martial disaster has returned. Keep your distance, and do not allow any actions against him. Martial warriors from the 4 continents quickly evacuate and inform General Dian and Old Ku. Do not rush to release him before the demon beasts attack. Over here, a group of students are whispering to each other, "Remember to keep that miserable look on your face, and don't go along with them." From a distance, someone curious asks why. "Did you see the glowing red hair of the group in front of Fuang Bin? Last time they led over 100 demon beasts to hunt us down, and now they've shaved their heads. Maybe they're hiding some sinister plan." At this moment, Fuang Bin has recovered using immortal material. His hair has grown long again. Returning to his usual appearance, he turned to tease Tan Feng Tan. No one's character is better than his. Tan Feng Tan has indeed fallen into Fuang Bin's trap. Han really shaved his head just to increase his power by 1%, and now he is extremely resentful of him, daring to challenge him. "They say it's you and your hair has grown back, claiming you cut your hair to prove your loyalty, but you lied to me." Tran Van Hai, walking beside him, casually asked Han when Fuang Bin was recovering from his injuries and lacked the immortal material. He had no choice but to shave his head. "Is the new head student trying to imitate him?" Tan Feng Tan shouted. "I wanted to shave myself. It has nothing to do with Han." Tran Van Hai looked at Fuang Bin with admiration and said, "Fuang Bin, thank you for letting me go down to the tomb with you." Fuang Bin waved his hand and replied, "What are you thanking me for? You're the one breaking into the 4th rank. Having built 3 heavenly and earthly bridges, it's time to enter the tomb to train." Tran Van Hai, a beginner in the 4th rank, gently stretches your legs. "I operate near Hope City, so I won't go deep inside, but rather you. If you want to leave the City of Hope, which has hundreds of thousands of people, You must be careful. Fuang Bin quickly ordered everyone to go report to the military department. Following their instructions, Tan and I would act on our own. Before Fuang Bin and Tan Feng Tun left, Tran Hevian specifically asked Tan Feng Tun, Tan Su Huyan, to take care of Fuang Bin a bit since he hadn't entered the tomb many times. An older senior still dares to provoke Tan Feng Tun. Even if you blow yourself up, it doesn't matter. Just don't let Su Fuang fall into danger. Who's taking care of whom anyway? Besides, this kid just learned to run and hide his aura with so many dangers around. Why is everyone so focused on him? Fuang Bin waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Outside the city walls, Fuang Bin led the way, carefully observing his surroundings. On this road, Cao Trung could encounter martial artists hiding and killing one by one. At this moment, Tan Feng Tan had already found a wig. He followed behind Fuang Bin and asked how they would split the loot, to which Fuang Bin readily replied, 33%. Sorry, brother. Honestly, I don't like you. Most of the middle-grade treasures are for the poor, Tan Feng Tan muttered with a sigh. As expected of the local boss who spent over 10 billion to heal, his attitude is really arrogant. Fuang Bin challenged him, asking if he spent the money himself and criticizing the unnecessary talk. Fuang Bin and Tan Feng Tan work together very smoothly, with Fuang Bin pretending to distract the martial artist, while Tan Feng Tan takes the opportunity to stab him secretly from behind. Maybe the attacker will be Fuang Bin, or both of them will team up together. After half a day, being chased by the guards, the man rides east toward Haivong City, and Fuang Bin, puzzled, asks Tan Feng Tan how far this place is from Haivong City. Why did you think of this place back then? Tan Feng Tan recounts, I heard someone here found a white rotten fruit used for refining internal organs. At that time I was a third-rank cultivator. I wanted to prepare for entering the tomb. Later, I couldn't find the fruit, but I encountered a mid-grade demon beast. When I was digging a hole to hide, I discovered a mineral vein. If there are high-quality energy stones nearby, the test spot won't stay here. I just dug a little and suddenly felt short of breath. Definitely because a high-grade beast is sitting there, so I left. After entering the mountain and crossing 4 hills, there will be a narrow canyon, with the mineral vein right next to it. Stay calm, and don't dig too deep into the high-grade beast's lair, or if you die, don't come looking for me for revenge. Fang Bing roughly understood the situation and ordered, Fine, I'll go into the mountain. You don't know how to conceal your aura. Wait outside. Tan Feng Tan obediently followed the order. You and La Huang just do your part, create some disturbance. I'll go out to find everyone. You sneakily go in to find energy stones, and Fuang Bin softly asks, The food at the basic to intermediate level. Do you think there's no problem with that? Huang Kan isn't sure. Everything has exceptions, so be careful. If it weren't for your ability to conceal your aura, I wouldn't let you go with us. While talking, Fuang Bin suddenly turned around and started digging. Huang Kan asked confusedly, What are you doing? A B-grade alloy shovel, Fuang Bin calmly replied, digging a hole. If the opponent really comes back later, escaping will be easier, Huang Kan carefully reminded him. So move faster. The other side has also noticed you. Staying still now means not wanting to leave the nest. I'll go provoke it, Fuang Bin replied. Got it, I'm going down the hole now. Underneath the ground, Fuang Bin broke out in cold sweat. He guessed the pressure was too strong. Principal Huang had already confronted the opponent. I need to hurry. In the darkness, Fuang Bin groped his way forward, reaching the core area where the production of high-grade energy stones was more likely. No, many energy stones had already been used up. Damn monsters, sacrificing their energy stones just to cultivate themselves. Fuang Bin clenched his teeth and hurriedly gathered as much as he could, telling himself to leave, with probably over 100 kilograms of stones remaining. A kilogram of high-grade energy stone, with an estimated market value of 40 to 50 million. So if I take it all, it's worth hundreds of millions. Fuang Bin's eyes suddenly lit up. This is what Bok Toy said about each piece of Than's money. Luck is really on my side. Take it all. This time I hit the jackpot. After a while, Fuang Bin surfaced to check on Huang Kan. Old Huang, how are you? I just need a little more time to finish digging. Huang Kan suddenly shouted, Run! The terrifying sound of wind whistling past, a 7th-rank beast summoned by the spirit, appeared to attack Huang Kan, and Fuang Bin was shocked. That level 7 demon beast doesn't seem to be your match. Do you need my help? Huang Kan snapped at you. I don't know why, but run quickly. I can only hold them off for a minute. Huang Kan's face turned pale. 2 level 8. Demon beasts are coming. No. 2 level 8 demon beasts. 1 level 7. Demon beast. Run away. Huang Kun silently considered that this time Fuang Bin was doomed, as 2 level 8 demon beasts were approaching and the level 7 beast in front of him wouldn't let him pass. If he didn't kill the level 7 porcupine beast, it would surely call for reinforcements, putting Fuang Bin in danger. The level 8 divine weapon that old Wu has kept for many years can cut through level 9 with ease, killing level 7 beasts like chopping vegetables. Huang Kan shouted out, "Die." The porcupine beast charged straight at him, and Huang Kan struggled to deal with it. Finally, taking advantage of its distraction, he launched his divine weapon at it, striking. A deafening explosion echoed, and when the dust settled, the porcupine beast lay dead on the ground. Huang Kan, exhausted and panting, knew the loud noise would attract the two level 8 beasts here, so there was no chance to recall the beast, but staying alive was more important. Those two, let them pray for luck. Meanwhile, Fuang Bin saw a flash of light streak past his head, and he broke out in a cold sweat. The breath of an 8th level beast is heading toward Principal Huang, which is probably not good. Even as a 5th level stepper like me, I can't help much, and on top of that, thinking of this, Fuang Bin looked down at the porcupine beast and silently decided that he must deal with this big trouble first. Old Huang paid a heavy price to kill this beast and cannot afford to waste it. Fuang Bin checked the system, aiming to take it whole, with a storage space of about 26 meters and a value of 130 billion. I now have nearly 170 billion. A complete 7th level beast is equivalent to a full divine weapon, its body, blood, and bones. Selling these would be enough to cover the raw materials. After calculating, Fuang Bin stood up, opened his bag, and said, "This is a great deal. The space for storing items, put it away." At this moment, Fuang Bin suddenly became alert. He quickly crawled into a hole, sensing the breath of another level 8 beast. Luckily, he was fast. I managed to retrieve the body of the level 7 demon beast, or I would have lost it to this level 8 one. Fuang Bin's eyes suddenly widened, and he silently exclaimed, "Oh my God, why is it him?" In front of him is a swift beast, and Fuang Bin remembers that every time he encounters it, he loses some blood, so he must not let it detect his presence. At the same time, about 60 mountain passes away, Huang Kan is desperately fighting against an 8th level beast, grinding his teeth. If I didn't have the divine weapon in my hand, I would have died long ago. Fighting another level 7 is like risking my life. I can't fight a level 8 just to capture an 8th level porcupine. While fighting the porcupine, I used all my strength to cut down the level 7. I can't afford to fight the level 8 anymore. If I die, so be it, but losing old Wu's divine weapon would mean total destruction. Huang Kan struggles to remember where Fang Ping is. At least he should bring back the divine weapon. I will risk my life to hold this beast back. Huang Kan's eyes are wide open. An 8th level beast, he silently laments. I can't even handle one, now there are 2 more. Huang Kan's mind kept screaming, "Mother, even if I die, I have to risk it. If I can't take the divine weapon with me, I'll destroy it myself so you guys can blow it up first." Just as Huang Kan thought there was no way out, the Dao suddenly took the initiative to use fog to attack and trap the porcupine. Watching the fierce battle between the 2 level 8 demon beasts, Huang Kan guessed it was a civil war. "What does this Dao want?" Dao roared fiercely. Huang Kan broke out in sweat, trying to stay calm and analyze. Perhaps it was signaling him to use his sword to kill the beast for the hedgehog. There's no time to hesitate. Huang Kan disregards everything, deciding to kill the porcupine beast this time. If he doesn't kill the big one, even if he returns to Hope City, there's still a chance it will come for revenge. Today, it must also die. Thinking that, Huang Kan immediately launched his divine weapon towards the porcupine. He shouted, "Kill!" The porcupine also charged, knocking down the porcupine, fresh blood splattering everywhere. After a while, at the hedgehog's breeding ground, Fuang Bin, who had always hidden his aura to avoid detection by the Dao, now coughed from beneath the ground and was stunned to see a dead hedgehog lying in a pool of blood. This time it's an 8th level beast. How could Principal Huang do that? He's only at level 7 mid-stage. There's no way he could defeat an 8th level beast. Fuang Bin secretly guessed, could it be Dao? What's going on? It doesn't seem smart enough. Forget it. First take out the core from its heart and brain, then decide what to do next. While passionately collecting the blood for the hedgehog, Fuang Bin was startled to see the Dao flying towards him. "Damn it, Dao! Didn't you leave already? Why are you coming back?" Fuang Bin hurriedly rushed down the hole. Saving his life was the most important. Under the hole, Fuang Bin sighed. Ever since he learned how to dig tunnels, it seems he's been doing this constantly. Does this little Dao have a problem? Why does it keep looking for someone as weak as me? If it's strong enough, it should go eat some level 6 warriors. Fuang Bin closed his eyes, muttering a prayer, hoping the foolish Dao wouldn't find him, when suddenly a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Dao grabbed Fuang Bin before he could finish speaking and threw him onto the ground. Fuang Bin sat back, trembling, and said, "Dao Dai Vuong is too kind. Giving me a gift too. What kind of joke is this?" Seeing Dao scratch a few lines on the ground with his claws, Fuang Bin gradually steadied his breath and softly said, I know what you want to show me. Based on Dao's jade moon drawing, Fuang Bin guessed this is a fragment of a sword, and there are human martial artists who use sword fragments to hunt beasts for the sake of the hedgehog. You want the sword fragment. Fuang Bin roughly understood what it meant, and he chose his words carefully. I know that person, but not closely. Do you want to eat that person, or do you want to eat the broken sword? Tears welled up in Fuang Bin's eyes. He stammered, Wait a moment, Your Majesty. Do you mean to say? Fuang Bin hesitated, saying I should use that fragment of sword to perform a few moves for the trial, secretly wondering what this beast was really up to. For the sake of the mission, Huang Kan, the vice principal of the 5th grade Demon Martial Hall, was hiding behind a tree, secretly watching outside, and Fuang Bin had been captured. Do I need to show up and save Han? I can't fight the captors. If I don't go to save him, no one will say anything. But do I really have to watch Fuang Bin get killed? Fuang Bin, knowing Huang Kan was hiding behind the tree, shouted loudly for Han. If he was still there, he could leave the sword behind and not come out himself, while Huang Kan was sweating. Han carefully considered. Zhao came for the divine weapon, exchanging the sword for Fuang Bin, and old Ngo probably had no objections since Fuang Bin still had hope of advancing to the 9th rank. But if all the swords are lost, then forget it. At this point, I can only go all out. Thinking this, Huang Kan decisively threw the divine weapon at Zhao. Fuang Bin easily catches the divine weapon and asks it again. Lord Zhao, are you sure you want me to kill someone? Zhao nods and Fuang Bin quietly assesses that it has no defensive posture at all, clearly wanting to be captured. I don't care anymore. I'll just cut him with hundreds of swords first, and then talk. Zhao, hatefully, threw Fuang Bin aside and directly seized the divine weapon, while Fuang Bin clenched his lips, realizing it had taken control of the divine weapon and was now trying to cut itself, using the weapon to seriously injure itself, blood pouring out and staining the person. Fuang Bin stood there sweating coldly, so cruel, not only the bones but even the internal core was shattered. It was determined to hurt itself with the divine weapon. It was definitely trying to deceive people. No, deceive love. After seriously injuring herself, Zhao took the divine weapon and left. At this moment, Huang Qin hurried over and asked, Fuang Bin, what exactly is going on? Isn't Zhao doing this for the divine weapon? Fuang Bin shook his head. No, it only used the divine weapon to cut itself once, and then ran away. The divine weapon couldn't be kept. Fuang Bin said confusedly, What is its ultimate goal? Huang Kan hurriedly urged him. Don't think anymore. Hurry back to Than Hivong, and at this moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Huang Kan immediately realized that the pressure from the peerless expert was about to cause a major catastrophe at the tomb, with dozens of such pressures already unleashed. He hurried back to Hope City with Fuang Bin, blaming him along the way, for a tomb rarely faces dozens of peerless pressures erupting in a storm. At Hope City, the judgment was a mess, and Fuang Bin cried out in injustice. It's not me, it's Zhao. Huang Kan scolded him. Cut the chatter. You two must be in cahoots. Fuang Bin didn't want to argue, so he seized the chance to ask Huang Kan a more important question. Headmaster, does that divine weapon have any special aura? Huang Kan stroked his chin, his expression contemplative. Perhaps with a hint of the aura of the sheep-grade magical wood at Tianman City. Fuang Bin nodded. I understand now. Magical wood. Fuang Bin guesses that Zhao was just attacked by the cursed wood, and is now likely reporting to the cursed sheep beast. Huang Kan nods, so it was just now attacking me because of the 8th-ranked beast. It's also to increase trust, so Fuang Bin fully agrees with Huang Kan's assessment. That's right. Now it wants to use the power of the sheep-grade beast to level the Heavenly Gate City. At this point, Fuang Bin turned to Director Huang Kan and asked for the divine bottle, saying I should go to Tianman City to check it out. Fearing for his safety, Fuang Bin reassures him that he can handle himself. The attack on Tianman City must be for the resources there. I'll go help Abi, maybe I can find some advantages. Huang Kan knew he couldn't persuade him, so he could only remind him. Fuang Bin, if nothing else, remember to protect yourself first. Fuang Bin confidently said, I prefer to return to the city first, to stabilize everyone's mood and wait for good news from me. The gate of Heavenly Gate City, the imposter dares to come here, causing chaos, making the soldiers inside panic. Suddenly, a flash of light shot straight toward the soldiers, blocking the front of the imposter, and a stern, powerful voice rang out, loud and clear. The one who came is the city lord of Tianmen City, the Yemu City, Mu Vuong Ku Pham. He calmly questioned the imposter, the king of the Golden Horn Beast, why he attacked Yemu City without reason and what he intends to do. The old man's eyes flashed with intense hostility. You must give me an explanation. Why have the two forbidden landlords, the Lord of the Sacred Wood and the Lord of the Naga, both come here with this person. Tianmen City. Its horn flashes with a dazzling light. Tianmen City then launches a direct attack on it. The golden horn beast, you seek death, a king cannot be humiliated. The hand of the Heavenly Gate City and the fake's horn clash together. Heavenly Gate City shouts loudly, "Where is the divine wood?" Immediately, a branch of deathly red suddenly wrapped around the fake, causing it intense pain. The divine tree, the cursed wood of the beast, and the cursed wood of the master simultaneously shot out a golden beam. It connects directly to the deadly branch of the divine wood, and the Heavenly Gate City immediately rejoices. The kings are seeking communication. He stepped closer to the clone and examined its injuries. As long as the divine tree can clearly explain to the two forbidden landmasters, a major battle can be avoided. The injuries of the Golden Horn Beast King may be residual from the divine tree, but it wasn't caused by the divine tree.
It's likely the weapon of a resurrected powerhouse. At this moment, Fang Bing is hiding in the cave, seeing that the situation between the Beast King of Cursed Grade and the Owl King of Cursed Grade could be easing with the divine tree.
Falling flat on his face, Huang Bin realized this was a battle of the cursed, suffocating under the pressure, but it seemed like they were starting to negotiate. How could he lure both sides into continuing the fight? Holding the divine weapon in hand, a faint smile appeared on Huang Bin's lips. Now the beasts couldn't tell if the Yao seeds harbored hostility towards them. So let's add some fuel to the fire, fake king. You must perform well. Fang Bin directly shot the divine weapon at the fake. The Lord of War immediately roared fiercely, ambushing the King of Golden Horn in front of us. Moreover, this is a weapon with the aura of the enchanted wood, and the fake king is also furious.
Don't tell me this is a weapon from the Resurrection Domain, where strong beings from the Resurrection Domain would appear in the enchanted wood city. If that were true, the city would have been destroyed long ago.
This power definitely isn't something an ordinary 8th rank can wield unless Yemu City is hiding something.
Otherwise, there's no way it could be concealed from me. The fake is now sprawled on the ground, panting heavily, and Huang Bin twitches the corner of his mouth. What does that mean? Mocking my weakness or wanting to cut you down to feel better?
Tianmu City speculated that the weapon might be connected to the main body of the divine wood,
which was cut in half 3 years ago, but how could it suddenly activate to attack at this critical moment? Could the divine wood be hiding something? Deep down, he knew the Yao Wood City probably couldn't be saved, but he couldn't die, so he decisively cut the fake king in half.
He is also equipped with a divine weapon. Divine weapons are forged from the core and brains of monsters or beast seeds. Cultivators in tombs must avoid using divine weapons.
Huang Bin chuckled proudly. This time, things are truly getting lively.
Hope City, Dienmuk is talking with Huang Kan. I can feel it. The city lord of Heavenly Gate is fighting against two great beast kings. Huang Kan is a bit surprised. The city lord of Heavenly Gate, the weakest of the former ranks, that man couldn't even kill Wu Kuishan's 7th rank, so how could he be fighting against two 7th rank beast kings? Suddenly, a female voice announced the divine weapon, and it was a relic grade 1. Deputy Commander of the Army Department, Dien Muk Bat Pin, and Vice Principal Ma Vu. Huang Jing, a 7th grade, quickly turned around, and as soon as he saw who was coming, he respectfully bowed deeply.
Why did you come in person? Huang Kun also respectfully called out Minister Nam. Dien Muk frowned. Unless a full-scale underground war is truly desired, the person arriving is Minister of Investigation Nam Van Nguyen, a former rank. She slowly said, if we can't fight back, this is an internal underground conflict that doesn't concern us. If they really want to affect Hope City, helping those former rank ones will naturally bring peace.
At this point, Nam Van Nguyen emphasized in a low voice that the experts in the tomb have divine weapons, so this matter needs further investigation. There might be a way to isolate and contain them. And Huang Kan's expression grew even more serious as the chaos in Huang Bin revealed the existence of divine weapons in Tianmon City. Otherwise, if No Kuei don't go to report, he might very well lose his life. I also don't know what's happening on Huang Bin's side now. I hope nothing bad occurs. On Huang Bin's side, there's nothing dangerous. He's happily mining energy stones, singing happily, making a fortune. Making Bussi's a fortune.
A few minutes ago, outside the city of Heavenly Gate, the demon beast, 2 top guards, and the city lord were fighting to the death, with a guardian of Heavenly Gate using all its strength to defend the city, while the demon beast caused chaos and secretly retreated from the battlefield. It entered the underground mining area of Heavenly Gate and began slaughtering the mines. Its goal is very simple. Whether it's minerals or martial artists, it devours first and then talks until it finds something good. Its good chef Fang Bing just saw it and smiled insincerely. Sneaky, sneaky king, so compatible. Are you also coming to the mining island?
Fuang Bin pretended to flatter it and said, "Well, actually, I am helping you gather ore so you don't have to do it yourself and get tired. You eat your own and I will lend a hand if there's any ore you don't like. Leave me a few pieces. What do you think?" He outwardly tries to flatter Zhao, but inside Fuang Bin keeps cursing it harshly. This damn creature. If it can be used, it doesn't leave anything for me, only keeps me to forge weapons and armor for it to eat. Forget it, I also need armor and weapons. Just consider myself a 5th-rank martial artist who has killed over 100 mid-rank martial artists, which is also a great achievement to be recognized outside. The core mine beneath the city of Tianmen, Fuang Bin silently assessed. Once I reach the core mine, sure enough, there are guards, at least 7th rank. Fuang Bin didn't care much, but so what? I have the Zhao Great King of the 5th rank. After defeating the guards, 1 person and 1 beast entered the mine, and as soon as the door opened, they were both blinded. Fuang Bin excitedly exclaimed, "This time we've truly struck it rich." While quickly gathering energy stones, he reminded the Great Demon King, "Our time is limited. Eat it, I'll help you dig out some reserves for when you need them. Just tell me, and I'll take it as your agreement." After a while, Fuang Bin discovered a branch of the demon wood. "Hurry and warn Zhao, we can't continue any longer, that Yu Mok has turned back, Zhao Duong Vuong. I have a plan that can help us escape safely. Just cooperate a little." Zhao, covered in fresh blood, leaps out from underground, urging the master and the king beast to run. "There are hidden experts below. Quickly go to the beast forest to find other kings." Demon Beast City, Tianmen City, a city lord, a king realm, a former rank, seeing Zhao and the 2 great beast kings fleeing, scolds loudly. The beast path is muddy. Coming from Battle A, suddenly someone from behind shouted, "Stop!" From the shadows, huge figures appeared. The leader calmly said to discuss. "A city lord, let me explain a bit. Tianmen City is sweating cold sweat. It's the old-tier powerhouses of the beast domain. Outside Tianmen City, Fangping is now panting heavily, too excited. So many old-tier experts, truly eye-opening. Luckily, the Heavenly Gate City also has drainage systems. Otherwise, if those old-tier powerhouses above start spitting, it would be enough to drown me. And this is what they mean by the nose above a sharp blade." He muttered to himself, "Should I return to the city and report this chaos or not? If I don't report, I'm an unsung hero. But I'll definitely be chased out of the tomb. I've only been here a day, all because of that damn Tan Feng Tan, who gave false intelligence. This time, it's all his fault." At the same time, Tan Feng Tan was chasing after a wig-wearing man who was angrily cursing Fuang Bin. "Damn it! I seized the opportunity to steal 2 nests from the demon beasts. As a result, I dug up a broken weapon. That kid, Fuang Bin, definitely swallowed all the good stuff. Otherwise, how could I not get anything? Should I go back to Hope City or launch a surprise attack on another beast's lair? Forget it. Don't cause any more trouble. If I get kicked out of the tomb, it'll be a real loss. But I haven't done anything wrong. It's all because of Fuang Bin causing trouble. It's all his fault." Thanh hy vọng ngày thứ 2, Nam Văn Nguyệt vừa xem bàn dọ vừa thảo luận với các lãnh đạo cấp cao, quần dối và vợ và trung phẩm. Hạ phẩm gia chuẩn bị sẵn sàng dễ, rồi dĩ bất cứ lực nào. Con cao phạm vẫn còn tốt. Những trung phẩm và hạ phạm, nếu bị dinh vào thị, chắc chắn sẽ chết rất nhiều. She suddenly asked if there were still cultivators in the direction of Tianmen City and whether they had all left. And she scolded those who dared to join the chaos of the old rank war for having such big guts. Ngo Kuei Son then turned to the royal court and questioned him in a low voice. "Tan Fung Tan, Fuang Bin Dao, Than Bin Dao. Those 2 bastards must have gone to Tianmen City." At this moment, there was a report outside. "Tan Fung Tan has returned, and he's carrying a large bundle." "What is this kid doing now? Isn't he rummaging through someone else's house again?" Tran Van Hai asked worriedly. "Isn't Tan Su Huyin and Fuang Bin Dao with him?" Tan Feng Tan irritably replied, "Van Hai, sister, don't you care about whether Tan Su Huyin lives or dies?" Tran Huivian ignored Tan Feng Tan's scolding and kept worrying about Fuang Bin. "Huyin, didn't he come back already?" The students gathered around Tan Feng Tan, staring in amazement, asking what was inside that bag. Seeming to suspect it held some valuable items, Feng Tan pretended to be nonchalant and said it was just some scrap minerals he brought back to see if he could make some weapons, while another student sneered at him. "Aren't you supposed to be going to the beast hunting forest, thinking you're so capable? But all you do is dig up some scrap minerals to bring back." At this moment, Tan Feng Tan finally smiled smugly as he poured out the gold medals, actually the harvest of the past few years, while showing off. "So take a good look. See this, 118 martial arts medals, more than 30 are mid-grade, some are low-grade. I've killed mid-grade ones before, and there are even more than you've seen." Tan Phụng Thanh thực tới hết lẹn, còn tranh chấp với tôi à? Hôm nay dễ các nguội mở mang tầm mắt. Nổi rồi, hạnh mở tôi chủ vật ra, các bạn học lập tức sử dụng nguội, gia nặng luồng, quả lâm thanh, quả tự anh, thống mạch thảo, cổ thất bất diệt thảo. It only grows on those with strong golden bodies, so you stole an 8th rank martial artist. Director, is this that diet Tao worth it? Wu Kuei-san estimates that the immortal qi increases with the amount of immortal material absorbed, and the extinction grass is worth at least 100 to 200 million. Tan Fung Tun excitedly asked him, so how much are all these worth in total? Go Kuei-san estimated that it's probably around 1 billion. His answer made Tan Fung Tun collapse. He, Genji, the proud 8th rank warrior, was defeated. Just a little money like that? How many energy stones can 1 billion buy, and can it be converted into energy? Can I live with the 5th rank? Tan Fung Tun was unwilling. He frowned. Teacher, you're not mistaken. Fuang Bin casually took out hundreds of millions. Maybe this time they'll take out a few 100 million again. I only have a little like this, right? Go Kuei-san trusts him. He's only a 4th rank, yet he earned over 1 billion in one go. Do you think that's little? He stepped forward, slapped Tan Fung Tun on the head, and you really think that with just a casual move, Fuang Bin can make hundreds of millions, like last time in the underground cave? It was a stroke of luck, not something that happens often. And now, someone points to the sky, trembling, asking what's outside the city. The students immediately looked up. The beast is coming? No, wait, it's not a beast. Someone recognized Fang Ping. The two martial artists nearby looked incredulous. The brown-haired martial artist waved his hand doubtfully and asked Fang Ping, so when people see a food beast and a strong cultivator fighting inside the tomb, both heavily wounded, and he casually kills them both, the green-haired martial artist next to him also objects, saying it's too unreasonable. Fuang Bin knows that saying these things might be hard for others to believe, but he still explains. If I say I accidentally encountered a beast inside, a beast that had planned with some other beasts, and then they fought a big battle and I just happened to pick up a few things, would you believe it? The two martial artists exclaimed in unison, unable to believe the seemingly far-fetched words of Fuang Bin, their voices filled with suspicion. This is even more unreasonable. Fuang Bin scratched his head and helplessly said, I knew everyone wouldn't believe the truth. Ngo Kuei-san picked up the charm and examined it carefully for a while, then frowned and concluded that this failed charm is real. So what about these energy stones? This man is the headmaster of Mavu. Ngo Kuei-san examines the item and, upon hearing his words, Fuang Bin chuckles, then scratches his face. Uncomfortably, I have a pet beast that betrayed the barrier and entered the energy mine area of Tianmen City. Couldn't finish it all, so I shared some with me. Inspector Nam Van Guiet, a former 7th rank, was shocked, turned to look at you, then told Fuang Bin how much the items you brought back are worth. More than 300 jin of high-quality energy stones, over 1,000 jin of low-quality energy stones, plus a intact 7th rank demon beast corpse worth at least 100 billion. Feng Jing kneels on the ground, pounding her fists into the earth, crying and protesting, her inner voice constantly shouting that she is truly poor, truly poor, truly poor. Fang Ping stepped in front of Kuei-san and Van Nguyen, stroking her chin as she voiced her thoughts. This is no longer just about money. Energy stones are extremely scarce right now, Fang Ping. How do you plan to handle this? Fuang Bin looked at Kuei-san and replied, This belongs to Ma Vu, not to me. I am following the arrangements of the principal. The school is no longer stingy with you. Ma Vu will use 2 million study points to acquire all the documents. You and Ma Vu are one. When you need it, the school will not hold back. Kuei-san pointed ahead and loudly said, Fuang Bin, give me back the divine weapon, everyone, to the beasts. If an attack on Hope City really happens, Ma Vu and our group will naturally bear it alone. Even if we can't defeat them, we will give the beast a reason. Van Nguyen frowned as she stared intently at the divine weapon in Kuei-san's hand, thinking to herself that the sacred weapon was close to level 9. Combined with Ngo Kuei-san's peak-tier strength, if he faced an ordinary veteran, he might not even be his match. Ma Vu continues to surprise everyone more and more. At this moment, Feng Tan no longer cried, but stood up, walking behind Fuang Bin and pulling him back, his tone annoyed and a bit angry. Fang Bing looked uncomfortable but stayed calm in front of everyone and replied to Feng Tan. There wasn't much to dig up there. Probably around 70 to 80 caddies of low-quality material. All right, I'll lend you 10,000 study points since I also gained a lot this time and I'm not stingy. What can 10,000 study points do? Fuang Bin asked him. Didn't you also gain something? Feng Then sharply replied, 10 billion. It's useless. It can only exchange for how many energy stones? How can I possibly break through to the 5th rank in one go? Fuang Bin mocked him, saying it's because he's useless. He can only break through to the 8th rank.
Feng Tun started to argue, I'm only a 4th rank, there's no other way, so let's say I borrow from you. 1,800,000 study points is fine. It's only 8 billion. At this point, Fuang Bin could no longer remain calm and listen to the vulgar words of the guy.
You're too old good. Do you think I haven't studied math? 24 billion? Peng Thon said close to his neck. You're not short of money. You've already spent hundreds of billions on healing wounds before, renting a bunch of 8th rank treasures. Now that I can break into the 5th rank, why not lend me some? As soon as his words finished, Pang Bing felt like a thunderbolt struck his heart. 1 billion yuan was useless. Only a few 100 billion mattered. Hiring an 8th rank expert was like arrows piercing his soul, leaving him numb inside, helplessly thinking there was no humanity. Trung Yin gently raised her hand and asked Van Hai softly, Do they usually talk like that? Van Hai replied, It's nothing. They rarely talk about money normally. Actually, they don't always talk about the former rank. Sometimes they mention martial artists of the 7th grade. It's just that Fuang Bin and Tan Su Huin haven't been able to kill a high grade yet. They can only escape from high-grade opponents. After hearing this, Trung Yen felt dizzy and powerless. Meanwhile, Fuang Bin approached the two, smiling as he offered a green fruit and said, Here is a white rotten fruit, try it. I wasted mine too. Give it a taste. Don't eat any more, it's already late. The night mountain is too boring and helpless, he said. Eating one pill allows continuous 24-hour training for 3 days at an extremely fast pace, but eating 2 pills results in excess energy that will dissipate in 4 days. At least half a pill's worth is wasted, and those behind are drooling in envy. 1 pill is as effective as a month of our training? Fuang Bin was amazed, but quickly reassured the principal. It's okay, I have plenty more. I previously pulled down a whole vine with 17 or 18 fruits on it. Eating a few is no problem. Fuang Bin reached back and scratched his head, a satisfied smile on his face, secretly marveling that with assets worth 12 billion minus 14 billion for expansion space and some expenses, he had only increased by 90 billion. It seems the course points haven't been counted yet, only the items he kept for himself, Fuang Bin thought as he operated the system, and the sounds of admiration and praise kept echoing. As a top school, Vu still has time to flatter Fuang Bin, right? Fuang Bin looked at the system screen displaying the information and miscalculated. According to the previous course algorithm, this trip's assets should exceed 50 billion. Returning next time to the mausoleum with a goal of 100 billion is no problem, and the system can be upgraded again. Queen Sun and Van Nguyt are talking, surrounded by a shield of mental energy. Van Nguyt glances at Queen Sun and then speaks, telling him that these 2 kids are not allowed to enter the tomb in the future. Queen Sun replied, the male minister joked, and besides, these 2 kids haven't done anything bad. Encouraging the creatures in the tomb to kill each other isn't good, right? On the other side, Fuang Bin raised both hands, excited and enthusiastic, saying, Keep going, explore the tomb more and more. Van Nguyt also asked Queen Sun about an old matter here. 3 years ago, Mon Than was ambushed. What about Din Go? Queen Sun honestly admitted, Van Nguyt looked a bit displeased, but she only reminded him to not do that again next time. Queen Sun looked at her with a sharp gaze, a smile still on his lips. Queen Sun asked, What did I do wrong? I am an 8th rank martial artist attacking the enemy's fortress. What's the problem? Van Nguyt crossed her arms in front of her chest, her eyebrows furrowed. She straightened her collar and then spoke. A 8th rank like me, what kind of trouble could I cause? Van Nguyt told him about your situation. Feng Ping is also a 5th rank. Isn't he causing chaos in the tomb and starting a war too? Hearing this, Dien Mook's face couldn't stay calm, and he shouted, Be quiet, what are you daring to do? Isn't fighting the best? Why are you jumping around? Van Nguyt frowned, her eyebrows knitting tightly together. She reminded him to pay attention to the way he speaks when General Dien talks. Dien Mu doesn't hold back at all in responding to Van Nguyt fiercely. Old Dien is a rough guy who speaks straightforwardly without Fuang Bin and Lao Ninggo's divine weapon. Could this chaos in the tomb be caused? Does she really think that during the great battle, these monsters and evil spirits will just sit and watch? Old Man is deputy commander of the Dien Muk army, speaking with authority, but hearing Van Nguyt's words, he shows no respect. Damn it, has she been in the tomb too long and become too comfortable? Are the monsters in the Kingdo tomb all brothers and sisters? Van Nguyt was angered by Lao's words, her hands clenched tightly and trembling, and she shouted. Dien Muk raised his hand, and the old man smiled provocatively at Van Nguyt before loudly saying, I am a rough man. Rough men, in short, I believe that when necessary we must fight a big battle, only knowing weakness, only making others see humanity as easy to bully, easy to annihilate, easy to humiliate.
I propose to the military that after the southern tomb opens, we will directly gather a large group of veteran experts, charge in together, and slaughter them until rivers of blood flow. As warriors, we would rather die standing than live kneeling.
Van Nguyen didn't bother to look at the old man and said, "This matter needs careful consideration. You must understand that each sect master is a pillar of our humanity. 2 years ago, because a senior veteran was determined to sacrifice himself, the Heavenly South battle broke out, and if another senior falls this time, that is the hand of destruction." Dien Muk pointed his thumb at Phuong Bin and responded logically and deadly.
Death is normal. Is there any war without casualties? This isn't a family game. I think this young man is not bad. He did very well, even better than your old senior masters.
Phuong Bin, standing nearby, scratched his head awkwardly, smiled, and said to everyone, "General Dien is too modest. I would be embarrassed. I would also be proud." Kui Son Jing was shocked and asked suspiciously, "He heard everything. Didn't we agree to hide our spiritual power? How could someone like him of the 5th rank hear it?" Dien Mu angrily stepped forward, grabbing Phuong Bin's arm and pulling him into the cover, while the old man scolded angrily, "You bastard!" The eavesdropper, Phuong Bin, denied it. "No." Dien Mu then thought of giving Phuong Bin another task, someone deliberately hiding their aura, causing us to overlook them. "If you have such great skill, then from now on, all intelligence gathering will belong to you." Phuong Bin immediately dismissively said to Dien Muk, "Forget it." Phuong Bin looked at the old man and said, "Everyone, I just want to learn some more information to make it easier for me to continue exploring the cave later." Dien Muk smacked him on the head, then stepped back. "What you need to know, you will naturally find out. What you shouldn't know, there's no need to deliberately seek out. The important thing is, I'm about to go to the forbidden area for a while, and if I don't understand it clearly, I won't know what to do when I get there." Hui Sun, Van Nguyen, Dien Muk, and everyone present all froze in place. Everyone terrified, all thinking the same thing. He wants to go to the forbidden area. Hui Sun scratched his head and said to Dien Muk and Van Nguyen, "Don't worry, I will trap him in the tomb in a short time. I won't let him into the forbidden area." Van Nguyen also agreed with Dien Muk's words. Phuong Bin forced a reluctant smile and quickly explained, "Elders, I was just joking. Everyone, don't take it seriously." Both Van Nguyen and Khoisan looked at him, and together they loudly said, "You have enough resources, train well and get lost." On the second day in the square, a clear and commanding voice rang out within the city, instructing only the mid-tier and above martial artists from the military department to stay, while everyone else began to retreat quickly and gather at the Hope Square, orderly evacuating, all personnel to follow orders. Standing above the city wall, Khoisan, Dien Muk, and Huang Kan all looked down below, each with their own thoughts. Khoisan spoke, "This young man, Phuong Bin, better keep him in the lead. If someone surpasses him tomorrow, he might as well kill him then and there." Dien Muk sat with his legs crossed, observing, and said, "These people, they are the backbone of humanity, daring to fight without fear of war." Huang Kan clasped his hands behind his back, a hint of regret in his eyes. "It's a pity we didn't give them more time to grow." Phuong Bin glanced up and saw 3 figures above, and immediately thought, "What backbone of humanity are we talking about? You guys are the ones who truly matter in this life." They have fought Mandu North and Mandu South, suffering countless injuries and shedding much blood. Us few low-level martial artists, even if we sneak around, are still better than nothing. Phuong Bin led everyone back, speaking to comfort and urged them, "Today's failure doesn't mean tomorrow will be the same. Let's go, let's go. The expedition to the tomb has ended." In Mavu, cheers of excitement rang out. Pang Bin and the others returned carrying a complete level 7 demon beast and over 100 billion energy stones. Pang Bin saw Director Li grabbing the leg of the demon beast, quickly waving his hand and saying, "Teacher Li, this is not for anyone. It's for Dean Huang." He turned to look at you with an annoyed tone and said, "If it was so easy, I would have gone myself." You explained to Trong Sin that this was Huang Hiu Trong killing himself. He was shocked. A 7th rank was too low. "I need at least an 8th rank divine weapon, so I'll just give it to old Huang." Truong Sin still hit Phuong Bin on the head, then warned him to be careful himself. "Lu Huang Yu is about to go into seclusion. If she finds out you're preparing divine weapons for others, she'll definitely beat you up." As soon as the words were spoken, a surge of aura engulfed the demon marshal, and Phuong Bin grimaced as the chaos suddenly appeared. Trong Sin also exclaimed in shock, "The 3-point seal gate is a divine anomaly. You must break through." Phuong Bin raised his hand to block in front of him and then asked, "Is this a toll?" Trong Sin looked annoyed. He was irritated, dismissing it, and told him to remember this 3-headed gate well, as it would help him break through the bottleneck in the future. A phoenix body and aura appear in the sky, and Fuang Bin stares in shock before stammering,
Phoenix, Phoenix. Trungsin explains that this is the manifestation of the spiritual power of the Phoenix New Group, a 7th-rank martial artist, when their spiritual power first materializes. The object will manifest what you desire, which can be seen as a form of obsession. The more complex the object, the harder it is to manifest, but of course, the spiritual power will also be greater. The phoenix spreads its wings high, but beside it there is also a giant tree. Truongsin sensed something was wrong and suddenly realized, wait, there's still a tree.
Fuang Bin realized it was burning hot, that it was the heavenly gate seal, burned by the phoenix, and Trungsin exclaimed, "No wonder she can't merge her blood essence. This woman has an extremely strong obsession." A pair of legs stepped forward between the two, emanating an incredibly powerful aura, and Fuang Bin covered her face and asked, "What do you mean?" Trungsin leaned on his hip and replied, "You idiot!" It has become an animation now. Ordinary objects are like dead things, basically simple, and she created such a picture clearly intending to kill the Heavenly Gate Master. Fuang Yu, full of people, slowly walks forward. She is Vice Dean of the Military Academy, Lu Fuang Yu, rank 5, and Fuang Bin smiles and says, she smiled flatteringly and said congratulations to Vice Dean and the Grandmaster, and our martial artists have gained another Grandmaster. Congratulations, congratulations. Today is a day of celebration for everyone in the world, and all students at the school can receive a free energy crystal for cultivation. On my account, I invite you. Everyone martial artists stood there shouting loudly, congratulating Feng Nuo,
congratulating Deputy Dean Liu and the Grandmaster, thanking the Hallmaster, celebrating the Demon Marshal and the Grandmaster. Feng Nuo scratched her head and asked, "You have that much money?" Fuang Bin replied, "It's a good day, everyone is happy." Then she remembered something important and asked, "By the way, what rank are you now?"
You happily told Feng Na that you are at the peak of the 5th rank, and upon hearing this, she seemed a bit confused. "I just closed off for 2 months, right? That's too fast." Then Fuang Bin's words made Feng Nuo freeze on the spot. "And not only that," she said, "this time I went down to the tomb to help you destroy the Heavenly Gate City, kill 2 7th-rank generals, and slaughter tens of thousands of Heavenly Gate warriors. I also lured 2 Beast Kings to surround and attack the Heavenly Gate City Lord once, though I didn't kill him. I taught him a lesson." Fuang Yu looked grim as she placed her hand on her head. She asked suspiciously, "Really?" Fuang Bin confirmed firmly, "I am not lying." Changxing also spoke up for her. He only said that, but the truth is real and has nothing to do with him. Suddenly, Feng Na embraced Fang Bing tightly, her unexpected action surprising him. She gently comforted him, saying, "You've worked hard." This tender gesture from her made Zhang Bing even more anxious, and he secretly thought, "Don't suddenly become so gentle, I can't handle it." The sky is clear. White clouds drift gently. The air is fresh. At the Demon Martial Arts, in the energy room, a loud sound alarms the entire area. I am now a 5th-rank martial artist. Tan Feng Tan, a 5th-rank demon martial arts student, is excited and proud, shouting loudly, "With such a heaven and earth marvel, who else could have it? I have also become a mutated warrior. I'm no worse than Wang Jingyang, Li Hantong, Yao Chengjun, the demon martial arts students." As Fuang Bin listens to the phone and sees his expression, he can't help but think to himself, 6 pounds of energy stones, a 4th-rank breakthrough, even if mutated, it doesn't matter. It's basically not worth it. He asks the person on the other end, "Hello, Li Hantong, how is he doing?" Li Hantong looked worried and told Fuang Bin that he was feeling a bit strange. Yesterday he was practicing normally when suddenly his body turned into a golden deity. Fuang Bin, nghe hăng thống kê, khổng khối kinh ngạc vô cùng, thốt lên, "Cái gì?" Trong lòng khổng ngừng ngừng gào thét. Những vở giả biến dị cắt nguôi dựa tới sao, rồi hỏi quả diễn thoại, sau khi cậu bị thuống, cô phải hồi phục rất nhanh dùng không? Anthong broke out in a cold sweat, glanced at his phone screen, and stammered, "Yes, this is related to the indestructible material you mentioned." Fuang Bin's voice echoed from the phone. Finally, "This day has come. In my previous life, I was at fault with everyone. You all fought your entire lives for me. And this life, I can't keep dragging you into it anymore. Heng Thong, let go of what happened that year and move on." Han Thong couldn't help but feel anxious and restless. "Fuang Bin, from over here, Han Thong's words are coming through. What happened back then, we didn't know each other for long anyway." Fuang Bin suppresses a laugh, his eyes flashing with false cheer, then continues talking to Han Thong, who can only gather half of his divine spirit. "Han's problem isn't big. You've already recovered long ago, and Han can endure it. Battle God? No, Kim Duong on the other side has had a similar experience. You can ask him. And remember, don't ask about everything that happened that year anymore. If you need anything, just find me." Everyone has shed blood for me. I won't forget. Han Thong's headset has fallen into a confusing state. At this moment, Feng Qing clasped his hands behind his back and approached him, voice questioning, Peng Bing, have you let your guard down again? Peng Bing gently closed his eyes, his hand moving on the phone's keyboard, and replied, My cultivation level is too low. Stop eavesdropping. Han Tong has also reached the peak of the 5th rank. It seems I can't afford to relax my training anymore. Feng Tun exclaimed in shock, I just got broken through. Am I about to become a cultivator now? Fuang Bin smiled, comforting and encouraging him. Old Tan, don't be overconfident. Keep practicing. I still believe in you. The strong will keep growing stronger. And one day, you will shine with your own brilliant light. Feng Qing raised his hand to wipe the tears on his face and said, Brother Pengbin, my good friend, thank you for trusting me, but right now I'm a bit short on money. Lend me 10 billion. Pengbin chuckled, flicking his middle finger at Feng Qing and sneering, Get lost. At the Demon Dance Club, a voice from 2 people on TV from 2010 announced that students from all over the country could register for the 2016 entrance exam for Wuhan University. Those who meet the score requirements can enroll at Wuhan University. According to experts' analysis, the number of students participating in this year's martial arts exam could exceed 30 million. Fuang Bin sat with his chin resting on his hand, worriedly telling Van Hai, It's too sudden. Wu Dai hasn't even received the notice yet. Is the situation really that urgent? Van Hai brought her coffee over and said, Weren't you planning to expand the recruitment of brave warriors before? Fuang Bin thought for a moment and said, We can handle it, but other schools can't, and the quality of teaching at Wu Dai will drop significantly, like Lao Ngok and the others. Fuang Bin suddenly realized there was one more thing to note and told Van Hai, This is a document sent to the higher-ups of Wu Dai. Van Hai took the document. He carefully read, opened the Tay Sun tomb, and the school's organized new students and lower-grade students to train. Fuang Bin reminded her to expand recruitment and open the tomb. It seems this plan has been in the works for a long time. Van Hai, you and everyone else need to strengthen your training as well. I will consolidate the school's resources and distribute them quickly according to needs, as the situation in the future will become even more serious. Van Hai smiled to herself, thinking that Fuang Bin earned money to cultivate and also helped everyone, including her and the students at the school, which was truly kind and noble. He is really impressive. I am far behind him. Fang Bing also has his own thoughts, and the family needs to make plans soon. In the demon martial arts training room, Fang Bing asked Fuang Nguyen, How much blood signature have you signed? Have you checked? Why haven't you grown at all? Fuang Nguyen crossed his arms. Responding to him, 182,000. No more increase. Who needs your concern? Fuang Bin raised his hand to support his chin and said, You are already very impressive. Are your meridians familiar now? Fuang Nguyen confidently replied, Eagle, I've been familiar for a long time. Fuang Bin asked if she was preparing to train hand or leg frost, and Fuang Nguyen answered decisively, Leg frost. Fuang Bin pinched her cheek and asked if she wanted to break through. He wouldn't stop her, but once she became a martial artist, even if she was his sister, she would sometimes face dangers she couldn't avoid. Fuang Nguyen, have you prepared for this? Fuang Nguyen grabbed the hand pinching her cheek and helplessly said, Fuang Bin, please don't ruin it, our teacher said. Becoming a martial artist is very meaningful. Our generation of martial artists are the hope of humanity and the pillar of the country. Don't pinch anymore. Fuang Bin nghe vậy, dựa tay nặng lấy khuôn mặt của Fuang Nguyen, giọng nói nhẹ nhàng hồn, lộ rơ về cuồng chiếu con bể. Anh thực ra mong em cà dối vui vẻ. Vợ yếu vợ lo là một cô công chua ruột văn ngũi cung chịu. Những tương lai ai cũng không dám chắc dịu gì. Fuang Nguyen dối mặt ngắn lẽ nhìn cậu. She said words that made Fuang Bin feel even warmer. Hey, don't say that. And besides, I'm pretty strong too, okay? If anyone dares to cause trouble for you later, I'll help you. Fuang Bin reached out to pat her head, encouraging her with added strength. All right, today I'll help you break through and become an official martial artist. A 16-year-old martial artist. Our little genius is also a prodigy. Hearing that, Fuang Nguyen raised her hand to show her determination and said loudly, I've known I'm a genius for a long time. It's just that you're too amazing. Our teachers all say you are the most talented martial artist in the world. Fuang Bin chuckled. Then you must try harder. Don't embarrass my older brother, the most talented martial artist. Go to the training room and break through. Fuang Nguyen also smiled and happily told you that he was ready long ago. A moment later, Duthan unexpectedly approached and handed you a letter, saying to Fuang Bin, President Fuang, this is the invitation letter for the event. The Chinese team participating in the World Martial Arts Festival will come to Mavu for Jiaoliu. Fuang Bin took a towel to wipe his sweat and looked at the black letter with a surprised expression. Nearby, Fuang Nguyen was excitedly cheering, and she exclaimed, "I am also a martial artist now." Fuang Bin, who lacks experience, asked Du Than about the World Youth Martial Arts Tournament, and he explained seriously that, as the name suggests, it is mainly for young martial artists under 30, not just for Wu Dai. This time, Huaquoc's delegation came to Mavu to exchange martial arts, not with ordinary students, but to spar with the teachers. Fuang Bin carefully reads the letter's contents, eyes full of interest, directly looking at the teachers. So cool. Are they all under 30 and already grandmasters? The team consists of 10 people, all at the 6th level, and these participants are directly appointed by the country without any preliminary qualifiers. Aren't they just a bunch of inexperienced second-generation rich kids? Inform the deans to prepare and observe their strength and attitude before making a decision. Fuang Bin warned Du Than that if they wanted a serious exchange, they should arrange for teachers with comparable strength to receive them. If they wanted to trample over Mavu, then let them see why the flowers are so red. At the same time, a car was moving along the road heading towards Mavu, and a voice from inside asked the girl next to him, "Tuto, are we going to Shanghai to have some fun?" "For the past few years, I've been close to death from boredom. Shanghai is the most prosperous place in Huaquoc." She signaled to refuse. "Not interested. We're here to test our martial skills." Tongxiu sneered, his tone indifferent as he responded to Toto. "Testing isn't important. Winning or losing doesn't matter." Toto kept reminding Tongxiu, "If you carry that kind of thinking, then don't go and embarrass us." This young man is Tongxiu, a mid-level Luke Pham. He objectively says he can't fight, so what am I supposed to do? None of those Mavu guys have never fought in a crypt before. Then, Tongxiu confidently affirmed, "Yes. We have also fought in the crypt with top experts helping out anyway. I don't think I can beat those reckless guys." The young man sitting outside glanced at Tongxiu. "He is Li Fi, high-level 6th rank." Li Fi crossed his arms and mocked Tongxiu. "So you already know we will lose before even fighting. It's because there are too many useless people like you that others look down on us." But Tongxiu didn't really care. He closed his eyes and told Li Fi, "Don't blame me. Even in the demon martial arts training, I didn't suggest it. I just wanted to be a rich young master." Tutu looked at Tongxiu. She couldn't stand there arguing anymore and spoke up, "Enough already, arguing forever is tiring. And there's also Tung Bio. No more talking about surrendering or I'll lose face. She's me, Tuto, a high-grade Luke Pham." Tongxiu is annoyed. "Do as you will." "Why does this Then Nian competition force us to participate? Damn it, so troublesome." Tuto compared him. "He's nothing like Tuong Dai Ka, really embarrassing him." Seeing her implying that I am weak, Tongxiu turned around angrily and scolded Tuto, furious as he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't mention him. That guy is a pervert. He kills for fun. I heard that this time he tortured a 7th-rank female expert over there." Extremely cruel, Tuto judged. Killing martial artists in the tomb is the mark of a true hero. Tongxiu was unhesitating and spoke about Brother Tuong. "Just kill him already. Torture and murder, do you understand that? Sooner or later, this guy will be chopped to death." Tuto interrupted. "Not yet," and then even spat on Tongxiu. He turned to Li Fei and began to speak. "Li Fei, if you're so strong, why don't you go over there?" Li Fei didn't look at him but turned to another side before replying, "I will go sooner or later," giving Tongxiu a chance to mock him. "You've been saying that for years. If you're afraid of death, just be honest, but you keep pretending to be a hero when you're just a scoundrel. Hey, Sister Nam Kai, I heard you have an uncle who is a Grand Master, beaten by the headmaster of the Demon Martial School. So you're not planning to seek revenge this time?" Nam Kai responded indifferently to this issue. Sister Nam Ki, a high-level 6th rank. Tongxiu calmly replied, "Do you think I will go after him for revenge?" Tongxiu seriously said to him, "Not to mention the principle and the demon martial arts, I'm talking about the name Fuang Bin. I heard that this guy is very arrogant. Your distant cousin was eaten by him so badly he didn't even have time to yawn." Nam Ki coldly said, "He's only a 5th rank, and Master Min Huan and my family are no longer connected, so why should I seek revenge?" Tongxiu smiled, clenched his fists, and casually mentioned Fuang Bin, who is also known as the one who killed the peak 6th rank. "Don't you want to test your strength against him?" Regarding those teachers, I still have some respect, but these students of Wuda are only so young. Even if they go to the graveyard, how many times can they go down, and how powerful can they really be? Tung Chao sneered mockingly, with a bad temper. "Does he dare to fight me?" Even Bak Hao, who was reading, had to glance at this arrogant person and said, "As long as he doesn't kill you, it's fine. He is a 5th-rank martial artist who could beat you half to death."
And even if Senior Tongue protected you, it wouldn't be like this. This is the Deputy Minister of Education at Bahao's school, a 6th-rank martial artist. Tungseo responded arrogantly without knowing his place. A school minister? I don't like hearing that remark, nor am I relying on my ancestors. I am a mid-level 6th-rank martial artist, unlike a 5th-rank martial artist like him. Baghao loudly declared that the reason everyone on the carriage is going to the Demon Martial Arena is because of your proposal, so just follow the rules and fight accordingly. All the teachers at the Demon Martial Arena are masters. As long as you follow the rules, they won't hesitate to teach you. These teachers are all frontline combat experts. Furthermore, with many years of experience in teaching martial arts, he is not comparable to reckless soldiers. But if you intend to cause trouble or have other malicious plans, be careful. He continued, the Then Nye Martial Arts Festival is not a game for you to play around and fight for the approval of your elders. If we really lose, the damage will be severe. Seo put his hands over his ears, ignoring Bakhao's warnings, and muttered, what's so serious about it? It's just entering the forbidden zone. I won't go. If I lose, I lose. The harsh voices behind made Bahao worry. With his appearance, he should never dream of pursuing me in his lifetime. He has never met me before. If he has any thoughts about you, I hear that Shanghai is full of beauties, so what does he really think of himself? Bahao thought helplessly. I hope this trip to the Demon Dance Club goes smoothly. Please, everyone, do not provoke Fuang Bin, or you'll end up stripped to your underwear before you can go home. And we're all wealthy people. If that kid really tricks us, maybe it's not so bad. I wonder if we can share some with the education department. He gently closes his eyes and sighs. Our education department is too poor. At the dance club, Yunhai stands outside the door, watching Fuang Bin busy inside, her eyes always following him, thinking to herself that ever since she helped her sister break through, Fuang Bin has locked himself in his room, closing the door to read all kinds of books, documents, maps, and papers, not knowing what he's doing, his serious expression making him look really handsome. Fuang Bin carefully examined the information on the document and suddenly realized a truth. There was once a powerhouse at level 5, at the level of 5 stars, where heaven and man merge. The 3 apertures technique appeared to be capable of such feats, proving once again that reading more books is essential. Without it, blindly working hard alone would never break through the 6th level. He picked up 2 documents to compare, the brain's 5th level, refining the body through metal, and he had never known what the old level should cultivate before. At that stage, he was still considered a person, but old-level experts like Wu Xuan completely did not achieve what the book said because he had not seen them unleash their true strength. Maybe they are really weak, and Old Lie's guess is correct. Some ancient relics still survive in the sect. Because there was too much information at once, his brain felt extremely exhausted, and Fuang Bin slammed his head hard on the table, holding his head with his hands, feeling a deep sigh of relief inside. The more I know, the more I feel small, and I still lack many important pieces of information. Why doesn't anyone come to the demon dance to tell me everything in detail? Suddenly awakening, Fuang Bin lifted his head, remembering that an exchange event was coming soon, his eyes shining brightly. Someone is coming. Yes, the exchange event is near, but I don't know about it. What about those legendary ancestors? Their ancestors were all top-tier experts, surely knowing a lot, and they probably have a lot of money too. In Fuang Bin's eyes, the images of energy pills flickered. His gaze was firm. He silently thought the hatred in his eyes was absolute. Maybe the treasure is right here with me. Back then, King Ka gave me a vital energy pill that I still considered a treasure. Now, even ordinary vital energy pills falling to the bottom, I pick up without feeling distressed, like someone giving them to me without any pain. Fuang Bin's expression suddenly turned charming. A sinister and scheming smile appeared, and he couldn't help but feel excited about this exchange event. Maybe it's really time to meet. Van Hai stood at the door, admiring your appearance with admiration. Fuang Bin's transformation into a handsome man was also impressive. At Wuhan University in the Ma Vu Square, Lai Truongxin's voice rang out curiously, asking Fuang Bin, Fang Bing, you're here? I came to welcome the exchange group. As the president of the martial arts club, isn't this basic courtesy? He reminded him, don't cause more trouble, and Fuang Bin wondered why Teacher Lai would think like that. Truongxin shook his head, then closed his eyes, and told you, your family's ancestors are top-tier experts who can kill me with a single breath. I won't stand for being bullied, understand? Fuang Bin was surprised by his words. Is that how it is? Truongxin helplessly confessed. I've never seen the peak-level fight, but Ingo Xuyen said that a high-level veteran cannot withstand 10 moves against a peak master. Fuang Bin was stunned on the spot and asked Truongxin if Ngo Chanthu was too weak, always feeling a bit embarrassed for the 4 great guardians, right? Truongxin crossed his arms around his neck and looked back, then clenched his fist and pressed it against Fuang Bin's face, seriously warning him,
Kid, don't go messing with Ngo Shuyen. He's the only one who has reached the old grade level in Mavu all these years. One of the 4 great guardians supports Mavu. Only then does Mavu have enough momentum. Understand? Fuang Bin reluctantly replied, Got it, got it. A loud shout announced that the people had arrived. They were from the exchange team. The leading group included Tuong Siu, a 6th-rank martial artist, who casually ran his hand through his hair and smirked slightly, secretly thinking that Mavu wasn't lively enough and that he didn't see many people. Next is Tu Zi, rank 6. She looks excited to be here testing her martial arts. Lai Fai, rank 6, crosses his arms behind his back, scanning the surroundings. Tuong Siu sneers. Too naive. The highest rank is just the first. Isn't Mavu the top school? Bak Hao fake laughs and then says, Mavu is just a school facing students nationwide. Most students when they enroll are not yet martial artists, which sets them apart from others. He is the Deputy Minister of Education at Bak Hao School, 7th rank, as To Hao Hung mentioned. Some people in Wudai are still very powerful. I heard that Fuang Bin, 2 years ago, wasn't even a martial artist, but now he's already at the peak of the 5th rank. Bak Hao also confirmed, and it's indeed true. Tuong Siu counted on his fingers, then broke out in a sweat. How did that kid do it? I've been practicing martial arts since I was 50, reached 1st rank at 14, entered the 4 rank at 18, and the peak of the 5 rank at 22. Now he's 26, and Bak Hao carefully told Tuong Siu that he could become famous in Huaquoc, clearly surpassing others, a student from Wudai. Everyone is in the golden core cultivation stage, so a slightly faster breakthrough is normal, but he knows deep down that it's not normal. That kid is a demon. To kept asking Bak Hao and Chu Truong, is Fuang Bin in front? Bak Hao smiled and replied to her, Yes, the youngest person is him. At this moment, Fuang Bin stood in the center, glowing as if radiating a light, and Tuong Siu looked him over, and he was just an ordinary young man. Li Fai also spoke up. What does a martial artist care about appearance? To widened her eyes and looked at Fuang Bin, she sighed in relief. Luckily, he looks quite handsome. Truong Sin shook hands with Bak Hao, welcoming everyone to the Demon Dance Exchange, and he responded happily, Truong Sin, no need to be polite. While those two were happily greeting each other, Tuong Siu on this side started asking him, Are you Fuang Bin? Really only began practicing martial arts last year. Fuang Bin bowed politely with a friendly attitude, smiled, and greeted everyone. I am Fuang Bin, here to show you around Mavu. She pushed her way forward from the back, unable to hold back her curiosity, and asked Fuang Bin, did you really kill a top-tier 6th-rank martial artist? He scratched the back of his head with his hand, a smile in his eyes, and said, The opponent indeed died at my hands, but perhaps their skills were too weak, or they had injuries. Tuong Siu was just waiting for the chance, so he started mocking Fuang Bin. I told you so, but it's not wrong. The ones who can kill him are not that strong, Fuang Bin said to them. Compared to the senior brothers and sisters, I'm not on their level. You all are already 6th rank. The sect master is right in front of you, and I still have a long way to go. Fuang Bin went ahead, planning to lead everyone to visit Mavu. So first he took them to see the energy room and the blood and ki pool of Mavu. Known throughout the water, Lai Fisu asked eagerly, The energy room, meaning the cultivation rooms that burn energy stones. Fuang Bin nodded with a smile. Yes, Master Li also knows her. He raised his hand and told you, We've met a few times, burning some low-level energy stones to assist cultivation, but there's a lot of impurities in the energy. We all avoid using this. We have a martial arts tower built with energy stones, and Fuang Bin's eyes immediately lit up when he heard Li Fi's words. It must be a few thousand jin, so much money. I thought using scales as a unit made me quite rich, but turns out they count in tons. Fuang Bin pointed ahead. Then I will take everyone to visit our storage warehouse, where there's currently a 7th-level demon beast's corpse. Preparing to take out the divine vessel, this is a rare treasure. And Lai Fi immediately had a thought in his mind. Probably only he considers it a treasure. Tuong Siu pointed to his own foot and asked, Oh, the divine vessel. So you mean this one? Tuong Siu told you that if you haven't reached level 7, the divine vessel is just like an ordinary weapon and has no significant effect. We are going outside. Each person carries a divine vessel, and these shoes are a 7th grade divine vessel, specifically mid-grade 7th class. Fang Ping was surprised, everyone. Everyone has a divine vessel, Tuzu said happily. Yes, but Tuo Ben Tuzu is right. We haven't believed in blood fusion yet, and there's no way to nurture it. Fuang Bin calmed down, his whole body trembling. Seeing his appearance, Tuong Siu said to Li Fai and Tu To, Look at his boastful expression. Is showing off just about these things? Leafy frowned. Don't say anything more. He looks like he's about to cry. Tuto also had to speak up when he saw that. I used to think that the leader of the martial arts world would at least have some aura, but now it seems he's just an ordinary mortal. Fuang Bin rubbed his head. His whole body now seemed to be crackling with lightning, his eyes bloodshot. Inside, he was screaming non-stop. Damn it! 10 divine weapons. 10 divine. They are not humans, but moving mountains of gold. If their clothes aren't soaked through, they can leave the demon martial arts. After a month of chaos, Fuang Bin regained his composure and turned back to speak to the 3 people, causing everyone to laugh, as they had previously heard it was a delegation of young representatives from Hua Kwuk. I think I should also be there to compete with everyone for the championship. Now I realize that I lack knowledge. Limited knowledge. Fuang Bin clasped his hands together, exuding a sense of righteousness, and spoke, thanking the senior brothers and sisters for giving me a lesson I will never forget. It was I, Fuang Bin, who covered my eyes and looked down on heroes of the world. Tuto stared in shock, thinking to herself, he's crying. Li Fai was puzzled, crying, while Tuangxiu smiled, thinking, is this little thing really worth crying over? Tuto stepped in front of you, handed Fuang Bin a box of tissues, and softly reassured him it was okay. We understand you too, he said. Tuangxiu stroked his chin thoughtfully, thinking that an honest villain is better than a hypocritical gentleman. You're quite interesting. Fuang Bin took the tissue and scratched his head, saying, I've already been kicked down, but that's also good. It will motivate me more on my martial arts path. Nam Ki suddenly spoke up, saying that others are better than me, which made Fuang Bin very curious. So he asked, Elder brother Trin, what do the rumors say about me? Nam Ki honestly spoke without hiding anything, unaware of the treacherous and cunning actions. The vile and petty nature. Tuto and Tuangxiu immediately covered his mouth, but it was too late. Tuangxiu hurriedly tried to cover it up. Fuang Bin, Mavu has some other good places. Take us to see them quickly. Fuang Bin told her that the seaside in the Nam area of Mavu isn't bad. What does everyone think? Everyone pushed each other and headed south of Mavu. Nam Ki knew she had been rude and hurriedly left. All right, go, 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 go. Fuang Bin took out his phone and made a call, reminding them to clean up the Nam area a bit so Mavu wouldn't lose face. The person on the other end of the line smiled slyly and cunningly, then responded to him, Got it. It was Feng Than on the other side, who excitedly raised his fist. He said that Fuang Vu gave a signal, and the other side is particularly wealthy and could make a big sum, and the person sitting next to him is Ma Vu's student. With his status, does Fuang Bin's behavior seem a bit inappropriate? Feng Than immediately dismisses this idea. Do you think they care about a little bit of money? We make a living based on our skills, not by stealing. Minister Zhang already told Ma Vu to give them a little more chance to train, didn't he? I'm asking you, is dealing with people like that considered training? Feng Than smiled slyly and warned Zhang Yu not to talk nonsense. Remember to cooperate well later, or if Fuang Bin betrays us, don't blame me for not warning you. Over here. Fuang Bin is showing everyone around, and you introduce, this is our martial arts club office. Everyone go in and have some water first, he said loudly, and inside Feng Than's voice echoed out, Old Truong, when will those little kids from the team arrive? His words made everyone gasp in shock. In the room, Zhang Yu sweatily looked worried, saying little to Feng Tan, knowing others wouldn't like it. Feng Tan crossed his legs onto the table, speaking in a commanding tone, daring to talk in front of them. Only those kids are too scared to speak loudly, even if I do. We won't fight back unlike the teachers, maybe just handle it casually and not really fight them. Fuang Bin opened the door and stepped in, pointing at Feng Tan, who was too loud. Tan Feng Tan, you deliberately caused trouble for my demon martial arts, didn't you? Feng Tan didn't really care about the presence of those people. He said, Oh, everyone is here. That was just talk for fun. Pang Bing hurriedly urged and immediately apologized to the senior brothers and sisters. Feng Tan raised his eyes, displeased, and said, Why? Telling the truth is also illegal. Don't look down on them as 6th rank. I fight 10 alone, while Fuang Bin pretends to be a good kid. But I don't pretend. Only a bunch of fools who see blood might scream, and they even make our teachers wait for them to challenge us. Are you joking? Fuang Bin gritted his teeth. Get out! Get out now! Do you hear me? Lai Fi couldn't hold back and stepped forward, crossing his arms with a dark tone, asking, This person is named Tan Feng Tan, right? Looking at his expression, Ngu clearly looks down on us, right? Fuang Bin was silenced by Feng Tan, then turned back and smiled at Lai Fi. Sorry, this guy is the biggest thorn in our martial arts school. Today I don't know what kind of fit he's having. and Lai Fi's face darkened as he looked at Feng Tun with a threatening gesture. This matter, I think student Tun still needs to clarify clearly, insulting us without reason. Are you really a student of Wu Dai? Feng Tun, on the other hand, was not worried and looked at Lai Fi with contempt and disdain as he provoked him, feeling that I was insulting you all. Fuang Bin, if you're a real man, tell me, can you fight 10 of them alone? He kept poking his finger at Fuang Bin's head but didn't say anything. The cowardly guy, every time he couldn't speak the truth, he just pretended to be mute. That's what you're thinking inside. With that, Feng Tun turned his back and walked away, waving farewell without forgetting to leave a parting word. Be careful of them. If you accidentally ruin them, it will be troublesome. After all, the teachers are already prepared, so just play with them a little. It's none of my business. Li Fi clenched his fist, his hand trembling as he said, Do you want to compete? Tuong Xiu and everyone outside the door all carried a murderous intent. He gritted his teeth and said, I didn't want to trouble you guys at first, but you just had to invite it upon yourselves. Then don't blame us for being impolite. Both Feng Tun and Feng Bin secretly rejoice, sharing the same thought in their hearts. It's time to strike. Feng Tun sneakily watches them kneel and crawl. I'm here. No benefit. No early rise. If you want to compete, add some extra money so you can cry all the way home. Remember, for a longer time, if the reward is small, you won't be happy. 50 billion. 5 matches in March.
5 people from Wu Dai. Your 5 people, dare you not? Fuang Bin deliberately said loudly. You want to die? I won't eat you. If you dare to challenge 50 billion, no way do you have that much money.
Feng Tun was angry. How could he compare? He had been down to the tomb many times. Energy stones and energy fruits could only weigh a few 100 pounds. He drank life essence like water. Li Fi was suspicious. Did he just eat a white rotten fruit like a delicacy? Tuong Xiu casually held it. Isn't it said that external martial artists are very poor? Tuto hesitated. We have money because we have wealth at home, but our personal assets are not that much. Tuong Xiu gently smiled at Feng Tun. There's no need to use this method to revive us. No need to waste energy stones. I want a fruit of energy. Li Fi interrupted. I still need a set of beast slaughtering techniques. Tuto also expressed his request. I want the essence of life. Feng Tun waved his hand. He accepted the 3 of their demands. Fine. It's settled. Then I don't need money either. I want... Fuang Bin pretends not to care, but secretly points to his shoes. Feng Tun looks at Tuong Xiu's shoes and then happily says, Hey Fatso, I want your shoes. Tuong Xiu shook his head in refusal. This isn't allowed. These are divine weapons. We still need them at our level. Feng Tun didn't let him finish and cut him off with a commanding tone. 5 divine weapons do as I say. If not, then forget it. Don't waste my time. Get out now. Fuang Bin quickly turned back to the others and said, Seniors and sisters, don't misunderstand. That's not what I mean. Tuong Xiu's group was angered and agitated by these words, their rage boiling over. Do you think we will lose to him, Fuang Bin? Fuang Bin still wanted to provoke them into losing their temper. Su Huin, don't misunderstand. But Tan Feng Tun truly wants to challenge you all as students of the Martial Arts Academy. I must participate in the challenge. I am not prepared to sever my relations with the Su Huin and Su Tai. Tuong Xiu clenched his teeth with a crack. In that case, junior brother Fuang Su feels confident that we are doomed. Fuang Bin pretends to be innocent. Everyone is on our side. Fighting together for humanity. Li Fi stepped in front of Fuang Bin, dark-faced, reminding him that nothing is more normal in front of martial artists. We accept this challenge. Fuang Bin sighed and nodded in response. Fine. Everyone, please hold back and don't let anyone get hurt. Big brother, get ready to be killed. After reading the challenge paper and the confrontation with the students of the Martial University, Truong Sin was so furious. Feng Tun, who allowed you to contact members of the exchange team, hurting the harmony, cough, cough, hurting the harmony is not good, he awkwardly said. It's just signing a contract. Please have the teacher verify. He impatiently told Lai Truong Sin, even though today is the dean of the Demon Martial Institute, among martial artists, if both sides are willing, there's no problem, even if today's approval is hesitant. We can also choose not to fight anymore in the magic martial arts arena, outside as well. Li Truong Sin reluctantly agreed. Fine, if you are determined, then let's do that. Fuang Bin tried to mediate, hoping everyone would not damage the harmony. Ma Vu is just a fight, but after this we are still friends, Feng Than. Brother Mao, apologize for your rudeness earlier, Feng Than said with a teasing look at Fuang Bin.
All right, sorry. Then let's meet at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning at the first training ground of the Demon Martial Arts, each side sending 5 people, and our side will ensure they are all students, because whether we win or lose, we are martial arts students.
Namki replied nervously, "We will also fight with all our strength and won't look down on you," staring directly into Tan Fung Tan's eyes. "That troublemaker, I actually find you more agreeable now. Next time you lose, you'll lose your pants. Don't worry. I'll leave you a pair to wear." Trong Bak Hao was terrified when he heard that remember friendship comes first, competition second. Money isn't the most important thing. Just 50 billion. A small amount? It's okay. If you lose, there's no need to worry about calculations, right? Fuang Bin silently thought to himself that these Fuang Bin guys are really dark. Swallowing 5 divine weapons at once, this bunch of spoiled brats is doomed this time. He then said to everyone, "I didn't expect things to turn out like this. I originally thought that the senior brothers and sisters who came from afar would be careful and fulfill their duties as hosts. Too bad I've already been arranged for. I thought I'd be super happy. Is there a banquet too?" Li Fai shouted loudly with a mask on. "Don't make a fuss, junior brother Fuang. We're all martial artists. These trivial ceremonies can be skipped." Fuang Bin secretly rejoiced. "It's better this way. I haven't really prepared yet." "You turned back and told Li Fi and me that 5 divine weapons are still too much." "Once again, don't misunderstand. If we really lose the 5 divine swords, I will make him return them to everyone." I Tuto chuckled and looked at you. "Fuang Bin, it's okay. Even if we really lose, each of us will only have half a divine weapon." "Anyway, I'm fine." Li Fi looked straight at Fuang Bin and said seriously, "Returning them to us. Are you trying to make us lose all face of our family, junior brother Fuang?" Fuang Bin placed his hand on his back and said, "If that's the case, I'll wait for you senior brothers and sisters to give us guidance tomorrow." In the martial arts battle, fighting with all your might is the greatest respect for a martial artist. Even if we suffer a one-sided defeat, it's because of our lack of ability. Peng Bin absolutely does not hope that because our martial level is low, you will step aside. Trin Nam Ki, Tu To, Li Fi, and I all followed Fuang Bin. Trin Nam Ki loudly declared, "My master once taught me that cultivators must cultivate their minds first," Fuang Bin assured him. "Truly a master of the blade. We will not hold back." And Tu To also said, "It's truly exciting, performing as a martial arts ritual, which for warriors is a sign of respect and regard. We have never encountered such an encounter again." Tuang Xiu and I, Tu To, waved goodbye to Fuang Bin as we sat in the car. Tuang Xiu happily said, "Tomorrow I will definitely have a good fight with that bald guy and see if he can still be so arrogant." Tu To turned around and said, "Fuang Bin, see you tomorrow." Suddenly, Feng Tan placed his hand on your shoulder and said, "These fools are really easy to deceive. Your words, they all can't see you as a threat." When Fuang Bin turned back, he saw Tan Feng Tan with a pale face. "Ugh, stop pretending. I'm about to break down. Just tell me how we will divide these divine weapons in the future." In addition, it's also to give them some experience and help them grow so they won't end up using divine weapons that are useless. Mavu now my master, Lao Liu, Teacher Dong, and Lao Lao Lai all need divine weapons. Fuang Bin took out his phone and said to Tan Feng Tan, "There is one more Than. I want to include Qin Vu." Feng Tan was surprised. "Do you want to call Li Han to join?" he coldly replied. "Ma Vu fighting alone with the divine weapon is his business, but I think we should also bring Qin Vu in." Qin Vu and Ma Vu are among the top prestigious schools, representing Wu Dai and the will of the Ministry of Education. Look at the screen and keep talking, additionally calling Wang Qin Duong and Dio Tan Quan, plus the divine Feng Tan, making 5 people in total, and the situation will become even more complicated later on. Becoming teammates on the same front with them isn't a bad thing. Feng Tan worriedly held his hand and asked if they were splitting the money. First, he clearly stated how much he would take, having put in so much effort, and Fuang Bin continued to speak. "Just fight well. If you win, I will reward you with an A-grade weapon, plus a kilogram of energy stones. If you lose, no energy stones, but the weapon will still be yours." Feng Tan, trembling with fear, thought to herself that an A-grade weapon costs about 3,000 to 5,000 points. 500 grams of energy stone would be 15,000 points, totaling around 20,000 points. But if we lose, we only get a single sword. Han turned to beg Fuang Bin, saying, "Fuang Bin, win or lose, it doesn't matter since we're almost certain to win anyway." "Is it really worth it?" Fuang Bin sternly replied, "Fine. But with this plan, if the whole team loses, you will have to take responsibility for 1/5 of the resources, which is 10 billion. Does Tan Feng Tan have ancestors in the ultimate realm? If not, then just obediently rely on yourself. Even I, Fuang Bin, we have no parents to depend on."
And even the teachers, no matter how good they are not your parents. He pounded his hand on his chest and said, as for me, as long as I get the 4 divine weapons authority, teacher Lai might not, I still have 1.8 million points, and if we really lose, this amount of points is almost enough to open the door. Fuang Bin doesn't have any grand ambitions, but I hope the demon martial arts can improve, and I also hope the teachers won't blame me for making my own decisions. Li Chung-sin replied, that's how it should be. If everyone is a strong person, why let you calculate others like that? We enjoy the benefits, and the bad reputation is for others to bear. Fuang Bin told him that she has been able to live freely until now, thanks to the teachers who supported this entire sky for her, and she will always remember that the teachers came to rescue her despite the distance. Fuang Bin and Li Chung-sin said this together. Master Fuang Bin, when Ngotri Hao happily spoke from the side, I only said a few words. Fuang Bin gave me 100 bok thoi fruits. I will definitely train well and live to break through to the 5th rank. Feng Peng King looked gloomy. Fine. Wait until the divine weapon is in their hands, then Ma Vu will truly belong to the Fuang family. Old No has been completely deceived, even when the divine weapon is about to be useless. On the second day at the Ma Vu training ground, Fuang Bin told Vovodich that the delegation had arrived, and she responded that besides the chief of the chapter, there was also an 8th rank expert, a presence she hadn't sensed yesterday. Li Truong-sin said to the two of them, let's go and see if they are the elders of the other side. I'm still very curious about these people. A man approached the undefeated warrior and asked her, are you the daughter of the Chan Lui? You're already this old and you've escaped the 7th rank. It's been 30 years, right? That man is her father who took her to Taizun. We've met before. She suddenly stopped being hostile, and I recognized him from that day. Fuang Bin unexpectedly spoke up. Teacher, who is that person? I met her 30 years ago. He replied, Chan Tin Than Li Mak, the undefeated martial artist, explained about 50 years ago the Mavu school had only been established for a few years, and a talented martial artist challenged the principal, who was also named Lai Mak. He smiled and said, yes, it's me. Fuang Bin thought to herself, so he's the ancestor of my grandfather's generation. After entering the Bac Pham, he only pretended to be weak, so how young must he be to enter the Bac Pham? He shook hands with Li Truong-sin, I know him, the man who sold his body for gold. Li Truong-sin, the man of Chan Tin Than, has always been hiding and concealing himself. Why is he suddenly appearing openly this time? He responded to that question by saying Chan Tin is not absent nor disconnected from the world. We have our own duties and everyone has their own responsibilities. Fuang Bin crossed his arms and told Tan Feng Tun that even if he hoped he would win, whether he lost or not, he shouldn't be humiliated. Yesterday he was still strong, but today he was easily defeated, and losing face is also losing face for him. Tan Feng Tun angrily shouted back at you. Fuang Bin, you really think I, Tan Feng Tun, have lived all this time just to run away, but that's not true. Fuang Bin interrupted him. Are you trying to prove something to me? Tan Feng Tun drew the sword from his back to show what effect it would have. I don't need to prove myself to others. I just want to understand that I am the strongest. No one is stronger than me. After the fight, I want to eat, he said with his mouth full. I was the first to go up. You know, those guys said I was the weakest, so let me go first, but I think that looking at a 4th rank fake like you, it's no problem, right? Tan Feng Tun and Fuang Bin stared at each other with sharp eyes. Fuang Bin said coldly, so you're in such a rush to fight? He replied, you're the one getting beaten. Fang Bing shouted loudly, then Tuang Xiu quickly ran toward Tan Feng Tun and roared, Head chopper, watch your back! Tan Feng Tun also didn't hesitate to draw the Thandao and steadily moved toward Tuang Xiu. He blocks the gust created by Tuang Xiu, To. To, surprised and scolds, why doesn't this guy attack? And he jumps up with a sharp small sword. Tuang Xiu's rage is gone. Is he crazy? And Tan Feng Tun slashes at the other guy's leg. The person next to To interjects. Counterattack now. To retorts. You're a mid-stage 6th rank cultivator. Yet you got beaten down and pushed around as soon as you fought. Aren't you ashamed? Tuang Xiu went berserk and charged at Tan Feng Tun, shouting angrily, Shut your mouth! He sneered contemptuously, taunting him with a headbutt. Are you afraid? This is my full-strength attack. Seeing the opponent's opening, Tan Feng Tun grabbed his left leg and caught him. Caught off guard, he spat out blood. Fang Bing stood outside with his arms crossed. I've been in the tomb many times, and this guy never pushes himself hard. If you can't fight, run. It's that simple. Can he win? The person standing next to you also spoke. This guy is also pretty tough. If he really risks his life, his strength wouldn't be weak. He's inside the cave. This guy's personality isn't very likable, but his strength is still pretty solid. Fuang Bin watched Tan Feng Tun's fight, but 5th rank martial artists haven't fully refined their bones and skulls, thinking he's top tier in the middle of the 6th rank.
when his blood is boiling to the extreme. Even when defending with blood, it might not be possible to break through. Isn't that like committing suicide? Li Hantong was helpless, and this bastard was using his body as a shield, so he might not be able to break the defense. Tan Feng Tun pushed the other guy away and declared defeat while he shouted loudly and hit his head. Tan Feng Tun calmly accepted the loss. The man, full of wounds and smiling faintly, was lucky to have armor on, or he would have had his stomach pierced. Seeing this, he thought, why keep fighting? I'll spare his life. In the end, Feng Tun voluntarily admits defeat. I admit defeat, and spares your life. Even though Tuang Xiu was so hurt he couldn't stand, he still scolded him, looking exhausted. As soon as he stepped down from the arena, he eagerly boasted to Fuang Bin, "Give me some medicine for the wounds. I won, and you're just whining and speechless," he said.
Think it over. Winning this fight means your injuries need to heal enough for recovery.
Wang Jinyang shook his head in frustration. You're really worried. Ignore the worldly troubles. Feng Tun still happily begs for medicine. Just a half-month supply, no more than a month. Quickly give it to me. Fuang Bin turned to Tuang Xiu and asked, "Did you see the fat guy over there?" He clearly saw the answer right away. Saw it, a coward, so I envy and speak out. Foolish, this fat guy has money. Even if you beat him, he's still the second generation, and he doesn't respect guys like that. Over there, Li Fi is furious, shouting at Tuang Xiu. You are the winner, so be proud, yet he is in so much pain his face turns pale, and he can only cry and complain. My guts are torn. It hurts so much. Teacher Li Fi is even more furious, humiliated and embarrassed. It's still Feng Bin who steps up and shows Feng Than a few sharp moves. You used to be aloof and not make friends, then you suddenly bled 3 liters of blood. Hopefully this guy doesn't need much medicine. Maybe your relationship will improve, and they might even give you resources from 5 to 6th grade. And also see if you can add some variety to the business. If you succeed, your fool of a brother will have a backing in the future. He was stunned and suddenly understood the true reason. Damn, that makes sense. And since I was a bit hesitant, he leaned over to ask Fuang Bin quietly, Yeah, I said before that I was very rich, but isn't that breaking my image? You confidently suggested to him that this time, whether you win or lose, all your belongings will be donated to Mavo. It's simple for a man without extra money, and once again I am truly impressed by Fuang Bin. Damn it, you were right. I get it now. So Tran Feng Tun went straight to the other side to act out a scene, making Tuang Xiu panic. What's wrong with your head? Doctor, seeing him bite the hook. Bisiu, nauseam, he quickly struck back. Don't ask anymore. Is there still a essence of life? Give him a little, to strengthen his spirit and become a top-tier master, Lu Fuangnu calmly replied to the old man. This Feng Than, quite tolerant. Huh? My little guys all have pure hearts. The first round is understanding. The second round is fighting. The vice dean of the Weapon Academy, 5th rank. Lu Fuangnu responded modestly. Feng Tun still remains very innocent. Her second circle is about to begin. She silently scolds herself for not seeing through who the mastermind is. How embarrassing. Next, Guang Hai, a 6th rank middle tier, enters the battle sector, and she decisively decides to learn from Tuang Xiu's lessons. Facing a 5th rank warrior directly, the only option is to break through with blood energy and mental strength. It's not a big problem. Just a moment ago she was confident, but now she's stunned. This feeling isn't mental power. Facing the 5th rank young soldier from the number 1 military academy, she lost confidence immediately upon realizing he had no spiritual power, only aura. After a deafening shout of death, the attack was completely overwhelmed in favor of the young soldier. The final blow when he shouted "kill" was aimed at Guang Hui Nguyen's back, but she luckily hit his right shoulder. Li quickly told her to admit defeat, but she angrily called out to Mr. Li, who repeated his earlier command, "Admit defeat." Guang Hui Ngin immediately followed his advice and admitted defeat. Actually, he did this because he had already realized that Guang Hui Ngien had no chance of winning. He has no malicious intent to kill, otherwise he would have entered the danger zone earlier, using his indecisiveness to disrupt Hui Ngien's will. He also deliberately stayed close to lure Hui Ngien and kept breaking through to exhaust his energy. And in the end, with a decisive strike, this young boy was very brave and resourceful. Just as Than Quan sat down to rest, Fuang Bin told him to go socialize with Lao Dio and make some friendly gestures. You hit a girl from their side and said some gentle words, but he refused to build any relationship, saying he wouldn't go because we are rivals and he's weaker. So he had to go all out, but Vuong Kim Duong still didn't understand Fuang Bin's intention. He told us to build connections and help with what he wanted to do.
He clearly emphasized his goal of forming alliances with them, knowing they have many good resources, and returning together to the underground cave could be quite beneficial.
Vuong Kim Duong sternly warned you to stop, to deceive them and provoke those people. You're dead for sure. Not convinced, Phuong Bin had no choice but to go along with it. Understood. So that's why we made the alliance first. Keep it up, Mr. Vuong. Down in the audience, the big boss patted Commander Phuong Bin on the shoulder and teased him, saying, "Hey, you still have that personality, haven't changed at all over the years." He stepped back and asked coldly, "Do we know each other?" "Today, only Han Thong fell for your tricks. Have you regained your memory or what?"
The masked man suddenly acted dramatic. No, only some fragments occasionally flashed by. Stay calm. Don't tell outsiders we are different. We're easy targets, hey, with his intelligence level immediately believed and followed along. I understand. I won't tell anyone.
"What about you? How much do you remember?"
The guy honestly replied, "Nothing at all. And you just casually chat a few more words with him." As usual.
"In the past, you were weaker, but your strength recovered faster. And back then, I was still at my peak. Come on, let's not talk about it anymore." Phuong Bin turned to quietly instruct Than Quan and Lao Diu. "Today, only us brothers know. Don't let it get out." Han Tong nodded in agreement. "Lao Diu, our brothers are united, no matter what happened before. But in this life, we must definitely work together to pacify the underground abyss." Than Quan was stunned and muttered, "What are you guys talking about?" But pacifying the underground abyss cannot be refused. "The match below is about to get intense," Phuong Bin excitedly announced. "It's starting now. This person's strength has suddenly increased. He's even stronger than the other two," Han Thong responded anxiously. "Their fighting style suits them perfectly, probably set with a fixed standard, so old Vuong might be a bit anxious." The boy eagerly watched the match without blinking. Vuong was about to let two tigers clash. He did it on purpose. Vuong Kim Duong is gathering strength to unleash a deadly move. Phuong Bin gasped in shock, the heaven and earth roar. Brother Vuong is about to play his hand. Li Fi stood up to watch closely. These martial arts students are so fierce, yet they want to self-destruct, and Feng Tan is just lying back, relaxing, enjoying the free show. "We don't kill friends, otherwise you guys would be dead already." "Hey, Fatso, do you know how much I've taken care of you?" Tuang Sitai looked stunned as he handed him the medicine, saying casually, "You're very good. Eat more. I have it." I was shocked and exclaimed, "What is he doing?" Vuong Kim Duong is expanding the roar of heaven and earth like a bow. Feng Sheng screams in despair, crazy and unafraid of the destruction it could cause. After gathering momentum, Vuong Kim Duong launches his spear with the force of the roar of heaven and earth. Feng Sheng frantically guesses. "You've already activated the three flames technique. Your cultivation effort is wasted. You can only start over now." "Old Wang, you're too arrogant. You've beaten people to the point of losing all reason," Vuong Kim Duong roared angrily. "The three flames technique also made you explode. Look at his stance," Feng Sheng is shouting. "No way. How can the heavenly and earthly roar be treated like a bomb and thrown away? Even if you're not one of our demon martial artists, you're still part of the martial world, so don't be too arrogant. This is where we draw the line for peace." Not only Feng Thani, but a wave of criticism also erupted over Vuong Kim Duong's bizarre and abnormal way of using the heaven and earth's call crazy and insane. "So now you agree to take a drink. Just now it was a life-threatening attack, using the call of heaven and earth, making a joke of the Three Fires Gate. What does that guy think he is? He secretly thought we all fight like that. Exploding and then condensing again, we have experience. We won't die." Li Fi, anxious, stood up decisively, blocking my way, determined to restore our honor. Han Thong stepped in to block. "That guy is a high-level 6th rank, probably not easy to deal with." Phuong Bin calmly warned Gata not to interfere. Among those people, Li Fi and Chi Nam Ki had a smell of blood on them. Reaching the 6th rank high level means they've endured quite a lot. Li Fi and Han Tong officially confront each other. Gata firmly reassures himself that he must stay calm and focused as Li Fi charges again with fierce determination, and Han Tong bravely advances to attack Li Fi. Li Fi's sword chopped at Gata's head as if striking steel or stone, causing no harm at all. Han Thong's defense was invincible now, if only he had a metal body. Meanwhile, Li Fi kept pressing Gata's head to strike, while Gata kept thrusting his head out to take the hits and threw punches repeatedly at Li Fi's body. "Come on, charge forward. If you have the guts, cut me down. It won't hurt at all." Gata's voice echoed in my mind as tears fell. "It hurts so much I feel like my brain is about to burst, but you keep swinging at me and making me bleed." I still laugh arrogantly. Does revealing it make me even more badass? Fengxing clutches a pile of pills, helplessly commenting, "What is that fool doing? A sharp head is weak, but don't use your head to block divine weapons. And also, old king, what are you doing, let me tell you? All the energy fruits belong to me. The crown prince is busy chatting and doesn't even watch the fight." The exchange ended with both sides agreeing to a truce, Han Tong clutching his bloody head and panting heavily as he mockingly taunted Li Fi. "That's all you can do. I haven't even cried yet, but you, a high-ranking cultivator, are crying like this. Don't you feel ashamed?" Li Fi tried to hold back the blood from his nose, feeling wronged, and glared at him. "I was bullied by you, ambushed at the nose, so I couldn't hold back my tears." So he went berserk and challenged again. Then fight on, kill you if necessary. Actually, he's just afraid of not getting the reward, so he's risking everything. "Fuang Bin said you only get the divine weapon if you win. Or not at all." Li Fi cried out in anger and scolded Han Thong. "Aren't you satisfied yet?" "Do you really think I can't cut off your dog's head?" Fuang Bin had to step in to stop these two young troublemakers. Everyone should focus on the competition. Let's stop here. Besides, Trin and I have been sitting for a long time. Give us a chance to show a little, please. As soon as Fuang Bin stepped down from the arena, he was greeted enthusiastically by the crowd. "Champion, champion, martial arts champion." You wave to the audience and politely speak. "Friends, it's just a match. Don't make a fuss so our brothers can look down on our martial arts." Trin Namku steps forward to praise you, and when you say that, everything falls silent. The power of Fuang Bin's martial arts is finally revealed. You respectfully respond to him. Trin says, "That's enough." Now on the arena, I will do my best, and I hope Brother Trin won't hold back either. Honestly, inside I am very excited. This is amazing. Should I give them some benefits? I said casually and simply, "I think so too." Trin Nam Kai started to take off his gloves, and Cao Fuang, "If you said you would try your best, then there's no need to use this." Hearing that, you became even more nervous and fidgeted. In fact, if you don't give your all, you don't respect martial arts, so I guess I have to use my pain technique, Feng Than exclaimed, and then, thinking he was overly confident, he asked back, "What do you mean?" I hurriedly took out a bag of fruit to please him. "I understand the rules. I still have my fruit, so speak quickly," he seriously recounted. "Fuang Bin's pain technique is not very effective, but his strength is very powerful. He learned the art of pain cultivation from Director Li, who once defeated Director Li in a fight, the same person who beat him last time. Fuang Bin's current pain withdrawal is indeed impressive. As Feng Tun said, he only cultivated pain for a month with a single rank. But now he's at the peak of the 5th rank, and after reaching this level, he can't cultivate pain anymore. If that pain drops, it could cause trouble." Fuang Bin's gaze was also completely cold, different from usual. Now, while he was still calculating, he had already reached the peak of the 5th rank, forged his bones into metal and his body into a metal body, and completed his training. Today, the highest level of vitality reached was 5.999 bodies. "I am too strong now." Nam Kai's expression slightly eased again. While Fuang Bin was still trying to circulate his energy, Nam Kai stood still, despite Lai Mak feeling a bit angry and hesitant inside, acting foolish, waiting for the opponent to get ready before striking. But Chang Sheng beside him coughed a few times. Sister Nam Ki is very spirited in martial arts. He knew Fuang Bin was preparing to strike, yet he kept giving him time. Fuang Bin waited until the match started to take his stance, wanting to be fair, but then, oh heavens, seeing what happened next made him secretly think. The white of heaven and earth has condensed 45 times. "Fuang Bin, are you enough already?" Chang Sheng hesitated, thinking that at least he should preserve some dignity, wondering if he really had to kill him with a sword. And at this moment, Fuang Bin also realized the situation. Thinking to herself, "Nam Kai is truly simple. You already broke me, and after all, I let you hit me. I was giving in the game, so do you really want to force me to kill you?" Suddenly, Nam Kai wiped forward, and Fuang Bin wiped up, both having made up their minds. "Forget it, no more pretending. Let's settle this once and for all." The next attack was the destructive ultimate slash, which caused a massive explosion in that area. The people around were stunned, saying the energy was too terrifying. The master's decisive move, and as the smoke gradually cleared, Nam Kai was pushed far away. Deep down I think that even if others are beaten and humiliated badly, it's not really that bad. But in this situation, not a single strike has landed, and I've even been pushed back hundreds of meters, with Fuang Bin still holding back. Tuang Xiu, seeing this scene, would be extremely terrified and shout, "I thought he was a pretty gentle guy. Why is he so violent?" Feng Than beside him chuckled and explained, "He is the president of the Martial Arts Association, so he would naturally be friendly to guests. But once fighters start sparring, they become wildly aggressive, and Tuang Xiu couldn't accept that."
Are you sure he's only been to the underground cave 4 times? Feng Than replied, I'm not sure.
He descended into the earth to fight a top warrior, so his strength is relatively strong. Li Fai was lost in thought, blaming himself, thinking we are just sitting at the bottom of the well. After the battle, Fuang Bin stood beside Nam Qi, helping him up and speaking, Kai is a top student in martial arts I cannot lose, and Ma Vu cannot be defeated.
Sorry, I'm not afraid of you mocking me because I am the ace, so Ma Vu has given me many resources and my strength is actually on par with the high-level talent. You and I are considered evenly matched, but Nam Kai, unsure of what to do, turned away and said, even if we are equal, you still defeated me with just 1 strike.
Then Fuang Bin continued to support Nam Qi and speak, Do you believe it, Qi? I have no strength left now. If I keep fighting, I will lose. But all the students of Ma Vu are here. Can you help me save some face? As long as you don't mind, I can teach everyone the Shook the Chief App technique. The purpose of martial arts is not only victory, but also existence. Hearing this, Nam Kai firmly believes that, yes, losing is losing. I am not the winner either, just a bit disappointed. Shook the Chief App, it seems Chan Tin Then also has it. Fuang Bin still unhesitatingly adds, complementing each other. Only through mutual cooperation can martial arts develop. If Chan Tin Than has it, Kai can bring it out for us to study and discuss together. If not convenient, then forget it. Feng Than secretly cursed in his heart. What a fool he is. So easily angered, defeated but still sharing with others, lost the divine weapon. On this side, after Nam Qi's defeat, Lai Mak was also sad, thanking everyone for their generosity. But as for the tactics, he remained silent, saying, Vu Dai, no sectarian stance. The vast ocean welcomes all rivers. This is a military expedition of the world, yet Li Mian is still calculating in his mind. This is a conspiracy, he is forcing benefits upon us. Received, Chan Tin Than, should I open the door to you or not? Not opening the door would be selfish, and people are still searching for danger, so this time with the demon dance, it's better not to come. Fuang Bin was still very cheerful, raised his hand and told everyone to rest. I won't be serving you at noon. Waiting until the evening when everyone gathers. Chang Sheng then speaks. Seeing their worried faces, he doubts they will agree to the divine weapons. Your plan might have issues, he calmly replies. Just wait and see. I will take them to visit the school's history museum and the Southern District Cemetery. Fuang Bin raised his hand and pondered. I don't want to use your spirit to gain their approval. Hero doesn't need approval, nor does he need to pretend. But I definitely don't want those people dying in front of me every day if everyone up there has spirit. Knowing we can exchange for 4 divine weapons, I think they will agree, but Chang Sheng grits his teeth and refuses. It's because our old men are too weak. None of you have the Dragon Phoenix in your hearts, and now you're playing with a bunch of children. If I had the strength of a 9th rank. Fuang Bin quickly moved to his side and patted his shoulder, saying, if that's what the master said, we're just tricking for something good. They should be the ones cautious. The master's way of thinking isn't right. Compared to divine weapons, I prefer to load the core of the honey rice. The warriors in Chan Tin City are very smart and clever. If I want to speak up, I should still look for those people. It's better. Chang Sheng still keeps pushing forward. Don't be pressured. If you can't get the divine weapon, I will go to the underground tomb myself. But Fuang Bin still persists and boldly declares, don't worry, I will eat those cheap sheep. In the afternoon at the History Museum, Fuang Bin continued explaining to everyone that these are the cross-shaped medals of our demon warriors. Blood and lives of many generations have built the demon warriors of today. In front of everyone's admiring and open-mouthed gaze, Fuang Bin continued speaking. Perhaps the power of the demon warriors now is not as strong as Chan Tin Than, but the spirit of the demons will not be weaker than anyone else. He moved forward while urging them to go. Today's purpose was to make everyone understand that everything the master gave to the demon martial arts was for personal gain. As everyone continued walking ahead, Feng Tan turned back to the wooden bridge, pulled Tuang Xiu and shouted, Hey Fatty, this is my father, the one who didn't give me a divine weapon. Tonight my father will come looking for you. Tonight. Tu Toy felt a bit nervous inside, knowing that Quang Dao's father had already died. He softly called out, Old Li, and inside Old Li kept cursing. A bunch of fools. Once you lose the divine weapon, there won't be a chance to get it back later. Tratlai turned around and looked at Fuang Bin. If we're playing, I also won't be the kind of person who makes promises and doesn't keep them. The divine weapons can be given to you. Feng Than looked even more excited. Can we choose ourselves? Fuang Bin immediately spoke up. Tan Feng Tan, when he was desperate, never mentioned what divine weapon. Brother Trin has already decided, so you better pick the soup instead of the fish. Peng Then was a bit unwilling and shouted out, The key point is that those things are useless. Lao Trin's hands are pretty good, Lao Li's pain is also quite strong, and the Jian Quang Hin Yi is also beautiful. Others kept adding in, from my words, Miss Ngo's sword is also counted. Lao Lai cut him off. My pain too, Nam Ki said with difficulty. You Tan-like hands, my hands also count. Liet Nan Thuong is also included. Tuong Siu looked at this scene with utter helplessness and shouted, These are my pair of mid-grade worn-out boots. Do you understand what settling scores means? What are you looking at me for? You're not fighting. Keeping them is useless. Li Mat could only cover his face with his hands and ponder. A bunch of idiots, do you even know the difference in that? If it's a divine weapon, then forget it, but you still want to compete for a higher rank. Phuong Bin waved his hand and said, Van Thi will take everyone to the combat strategy room to visit. I will come to find you all later. At this moment, Phuong Bin pulled Feng Tan aside and said, Here you go, while Feng Tan looked a bit sad and still hadn't cooled down. Leave it to me. If there are any primordial stones, I'll give them to you. Phuong Bin continued to remind him, You lost already, Feng Tan lamented. Zhang Bao also retreated. At this point, Phuong Bin could only helplessly hand Feng Tan a small piece of paper. Fine. Take the approval slip if you finish refining the primordial stone and don't reach the mid-5 rank. Ma Vu won't raise the golden button beast for you anymore. Get out and live your life. Keep talking. Old Vuong Dieu, if nothing's wrong, everyone can come to the battle room to check it out. Han Tong still stood with his arms crossed against the pillar, waving his hand dismissively. I have to return to Ken Vu. Let me know if you have any gains. And you should also aim for the 6th rank. Phuong Bin immediately turned away with an excited look and said, Teacher, it's painful for you. Actually, gloves would be better, but you'd suit them more. Truong Sin, a bit angry, shouted, What right do I have to get the boots? I am the real sword master. Yet you still calmly replied to Truong Sin. The master also didn't acquire a divine weapon. With the sword in hand, combined with the golden sword, our strength will be greater, and he will be given a new Changsheng sword. Then you start to consider the ownership of the 4 magical weapons, with the system calculating an additional 44 billion, still 4.3 billion short of 100 billion. We need to quickly find a way to reach 50 billion, and we also need essential information from the 2nd generation along with breaking through the 6th rank. A few days later, at the Demon Martial Canteen, Feng Tan suddenly shouted, Let's eat something really delicious today. Meat for level 7 beasts. I personally went into the beast den to find this. It's absolutely delicious, Tuong Siu, feeling a bit helpless, reminded him. Still hesitating. You think my judgment is stupid? Stop wasting words. Bring the food up. Level 7 beast. I haven't eaten either, and hearing that, Feng Tan suddenly shouted in anger. I shrug, then ask Phuong Bin if he was the one who led everyone to kill the demon beasts. Sitting calmly at the table, Phuong Bin responds, Do you think that just because I say so, the Tran Tin Than warriors will also go dig up the beast graves? From then on, Mr. Li replied that they couldn't casually talk about Tran Tin Than, and Tuong Siu also covered his ears as if to avoid hearing. Phuong Bin, we've understood your situation over the past few days. After all, there are some things we don't want to say. It's just really hard to talk about. He kept twirling his chopsticks. Do you think I, Phuong Bin, am someone from a heretical sect, or a subterranean warrior? Tuong Siu immediately spoke up. How could that be? Phuong Bin then continued, saying that the situation inside the underground city has become worse, and Tran Tin Tan's goal is to cause panic out of concern. He explained that I, Phuong Bin, still understand those matters on my own, and I have the ability and spiritual strength to bear everything. I want to understand better, for the people, for Hoa Nation, to contribute more. As for the History Museum of Demon Dance and the Southern Cemetery, I don't want anything else. Do you think I wouldn't agree? Tuong Siu hesitated when he heard this. Phuong Bin, isn't this making things difficult for me? Han Tong immediately added, Don't talk nonsense. Little Tuo, tell me, are you heartless enough to watch so many of us die? Tsu Tuo hesitated. So you guys don't ask too much. I don't know much either. Then suddenly Phuong Bin wondered how many top-tier ancestral elders Tran Tin Tun had. She replied that Tran Tin Tun has 13 clans, so there are probably 13 elders. But 2 years ago, it seems Elder Duong disappeared, and Tuong Siu added that he wanted to seal the realm and ultimately vanished in the abyss of the realm. The exact reason is unclear. It might have been ambushed by monsters in the Forbidden Sea. Phuong Bin asked, Is the Forbidden Sea the great ocean to the south, and can it make warriors disappear? A map suddenly appeared along with Tuong Siu's explanation, but the details are unclear. Elders always say men shouldn't enter the Forbidden Sea, and you can survive in the Forbidden Zone. But if you go into the Forbidden Sea, you will definitely die. You know about Haishan Horse, right? It was built to resist the expansion of the Forbidden Sea. Haishan Horse runs through 4 main areas, which are southeast, northwest, and surrounding the forbidden area. Fuang Bin wondered if those elders were all on Haishan horses. Tuang Xiu quickly replied that the ancestors were suppressing internal and external passages. They do not allow warriors in the Forbidden Zone to freely enter or leave, but both sides should restrain each other. After all, leaders usually don't dare to fight, they only threaten each other. Tuang Xiu hesitated before continuing. Now that Elder Duang has disappeared, the balance has been broken, and the other elders dare not leave their defensive zones, so the Tian Nam Earth Abyss has been shattered. Fuang Bin, while touching his face, deduced that the records from Commander Len and Minister Chuang included the recent Qingdao Earth Abyss battle. Tuang Xiu continued, saying that over the past few years we have carried out probing attacks, but I won't say more. Feng Qing also suddenly spoke up to break the atmosphere, saying halfway through, "If you dare to stop me, I will beat you up." Tuang Xiu could only lift a few bites of rice to his mouth before continuing. "That is top secret and cannot be revealed. I lost the recorder, so only the fake one with us knows." Tuto glanced at him and added, "You eavesdropped on Mr. Tuang and Uncle Tuang talking. You must not say anything." And Tuang Xiu continued speaking. "I just want to say that you need to let go of what's in your heart. If Mr. Tuang isn't happy inside, then you must also make others unhappy." But Tuang Xiu's next conclusion froze everyone at the table. Humankind is about to die. Fang Bing froze and asked again, "What?" Tuang Xiu continued speaking, revealing that the Forbidden Zone is actually divided into 2 factions, the Cursed and the True Demons. These 2 groups have been in conflict and opposition for years, but the Cursed faction always upholds the stance that the True Demons should attack humans. It seems that because they found something to revive, their ancestors were able to resist because the True Demons were ambushed by the Destined Ones. They dare not fight humans outright, but now many intelligent beings believe they will cooperate. You see, if this isn't the end of everything, then what is? On Fang Bing's face, a look of worry appeared. And then Tuang Xiu calmly reached for a piece of meat and continued speaking, "I am just a pawn waiting to die, and while we know some of the news, how much do you think I can really know?" And Tuto beside him also looked worried. "With what I know is even less, I dare not eavesdrop," Fuang Bin continued shouting. "So this is all you know," Tuang Xiu confirmed with a hum. At this moment, Feng Tun stepped in to break the tense atmosphere. "So you 2 know so much, just eating some dog meat is enough. Eating this beast's meat also increases your strength. I still need to leave some for everyone. Later, I'll treat you all to skewers, that should be enough." Tuang Xiu immediately fell silent, knowing they had no good intentions. From the start, they just wanted to scheme against us. "Since I am generous, I won't bother with you. If you really want to become stronger, then go into the underground abyss. That way you'll enjoy the blessings and not die, and your deaths won't concern us." But Fuang Bin's expression was quite different. "You can see how much our ancestors are at ease enjoying their blessings. Next time, don't train anymore, just give me the resources, and when I reach the top, I will take you there. Tuang Xiu only knows how to dodge to another direction while you're still planning. This meal wasn't in vain. These messages have finally been revealed to us." Inside the abandoned room, a strange light suddenly appeared, and Tuang Xiu looked a bit surprised and wondered what was going on. Had they started fighting again? Fuang Bin's eyes involuntarily showed a hint of something unusual, and he immediately shouted, "Tan Feng Tan, let's go, the master has broken through. 6th-ranked demon martial grandmaster." Everyone rushed over in a commotion. But Dao, heaven has eyes. My 6 great demon martial sect masters, within a year, the 3 great sect masters and the martial arts village chief are here. Get out of the way. Unbeatable demon martial. The Beast King, Golden Jiao, roared and struck down. Tan Feng Tan hesitated and said, "I thought his spiritual power would manifest as fists or gloves or something." "Why a lion?" Fuang Bin said with difficulty. "The great lion. This is to prove his own title." Lu Fuang Yu jumps up and unleashes a powerful move at the blood-soaked Beast King. "I will melt his bloodied shield to help you." Deputy Minister of Education, North Hang School, 7th rank, and the Weapon Institute Director, Lai Truongxin, also joined forces with her to defeat it. Zhentin City, Li Ma, the 5th grade expert, exhaled and said that when the core of the divine weapon shifted to his control, that divine weapon was truly his most reliable weapon. Sister Namtai also added, "I'm fine. Divine weapons only work when wielded by powerful warriors who have endured blood and fire, death and chaos," smiling as she pats his shoulder in reassurance. A lightning bolt from the sky struck down, and everyone cheered loudly, congratulating the success of the divine weapon, celebrating Master Duang, the Grandmaster, and Mavu. Fuang Bin looked at him with a smile of praise. Mavu, the Grandmaster, the greatest martial artist on the continent, truly deserves his reputation. Then he approached to report to Lai Mak that we decided to hold the Grandmaster banquet at the Mavu Festival on April 2nd. You must all come and attend. The old man clapped you on the shoulder, thanking you, but unfortunately our time is limited and we can't participate this time. We will send more exchange materials.
Then he thought to himself that Mavu's strength was much greater than he had expected, and if he wanted to form a bond with him, it wouldn't be polite to refuse. He told you that after saying goodbye to the principal, we will return, and you smiled brightly, showing your white teeth. Principal, they have returned. From afar, Principal Mavu, Ngokwe Dan, Bafam, and others are coming. Fuang Nhu, Lao Duong, all broke through. Congratulations, I happily asked. Principal, how is the battle in the tunnel going? I guess you couldn't win, but you still made a contribution. Mainly, Tianman City will have to move out very soon, so I hope the city's defenses can be pushed up to over 100 levels. The Fanatxt New gang crossed their arms and snorted. That beast is gone, huh? He continued. Han has a relic divine weapon with Han's same level strength. I still can't kill him. Give me some more time. Master Lai brushed the dust off his shoes and cleared his throat to attract attention. Really now? What's with the torn shoes? Damn this leg. There's another one left in the warehouse for Lu Lao. Ngo Kuei Sun was stunned to discover the divine weapon. Panicked, he turned to look at the principal, then quickly turned to flatter him. Principal, those are 4 7th-grade divine weapons, but they're nothing special. These are all things that students should do. Then curse inwardly at this old man Li for interrupting my lines. The principal asked again, You said repeat it. A 6th-rank martial artist of the demon martial 6 sect with a 6th-rank divine weapon. He smiled as he wielded a small sword and said to me, Well then, today we begin training the divine weapon, not only to train but also to showcase it to the world. Thus, the people of Chan Tin Then will know that we have obtained divine weapons. Fang Bing and those young ones are not involved in this matter. Everyone begins training, and so the practitioners of Mavu start to get busy, not only to refine their divine weapons, but also to advance themselves further and become stronger. The current rankings are the clearest proof. With the latest global rankings just announced, Dao Feng is 7th grade, ranked 730th worldwide and 144th in China. Huang Chang is 7th grade, ranked 530th globally and 97th in China. Wu Kuishan is unranked, ranked 6th worldwide and 2nd in China. Li Truongxin is 8th grade, ranked 475th globally. Lu Fa Lo Thuk is ranked 87th worldwide and 13th in China. The rankings of the old martial masters have all changed significantly. Training the 6 viscera, the Yangwood 6, then removing the foothold to reveal the 8-pack abs, continuously punching the wall while holding a book of forbidden techniques. Discovering that when severely injured, the body produces an indestructible substance, Du Than Quan closes his eyes, using his hands to control the deep pink aura flowing into his body through his ears, then shouts, Teacher, keep attacking me if you want. Finally, Li Hantong went crazy and immersed himself in the flames, clenched his fists with determination. Burn now. I must train my body and also provoke the arrogant contemporaries. Survive to train. In the southern area, a crescent-shaped throwing star lies scattered on the ground, as the sound of training echoes steadily, chopping and chopping. The boy is also fiercely training. The ancient book says that heaven and man unite, the 3 flames hold the gate, but after 2 days and nights, he still cannot achieve the state of concentration and unity. If I keep going like this, I won't reach the 6th level. When I had 6,000 blood, I was already far ahead of a 6th-level martial artist, but my explosive power was too low, not even reaching 50%. If it weren't for the hanging machine, I wouldn't be able to fight the stronger opponents at all. Keep going like this, and I might actually lose to a 7th-level chicken. Looking from above, you are running on the water without getting wet, and the throwing knives are flying everywhere. You confidently assert that Fuang Bin is not stupid, talented, hard-working, and if I haven't succeeded, who else in this era could? I am the strongest. Remembering the image of Feng Ruo absorbing power into her bones, and Zhang Dingnan controlling the strength with his hand to split the stone in 2, he opened his eyes wide and thought, That's not right. The explosion of power shouldn't be like that. I want a slash that cuts the water surface into 2 halves. That's the true way. You can't just pursue explosive power without focusing your strength. By synchronizing everything, that's true martial arts mastery. A few days later, Demon Wu Fuangnu and Duangfang were soaring through the sky, and she asked as they looked at the tall buildings ahead, Can you feel it? He replied, Yes. Fanatxt Than is about to reach the middle stage of the realm. He uses energy stones every day to break through himself, risking everything. She added, I mean Fuang Bin. He's been fighting on the sea for 7 days. Stop for a moment now. I'm afraid you're about to break through, he reminded.
about to reach the 6th rank, which is our first 6th rank demon martial arts. As they were talking, they saw the boy flying past. He pointed to her and said, "Look over there, huh?" he greeted. "Hello, teacher and sir. I'm heading back to school now." She looked at you with doubt. "You're not trying to break through your realm yet." She hasn't located the Santiu Chi men. You fly far away to the Tiet Dang area and leave a reply. "I haven't confirmed the position yet. The teachers will know later. I went to the southern region to break through. Maybe it will be more effective." He asked her with a smile. "What is it doing, breaking through the same realm anywhere?" She gritted her teeth in anger. "That kid is just showing off, damn it. I really want to kill him." In another place, everyone gathered to watch Fuang Bin holding a sword that shone with a dazzling yellow light, declaring, "Everyone look at me, I will announce something. 6th rank only today." He raises his sword to cut through the sea. A woman respectfully clasping her hands in front of her and saying, "He hasn't stabilized his position. He will directly open the 3-star barrier gate." Duong Fong anxiously explains, "Ordinary people need to reach the 6th rank to break through. They must stabilize first, then gradually use energy to guide and open the gate within." Feng Yu, emotionless, also joins the conversation. Fuang Bin used his explosive power to strike, forcefully opening 3 doors at once. This is true unity of heaven and man, the third eye manifesting as recorded in ancient texts. His sword soared straight into the sky, and everyone looked at the front of the sea in shock, exclaiming, "The sea! The sea has been split apart." In his mind, Fang Bing was panting heavily after practicing swordsmanship, while the people outside were chatting casually. Looking at Fang Bing, the 3 gates of the Tri-Destruction Gate all appeared, and he has reached the 6th rank. "Over here, someone is clapping happily for you. Impressive indeed. No wonder you're the first 6th grade student council president." Some are crying tears of envy. "Damn, I want to cry too, compared to that person. I really am doomed. I'm only a 3rd grade. He's not a martial artist yet. I'm at 5th grade, and he's already at 6th grade. If only someone I could rely on so I could cry for 3 days and nights." I proudly thought with a slight smile, "This is the 6th grade realm. I can feel the 3 gates absorbing energy from the surroundings. Energy is flooding into me, changing my body, training my tendons and bones, honing my mental strength." I clutch my chest in pain. No, something's not right. Besides being filled with power, my body also feels different, as if wind is passing through. No, that's not it. It's the 3 dantians of the Qimon that are absorbing the energy. You can feel different types of power emanating from a door inside your mind. The first door holding the power of qi and blood, the second door containing mental strength, and the third door holding life force. No wonder the target of the elixir is the 3 doors to block the flow of energy, so that one can ultimately be reborn. You look at the information board in shock. "Oh my God, after advancing to the 6th rank, your blood has increased by 1,000 limit points, with 6,999 Kai and blood points, 929 mental strength points, feeling yourself close to reaching the realm of a grandmaster." Everyone rushes over. Chairman Yu Wu. On March 30th, 2010, Fuang Bin broke through to the 6th rank. This is a new record, and in less than 2 years, Fuang Bin achieved accomplishments that many people could not reach in their entire lives. And Ma Vu, including all of Wu Dai, may produce the first swordsman in history who hasn't graduated yet. This is an unprecedented record, and he happily gifts everyone. Today I broke through to the 6th rank, and all students in the school received a free gram of energy stones for cultivation. They cheered. Chairman Yu Wu. Fuang Bin disappeared from the global 5-star ranking. This martial arts great heavenly called out again, breaking through once more to become a 6th rank powerhouse on the new leaderboard. Li Hantong is in 1st place, Wang Jinyang 2nd, and Routhan Army 5th. The sound of the end of the world echoing from inside the building. What's going on? As for Tan Feng Tain, he's not on the list. He stomps in anger. "I don't care about reputation, but this is just too embarrassing." You, sitting behind reading a book, suggest, "Don't bother me here. Go find the Martial Arts Association." Han still looks angry and doesn't care. "Where can I find them? They don't pay attention to me," he replied. "Then don't bother me either. Weren't you afraid I would reach the 6th rank and beat you a few days ago, so you kept hiding whenever you saw me, and now you're the one actively coming to me?" Han turned back with a cute look to win you over, hesitating. Lavi, lend me some money. I've run out of energy stones." You stood up and slammed the table in anger. "I already gave you 1/2 kilo. Do you still need more? Don't you have any shame? You know I've struggled for life and death, just for a gram of energy stones." Han looks even more pitiful now. He still hasn't let me into the underground cave, so can you help me talk to the military? Let me into the underground cave. You argue I can also go to the city, and once I switch to the Tian non-underground cave, I won't be restricted anymore. You clutch the paper tightly, if you really want to speed up your cultivation. Go to the Heaven and Earth Power Training Hall to refine your 5 internal organs and 6 viscera. Han jumps around wildly, using the energy of heaven and earth directly for training. It's no different from wanting me to blow myself up. You try to stay calm and talk to Han, using the essence of life to protect the inner palace and refine it. Maybe you can save your life. This item costs 10 million per gram on the market. I buy 100 grams in the name of Mavu for 1 billion, which is better than wasting endless energy stones. You sit calmly, clasping your hands and thinking, claiming to buy on behalf of Mavu, but maybe Mavu will never be able to buy again. This time you took a share from Mavu, understand? Han scratched his head in frustration. I've already signed a 10-year contract with the school, you repeat. 10 years plus 10 billion more, so you owe a total of 30 billion. A teacher signs a 15-year contract with the school, then a bunch of debt, and Han hesitates and replies, then 20 or 30 years, is that okay? I might not live another 30 years anyway, so might as well sign for 100 years. You then say, that way everyone will understand, since there are no basic benefits, everything is used to pay off debts and the harvest plan in the underground remains the same. Han stiffened upon hearing that. Is it really true? So my future benefits, I'll work for free for 100 years. And what about human kindness, I said while working. If one day you become a powerful person, but if you become useless, then the school has wasted 100 years raising you. In the end, it's all for your own benefit. You push the pile of papers over and sign the debt. Han looked anxiously at the long list of IOUs covering the table, thinking to himself that the debt was too large to handle, even less than what he could earn from a mine. He sneered and said, I lent you money to train yourself kindly and didn't even rush to get it back. How could you be considered a criminal with your character? Besides me, is there anyone else who lent you money so you could quickly improve your reputation? Han nodded but didn't agree, and she was right, you're the best. Over here, you and Trong Yu are talking in his office when he looks at you and asks, Phuong Bin, Principal Tron Trong Kin Nam has arrived, will you go to greet him? You turn back, Principal Tron just broke through to the 8th rank, I thought he would need to rest for a while. Why did you come in person? I was planning to wait a while before coming to congratulate you, so it wouldn't be a hassle now. I suddenly remember and remind him. Zhang Wu go register at the Education Bureau. Tan Fung Tan signed a 100-year contract. From now on, if there's anything, I'll handle it for him. Tan Fung Tan's face darkened with resentment. I've never seen anyone sell themselves to pay off debts like this. I'm worth a lot after all. What's wrong, Truong-u? Standing in the middle of the chaos, sweating profusely. Phuong Bin is really sharp. Outside the corridor, waiting for Principal Yang Zhen, you clasped your hands in congratulations on Elder Tran's breakthrough to the 8th rank, forging a golden body, immortal and eternal, dominating the 4 seas. Principal Trong Kin Nam Vo Dai, that is Tran Du Din, looked at you with his hands behind his back, saying, there's no need to flatter, you're already at the 6th rank, almost 7th, showing some real presence. You smile and say, yes, Elder Tran, on the day of your breakthrough to the 8th rank, my juniors haven't prepared anything, so I offer you this small gift as a token of respect. He looks at the fruit plate in your hand and asks, the 100 repelling fruit. Give it to me, please introduce it, Elder Tran. 2 days ago, Van Hai advanced to the mid-tier of the 4th rank, and the next stage in her cultivation mainly involves tempering her spirit. The effect of the 100 thorns fruit is quite good, he breathes a sigh of relief. And sweats, all right, stop joking. These few 100 thorns fruits, I will give them to Van Hai later. Everyone entered the classroom, and Tran Dui Din sat down and started talking. This time, with the opening of the Heavenly South Earthquake, nearly 30 Martial Grand Sages have been recruited. And you keep asking again. Old Tran, the principal, has the military recruited Martial Grand Sages already? Tran Lao said that yesterday, Ma Vu was recruited by 3 people, and Lao Ngo has to go. The others are free to choose. You replied that recruiting 3 Grandmasters is already too many. Tran Lao continued that currently there are 62 Grandmasters in the great nation, and the Tiannan earthquake has recruited half of them. This time, I'm only afraid that a full-scale war will break out. Principal Tran Dui Din looked worried, and Tiannan will also go, not knowing if we can return or not. The only thing I can't let go of is Van Hai. He clenched his fist, knowing that Tran Van Hai is Ma Vu's student, and we will definitely take good care of him. Elder Tran ordered to dismiss the people. Phuong Bin, the boy asked if he finished, go back to work. We still need to discuss the details of the departure. That afternoon at the martial arts hall, Tran Van Hai felt shy. Phuong Bin, my grandfather, gave me the bok thoi fruit. Thank you. You read the documents without caring about me and just answered. It's nothing, as long as you train well. She looked at you with curiosity. What are you doing? You still didn't look up at her and replied. The list of the Sect Masters' banquet includes 2 Sect Masters appearing consecutively, so a grand feast must be held to honor everyone. This is the glory of the martial arts. You lean back in your chair, rubbing your chin, indeed forgetting to invite a few people.
She approaches and says, "The families of the brave warriors who sacrificed heroically have not been recognized. This honor should be shared with them." He agreed, yes, and all the teachers and students from the old area can also be invited to come tomorrow. "It's been a while since I saw your sister Phuong Nguyen. I told her to invite her. So if you have anything to say, just tell Trong Ngu if you're planning to go." The girl tilted her head innocently and asked, "Will we get many fruits tomorrow?" You helplessly whispered, "Van Hai, you weren't so materialistic before." She didn't hear clearly and asked again. "Huh," he nervously replied. "Nothing." Then secretly thought to himself, "This girl has been spoiled. It must be Tan Feng Tan's fault. Next time we meet, I'll teach him a lesson." On the day of the outside party, everyone loudly praised and discussed how Mavu was growing stronger and stronger, and Mavu's power was not only due to having many high-ranking experts. That's right. Even in terms of student quality, they are even better than the teachers at my school. I heard that this time Mavu arranged for all students from the third rank and above to line up and welcome everyone. There must be around 400 people. Phuong Bin and all the students stood in a long line to greet everyone, with you representing and saying, "Welcome the Mavu family for coming to celebrate with us." And you and some other students loudly cheered, "Welcome, welcome, warmly welcome, 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 warmly welcome." Everyone outside was talking. This time there are many sect masters, about 30 people, including Protector Lord Ngo Shuyen. It's rare to see former disciples attending the sect master's banquet, let alone Deputy Commander of the Military District Dienmuk, all outstanding graduates of Movu. This is a picture of the commander's style. Governor Motto is personally here, that old lady is Than Dien Sun, the great monk Van Son offered herself, and the son of the great sect master Trong Hung Vu from Vuongok Son has also arrived. Van Hai took Phuong Nguyen's hand and entered. The little girl happily looked at her and said, "Happy New Year, Sister Van Hai, that glass doll. It was you who gave it to me, huh?" She smiled at the girl. "Phuong Bin said I like it very much." "Really?" The girl smiled brightly and said, "Yes, I like it very much." Then she approached the horse and looked at her. "Van Hai, sister, do you want to be my sister-in-law? So I have to bribe you well then. My brother listens to me a lot." The girl blushed and asked, "Bribe? What do you like? Can I have a few more dolls like the one you gave me?" The girl agreed, sure. The little girl happily lost herself in her own world, desperately craving lots of delicious food. "Can you buy them for me?" She nodded without hesitation. "All right, no problem." The girl drooled with longing. "So, can I keep your bank card for you?" she asked confusedly. "Huh?" The girl turned to the people approaching her. You're joking. I actually really like the sect master's secretary. I have my own private training room. But the greatest advantage there is your brother. Today so many sect masters came. Van Hai, can I ask you to help me get their secretaries?" She hesitated, but agreed. I think I can ask for a few, my older sister or something like that," the girl happily flattered. "Sister Van Hai is the best. Once she gets the secretary, she'll be my sister-in-law." Go Quason spoke up. "Everyone is the leader of the core departments on resource discounting. Has the government made a decision yet?" Deputy Minister of Education Ho Khan from Bakha School replied that it has not been officially confirmed, but Vudai might become a pilot unit. Quason added that if e-commerce platforms implement a unified pricing system, the chances of success are very high. Bakha asked, "Yes, but for Mavu, wouldn't the benefits be too great?" Quason turned to pat him on the shoulder. "At my level, there are no longer boundaries of one house or one place. Young people can see far and wide. We have no reason to fall behind." Deputy General Director of Dan Duok, Ko Min, broke out in a cold sweat and stopped him. "But creating a platform for trading personal martial arts regeneration is not appropriate." He smiled at Guo Ming and said, "We operate on a barter system, with our platform acting as an intermediary and ensuring safe transactions." He pushed up his glasses and said, "In that case, it would be easy for unscrupulous martial artists to exploit the system, so Bakha School will step in to mediate. Although everyone has prepared the necessary reports on resource circulation, supervision is still essential." You politely explain that without a platform, they won't be able to buy resources anymore. Now that online transactions are open, it becomes even easier to trace, which is certain. "We sincerely invite government agencies and pharmaceutical companies to join the platform and work together on supervision." Trandu Ding, holding a fan, asked you, "So who will take the lead in managing the operation?" I replied that the ideal situation would be for everyone to operate together with Zhongxi. Specifically, each school contributing 3 to 5 billion dong to invest in my distant company, holding 18% of the shares. This will encourage everyone to actively promote. He asked again, "Just buying shares, why does it need so much money?" He explained with a smile that it was necessary because it could help me calculate my asset value.
It was essential because many issues could arise, and if something went wrong, at least the platform would have the means to handle it. Furthermore, the platform itself also needs to pay a certain insurance fee to the three major companies. And additionally, the procurement of weapons and energy stones from these companies cannot wait until the transaction is completed to settle this payment. Right? To upgrade the system, we have to rely on this one person. Everyone nodded, thinking it made sense. Might as well try since we don't have much money anyway. Take the chance and run. Lone Sun is bringing the contract. Here's the contract. Thank you for your support. Sign here. Just sign, and I'll handle the details later. Suddenly an explosion occurs. Everyone panics. What's happening? The world's miracle. The gate of the three flames is manifesting. Truongsin's whole body emits a dazzling golden light as someone shouts, Lai Truongsin's spiritual power has manifested. A glowing sword appears and everyone rushes in. Where did this swordsmanship come from? If not Lai Truongsin's spiritual power, then whose is it? Lao Tran laughs, breaking the limit of the sword intent. This is the sword intent of Commander Li. He's helping Li Changsheng train his mental sword, and Demon Eye also says so. So the painting Commander Lai gave was for this purpose. Does that mean he values Lai Truongsin that much? You looked at them in panic and asked, Teacher Lai has already gone up. Always look at the light emanating from eternal life. Ngo Kuei-sun blocks the way. Lai Truongsin stops. What is he doing? Why does he need to unify all paths? He cautiously looks at Tran Lao and asks, Tran Lao, what's going on? Is it dangerous? He fanned his thick fan and merged his spiritual power with his golden body, dying to become one. And from now on he has harmonized the myriad paths into a single spiritual force that manifests as himself. He is the sword itself, and once the sword is destroyed, he will die, even if his golden body still remains. Moreover, there will be no chance to come back to life. And hearing that, your whole body felt like falling into an ice cave. Fang Bing hurried to Principal Ngo Kuei-sun and anxiously asked, Teacher Li will not have a chance to be resurrected. Why? He also explained that when the 10,000 paths merge, the combat power becomes limitless. From then on, his golden body and spiritual power would also merge, and by cultivating both blood energy and his golden body simultaneously, his spiritual power would naturally increase without the need for further cultivation. He wiped the sweat from his brow and said, as Li Truongsin created a small magic circle on his palm, but once damage is inflicted, the pain endured is also immense. Immortal matter is also difficult to recover from such injuries, making destruction even easier, and most importantly, after merging the myriad paths, it may no longer be possible to generate immortal matter. This is a sacrifice of life for power. You see what he's doing, Master. What is he doing? He's merging. If everything is unified in the Tao, then all external things are no longer necessary. From now on, Li Truongsin will only cultivate himself, not his fate. Li Truongsin was wielding his sword and casting magic up there, loudly proclaiming that I was born only to be the number one, the most beautiful 3 gates in my stomach, and that only Lai Truongsin exists in this world. Lao Li's life force is fading rapidly. He probably only has a few years left. He looked at you and asked, so what about the Yen Tiek Tong Su? Stop staring at me and eat something. There's wine to drink today, drink it up and go on your way. Who cares if he falls tomorrow? He happily drank from the wine bottle and looked at what? Drink it already. The party returned to normal. After Lai Truongsin's interlude, the Yen Tiek Tong Su continued for a long time, until the afternoon when the guests finally dispersed. The Grand Master of Mavu and Fuang Bin have both drunk quite a bit of wine. This is a rare major event on Jiangku's martial path. Especially for Fuang Bin, there's something even better. He looked at the system dashboard. It's here. The system has leveled up. This time, space for writing, 1 cubic meter. Energy barrier, 10,000 points of spiritual wealth per minute. Aura simulation, 100,000 points of spiritual wealth per minute. He pouted and asked, Yet, what's this for? Aura simulation. Then he looked at the system panel, muttering to himself, what if it only simulates the energy fluctuations of other martial artists? This skill is good, but is this all for the level up of 100 billion? Next time, it will be 1,000 billion. He froze, staring at the number on the system, shouting loudly, Wait a minute. Something's not right, hiding the plus. Even the energy barrier has a hidden plus. What does that mean? Adding 3 has already spent more than 1 million of my wealth value. With this hidden addition, could it be? He wondered if it was possible to increase the barrier for others as well. The more you add, the more people it would equal. If there are no limits to increasing a martial artist's power by creating energy barriers, then isn't it possible to bring a few top-tier experts to raid and destroy the enemy's stronghold? You grin mischievously. No, 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 I have to try it first and see how it works. Tan Hai walks in from outside and looks at him. Fuang Bin, why so hurried? He thinks to himself, here they are, the barrier. He looked at her and thought to himself, not bad, her aura has disappeared, while she over here is feeling shy and awkward. Fuang Bin, why is he staring at me so intently? Does he have something he wants to say to me? She took a deep breath, prepared herself, then closed her eyes and said, I'm ready. You can go now. And the boy stood up with bright eyes. I'll go to the principal's office. She looked at him with a puzzled expression, but still responded, yes, be careful, okay? You slam the door and hurriedly tell the principal, no, I know it. Your mother lied about my feelings again. Vice Principal Mavu Huangkan, holding the documents angrily, he scolds you. Your cousin Dan is really overdoing it, and how come my reply is also insulting me? Did you rush to take it before I could? I kneel down to block the blow from the principal. He's mistaken. I'm not scolding him. Honestly, I'm so scared I wouldn't even dare to yell at him. Yenrang replied to make it easier to calm him down, but he still dares to argue, causing a bit of trouble. He kicked you out of the house. Go away. As you were flying off, you shouted everything out. If you want to deal with me directly, just say so. No need to hide behind the door. You sit in the middle of a dirt pit, resting your chin and feeling sad, realizing that my energy is useless against Lao Huang, and it only works on those weaker than me. My joy was in vain. Bringing along 3 low-grade items already cost me $1 million in a minute, and a day would probably cost over 10 billion, which means I would just go bankrupt. I wipe my nose and keep thinking. I can only imitate the aura of the same or lower level. Even though I only need to have encountered the aura before to imitate it, what use does this function really have? What use does it have? In the training room, the ghost martial arts student Tang Wen was practicing stance, when suddenly she was punched in the forehead along with a warning, and the girl took a hit to her head from this old man. She sat holding her head and asked softly, what's going on? You wear a funny mask to warn, and the great lion dares to bully my Fuang Bin. I said I want revenge. Today, I will take someone to vent my anger prior, and also the children of the teachers nearby. I won't spare a single one of them. Then came a series of lapping sounds. Everyone was sprawled on the ground, some crying out loud. President Fuang Bin, what are you doing? I didn't do anything wrong. Don't get angry and curse, you idiot. That's not the chairman. It's that damn Feng Than bastard who deliberately attacked the chairman. But I know very well his blood power. She said angrily, I'll go find my father and tell him everything. In the energy room, Feng Than was pressed against the wall, panicking and explaining, don't blame the good people.
It wasn't me, a voice interrupted sharply, while Dongfeng stood with his arms crossed, watching him. This kid is something else. Fuang Bin has reached the 6th rank but still dares not commit such treachery, yet someone else did it first.
The real culprit is just looking at him and scolding him. Tan Feng Than, enough is enough. You clearly hit the teacher's head with a bullet and are bullying a 2nd-rank disciple. Do you even have humanity? He cried out in injustice. I was framed by the king. Someone must have conspired against me, you Bloodshed replied. Could it be that I, the king, framed you? And you even lowered my voice. I'm not as stupid as you. He pulled you aside to explain to those people that it wasn't him. I have witnesses. Today, I was strictly training in the Tiandi Li cultivation room. Someone spoke up to clear his name. And today, Tan Feng Tan actually hadn't gone outside yet. I thought it was related to the previous matter, and it seemed like he also realized something at this moment. Tan Feng Tan. His movements don't seem that fast. You sweat nervously and calculate. You're wrong. He's never gone out. This is not good. Then you pretend to be calm and say, how could I bully Duong Vian, such a child? I am a 6th-rank martial artist. I also have dignity. He turned to look at the elder and then at them. Dignity is just a word. In the past, he only bullied those who admitted fault, but deep down he was someone without any sense of self-respect. When you arrived, he was already here, clearly just here to watch the show. He looked at Duong Feng and said, Master Duong, now's your chance to kill him. Kill him first and then talk. He's not even a 7th rank yet. Once he reaches the 7th rank, today he already fought the master. The gentle smile on your face reminds him that blood does not lie, and although I and you may have different bloodlines, he gets annoyed and argues back. With your extensive cultivation, if you can suppress your aura, then Nui Trang is definitely not that difficult. Others might not be able to, but you can. Dongfeng approached with a dark face, placed his hand on each of their shoulders, and smiled, telling them to shut up, because neither of you are exactly good people. If it's not Tan Feng Tan, then it's Fuang Bin, and today he beat both of them. He silently lamented in his heart, why did I have to meet such trouble? And you smiled regretfully, realizing you went a bit too far. Then a loud noise rang out, and the two were beaten to a pulp, each with a bump on the head and two lips like two pieces of steak. He rubbed his head. These people have wanted to fight me for a long time. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to watch the fun. He teased you? Can you change your aura, become a grandmaster maybe? You also didn't just play along, dreaming that you only became a person, but your aura is too weak. He can't accept it, damn it, so will I become someone responsible for you in the future? You sat back against the wall and asked, not mentioning this anymore. In a few days, the Southern Underground will open. How do you plan to arrange it? He waved his hand dismissively, of course, to make some money. This time, I won't take you anywhere. We go our separate ways. You protest. Don't think I consider you my kin. This time, I'm doing something else. Remember when Kim Duong bowed his head before you told the story? I agreed with Vuong Kim Duong to help him find his master. Even if it means dying, I will find his remains.
Vuông Anh luôn giúp đỡ tuổi trẻ con Duong vũ thuật, thậm chí ra nhiều lần liều mạng cứu tội. Chuyện anh ấy cầu xin, tội nghĩa bất dụng từ.
He turned his face away. Even if his character was poor, he was still stronger than you. Lao Vuong is also my brother. I definitely won't just stand by and do nothing about his matter. The two of them clasped hands tightly. And you said, I thank you on behalf of Vuong Kim Duong. He will be less angry. Later find a place. I will draw the initial map of the southern heaven and earth quarters. And there's more. Our story isn't over yet. The person controlling my body will compensate in kind this time. You pretend to accept the loss and say, I am very generous, he curses. Stop talking nonsense. Tan Fung Than, while drawing the initial map, says to Phuong Bin, Tien Tam City was originally in the sea boundary forbidden zone. North is the fortress of the Earth Abyss, and on the east and west sides, there are other fortresses and forbidden zones. At the end of both sides is the boundary area. He turned his pen and continued speaking about the fortresses. I don't know if they hide their aura. About the forbidden zones and the monsters being too strong, I thought the discussion was that there are no people in the regional areas. I plan to take the opportunity when the big battle begins to go and see a bit. Phuong Bin pointed at him and asked, Do you want to go to the region of Tien Nam? This time, there might be a big battle in Tien Nan. It's too dangerous. And the goal this time is to help Vuong Kim Duong find someone. Fung Than leaned back in his chair. Anyway, the initial map is finished. I've given my advice to old Wong already. From now on, it's my own business. My name is Tan Fung Tan. My reputation has already spread throughout the underground realm. Do as you wish. I will go prepare my things for departure. At Phuong Bin's dormitory in Ma Vu, Tran Van Hai hurriedly packed his belongings with a weak expression, saying, Phuong Bin, I want to go back to Kin Nam for a while. Maybe I won't return to Ma Vu for the next few months. I want to finish my business there and then take the opportunity to train a bit in the underground tomb in Kin Nam. Phuong Bin stepped closer to comfort her. Van Hai, there's no need to pressure yourself. We have what we need. You don't have to force yourself to have more, she said shyly. Tan Shua Huin Tien To isn't good either, but he quickly advanced to the middle of the 5th rank. I was left behind just because I didn't try hard enough. Phuong Bin sat next to Van Hai and said, If you were an ultimate relic grade, you wouldn't let me go because you could protect me. But since you're only at the 6th grade, I'll go if I want to. Just remember to take good care of yourself. He handed her a package containing some energy stones, 3 Ba Thoi fruits, and a few life essence crystals, and told her to use them sparingly. In a little while, go to the logistics department to get some medicinal pills. The tuition fee will be deducted from him, so don't refuse. Van Hai blushed and he softly said, I won't refuse. Phuong Bin looked at her and said, You are very straightforward. Let me buy you a set of 6 rank armor. She quickly refused. Your grandfather already prepared a set of 7 rank for you. Phuong Bin was angry. Next time, don't interrupt when I'm talking. Understand? I'll buy you a set of 9 rank armor later. Your grandfather's 7 rank set. You can throw it away. Van Hai hugged the package, smiling shyly. The 5th grade armor was expensive. How could he throw it away? Phuong Bin's face darkened, waving his hand after packing up. Go quickly. I also need to cultivate. She stood under the streetlight, looking up at his room and waving goodbye to Phuong Bin, and he looked at her, thinking that he finally understood a little. The feeling he had before when Tran Van Hai looked at him as he left for the underground cavern. In this era, do martial artists have brains? No, some have gone forever, but others shine brighter than any martial artist in 100,000 years, even though millions have already departed. Are all you brothers here now? Although only mid-tier martial artists, Phuong Bin and his entourage just need to follow the arrangements to survive. The student from Namjiang Martial University, Vuong Kim Duong, a high-level 5th rank, pointed towards Fung Tun and asked Phuong Bin if he was also coming along. Han's strength is relatively weak. It will endanger us. Feng Than is angry. I am also mid-tier 5th rank, fighting alongside that person. The boy hesitated and waved his hand. Their eyesight isn't very good, only the person is at the mid-tier 5th rank. Brother Vuong has already reached the high-tier 5th rank and is close to the peak. Phuong Bin turned to Feng Tan and said, "This time finding a master is my matter. Tien Nam is very dangerous. Han is lying on the ground whining and has been left behind. I have already signed a 100-year contract for myself." Student Quang Vu and Lai Han Thong, at the peak of 5th rank, nodded in agreement, saying, "Lifelong brothers in the previous life as brothers, and in this life as well." Phuong Bin shouted, "Your iron head is almost at 6th rank, stronger than before, and it seems your bones and skeleton have also recovered a bit." The classmate accompanying you reluctantly said, "Can the less talkative one be quiet for a couple of sentences?" At the temporary command post near the entrance, Chief Investigator Nam Von Nguyen, a former 5th rank, asked Director Ngo, "Why are those two kids here again?" "Why are they everywhere, Principal Ma Vu?" No, Quaidon replied. "Just do our job and let them do whatever they want." Anyway, the plan is for a full-scale war, so those outside are just chatting. Unfortunately, Lao Du isn't here, or the brothers could have gone back on their own. The other person angrily replied, "Do you really want to restart the civil war in Tien Nam again?" Van Geep became serious and spoke directly. "In 2 days the gate will open, and we will go in immediately to drive out the enemy. Our top priority now is to push the enemy back from the passage and prevent them from entering the area due to the ground conflict. Everyone, we must not retreat in this battle." Everyone shouted in unison, understood, and Feng Yu helplessly said, "The master of Wang Jinyang must have died a long time ago." "Nan Wu as well. Why not try to stop them a little?" Kuei Sun replied, "Can't stop them. Don't worry. Those kids won't die. But the people helping in Tron Tin City probably have other motives," she added, searching for the corpse of Jue Ding. He suddenly asked, "Did Phuong Bin tell you?" Phuong Yu thought for a moment and replied, "Among the people from before, one fat guy admitted everything, and the man leading is most likely the head of the Duong Da family. They came to find their ancestral remains. This time, the person involved is Duong Da from Tran Tin Tan, owner Duong Da Huan, Aku Pham, and Tran Tin Tan, Li Mak, A Bat Pham." So Kuei Son asked, "The corpse is already dead. Why risk so many lives of the That Pham, Bat Pham then?" "Is it worth it?" she replied seriously. "Maybe that corpse is very important to their family. Who knows about the Extinction Realm?" He muttered, the Extinction Realm scene. 2 days later, at the entrance of the Heavenly South Earth Abyss, Dong Feng was confused. If the enemy truly appeared, Mount Thanmang would no longer exist. Phuong Bin sighed as he looked at the scene before him. The place was packed with experts. I counted over 80 people, including more than 10 Q Pham. "Teacher Duong, he's only a 5th rank martial artist, so he probably won't be at the top, right?" Duong Feng looked around. The strategy of martial artists from Hua country is always for the stronger to go first, the weaker to follow, but they can't avoid advancing. Yun Yue announced that the martial artists of the rank of Ku Pham are preparing to advance. Feng Ru ran towards him to inform that the failures will enter in the 3rd wave. "Phuong Bin, you guys retreat first. Go down the mountain." Phuong Bin didn't care about her words. "We will hide in a hidden corner for a while. The lights are dim." Phuong Yu is angry. "Stop talking nonsense. Soon everyone else, forget about those guys. Protect yourselves well." Van Nguyen orders, "Attack!" Inside the room the battle is raging. Phuong Bin worries and thinks, a great war has broken out in the passage, and it's a battle of the Ku Pham. Leading the charge, the master-level experts advance, and Phuong Bin watched and thought. More than 10 master-level and over 20 grandmaster-level experts have already entered, yet they still can't drive the enemies out of the village path. Will they be able to do so when the entire army fights? He looked at the crowd rushing forward and wondered, is this really war? A real war? Suddenly, 2 people jumped down from above shouting, "5th rank, attack." Han Tong beside him was also worried. So many core and venerable disciples entered, but still got overwhelmed by the enemy, and Phuong Bin dodged in between. "It's okay. The enemy was probably deliberately let in by us. Didn't you see the sect masters already prepared? The fighting outside is still ongoing. The 7th rank is advancing." Half an hour later, Phuong Bin rushed out. The energy of the passage had already diminished, but they were definitely still fighting. Your friend beside you hadn't finished asking. "So, you interrupt and continue speaking. The battle inside the underground cavern. Otherwise, 100 masters could have already driven the enemies out of here. Go." The commander calmly said once inside, "You are not allowed to leave, and you won't be able to exit the underground cavern for 24 hours. Entering the underground maze, no matter who you are, you will be killed no matter what. Kids, is this really necessary?" Phuong Bin stepped forward and called out behind him, "For the sake of the brothers, for Hua Kwuk, and for humanity," he contributed his strength.
The commander praised him. Well done. Who are those young men? A comrade reports Commander Phuong Bin and Tan Phung Tun from Ma Vu, Li Hantong from Kin Vu, and Vuong Kim Duong from Nam Vu. Lieutenant Commander of Hua Kwuk's Ministry of Defense, Li Zhen, a former top-tier expert, smiles faintly. Unafraid of the younger generation, Hua Kwuk is invincible. Humanity is invincible. Inside the underground passage, 4 members of the group, Fong Bing, Jun, Lei, and Bei, step in.
Phuong Bin calmly ordered, despite the frightened crowd behind him, to help gather the remains, only to receive the reply, "There are no remains left."
You keep talking. I can tell that Dean Dong Hu Vo Dai, Vice Dean Vo Dai Liu Hua Kwuk, Commander Trin of Thien Nam, they all fell. 6 of the 6th rank, 3 of the 8th rank. Is there anyone at the 7th rank? Han Tong asked what should be done with these elders now. Phuong Bin replied that the army will recover all damaged weapons and relics and they are not allowed to take them.
I don't know how the teachers are doing. How did it come to this? Kim Duong spoke. We are still in an advantageous position, otherwise we wouldn't be able to let the enemy retreat. He turned around, clasped his hands, and told Phuong Bin the old words. I, Vuong Kim Duong, will not repeat myself.
This underground abyss is full of danger. The 4 of us combine our strength. Even a fusion of top-tier experts can fight once. You clasp your hands in response. It's not just a single battle.
Just kill as many as you can. Stop them for me for a moment. I will take down each one. Kim Duong boldly moves forward.
So what are you still talking nonsense for?
Let's go. The 4 of them bravely move forward. Phuong Bin leads and says, "Those who have fallen are gone.
Their deaths on the battlefield are the greatest honor for a martial artist.
In the southern heaven and earth, Yuan Tiannan City remains." And Pong Bing wonders to himself, only a ruin remains of Tiannan City. The demon beasts and the most formidable monsters have indeed allied with the demon creatures, and he is deeply shocked by this desolate scene.
During the battle, Kue Sun defeated his opponent and shouted loudly, "The fight is still ongoing ahead. Everyone must not run around or retreat for now. Just wait."
Kim Duong shielded the wind and said, "The energy waves of the ancient grade." Han Thong also covered them and spoke. "How can the energy of a relic be so easily released like that?" Phuong Bin sneered angrily.
Damn it, just a wave of residual energy and it already has such great power.
Suddenly, he heard a voice saying that the ancient beast had been killed. It turned out that Van Nguyen did it, and the announcement was that Minister Nam had cut it down. Li Duc Dung said, "The male minister has already killed 2 high-level demon beasts. Do the remaining demons dare to keep coming?"
Phuong Bin wondered. Why not kill the monsters first?
Duc Dung replied, "The demon beasts have been fighting us for many years. Many have died, so they are already used to it. But we rarely fight against the demon beasts." He continued explaining that first they must kill them to intimidate. As long as their will is unstable, they will retreat on their own.
King Phúc Vu, don't even think about escaping. Kill them. The demon beasts are already starting to fear. This battle must be a complete victory.
Amid the chaos, Phuong Bin led Kim Duong and Phung Tun to run away. He said, "While the experts are pushing themselves to the limit, let's go find the person." "Did your master say where he wanted to go at first?" Kim Duong replied, "The master initially came here also to find someone, perhaps having fought with warriors in the Ban Nguyen Lake area and V City, so he decided immediately to go." First to Ban Nguyen Lake, Phuong Bin sighed, this time going into the underground to find someone. And that person is also searching for someone. Stay calm, don't cause more trouble. Near the Moonlit Lake area, Phuong Bin turned back and asked everyone, "This time there might be quite a lot of spoils. Did you all bring your tokens?" Han Tong was startled and asked again, "Tokens? Do the great warriors have such divine weapons?" Phuong Bin explained that demon martial arts don't exist, but because of the old brotherhood, we all had them back then. And as for everyone else, I'm afraid they've lost them. Hearing you say that, Kim Duong quickly pulled Phuong Bin aside and whispered, "Did you prepare any replacements at first? What's in your bag?" Phuong Bin sighed.
Nothing. When Phung Tun overheard the conversation, he widened his eyes, asking about that year, the ring, and who everyone was. Han Tong calmly joked about ancient warriors being resurrected, and the rest, don't ask. Phuong Bin also played along, saying he only told him because he trusted him. "This is an absolute secret that must not be revealed." Phung Tun was terrified. "Are you ancient martial artists? No wonder. That's why I saw you training so quickly, and even mutating. It's not that I'm not as good as you, but that I don't cheat like you do." Phuong Bin was indifferent. "What makes you think you can control how we train?" Hearing that, Phung Tun was furious, pointing and cursing at you. "Those damn old men, dying and coming back to life. Shameless. I'm not an ancient martial artist, which means I'm not dead yet," Phuong Bin said coldly, slamming the door. "Maybe my fate is related to your ancestor, so when talking to your ancestor, you should show some respect." Phung Tun, hearing this,
became even angrier, so I wish you all success in finding your wives, who are descendants of your lineage. Tran Van Hai is actually the grandson of that old man. Phuong Bin smirked. We can sense that pulse. Van Hai doesn't have it, but you do, so ask yourself, in this demonic martial arts world, aren't I treating you very well, so why is that? The person below, Han Thong from the Nyo clan, suggested. Phuong Bin knows a lot. Maybe it's really true. Feng Tun was annoyed by the thoughts. Phuong Bin often set traps for him, but every time he fell for them, there was always some benefit. Could it be? Could it be? Kim Duong ahead suddenly spoke. Look, what is that? Looking at the graves in the ground, Phuong Bin observed that it was a burial site for a human comrade. The high peak of Kim Duong, at that time everyone hurriedly evacuated and had no time to bury him, so it could only be the master. For the past 2 years, the heavenly South earthquake had not opened, and besides the master, who else could have done this? Phuong Bin wondered where he had gone afterward. After a moment, the four of them gathered again. Kim Duong worried that if the master was still alive, he might be ambushing martial artists in the earthquake. I want to go from here to each small city to search, which will be much more dangerous than now. Han Thongan. Oui, they are all brothers, so of course they will go together. Let's see if there are any small villages along the way. Vuong City is too dangerous. It's easier to hide in the villages. Phuong Bin agrees. So let's go. I will take the body from this grave. A hero should return home. Kim Duong leads the way. There's a small village. Phuong Bin says, let me change my aura first and then go in to see if I can find out anything. Feng Qing also indifferently asked if they weren't going to loot anymore. Phuong Bin scoffed at the idea. This broken land couldn't even produce 5 grams of essence, and this place was not worth my attention. After a while, having finished inspecting, Phuong Bin returned. The locals didn't know much, only saying that back then, the small towns were responsible for hunting and capturing humans, which caused chaos for a period. Kim Duong was confused, asking if humans were captured alive. Phuong Bin nodded, saying the soldiers returned to each city to capture living human cultivators, but they had all been taken inside the city. Common folk had no right to enter, so they didn't know about Master Truong's situation. Phuong Bin suggested maybe I should go check each small city first, Kim Duong pondered. It's better to inspect around each small city beforehand, capture some 5th and 6th rank experts for interrogation, and we will surely learn more than the villagers. Feng Than suddenly brightened and said, I have a map. While the great battle is still ongoing, we can seize the small fortresses built by the failed cultivators and catch some fake cultivators for interrogation. Hearing that, Phuong Bin was a bit moved and started to drool. We're here to find people. Attracting the attention of high-ranking experts will only cause more trouble. Feng Than suggested, even better, if we can distract a high-ranking expert, we might reduce the number of sect masters who have to sacrifice. Kim Duong also agreed. He said it was also safer to explore the small towns. Phuong Bin just coughed and asked again, do we really have to kidnap or capture someone to find out about the teacher, or is that too risky? Kim Duong hesitated slightly, still thinking it was too dangerous since the city defenses of a 7th-rank sect had at least over 1,000 martial artists. Once we enter the city, we will be detected. If Phuong Bin agrees, I will hide my aura again and investigate. Feng Tun frowned, calming his aura. This person is naturally gifted as a spy, extremely promising. Phuong Bin introduced, this place is called Moon Laurel City. There is a military camp inside, with 2 6th-rank experts and some officials. Among them, 3 6th-rank individuals have been identified. You mentioned that the city hall is in the center with 5 6th-rank experts, one of whom might be a peak blood fusion powerhouse, and there are at least 10 6th-rank experts inside, with 10 more in Nguyet Kui City and over 30 5th-rank and more than 140 4th-rank experts. Feng Than is worried. Is it true that the 7th-rank Saint Lord has already left? I definitely can't feel any strong energy fluctuations. Phuong Bin suggests, can we just destroy this city? As long as we can wipe out the enemy with one strike, I will set up a mental shield. Stay away a little from that powerful fusion blood warrior, then there's still hope to eliminate all the mid-tier in the city. Kim Duong calculated, we will go all out with a surprise attack, then it should work. But once we unleash everything, our blood energy will also be exposed. It can't be hidden. From another corner, Phuong Bin secretly activates the upgraded system feature to suppress the 3's aura simultaneously. 1 minute costs 10 million. Feng Tan is too weak. Just 2 people, 1 million per minute, half an hour totals 30 million. Should be enough. After thinking, Phuong Bin quickly pushed Feng Tan aside to talk with Kim Duong and Han Thong. The 3 of us will enter the city. I will use a secret technique to help everyone hide their aura, and you can burst out once. Kim Duong nodded and said, if the 3 of us defend, chopping 10 people is no problem, but the opponent has a powerful wind-breaking force. Han Thong asked suspiciously. Can you conceal our aura? Fuang Bin confirmed, and then set a condition.
The cost is very high, so I want more spoils of war. My secret technique requires a large consumption of energy from the source.
You keep going, and don't just stay comfortably outside. After there's movement inside the city, you also need to distract the people outside. Ease the pressure on us, Feng Than asked with a frown. How should we split it? Feng Bing replied, I get 5, everyone else 2, 2, 1. Feng Than reluctantly agreed. Fine, if I can distract that blood fusion body guy, I should get a bigger share. A little later, Fuang Bin, Kim Duong, and Han Thong moved into the city. He instructed them to stay within 1,000 meters of him or his secret technique would be invalid. First, eliminate the 2 powerful figures in the military camp, then kill those around the city lord's mansion, and finally, enter the mansion to capture the survivors inside. Using the earth-shaking gun so many times without running or dying, encountering such an exciting opponent is indeed rare. Han Thong scratched his head, not sure why. But going down to the earth-shaking place with you, I always have to run. Kim Duong smiled faintly. He only targets good stuff, so of course only strong opponents are met. Duen from the hometown runs. Fuang Bin reminds us to wait until all 3 of us are at the gate.
Then I will use my mental energy to blow him up first, and then we will strike together. Be careful to use just enough force. Kim Duong criticizes indeed every time before doing something bad. He is very careful. Fuang Bin pretends to be clueless. I'll take it as you're praising me.
The 3 of them stepped forward to open a door, and just as the person on the bed sat up, they were hit by a mental attack from a spirit energy blast.
Before they could even ask who it was, Fuang Bin drew his sword and charged in. Look at the sword. The kid froze. The opponent hadn't even made a move yet. Damn it, can't you hold on a little longer?
Han Thong saw that the person had been dealt with quickly and neatly, and happily said, Damn it, that's really good, Fuang Bin. Don't pull out the sword anymore, just with mental energy alone. They can self-destruct and die instantly. Absolutely no chance of revival. Sorry for the trouble, Fuang Bin. Hurry up and clean up the scene. Someone's coming and it'll be exposed.
Take the bodies and let's go. Next target. 9th level, Nguyen Quay City Lord. 8th level, Nguyen Quay City Lord. 7th level, Nguyen Quay City Lord. 5th level, Nguyen Quay City Lord.
The next place they arrived at was in Nguyen Quay City, the city lord's manor. Han Thong smugly remarked that he had killed 5 6th-grade cultivators in just over 10 minutes. There are 2 guards in front of the tower, then 3 more quickly emerge and take down all the guards. 9th rank, Nguyen Quay Tin's 3rd son. Suddenly from afar, there is a loud shout, loud and fierce. Fuang Bin is nervous. They're here. You immediately realize it's a powerhouse with merged blood essence. Fuang Bin says, You 2 hold him off for a while. I will deal with the 2 6th-rank ones first, okay? Outside, Feng Sheng was swinging wildly, chopping and killing non-stop. Luke Pham Dai. Chaos erupted throughout the city. The more chaos, the better. Han Ding fought off those rushing in, laughing as he said, After so many underground strikes, they only knew how to hide everywhere. Today, finally, we can do something big. Today, we will destroy the entire city. On Han Tong and Kim Duong's side, the 2 are working together to hold off the combined bloodline expert. While attacking, they also defend and retreat. Damn it, this combined bloodline expert seems tough to handle. Go all out against him. They said then the 2 of them unleashed their strongest moves, striking at the fused blood spirit. Death. The fused blood spirit sneered, raising his sword to block and create a protective barrier, relying on himself and thinking you can kill me. From then on, Fuang Bin suddenly charged forward, sword raised to deliver the final blow, and I as well, to destroy the world. The fused blood spirit was caught off guard, his protective barrier shattered, and at that moment Kim Duong's arrow shot straight into his chest. Cornered, the merged bloodline expert forced open the gate, determined to kill Fuang Bin and the others. Do you all want to die? 3 tails piercing gate, open wide. Seeing how tense the situation was, Fuang Bin cursed, Damn it, the merged bloodline expert can still open the gate to boost his strength. What a shameless bastard. The unified bloodline strikes a powerful blow at the 3 of them, causing a huge explosion, but luckily they all dodged in time. Seeing the broken sections of the city wall from the previous attack, Han Tong sighs, How can it be so strong? But Fuang Bin still stands in front and says, It doesn't matter if the bloodline is united. You keep attacking forward so strong that you can even absorb soul energy. Cham de Thien Dao. Kim Duong's defense suddenly appears strange, Han Thong warns. Stop marveling and just kill him. Outside the city walls, Fung Tan is facing Tep Ziu's group calmly, very different from the tense atmosphere inside. Fight here, don't waste time, kill them all. I've already tricked 50 mid-tier guys to their deaths. At the same time, at the Thien Nam city ruins, while Ngo Kwe San was sitting and holding a conversation with his wound, someone spoke. Ninth rank can still hold on a little longer. Quickly treat the wounded with injuries of the 5th and 6th ranks, and replace them soon.
Feng Na asked worriedly, "Surely they won't die, right?" Koi Sun shook his head and said, "They won't die, thank heavens," after Director No cut down 2 8th rank experts.
Then I have to fight another 9-rank city lord. If I don't see Principal and go retreat, I might as well be dead. Koi-sun whispered, "Today both sides have 11 9-rank experts. I'm only afraid they still have cards up their sleeves and are calling for reinforcements."
At this moment, someone ran over to report that our people were breaking through the encirclement, preparing to attack their rear base and destroy their lair. Just a few of them fleeing would significantly reduce our pressure, the person wondered, during the fight, our people. Nearby, Fuang Yu heard this and immediately analyzed the situation. It's tough. They're all aiming for the 8th rank. Even if the 7th rank breaks the encirclement, it would be useless as there are 7th rank warriors guarding the rear base. Chat Kuei looked into the distance and muttered, "It seems there's some conflict over the stars over there, isn't it, outside our battle zone?" He pondered, not sure if it's those Fuang Bin guys. At the same time, in Moonflower City, the combined blood essence was desperately opening the gate, shouting loudly that I had to open the 3-spirit gate, or everyone would die. His eyes wide with panic. Don't joke anymore. His 3rd gate is already open, and the 5-tiered realm is surrounding him. Fuang Bin is exhausted. Enough joking. Let me breathe for a moment. Rest a little, okay? You might as well heal and then attack the fused bloodline master again. I shout, "You're as stubborn as a leech."
Yet you're not dead. But if you want to kill me, you're still too inexperienced. The fused bloodline master is terrified. How is this possible? Every time I hit him, his flesh bruises, yet he recovers instantly.
Fuang Bin continued to attack again, using the Cho Tuk Dan Toi, Cham De Tin Tin Dao. The merged blood essence was terrified, unable to kill him. In the end, after being cut down by Fuang Bin, only the 6th rank cultivator from Kwe Than remained. After finishing, Fuang Bin wiped the blood from his sword onto his hand and sighed, the merged bloodline still dying at my hands. Even a peak 6th rank warrior must be my opponent. Looking at this statue, Kim Duong feels a bit uneasy. He quickly changes the subject, saying that if they keep letting Tan Feng Tan handle things, he might get wiped out. Fuang Bin is annoyed, saying that his mouth is the loudest, and if he wasn't shouting to destroy the city, the enemy probably wouldn't risk so much against him. He nervously said, all right. Since everyone thinks I might be his ancestor, Feng Tan strained himself, desperately shouting for help. "Help! Save the people! There are too many! I can't kill them all anymore!" Fuang Bin used soul energy to blast away the crowd, then said, "Let's go! The City Lord's mansion has many good things there." After gathering the evidence, they immediately retreated. Kim Duong asked, "What about taking hostages for interrogation?" Fuang Bin calmly replied, "Catch them at the City Lord's mansion." 10 minutes later, outside Kwe City, the 4 of Fuang Bin had cleared out the Kwe City people, calmly watching the city explode. Feng Tan asked, "If we're retreating, then just retreat. Why burn down the entire City Lord's mansion?" Fang Bing replied, "With such a big commotion, it can attract high-ranking city lords." Feng Tian asked, "So who does the energy stone you used to blow up the city belong to?" And he calmly replied, "Share it among yourselves." The 4 of them dispersed, and Kim Duong said, "The war wasn't started by us." Feng Then continued, "It's hard to say, but those demons might have started the war to find the resurrection seed. What do you all think? Does this resurrection seed have anything to do with those who have died and come back to life like us?" Fang Ping stroked his chin and replied casually, "What's there to care about? This is all the work of the previous ancestors. Let them handle it themselves." Han Tong asked, "Fuang Bin, what should we do now?" Feng Then and Kim Duong raised their hands to give their opinions, questioning, while Han Tong hesitated and retracted his suggestion, saying, "Investigate the spoils first. We can do the loot summary later." Fang Ping took out paper and pen, agreeing with Han Tong's suggestion to tally the loot first to prevent confusion. Kim Duong nodded. "Okay." Feng Peng took notes. This time the energy stones were the most, and the City Lord's mansion also had a treasury, along with some other miscellaneous items outside the city. The total is about 35 billion, but since I blew up the City Lord's mansion, it used up a lot of energy, so I only took 2 billion. After finishing, you inform me that Steelhead and Vuong are owed 6.6 billion, Tanfeng Thain owes me 30 billion, and with the interest, it will total 33 billion, almost enough to cover it. Feng Than is furious. "I've been selling for 100 years and you're still making me pay off the entire debt?" Feng Bin smiled. "It's fine if you don't pay.
I'll help you keep your stuff and charge a 10% storage fee, so it's like you sent 30 billion to my place.
So what? Feng Tun cursed. You're really a worthless piece of trash. Han was furious. Aren't you hiding anything? Fuang Bin immediately retorted, Do you think I'm like you? I already said 35 billion like that. Fuang Bin, I wouldn't ruin my reputation over such a small amount of money. Han Tong was stunned. Just a little money. Kim Duong patted his shoulder and said, Last time when you helped me attack Chontin City, I only took half a load of energy stones. I was too kind. I should have taken more. A moment later, Fuang Bin stood in a corner, opened the resource check system, and found that the underground cave had cost 300 million so far, but earned 20 billion, definitely a huge profit. If the wealth value was that high, then I should upgrade the storage space. Kim Duong approached and asked how these two captors were torturing him. Fuang Bin suggested putting them into the mountain cave. I can change my aura and pretend to be a passing martial artist from the underground abyss to see if I can learn more information. Feng Tun beside him was furious. Damn it, she's tricking me again. Last time she said only Ngui Trang could sense my aura. That's why I am sure that you are definitely one of Feng Tun's people. He is furious. While Fuang Bin pulled the hostage into the cave, Kim Duong approached Han Thong and asked, My core is still not fully recovered. How could you do that? Han Thong scratched his head. Then I was just slightly injured and trained for a day. Asked Fuang Bin. He knows more? Kim Duong sighed. That guy, full of excuses, sounds useless. The heaven he talks about, probably 80 to 90% is just him blowing smoke. Thinking about it, Kim Duong and Han Thong pondered in silence. So it's hard to say. Otherwise, who are we? With that, Feng Tun waved his hand in anger. Don't let that guy poke his nose into everything. He might not even be a resurrected powerhouse or anything, Han Thong thought to himself. It really is like that. When I first met him, he wasn't particularly outstanding. Only after his core body was transformed did he become like this. Suddenly, Han Thong stroked his head in fear. Or maybe he's really not a resurrected martial artist at all. Could it be that all those things he told us before? Feng Than Bin calmly concealed. That's just fooling people. Han Tong is hard to believe. I don't trust him. Fuang Bin is definitely a resurrected martial artist. It's about the heavenly realm. It's complicated. Feng Than sighed. Everyone will die eventually, just a matter of time. Han Tong asked. So you won't fall either, Feng Than shouted back. What do you understand? That guy has money. I am the one who made the money to become a father. Fang Bing stepped out of the cave and announced, It's done. He signaled that we must make a trip to Tuangvi City. According to the testimony of the two prisoners, the Violet City has detained some human martial artists over the past half year, and this grand occasion seems more like mobilizing many humans for a certain purpose, rather than gathering information. During this time, strong cultivators from other cities are also heading to Violet City. It's unclear what they are convening, but witnesses have seen, and not long after, the powerful figures of Violet City led some human martial artists away from the city. Kim Duong sighed and said, If that's the case, then this isn't just an issue within Vi Orchid City. The situation is getting more and more complicated, right? Fuang Bin nodded. So we have to go to Vi Orchid City to arrest people for interrogation. We'll proceed as we did in K City. Kill, destroy the city, and take prisoners. Kim Duong retorted, Tuangva City is a royal city, and the commanding officers on duty are at least of the 7th rank, with many 6th rank officials. We can't fight them. Fuang Bin smirked slightly. We can fight, but we need to invite some demon beasts from the underground cave to help us. In the ruins of Tien Nam City, Koi Son and Duke Dung are lying side by side healing their wounds. They talk about how Principal Ngo is really impressive, defeating 3 high-level experts alone and helping to eliminate a top-tier enemy. After this victory, the military will surely reward them. Koi-sun sighs lightly. Just a duty, but it's a pity that my immortal materials are completely exhausted. On the path of the Q-Fam, maybe our fate ends here, I tell you. If it weren't for the people in Chantin Than suddenly fleeing, we wouldn't have to go through this. It's really terrible. Duke Dung sighed. They also have their own reasons. Hui-sun angrily approached the realm of the divine, questioning if the ultimate body was truly that important. Duke Dung explained that this time, the people in the Forbidden Zone didn't come because they had already exhausted their strength to seize the body, and the residents of Chantin Than had gone to stop them. Hui-sun wondered, what does the ultimate body really mean for this life? Duke Dung explained the pinnacle realm, often called the divine level, can actually be understood as a solitary stage, similar to the 6th grade fusion of spiritual blood. Just one step away from reaching the next realm. Crossing it would make you the undefeated in the world. But in the end,
Is there really a next realm? Next. No one knows that the peak they seek is the path to a higher realm. The remains of the peak will also bear traces of that journey. So, possessing such remains means being one step closer to the ultimate. At this moment, Feng Ru hurried over to report that 2 more spirit materials had left. Each small town was in chaos, and someone on our rear line was causing havoc. Some of the demon beasts in the rear are also starting to riot. How could Pang Bing and the others be causing all this chaos? Feng Ru replied, "It must be them, those kids. If they're looking for someone, just find them properly, instead of breaking the city and causing the monsters to riot." Currently, there are 4 food spirits in the city, and each small town must have at least 1 dominating food spirit, so there should be at least 5 food spirits altogether. I wonder if those 4 guys know how to escape if they encounter danger. At the same time, outside each small town, Fang Bing, disguised as a 6th-rank war general, ran ahead of a rampaging beast. "The ancient beast has attacked the city. The ancient beast has attacked the city." The guards are terrified. "What is happening?" Fuang Bin shouted urgently. "Go back to the royal city. The ancient beast is wreaking havoc." I think only this way can cause chaos in each small city. The guards are also starting to panic and rush back to the city, shouting loudly, "The beastly food monsters are wreaking havoc. Run quickly." What's happening? This is intelligence for that 6th-rank general to report. No time to explain. Run now. Follow the 6th-rank general. Once inside the city, the soldiers quickly prepare to escape. "This ancient beast, this beast of chaos, we never ambushed your lair." Don't even think about using an excuse to attack the royal city. Everyone quickly find the commander to lead us to the market and retreat. Run. Now the beasts are attacking the city. The civilians don't need to run, stay inside and lock the doors. Watching the chaos unfold, Fuang Bin chuckled softly. Causing chaos is easy, but it's not chaotic enough here yet. While running past the soldiers, he seized the opportunity to kill them all. The captain saw the soldiers suddenly drop dead and was stunned. "Who dares to kill soldiers?" Fuang Bin quietly smiled from afar, using mental energy to kill. So convenient. The soldiers quickly ran off to find the attacker. "What's happening?" Fuang Bin pointed and said, "The rebels are attacking the army." "Kill them." Then the soldiers immediately followed the direction he pointed. Damn it, focusing on suppressing the chaos and restoring order. Taking advantage of the chaos among the soldiers, Fuang Bin jumped into the mining area, quietly calculating that the whole city was already in turmoil, and cleaning up the aftermath would take quite some time. Are all the water system designers here the same person? Their arrangements look so similar, truly lacking creativity. Never mind. This way to the mine is much more convenient. The main entrance to the mining area, 2 guards saw someone entering and stopped him. Fuang Bin pretended to be surprised and said, "Lord, the old horned beast has attacked." The commander couldn't hold them off and sent me to call for reinforcements. A second later, Fuang Bin suddenly darted forward and decapitated the 2 guards. "Yeah, go to hell and call for backup." He frowned, thinking to himself, "I've already blown myself up 20 times tonight. I can't keep doing this." After entering the mine, Fuang Bin had to hide in a corner to rest and observe. The people in front were too many. I need to change my aura to blend in. Luckily, I've already changed into the enemy's clothes. The 5th-grade guard in charge seems to have been called up to fight the beast. A guard saw me enter and immediately called out, "Tumok, what are you doing here?" Before he could finish, all the guards there had been cut down. After killing all those soldiers, Fuang Bin also knelt down, exhausted and panting. There are really many 6th-rank cultivators here. Demonic martial arts, after accumulating for over 6 or 7 years, still don't match the number of 6th-rank cultivators in this underground city. No matter how many 6th-rank cultivators there are, the underground cavern has just as many, he silently lamented. Humanity is truly in a difficult situation. Suddenly, a shout came from ahead. "He's attacking!" Aiming to strike at Fuang Bin, Tumuk raised his head and Fuang Bin broke out in cold sweat. There's still 1 6th rank left. I try to kill that soldier while he also hit me with a move. I blame myself, damn it. It's all because I underestimated the city and overestimated myself. I threaten the dying soldier. If you dare to blow up the mine, I will kill your entire family. Then, he cursed and killed him with a slash, damn it, the central mine, all destroyed. A moment later, Fuang Bin took out the mineral and cursed, "Motherfucker, to blow up this damn city, I had to haul out so many high-grade minerals." I truly am a great person. Incredibly great. I never imagined I would sacrifice so much just to blow up this royal city. Only to bring back 1 or 2 savior figures. Humanity has Fuang Bin. Hua Kwuk has Fuang Bin. How truly fortunate we are. Then Fuang Bin detonated everything, quickly digging to find an escape route, while muttering that this enormous amount of high-grade crystals was equivalent to 10,000 tons of TNT and could cause casualties within 3 kilometers or more, affecting an area up to 30 kilometers. Forget it. Just run first and deal with it later. At this moment, The mineral began to heat up, and Phuong Bin dug the hole while blaming himself, realizing he had truly caused a disaster this time. Van Nguyet, in the midst of battle, saw the explosion and the two generals fighting her, both panicked. Our city, every corner and every flower has fled. She quickly struck one of the enemies, seizing the opportunity to attack the weakest. The enemy was painfully killed. No, I, the Lord, will not accept this defeat. Duke Dung also appears to support now. The remaining enemy quickly flees. Go, damn it, hateful. Everyone retreat. Duke Dung now has the upper hand. The number of former rank enemies is 8 and 11. 2 of the enemies have escaped. 1 is dead. We are in advantage. Van Nguyet shouts out loudly, "Kill them all!" A loud cry of victory echoed across the sky. After the battle, Van Nguyet stood before the soldiers to boost morale since the start of the attack on Thien Nam Di Quat. 5 former rankers, 17 8th rankers, and 82 7th rankers had been slain, while we lost the royal city and 6 8th rankers and 11 7th rankers died in battle, an unprecedented great victory for humanity. Dung Dung was happy. This time they were completely terrified of us. Van Nguyet asked, what was the key event that changed the tide at each Vi city? What exactly is going on? Quaison replied. Well, Phuong Bin also said it before. He wanted the city to really blow up once. Van Nguyet was startled. What do you mean? That kid is only a 6th rank, Quaison sighed. But only he can hide his aura. Sneakily infiltrating the royal city, he once blew up half of the old Liu city in Namjiang's underground. Then in Mado underground, he destroyed another half of Tianmen city. Van Nguyet was stunned. Did he really do it to blow it up to such an extent? What about Phuong Bin? Dongfang sighed. Even if something truly happened, it would be a death worth it. They are our heroes of China. Feng Ru was furious. If he died, he wouldn't let that kid die too. Stop talking nonsense. Sheng Ding pushed his glasses up. If it really was them. So I believe that Phuong Bin is also very clever, and won't seek death himself. Van Nguyet signaled that talking more now is useless. Everyone should go back and rest first to recover a bit. Tomorrow we will head to Tuong Vi Than to check things out. At the same time, outside Tuong Vi City, Feng Tun was stunned by the explosion. Damn it, this crazy bastard. He said to keep the enemy outside, but he blew up the entire city instead. Kim Duong, sleeping nearby, whispered, Yes, master. Even if you are still inside Tuong Vi City, this time it's a glorious death. Han Thong, lying beside him, also spoke, It's real fog. Over the past 100 years, only the battle within the southern Sua capital underground cavern involving hundreds of sect masters could have destroyed just 2 of the king's towers. He praised today a 6th-rank martial artist like Phuong Bin was able to do it, truly a miracle in another place. Phuong Bin is buried underground. Someone, dig me out. I can't hold on much longer. I'm about to blow myself up. Remember when we were 800 meters below the surface? If I hadn't risked everything to dig a hole, I might have died for sure. This time, the losses are terrible. Over 10 billion energy stones gone in a flash. More than 10 billion in precious metal bodies for training, all gone in a flash. And there's even a huge mine, worth trillions. That's also gone in a flash. You dug and thought at the same time, ran ahead first, worried that the old relic might have returned too, replacing the old king. Surely not in the city of Tung Vi. This time I was looking for someone, searching and searching. How did I let the Vuong Than blow up like that? You scream out, Tan Fung Tan betrayed me. Li Han Thong betrayed me. Why didn't old king advise me, really? The next day, in the abandoned area of Tuong Vi City, Trukmen angrily stomps on Than Lam, claiming it was the old beast's fault, and Than Lam calmly responds, Your Majesty, if it weren't for the ancient beast, my subordinates wouldn't have left the life mine area. Trukmen is too reckless. If you hadn't voluntarily left your post, how could it have come to this? I am heartbroken to tears. The 200 years of my reign, tens of thousands of soldiers, hundreds of generals and venerables are all gone. Even the path of my kingdom is cut off. I have endured the obsession with the demon realm. I once promised to help you shape your destiny and enjoy this world, but now, Thanyok, I need your help. I am willing to risk everything to reach the Tridia realm and seize the final opportunity to step to the Drew King stage. Shugmen continued speaking. Thanyok, give me your life and vitality. If there is really a chance to transcend the realm, you can help me a hand. Stay here and help me attract others' attention. I will secretly pass others over there. As long as you can attract the attention of the true kings, I will definitely be safe. Then he shouted orders, gathering all the warriors at the battle general level to follow me into the realm of Tridia. All right. Phuong Bin floated his head up from the ground, wondering where this place was. Where is Than Tung Vi? Where are the old kings and the others? It all feels so vague. Half an hour later, Phuong Bin finally reached the ground, and the 3 Kim Duong people arrived at the location. the warriors of the Earth Pit. Raising his hand to surrender the gun, he said, "We won't kill. We treat prisoners kindly." Fuang Bin sighed. "Are you stupid or what?" At this moment, the three of them, Li Han Tong, finally breathed a sigh of relief, and Fuang Bin was indeed unharmed. Fuang Bin was complacent. "Everyone is fine. What could possibly happen to me?" Tan Feng Tun was angry. "You're crazy, blowing up all those large iron blocks, gaining no benefit at all," Fuang Bin replied, returning to ask the army for help. "They must have hidden good stuff." "Keep going," Vuong Kim Duong softly called out. "I say?" His words stunned everyone because this time our goal was to find someone. Fuang Bin quickly pushed him to sit down, saying, "We must keep searching. If we initially agreed with you, then we have to find him completely. Everyone is now seriously injured." "First, we need to find her." Vuong Kim Duong was a bit worried. "Of course, I also want to keep searching, but with your way of searching," Fuang Bin assured him. "Vuong Ka, rest assured, I will be more modest in the future." "What?" Vuong Kim Duong confusedly asked. "Wait a moment, you said Sister Shang didn't object to me first, but..." He was puzzled. "What is a man like you doing holding me?" Fuang Bin just smiled and replied, "Nothing. Just pretend I don't exist." Tan Fung Tun is curious. What does this scoundrel want to do now? Li Han Thong explains. "Maybe he's after old Wang's immortal substance, but that's not right. He's also a resurrected martial artist, so he probably has immortal substance too." Tan Fung Thain's eyes light up. "What? Your resurrected ones have immortal substance? I want it too." Tan Fung Tun quickly hugged Li Han Thong, hoping to get some of the immortal substance. Lucky him, watching this scene, Fuang Bin shivered again. "Tan Fung Tun, do you want to leave now? It's even harder to listen to than a pig." Vuong Kim Duong asked, "Fuang Bin, what should we do now? Tuongvi City has been destroyed, and we haven't captured any prisoners." Fang Bing reported that I rescued a group of refugees from Tuongvi City on the way. The old man leading them said his son was still on a mission escorting in Gyanvi City, and when we asked about this son, we found out that the escort was not human. Vuong Kim Duong asked suspiciously if he had already blown up Vuong City and still wanted to ask for intelligence. Fuang Bin confidently replied that he was the hidden savior of his old master, and questioned what difference it made if he asked. Later, Tan Fuang Tun and I will carry Han Thong and Vuong Ka, pretending to rescue the injured, and just walk into Gyanvi City. While Fuang Bin carries Li Han Thong, you ask Li Han Thong, "Do I carry you comfortably or not? And if you feel comfortable, then treat your wounds." "I see you have some wounds. You need to fully recover before helping with future tasks." Li Han Thong sternly said, "Get out! Don't even think about touching my immortal material." Tan Fuang Tan also suggested, "Old Vuong, you should treat your wounds too." Vuong Kim Duong looked furious and threatened, saying he would kill you if he had to. Not long after, outside the city of Gyanvi, the father and son who were saved bowed their heads in gratitude to Fuang Bin, thankful that the great lord arrived to rescue them first. "Brothers, please be polite. Can we go over there to talk for a bit? Now that Vuong Than is ruined, we have nowhere to go, and if you want to find out more, can we stay here for a while?" During the conversation, Fuang Bin pretended to ask, "So it turns out the escort martial artists are your team?" The young man replied, "I am from the third group. The first two groups have already entered the local domain. To make the experts of the Forbidden Zone see them as consumable items and use them up, we only managed to bring people to Vuong Tan, and someone specialized in escorting them through the realm is responsible for the rest." The Lord asked about these matters. Vuong Kim Duong held up a drawing to inquire, "Is this person inside?" The young man hesitated. Maybe they are in the first group, or perhaps they have already died. Behind him, Fuang Bin had already been threatening him by grabbing his collar, honestly saying if not, he would kill him. The young man panicked and asked, "Lord, what are you doing?" Fuang Bin coldly replied, "We are people of the Forbidden Zone's demon bloodline, seeking benefits in the realm, lying in the rain. Every inch of this city is mine. Our King Vuong has already gone to kill that damn demon." After questioning, Fuang Bin immediately attacked and killed both father and son. Tan Fung Tan asked if your trick to deceive the dying could change anything, and Fuang Bin replied indifferently, "If he comes back to life, this will be the sharp sword of the Kenyu battlefield. I truly am clever." Meanwhile, Vuong Kim Duong pondered that from now on, they would head towards the Forbidden Zone. The route still has 3,000 units to go, passing through 3 warlord cities, countless subordinate towns, and a forbidden area filled with numerous treasures. Then he despondently said, "Forget it. I won't look anymore." Tan Fung Tun resolutely declared, "If we already know where Master Chuang is, giving up now would be unjust." "Old Wang, I will go with you," Vuong Kim Duong said sadly. Don't use the excuse of helping me find the master to bring up these matters. I don't accept this favor. Vuong Kim Duong turned to Phuong Bin and asked, Phuong Bin, what do you think? Phuong Bin sternly advised Vuong Ka that there will definitely be dangers on this journey, but if they can meet Teacher Truong, even if it's just his corpse, it would make the trip worthwhile. They still have many opportunities and shouldn't forget that the people from Tan Tran are also there. Hearing that, Vuong Kim Duong patted Phuong Bin on the shoulder and said, if you want to repay me for Duong Tan's past deeds, actually, when we entered the heavenly South Earth abyss, that debt was already settled. Phuong Bin smiled softly. Actually, I have my own intentions. I want to see what the realm of the Tree Dia truly is, something that can make the ultimate sanctuary unforgettable. And yet you two should not go. Tan Fung Tan Ade said, I am not afraid of danger. I am very loyal, but Phuong Bin still stopped them. If you go, it will involve us all. The goals of the two are much smaller than the four, and Lai Han Thong also nodded in agreement, saying, that's right. I am only a 5th rank, and I will also be affected if I leave. Both sides are reasonable, Feng Tan requests. Fine, I won't go. Then give me some high-grade Nguyen Thak, Phuong Bin agreed. All right, seeing that, Feng Tan's demands grew even more. Give me some medicinal pills, preferably with essence of life. All right, do you want to add a little more now? At this moment, Phuong Bin couldn't bear it anymore and ignored Tan Fung Tan, get lost. He was furious, hoping he wouldn't really take me away, but he was criticized for being a burden. Lai Han Thong turned back to look at Tan Fung Tan and commented, he was originally quite fragile. Hearing that, Tan Fung Tan became even more furious. I have roamed the underground tomb for many years, and only I look down on others this time. I am seen as a burden by others. What a joke, I am suspicious. Tan Fung Tan said to Li Han Thong, go back. I will go for a walk and see how things are. Li Han Thong quickly grabbed his shoulder. You are leaving. If you really want to go alone to the realm of the Forbidden Zone, without Pong Bing you can't even take a step, Tan Fung Tan confidently said. Back then, without him, I still leveled the earth pit. I won't take the main road, I'll go through the Forbidden Path. If the people of the city of Chantin can go, I can go too, Li Han Thong quickly suggested. Then I will go with you. At this moment, the two of them start arguing again. Tan Fung Tan, you're so shameless, pretending to be naive again. You are a resurrected martial artist destined to become a sect master. My life is just a gamble. I won't get anything without risking everything. Li Han Thong angrily retorts, Tan Fung Tan, you dare. Why wouldn't I dare? Lai Han Thong. I admit, I'm not weaker than anyone, nor less brave than anyone. So I can't say no. Lai Han Thong, Tan Fung Tan said strangely. This time, let's do something big. Let's wipe out the territory of the realm directly, so that Phuong Bin won't look down on us anymore. By then, when we get the good stuff, 5'5", no, 6'4", I'm 6'4", I'm more fair than Phuong Bin. Li Han Tong laughed loudly. You're not stronger than me, Tan Fung Tan was angry. What's the use of strength? Without me, you wouldn't find any treasures either. Hearing that, Li Han Thong laughed even louder, as if he was saying, I suspect you're a dog of the second Ling Shen come back to life, with a keen nose for treasures. Fung Thun shouted, Get out! That night, at the ruins of Thien Nam City, the temporary human command center, Nam Van Nguyet asked in shock again, the city lord of Ngyet Shi has left. Ngyet Shi is also in chaos. Li Duke scratched his head. Is it those little brats from Phuong Bin causing trouble again? Nam Van Nguyet panicked. Causing trouble? Could it really reach the city of Ngyet Shi, which is 2,000 miles away? Outside, Duong Dao Huan entered with a bow, announcing, Minister Nam, Commander Trong Tran Thu, Deputy Lai Fo Tu Lei, and Ngyet Shi King has now left. I also have to leave now. Nam Van Nguyet sighed. The underground tomb, and we have all reached the threshold. The advantage we just gained no longer exists. Then he spoke. We once made a promise. If you want to leave, just go freely, Lord Young. Please be careful. Thus, powerful people with different motives began their journey to the realm of the territory, with Duong Dao Huan leading his followers across the Kam Ki Sea. They must keep their distance from the lake, as the area around Li Han Thong seems unstable. How should they proceed? Has the dog lost its sense? Or is it just Tan Fung Tan staying up late? You're the dog, and a female dog at that. Even though the mission was to proceed humbly and quickly through the wilderness to reach the realm, why did we encounter a rebellion of monsters? And Phuong Bin's situation is quite stable. I mean, why are low-grade monsters only chasing me?
Kim Duong said. You blew up their lair, tricked them into fighting the city. If I don't kill you, who else will?
It's just that everyone's journey isn't always smooth sailing. On the way, Fuang Bin was happy to receive a treasure. Feeling great, and while fleeing, he even managed to get the complete essence of a beast's capture. A few more trips and I'll be rich, Kim Duong whispered. Then they fell silent and ran away. Soon after, Fuang Bin and Kim Duong hid in the bushes, observing the scene of Tuong Vi Vuong. I could sense this breath from the Tuong Vi city already. Kim Duong also whispered nervously, "He came here mostly to explore the boundary of the territory," Fuang Bin replied. But then Seeing the scene outside, Fuang Bin was surprised. Why did they bring their people into the pond? Thenlam begged for mercy. Thenlam was thrown into the water by Truk men. Trembling and begging for mercy, Vuong begged for his life. This is a branch of the Forbidden Sea. Vuong fell and was pierced by sharp claws, agony overwhelming him. Why? Truk men, looking discouraged, ordered his subordinates to change the location. This place is unsafe. Kim Duong anxiously asked, "Are they testing if there are any beasts in the water? Even the Kufam are so cautious. Isn't it just a small river?" Fuang Bin explained that even I couldn't sense the water monsters before they emerged. The Forbidden Sea is indeed terrifying. Kim Duong then asked, "So how are we supposed to cross the river now?" A few minutes later, Truk men immediately transformed into a beast and attacked him. Truk men raised his sword to defend.
The old king of the realm, Ban Vuong, wants to reach the abyss. Do you want to stop Ban Vuong behind? Fuang Bin and Kim Duong quickly moved closer to observe the situation, originally planning to follow Tuong Vi Vuong to see how they crossed the river. But why are they still fighting? Over there, Truk men ordered his subordinates to charge forward. "Forget it, now we're crossing the sea, 3 abreast. I will stand behind to support you." And with that, the 3 of us swiftly sped across the river segment. "Let's go." Halfway across the river, the subordinate who led the way was again stabbed and sent flying by the claws. I don't want to die. Seeing the subordinate killed, Truk men foolishly became furious, knowing that attracting firepower is the greatest value of a person. From afar, the demon beast shot a beam of power at him. Truk men desperately blocked it, using the earth force to attract the underwater attack aimed at Ban Vuong. He quickly pressed down on the remaining Thoha to escape and helped Ban Vuong onto the opposite shore first. The subordinate couldn't bear the shame before dying and chose to blow himself up to take Truk men down with him. Truk men, you're truly evil. Don't bother living anymore? Watch me blow myself up. Truk men quickly leaps forward to shield, sword in hand. He boasts arrogantly, wondering why Ban Vuong has such a divine weapon, and reveals that it was gifted by the Forbidden Zone. Your clan's area in the Forbidden Zone has probably been wiped out too. I have already crossed the Forbidden Sea, and now I want to go beyond the boundary to become a true king. Kim Duong also replied there are many ancient water monsters, and Fuang Bin assessed that underwater monsters probably locate scent somehow, or maybe can see above from below. He suggested I throw a stone to see if they attack inanimate objects, but the moment the stone was dropped, a black creature beneath the water immediately destroyed it. Kim Duong is terrified that Fuang Bin still wants to go over there. Fuang Bin doesn't answer immediately. He calculates that if it's truly dangerous, how could those criminals and the people from Chantin Than have passed? Suddenly, he seems to come up with an idea, standing up confidently. If they wear something with a high-level aura, they can pass through, and the beasts won't see them, as long as they don't make a sound. Kim Duong asked in surprise, "What do you want to do?" Fuang Bin immediately ordered, "Lao Vuong, take off your clothes. The clothes will make noise with the wind. If we run naked, the sound will be quieter, so it's not a big problem." As I take off my clothes, Fuang Bin said honestly, "I'm just guessing if I'm wrong, we're doomed," hearing that Kim Duong still insisted, not afraid. "I'll go first. This time, I came because of me isn't even daring to try, but I still have this issue." He looked at Fuang Bin with confusion and asked why he told me to take off my underwear, but was still wearing his. Fuang Bin smirked and said, "If you're dead, I don't need to go anymore, so why bother taking it off? If you're not dead, I'll still take it off eventually." Seeing Fuang Bin staring at him intently, Kim Duong felt annoyed. "What are you looking at? You don't have any?" Fuang Bin retorted. "I do. Even braver than you." "I'm very proud of it," Kim Duong annoyed. "Just go, after you're done." Immediately, Fuang Bin used mental power to throw dozens of stones, and Kim Duong also prepared to fly over. "Get ready. I'll throw a stone to distract the enemy first." Seeing all the stones being shattered, Fuang Bin frowned and muttered, "These summoned beasts really are bored. They keep watching constantly, their pet creatures. Even if a tiny ant passes by, no one would care." When a stone was thrown and no longer attacked, Fuang Bin noticed and wondered why they stopped attacking.
Kim Duong was forced to strip naked. Damn it, is that okay, throwing all the stuff away? These pet beasts are going on strike again. Fuang Bin kept trying to throw stones to signal Kim Duong. Or maybe you should go back first. I'll keep throwing stones here. A moment later, seeing Kim Duong cross to the other side safely, Fuang Bin muttered to himself, "Damn. He really made it across. Next time I'll have the tomb warriors throw him down. Maybe he can actually get through. Then I won't need you to help me cross in the future." Kim Duong shouted, "Enough times already. Hurry and go." Fuang Bin cheerfully replied, "Come here, come here. I brought the clothes over for you." Kim Duong pouts and says, "Damn, why are you wearing underwear to come here?" Fuang Bin laughs mischievously and replies, "Tight underwear. No need to wait." The realm of the abyss, the two have changed clothes and are walking to investigate the situation. Kim Duong is alert. Can you sense it? Fuang Bin nodded. It's so suffocating. There's no sign of any movement at all. It's like there's no life here. Kim Duong asked, "Are we in the realm of the underworld now? And where is the forbidden area?" Fuang Bin cautiously said, "Let's not talk about that for now. Just sense the space here first." Kim Duong sits down, placing his hand on the ground, panic in his eyes. This space has no energy. How can he recover vitality or consume energy? Fuang Bin asks further, "If vitality can't be restored, can the spirit be recovered?" Kim Duong replied that high-level martial artists are powerful when using their mental strength. But if they exhaust it, their overall strength will be greatly weakened. Second, only to the top. Soon, Kim Duong hurriedly turned back to remind Fuang Bin, "This time to find my master and uncover the truth about this land. Don't delay any longer." Fuang Bin joked, "I'm just thinking, if the Grand Master exhausts all his mental energy, can only our two bone cores fight against them? If you're upset, I won't say anything more. Don't ignore me like that." While we were talking, Kim Duong suddenly turned to look intently at something. "What is that?" There's a broken tombstone protruding from the ground, and Fuang Bin also saw it, wondering, was the tombstone broken here? Why is that? Kim Duong furrowed his brow and read, "There are characters on it. It seems to be the character for Fried," Fuang Bin guessed, "the character for Fried, and the character for Time Tan, over 2,000 years ago." He carefully approached the broken tombstone, memorized the characters, and then slowly studied it back home. These two characters seem to be a wild animal, and this place is a forest. Could there be a cave nearby? Standing behind, Kim Duong quickly kept watch and looked around nervously, urging him on. "Stop exploring. Some secrets will fade with the passage of time, becoming history that cannot be traced back to their origins." Ignoring his words, Fuang Bin took out a trowel and started digging. For one day, all secrets will no longer be secrets. Seeing this scene, Kim Duong was a bit angry and obsessed with digging holes. Fuang Bin called him back and told him to fix the broken tablet. Isn't this A-grade stone? A moment later, Kim Duong also sensed the strangeness of this stone and was amazed. It's even harder than an A-grade alloy. What material could this be? Fuang Bin's eyes lit up with excitement. "I don't know." "Keep digging and keep talking. I just expanded the space for storing inscriptions, and I'm not dressed too fancy either. This is also to protect the relics of our ancestors. If not, they'll be destroyed sooner or later. Look at this. The great stele is now only half left if we keep digging. Next time at E, there won't be anything left." When he finally reached the bottom, Fuang Bin was also a bit exhausted, stabbing his shovel into the ground hard. "Damn it, this rotten stele. How much longer until we reach the bottom?" Kim Duong quickly stopped him. "Don't step on the wrong path." Fuang Bin was furious. "Can it still explode like this?" And suddenly the stele tilted to one side. Then it suddenly exploded, and Fuang Bin hurriedly dragged Kim Duong, who was unconscious and bleeding, out of the blast. The explosion was real. The demon beasts were also thrown into chaos by the shockwave from the blast. The group of rogue cultivators asked each other who was there, not one of ours, nor one of the genuine disciples. It seems they have already touched the forbidden boundary. Should we try or not? Let the reincarnated martial artists do their job quickly. We can't afford to make any more mistakes. At the blessing area, he quickly grabbed a nearby tree and shouted, "What's going on? I just want to settle down in the land of the abyss. Let's see if I can take advantage of the chaos, damn it. Why is it causing such a catastrophic disturbance?" Fuang Bin quickly carried Kim Duong and ran away. "Old King, danger is approaching. Don't die, okay?" he whispered. "The Forbidden Zone." Fuang Bin was a bit panicked and started explaining, "I've never understood what the Forbidden Zone is, but now I get it. Feng Qing said that was just a protective shell, but now it looks like an eggshell. And right now, we are inside the eggshell." Kim Duong, unable to bear the noise, whispered, "Don't go into details, let's just quietly find a way out. I beg you."
Fuang Bin, scared, quickly obeyed. Just listen to him as long as you don't die. In an abandoned building in the abyss, Tung Chu's subordinates are beating and insulting the humans here. The trash of this resurrection land has too little blood. They can't open the gate to the forbidden world at all. Maybe we should just kill them all. Keep it for now. It might be useful to probe the points of this forbidden world. The people from Chengzhen City are about to arrive, and then we can use their experts to open the door. Standing nearby observing, Wu Min impatiently asked, "What kind of devilry is this? I've waited long enough. Not only has nothing progressed, but there's still no way to restore the immortal god."
Black Dewey, Tiet Muk responds, "We must follow the orders of the Tung Lord. Our only mission is to break through the wall of the world and find the king's close confidant who fell from the resurrected land. Once we find that remnant, we will leave immediately." Wu Min continued, truly hoping to escape this place soon. At that moment, Kim Duong, from a hole in the building, secretly looked out, his heart pounding. He was alive, still alive.
Fang Bing quickly covered his mouth. "The master is still alive," he warned. "Don't move. As long as he's alive, there's hope. Now we can only wait. We're too weak. Sneaking in here is already our limit." The people from the city of Chan Tin haven't arrived yet, and Vuong Tung might also be nearby. "These are all opportunities. We must hold on," Kim Duong whispered. "Got it." In this situation, Fuang Bin jokingly said, "Do I have a chance to direct this fierce battle with the old master? But it's pretty dangerous, old Wong. Are you afraid?" Kim Duong seriously replied, "I'm not afraid." Fuang Bin cunningly clenched his fist and said, "I'm afraid, so don't take it lightly, all right? If you die, it's okay, but don't drag me down." Kim Duong grimaced. "What the hell? You talk all big, then suddenly end with that. Who do you think you're fooling?" Kim Duong and Fuang Bin, hearing the noise, finally wake up. They've endured all day, and now someone has arrived. Kim Duong is a bit startled and says, "I've heard this voice before." Outside, Thiet Mok loudly asks, "Duong Dao Hong, why is it only you from the Chantin that has come, the former senior?" Duong Dao Huan sneers, "It's been 60 years, we've fought over 100 times, and I still don't know what skills you have." Thiet Mok responds with a layer of defense, ready to take you down. "Just disbanding is enough." Vu burst out laughing. "Lord Duong, your ancestor is already dead. Why do you still talk so big?" Thiet Mok also interjected, "Duong Dao Hong, if you can lift the ban, you'll leave safely, but if not, you're definitely going to die this time." Hearing the threat, Duong Dao Hong didn't dare to use this boundary, or else he would definitely die this time. Outside, Fuang Bin was anxious. Just fight already. All they do is talk nonsense. A bunch of people looking down on others. The risk of dying in battle has always been borne by our martial arts army. Never seen it done by the city defenders. It's not just a bunch of cowards relying on the old ancestor to boast about their food and drink. Kim Duong waved his hand. Probably so. If you were in their position, you might have hesitated even longer before acting. Fuang Bin retorted, "No way." Suddenly 2 people rushed forward inside, their bodies shining, as if about to explode. Then the room really exploded. Dung Kitch even went to see Fuang Bin. "Damn, I underestimated you guys. Are you all trying to die together without a word? You blew up the enemy yourself. Truly impressive." After the explosion, Wu Min still refused to be afraid and challenged. "Dao Hong, how should we proceed? Could it be that you are willing to turn a blind eye to the corpses of the ancestors of the Bin Wu family?" Dao Huang cursed angrily. "Get lost. I won't let you collude in doing wrong, even if it means burying the old ancestor in this abyssal realm." Jie boldly declared, "Then it's a fight Fuang Bin secretly admired. Master Dong is truly courageous. We must quickly think of a way to retreat. Tung Vi Vuong is surely waiting to profit from the chaos and won't be far from here." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Chuk Men hiding behind a nearby wall. And it was just in time for Tao Tao to arrive. Kim Duong quickly stepped in to stop him. "Wait a moment, after all, he is an ancient person. Once he joins the battle, if they surround and attack Master Duong, what should we do?" Fuang Bin firmly said. "Very elegant. Master Duong isn't stupid. If he can't win, he should run. It's still better than letting Tuan Vivu take advantage." Immediately after, Fuang Bin released a divine energy to break a section of the wall where Chuk Men was standing, causing him to panic and quickly use his mental power. Even from so far away, why are there still waves of attack coming? These fools, when you are exhausted, I will wipe you all out." Fuang Bin watched quietly, smiling faintly, finally revealing his position by using mental energy to handle the stone debris. Just as you thought, the fighting crowd also noticed something unusual. There are still others here. As soon as they saw Truk Men, Thiet Mok, who was fighting, roared furiously. "Truk Men is that woman, that bastard, daring to barge into the abyss alone. She deserves to die."
Duong Dao Huan, kill him first. Dao Huan is blocking Thiet Mok's sword, silent. I don't care about your internal issues. Hearing that, Dao Huan had no choice but to agree and join forces. Fuang Bin excitedly urged them to fight, fight, fight until they are completely exhausted. Kim Duong reminded him, "You're taking too much of a risk." Over there, Trukmeni is being attacked by 2 of Dao Huan's people, and he tries to explain that Lord Thiet Mok, I have no intention of betraying, but Thiet Mok quickly demands that he. Fine, then let's join forces to kill Duong Dao Huan. The resurrected martial artist is our biggest enemy. Next to Dao Hong, Thiet Mok is not far behind, he persuades. Tung Vi Vuong, if someone truly betrays, I'd rather see them live longer, so why not we join forces to eliminate everyone in this forbidden zone? What do you think? Trukmen quickly casts an explosive move and escapes, thinking that his whereabouts have been exposed and that King Tung will surely kill him, and the resurrected ones won't spare him either. If today doesn't make King Tron, there's only death ahead. To survive, I have to kill them all. Starting with the weakest, he charged straight at Vu Min, and she panicked. "You're crazy!" Vu Min quickly stepped back to dodge. "Trukmen, don't you think about the children held captive in this forbidden area?" Trukmen angrily flicked his hand, fed up at this point. Who cares about all this anymore? Summon the true form. At this moment, Vu Min was hit and stuck to a layer of air on the ceiling. Thiet Mok shouted loudly, "Vu Min, hide quickly!" Han is about to push someone into the space between the dimensions on the summit. Once inside, death is certain. She is furious and needs someone to stop her. "Quickly save me, I can't survive this." Vu Min suddenly went berserk, screaming and shouting, "Damn you all! You forced me! I will definitely die if I want to die." A divine tree appeared from her body and slowly grew larger, the immortal god said indifferently. "Not yet inside? Well then, die." Then countless black holes began to appear everywhere, attacking everyone. Ji Mu was terrified and fled. The crazy woman, the immortal resurrection healer of King Tung, was surely doomed. The immortal king of the gods grabbed the Daohan. "It's a pity, can't you look closer? Use yourself to open the door." He panicked and desperately tried to muster some strength. Damn it, just risking everything for the Chan character. A huge Chan character falls from the sky. The immortal god glanced faintly upward. "Is this all the old ghost of the city of Chan Tin has got? Then don't even think about entering anymore." A giant black hole appeared in the space, slowly swallowing the word Chan, then gradually closed again and disappeared into the void. Below, in the rubble, Fuang Bin is also desperately healing Kim Duong, restoring her mental strength. "Old Vuong, are you still alive?" "It's all my fault. The fisherman has no strength. He can't even catch those 9-grade fish." In the wreckage, the sounds of fighting still echoed. "Yang Dao Hong, Thiet Mok, you guys are quite lucky. Even the vitality and essence of life are hard to restore. Do you still want to kill us?" "Truk Men, if you dare to kill me, I can also summon the immortal god Tung Vuong. At least I am stronger than you," Fuang Bin thought. "The 9-grade fruit is indeed powerful, yet I survived." The dust of the season has settled, and Fuang Bin finally sees the battered fight among the crowd, with Thiet Mok and Dao Huang using fists and feet to attack Truk Men, Thiet Mok shouting out. Then it's time to fight. Truk Men is not inferior. Just fight on, Fuang Bin thinks. After exhausting the spiritual strength of the powerful, fighting is no different from a bunch of street thugs. Looking to the side, he was startled to see that the 2 skeletons had also died. But who were these 2 people? Only the skeletons remained, one of whom seemed to be Li Mak. Suddenly, the 2 skeletons turned their heads back. Why did they stop fighting? What are they looking at me for? I was holding my breath. Look down. Fuang Bin just realized something strange. Wow, why am I only a golden skeleton now, shining so brightly that I won't be noticed? I quickly stepped back, worried that I was exposed. Fuang Bin watched the fight between the 2 captured beings from behind, thinking, even though I've been exposed, I've concealed my aura. They don't know which side I'm on, so they probably won't attack me randomly. This way, it's actually easier to observe the battle. These people have exhausted too much of their vitality and their indestructible bodies, so they can't restore their flesh now, only fight with strength. Fuang Bin smugly said, "Fight on. Fight until their flesh shatters. Then I can profit from their misfortune." At this moment, Thiet Mok shouted loudly, "Duong Dao Huan, I am dead. Don't expect to live peacefully either. Kill King Tuong Vi." Duong Dao Huan and Thiet Mok rushed forward. Thiet Mok said he had a large amount of vital essence, and fighting would exhaust our strength. Yang Dao hung around him suddenly emitted a blazing yellow light like a fiery flame with 5 hands pointing forward, and he hurriedly shouted, "Steel Eye, rush up and block it."
Zhu Mingsheng looked up at the sky and saw a large character appearing, and he panicked, asking, how is this possible? How can he write this character?
Not long after, Truk Men was enveloped by that symbol, as if he was trapped. He wondered, what is this? A barrier?
Thietmuk then laughed triumphantly and said, this is a secret technique developed by the 13 kings of the Lin City. It cannot be broken so easily.
Duong Dao Huan looked at him, then signaled with his hand to the front and said, don't waste words. Force him down quickly.
Trukmen, fearless, turned around and smirked, saying that you beasts want to push this king into the Forbidden Ceiling Realm to blow him up, which means this character cannot kill this king.
Then he burst into loud laughter. Killing the king of this realm, you fool's dream of illusions. Fuang Bin looked up at him, puzzled, and wondered what this was. Battle technique, secret art, writing a large character with blood to suppress all enemies, and yet, these fallen kings are so vile, but they still spew out life force and explode like bombs. The remaining flames from Thietmuk and Duong Dao Huan gradually extinguished. Thietmuk anxiously told Duong Dao Huan that the character was wet and he was about to escape, urging him to hold on. Duong Dao Huan replied that his spiritual power was exhausted and there was nothing left. Thietmuk then said, then we die together. Duong Dao Huan responded,
fine, since it's come to this, no more tricks. If we die, we die.
Suddenly, Duong Dao Huan shouted, he couldn't kill him. The divine weapon entered the prison and exploded, pulling down the barrier to counterattack. Thietmuk gritted his teeth and told him, when I self-destruct, you pull out the prison, I must die too. You go with me to explode. Duong Dao Huan shouted, hurry! Thietmuk shouted, explode! Then immediately it was blown up. Truk Men let out a cry, no. In front of Thietmuk and Duong Dao Huan now lies Truk Men sprawled on the ground. Fuang Bin stands helplessly behind them, watching and thinking. These gates of fate are full of deadly cards. Even the minor kings haven't died, but their spirits have been destroyed, almost like death itself. Fuang Bin was stunned. Wow, they can still continue. Your bunch of minor fates really fight hand-to-hand with Kim Kot. At this moment, Thietmuk and Duong Dao Huan are still fighting over the 8th rank. Thietmuk suddenly kicks and pushes Duong Dao Huan, who then realizes something is wrong and shouts, stop, wait, this isn't right. Why is there an additional rank 7 and he's still alive? Fuang Bin sat there in fear and said, afraid that these 2 ranks can sense whether they are alive or dead, and their plan to kill him has failed. Duong Dao Huan said he is not from the Chantin city, and the mysterious path there is full of confusion, so he reabsorbed his aura and took the Kim Kot, Fuang Bin. No, he's only at the 6th rank. How could he have passed through the forbidden depths of thousands of formations, or even crossed the cursed sea to get here? Thietmuk then said, Duong Dao Huan, if he's not from Chengzhen, let's join forces and kill him. Duong Dao Huan hesitated, realizing that our strategies are running out, and a 6th rank cultivator is enough to change the current situation. This unpredictable factor must be eliminated. Fuang Bin angrily said, you are trespassing on Langdong, which is deadly, and at this moment, Tiet Mu and Duong Dao Huan rushed forward. Fuang Bin continued. He said, Langdong is a mountain, the origin of our people. It is our ancestral human site. He points to the sky and says, kill, and Fuang Bin thinks Duong Dai Su is clever. I just want to tell him I am human. Kill these guys. Duong Dao Huan rushes forward and throws a punch. Thietmuk yells and strikes back, saving that person. As long as he catches him, his achievement will be no less than seizing the foot of the Sea King. There are people living in the realm of the land. This is a major event that could shake the entire Forbidden Zone, and the 2 of them are in conflict over their differing opinions. Fuang Bin, lying on the ground in anger, said, just joking. Why do you still take it seriously? Why is everyone going crazy one after another? If it were on the ground, Master Duong wouldn't hesitate to tear himself apart into human bread. Thietmuk shouted, Thiet Huan self-destructs, blow them up. The flames ignite and burn the 8th rank. Limak and the other 8 grades quickly ran away. Limak said, hurry and hide. If it explodes on its own, it will trigger a counterattack from the lower ceiling barrier. For a moment, the 8 grades were cut off, then a blue light shot out. Duong appeared. Fuang Bin was hiding behind a rock. System. Recover, mental power. Resist this mental attack. Duong Dao Huan and Thietmuk confront each other, with Thietmuk's head seemingly ablaze as he says, Duong Dao Huan, step back or we won't have it, and don't expect to have it either. Duong Dao Huan shouts in his face, you beast, how dare you? He is our ancestor of humanity. Truk Men suddenly swooped down from above and said to the 2 of them, both of you go die. In the blink of an eye, he descended like a flying arrow and stood in front of the 2. Thietmuk asked in surprise, why? And Truk Men looked at the 2 of them and said, surely you are very curious.
My divine elimination has already been destroyed, so why can I be safe now, right? He then explained, 30 years ago, Fanatxt once obtained a fairy fruit, and after her spiritual power was exhausted and swallowed, she could be revived once again. Why not after 200 years of companionship? I promised long ago that once I become a true king, I will help her take shape, and we will be a divine couple. Yang Daoheng suddenly laughed and said, a demon beast. Even a dog can have one, but a demon beast has no gender. Once for the city lord, he continued laughing loudly. You want to be with a demon beast and make the world laugh? Thietmuk also asked in confusion. You're actually in love with a demon beast. You're crazy. Truly crazy. Truckmen coldly said, it's okay. I don't mind being mocked by someone about to die. Then he performed a spell towards the two. Holding the Duong Dao Huan and Thietmuk in both hands, he said, killing the divine item is very difficult, but the sky here is a tear in the space. This is the best way to kill. Farewell to you both. Blood splattered everywhere, and he looked surprised. A mental attack sounded, Trukmen wondered. Who? Fuang Bin, hiding behind the rock, said, no, not me. A voice rang out saying, King, it's me, sent by Tuong Vithan to escort the human martial artists. I was supposed to follow orders from Thietmux, but he didn't trust me. So before the decisive battle, I let the surviving human martial artists escape, which is how I avoided the Great War. Truckmen, vu tuk jun vu tutvang, noi. You blame me. I used all my trump cards and still died at your hands. He half smiled and said, the 4 King Realm experts, the 4 Supreme Realm saints, I never expected the last survivor to be Thukha. There are too many divine weapons, too many core and brain nodes, the blood, flesh, bones, and life essence within your bodies, all to become mine. He prepared to attack Trukmen, but to protect himself, Thukha needed to break the divine barrier a few more times and use counterattacks with divine power to strike a few more times. In this way, you will truly die. Thukha cannot avoid this mental attack, but his spiritual energy is overflowing, so he will surely die first. At this moment, Trukmen, exhausted, lowers his head. With a sinister face and a terrifying smile, he says, King, go in peace. When Thukha reaches the Vuong realm, the divine vengeance guardian, Thukha will take care of my master. Bin Phuong rushed from behind with Than Kim, saying, the praying mantis hunts the cicada, the sparrow follows, then suddenly swung his sword and said, I am the sparrow. Trukmen sneered in triumph. You who plot against this king, in the end you also fall victim to others' plots. We are all the same. Phuong Bin fought while calculating in his mind. The explosion was just a mental shockwave. After all, it had already exploded to the point of losing consciousness, and being blown up was still better than being assassinated to death by someone else. In his mind, only 2 words appeared, Am I dead yet? Am I dead yet? Finally, he whispered to himself, this time going into the basement. How many times has my mental strength exploded? 30 times, maybe. I don't know how long time has passed. In Phuong Bin's hazy mind, there was a voice calling out, Phuong Bin, wake up quickly. But Phuong Bin kept muttering in his head, forget it, as long as I don't die. Kim Duong kept anxiously shaking Phuong Bin. Phuong Bin, wake up, do you still want the spoils? Your sister's parents are waiting for you to come back. And Phuong Bin asked, is old Vuong dead? Kim Duong confirmed, yes, he's dead. They're all dead. They're all. Phuong Bin listened carefully, then quietly gathered everything and hid it away, being careful that the demon beasts wouldn't return. Then he pointed to the side and continued speaking. There are 4 failed items here whose lives and deaths are uncertain. Remember to find the corpses and confirm their deaths. Kim Duong was very moved when he heard this. Even at this moment, he still thought about these things. Kim Duong, carrying Phuong Bin, stood up and looked at the battlefield, exclaiming, bones, corpses, remains, divine weapons, in the deadly battle of a group of failed products, and in the end, it was Phuong Bin who won. After some time, Phuong Bin returned to his original form, opening his eyes drowsily, and Kim Duong, seeing this, asked, are you awake? Then you asked Kim Duong how long I had been unconscious, and Kim Duong, sitting in meditation beside Lien Dap, replied about a whole day, and Phuong Bin suddenly woke up, crying out in pain, feeling like he was about to die, wondering why we haven't run yet. Kim Duong explained that the corpses of the former disciples are scattered on the ground, and the demon beasts dare not come here, making it safer instead. Phuong Bin anxiously asked about everyone's condition. So the master, Kim Duong Lien Dap, found them but is unconscious. 6 people in total, 4 have died, but your spiritual power is severely injured. It may be difficult to recover.
Fuang Bin sighed in relief. As long as he's alive, we'll find a way later. But I'm about to die. Tell me how to save me.
Fuang Bin asked further if anyone else was alive. Kim Duong replied he didn't know. His mental energy couldn't be projected out or sensed. After checking, Fuang Bin recounted that he had examined briefly, and 2 of the captured cultivators were still alive, probably Li Mok and their group, and the spiritual power of these people was terrifyingly strong. You say that regret in a whisper, but Lord Duong Huang is truly dead. Kim Duong jokingly asks, "You did it."
Fuang Bin immediately clarifies, I'm not that kind of person. The barrier below exploded, and I can't control the direction. It's all just a cover.
If Cheng Zhensheng really wants to cause trouble, I will hide in the secret chamber to conceal my aura and fight them to the end no matter how long it takes. Even if you say you've killed a sheep grade, no one would believe it. A 6th grade like you killing 2 sheep grade, who would believe me? Fuang Bin was angry and said honestly no one would believe it, then knelt down. Fuang Bin changed the subject and said, "Let's go. Clean up the battlefield first. I'll check. 2 sets of 2 bones for the grade, 1 set of 2 bones for the sheep grade, 4 perfect divine weapons. One of them belongs to Grandmaster Duong. Returning it must be paid to Than Chan Tin. It's a loss you count and tell Kim Duong. Old Wang, do you think it's possible to open the 3-portal door of the dead?"
There must be divine weapons inside the spirit item's body, Kim Duong asked curiously. What do you need so many divine weapons for? Fuang Bin quickly interrupted, no need to talk, who would complain about having too many divine weapons?
Seeing Trukmen's body, Fuang Bin was very pleased. Finally a complete low-grade corpse, and it still contained a large amount of life essence. Kim Duong hesitated slightly and wondered, this guy's soul is just gone. Maybe he can be revived, right? Fuang Bin kept saying, if he's revived, I'll cut him again. Damn it, he treats the essence of life like water. That rightfully belongs to me. Then he asks Kim Duong to give me 2 divine weapons. I cut him open and squeeze out everything else remaining. Fuang Bin exerts all his strength but cannot tear apart Trukmen's body, he mutters angrily. Damn it, the life essence inside is still moving, repairing his body. Kim Duong asked curiously, unable to cut. Fuang Bin still gritted his teeth and replied, no, it must be cut with a large wound. Quickly take it out. I will use the power of heaven and earth to tear him apart. After some struggling, Fuang Bin finally managed to cut the body of Trukmen. After finishing, you hurriedly ordered to pack it up. If you delay, it might be taken away to heal him. Kim Duong asked about the size. How much could there be? Fuang Bin quickly replied, roughly 150 pounds, 75 kilograms. This guy uses at least half fake. At this moment, all Fuang Bin could think about was profit, estimating the system's value for essence of life at about 5 billion per gram. 750 kilograms is 375 billion. The 3 divine vessels are at least 150 billion. The remaining bones and energy stones are not easy to deal with. But no matter what, this time we are going to make a big fortune. After packing up, Kim Duong turned to ask Fuang Bin what to do now. It's getting dark, and we've been here for 4 days. Fuang Bin scratched his head and said, are you still thinking about how to get inside? We've come this far. I'm really curious. Why did Elder Yang come in here, and what's inside? Fang Bing, I've found it. Our goal has been achieved. Now the most important thing is to go back. I'm not interested in what you said. Knowing doesn't matter. Surviving is what counts. Suddenly, strange noises appeared in the forest. Fang Bing asked anxiously, what's wrong with these demon clans? Suddenly so agitated, Kim Duong responded in confusion, I don't know, but we're probably about to break apart. Then he pointed at the streak of light and called out to Fuang Bin, look at this, it's bright, it's shining. But Fuang Bin dismissed him. Stop looking at this, look at that. A magnificent scene unfolded before them. Fuang Bin stammered, Tien Din, while Kim Duong guessed it was Tien Kung. Suddenly, it started to rain, and Kim Duong wondered, it's raining, while Fuang Bin hurriedly carried Trukmen's talisman, running and urging Kim Duong, this is energy transmutation. The energy circle has already undergone transmutation and become saturated, so it spilled out through the boundary. Hurry over there. The closer to the immortal companion, the purer the energy. Even when we pass through, they don't react, Fuang Bin continued, understanding now that this is energy overflowing in cycles, the only chance for these beasts to cultivate. They naturally cherish it, so even when there's no energy normally, their cultivation levels remain so high. At this point, neither of them could move anymore, and Fuang Bin swore in his heart that he couldn't go any further and had hit the boundary wall. Kim Duong still cheerfully replied, things are already very good here. Start cultivating quickly. And Fuang Bin pointed at something with longing and said to Kim Duong, look at that. There's a golden pit inside, and they want to go in to undergo a tribulation. Kim Duong, annoyed by Phuong Bin's rambling, shouted loudly, "Shut up and focus on cultivation." Phuong Bin was meditating silently, thinking that energy costs nothing, and wasting it is pointless, wondering if he could close a 3-star gate, when suddenly Kim Duong called out to him, saying, "Phuong Bin, my 3-star gate has appeared." Kim Duong, looking worried, added that one door had already closed, which made Phuong Bin very annoyed. What a bunch of cheaters, scoundrels, and game players. Kim Duong wonders to himself, "I feel like there's something inside, but I can't open the door now." "How is your life door opening and what's inside?" Phuong Bin replied casually through a cough. Everyone has their own resurrection path. Then an idea struck him. Why not try to disguise your aura? "I will use my power to help you open this door together." Kim Duong wondered, isn't it true that only the bloodline of the afterlife can disguise their aura? So you are the ancestor of Tan Fung Than? Phuong Bin annoyedly retorted, "When did I learn to talk so much? Does it work or not?" Kim Duong simply advised, "Just try it." Phuong Bin agreed, "All right, let's go." When Phuong Bin touched it, he was a bit surprised. "All right, it can be touched." Kim Duong also nodded and continued, "Yes, you can also disguise your original aura." Phuong Bin then recounted that year I took a fragment of your original life essence. But our combined strength was not enough, so I waited for Ma Vu to see if the three of them could manage, or wait for my spiritual power to manifest. He looked toward the celestial palace with a regretful expression, saying it's a pity there's still no way to enter and see it. Kim Duong summarized, "So let's leave it at that for now. I'm almost done training. I need to think about returning now." Suddenly, Phuong Bin sensed something approaching from afar. He hurriedly told Kim Duong, "Wait, no, something is flying over here." Kim Duong thought to himself, "It seems to be a person." As the object drew closer, Phuong Bin finally recognized it and shouted out, "Oh my God, Han Tong and Tan Fung Tan." A loud noise erupted. Fung Tan, covered in wounds, angrily scolded Han Thong, "Didn't you say this was your home, so why was it kicked out?" Phuong Bin, hearing their argument, was panic-stricken. What house? Whose house? Why are you here and even entering the realm? Han Thong spoke. "This is a long story." He began recounting, "Tan Fung Tan and I traveled along the Forbidden Sea for a long time, finally deciding to cross the river, expecting to provoke beast disturbances. But in the end, nothing happened at all. The two of us successfully crossed the river," Phuong Bin continued. "At that time, we were all cultivating. So entering the boundary zone was also a smooth path. If it's our own home, the defensive barrier below is probably the easiest way in, so we wanted to see if we could just walk in directly, and I really managed to get in." At this point, he sighed, "But that bastard Tan Fung Tan grabbed me and went in too, and then I don't know what grabbed us." Afterwards, we were thrown out, and Phuong Bin asked loudly, "What was inside, a person or something else?" Han Thong replied, "It seems to be the elder opening the way, ahead of a large door." I don't know about the others. Hearing this, Phuong Bin immediately started criticizing. "You guys really have no future, especially Tan Fung Tan, who's been risking everything since earlier." Seeing Pung Tan not reacting, Phuong Bin annoyedly repeated, "What are you eating?" Pung Tan still calmly ate and replied, "This is celestial soil from the heavenly palace. When I was thrown out, I risked my life to dig it up. Don't compete with me. It's all covered in saliva now." Phuong Bin immediately replied, "Who would want to fight over land to eat with you?" After tasting the divine soil, Fung Tan happily commented, "This good stuff is really delicious, full of energy. I feel like I'm about to break the earth and be reborn. This is definitely not ordinary soil." "It's just that it looks a bit like soil," Phuong Bin replied with a smile. "It's not just your feeling, but you really think this land is fertile, old Tan. The land you're digging up isn't meant for growing medicinal herbs, is it?" Fung Tan, with hair standing on end like mushrooms, asked again, "What do you mean?" Phuong Bin, speechless, replied, "Nothing. Congratulations on officially divorcing." The space shifts to Tiannan City, the human temporary stronghold, with continuous screams ringing out as the old gray demon beasts suddenly change direction. The demon beasts begin to encircle the Vwal city, but the city lord of Vwal is not seen on the scene. Only the Vi flowers fighting against them. Principal Mawu, Ngo Kwaidan. The old master was in utter panic. "What's going on? The demon beasts have appeared here too." "Just like the Jiaolong Old Master." Investigator Minister Nam Wen-ye, the former master standing nearby, analyzed, "The Vwal city has been destroyed. The path to the peak of the V King has been cut off. Han is very likely to want to go to the realm of the divine to get everything." "But why did these monsters suddenly attack the divine beasts?"
Could it be that the King of Vines also uses monsters to craft divine weapons? She asked aloud. Now is the best time to counterattack, because in a situation like this, even if 1 or 2 people fall, we must definitely kill some high-level ancient beasts. Only then can we achieve our goal. Principal No, you and Principal Bai go and hold him back to stop a former rank expert. What's wrong? Lu Fuangyu is furious. He has already killed 3 senior experts and stopped the former rank expert several times, and you still want him to go and die.
Ngo Wu Yaoshan spoke. Rest assured, Bak Lao and I will fight with all our strength to prevent the enemy from escaping our battlefield.
Principal Jindu Vodai and Bak Lao, the veteran nodded. It's worth killing a few more senior-tier experts.
Principal Vo Dai of Kin Nam, Trun Du Din, raised his hand and said, "Then I will go alone. The 3 of you support the opponent, that shouldn't be a problem." Fuang Yu silently shed tears, thinking about her daughter. She once hated old Ngo, but after he risked his life to enter Tianmon City, she no longer hated him. In the end, after making peace, he had to fight against the former rank with all his wounds, his father missing, his daughter dead, and even his husband preparing to face death. Why is it like this? Behind her, Commander Bo Hao wants to join in, and all 3 principals of Wu Dai are going.
Our Ministry of Education leader also has to show an attitude. But late at night, Sean blocked him.
"Mr. Zhang, come on, stop causing trouble." He steps forward to caress Feng Yu's face and explains. "Feng Na, honestly, I didn't want to be the principal, I just wanted to lead the charge against the enemy. I've been naive at school for so many years. Now is also the time to show your face with pride. The only regret is that I cannot help my daughter get revenge and have left the crown prince alone." Kuya-san urges her to live and not make him worry. She weeps uncontrollably. Kuya-san, "I'm sorry," he replied. "These are words that must be spoken between husband and wife."
Yun Yue, recovering from her fever, shouted, "Wait a minute, what's going on?"
The 2 of them ignored Kuya-san and paid no attention. "I am parting from my wife." Dianmuk patted his head with some emotion. How could this be? How did they return from the Forbidden Sea? Fuang Bin and Kim Duong are carrying their protective talismans and descending. Eternal life can't believe their eyes. Fuang Bin, they're still alive. Dianmuk is puzzled. But why are they with Tuong Vi Vuong? Is he still alive? She's also a traitor. How could a surviving old grade be taken prisoner by a 6th grade? But dying doesn't make sense either. Where did they get the old grade guardian from? The dirt-stained face of the boy grins mischievously as Demon Marshal Feng Bin, carrying his martial arts students, kills 4 old grade experts and countless high-grade ones. A destroyed Vuong City, congratulations to humanity. The other 4 curse under their breath. Damn it, if you don't brag, you're dead. Fuang Bin reports the victory. Besides what was just mentioned, there are also 2 8th rank and a set of old 8th rank bones. Along with the complete protective body of each king Vuong Duong Dao Huang, the sect master fell in the border realm, and the unskilled disciples only managed to save 2 8th-tier sects. Kuei Sun pointed at him and questioned, "So you all restrained a group of old-tier experts, blew up the king city, and destroyed the forbidden zone of the old tier to prevent the enemy from stealing the ultimate relics. Is that so?" Van Nguyet muttered behind. Duong left, and in the end, still fell, while Fuang Bin immediately became clear, the disciple not for merit, but to restore the truth, after all because he blew up the city of Tuongvai. "I spent tens of billions of energy stones and half my gold, and it's all gone." Hearing your complaints, he gave up. "Stop now, this achievement is yours." Van Nguyet crossed her arms and looked serious. "Fuang Bin, how much essence did you gain from Tuong Vi Vuong's body? Hesitating, you also used some yourself, so it weighs 40 kilograms less than 40 kilograms. The others whispered and debated. 40 grams is enough. I, the former White Chaos, found a reason to set conditions. "Minister, this is what I risked my life to obtain myself, but I, Fuang Bin, am not the kind of person who ignores the bigger picture. To let everyone benefit a little, 800 yen per gram. As for the money, I trust you all, just sign a promissory note." She suggested that it's not that the government can't pay, but that at this moment it's useless. "Fuang Bin, we can use magic weapons. You interrupted to mention other attractive items like the legendary sword, the great axe, the 7th grade hammer. Besides the sword, everyone wants to buy the others if they want." You and Nuit didn't need to hear anymore, so just write the IOU and discuss the person's request after leaving the tunnel. Fang Bing took out paper and pen, esteemed government officials. "According to theory, I shouldn't be so reckless, but that is signing appropriate. You don't feel at ease inside. No loan agreement. Assets might be worthless. She says she can't beat her. Give it here." Fuang Bin rubbed his hands and smiled. The principal was seriously injured. The other side called for reinforcements. All the elite soldiers were to be used. Restoring the strategy, preparing for a full-scale attack, Feng Yu leaned on his shoulder with a distressed look. The injury was very severe, at least over 10 pounds of vital essence, and he immediately saluted 10 times. I probably have about 15 pounds left, Principal. Sell you 13 pounds at the agreed price. Give me 50 billion and it's done, of course. You don't have the money, just write a IOU. Fuang Bin tried to persuade Teacher Duong and Old Tron also have to use it. One person writes an IOU for 2 billion at the agreed price. She is estimating you.
Are you telling that old lady to send you a IOU? Fuang Bin was too speechless to speak. The system won't pay me. No IOU means no way back now. He asked again, are you sure you want to lend me so much life essence? These things are very precious. Yu enthusiastically patted his shoulder to persuade him, it's okay, these toys are very easy to find. Later I will go and get a few dozen kilograms and come back. Elder Bai stood from afar. Moved, that poor ghost Ngo Kuei-sun. Where could he get 50 billion to pay the money? Isn't he just a respectful student of the principal? He then thought of his own student, Li Han Tong. Little guy, you should go too. They come back with both divine weapons and essence of life. What about you? Remember when he returned with a bag in one hand and a shiny mirror in the other, proudly showing off to the principal?
I've been very successful this time. Look, energy stones, high metals, divine weapons. He saw it as truly impressive. All right, I can't deny it, but the principal considers the essence of life as water to drink, and previously agreed with Ngo Kuei-sun to die together, yet the clown turned out to be himself. Yue suggested that in the future the young man should focus on helping the government mix the essence of life. Just like this time when we led the product. The one who steals the secret is just a thief. Fang Bing poured the essence of life and replied that he's not professional enough for this. Wait until I need it. We could consider it a bit of cooperation, she thought for a moment and said, that's true, we've done a lot. Maybe the Clam side should remind those city lord candidates that they are truly ambushing. Duke Dung is recruiting talented people at the Memorial Hall. Fuang Bin, have you ever thought about enlisting after graduation?
No, that's fine for now. The logistics department still has a deputy minister in charge. You're already there, with Zhiqiang guarding the border, Deputy Commander Li, and the military equipment logistics. It's not really something the military department should handle, so don't pay attention to him. Fang Bing, you might consider becoming the city's protector. Mr. Hao hesitated. This is someone from our Ministry of Education, and since the war isn't over yet, the current great sages are saying these words. Is it a bit hasty? This is Deputy Minister of Education Zhang Bakao of low moral character, shaking his head. They think we are too rich and their minds are collapsing. I understand, he doesn't agree, so it can't happen. If Fuang Bin really gets taken away, Minister Truong Dao will definitely kill me. Breaking free from the passionate embrace of the two men, he sighed in relief. That's right. Has Tuong Vi Hua been killed yet? Duke Dung replied. No, Fuang Bin is still not himself. Really, I heard that the city lord Tuong Vi and Tuong Vi Hua are in love. Everyone was stunned and exclaimed, what? Fuang Bin confidently said, fellow sect masters, everyone says that currently the Forbidden Zone martial artists should not kill the Tuong Vi city lord. Is that true? Van Huyet pondered. The people who said the Forbidden Zone martial artists must be from the Tung Vuong lineage, and the demon beasts are all from Tung Vuong in the southern and northern regions. You conclude that Tuong Vi Hua's husband was killed by Tung Vuong's people, and all Tung Vuong's lineage are enemies. Fuang Bin suddenly runs out, spreading his arms to protect himself. But how can Tuong Vi Hua believe that the city lord died at the hands of a Forbidden Zone expert? Bring the protective body over, Minister. It's best not to let the opponents see it, or they might go berserk and attack our people. Start recounting what you know. At that time, Tuong Vi Vuong claimed to have used a fruit created by Tuong Vi Hua, which could revive someone after their mental energy was drained. This secret can only be known by the person involved. Using this is enough to persuade Tuong Vi Hua. Kuit-san assesses that she has come back from death. Producing such a heaven-defying divine fruit, Tuong Vi Hua will definitely pay a heavy price. She was a little moved. Even a flower can develop feelings. Even now, in such a dangerous situation with 10 senior demons and 2 demon kings attacking it, it refuses to run and just wants to buy more time for King Tuong Vi. Yue pats his shoulder, no longer thinking about it. Loving flowers is just loving flowers. Principal Wu, it's good that you recovered. Everyone, be more tolerant. Maybe this time we can truly pacify the region. Together we will all shout out victory is ours. The Flower Nation will win. Humanity will win. And Quat's son also has a resolute heart. Restoring a region and achieving such great success, after a lifetime of pursuit and battle, there is finally hope to witness this scene. They are all on our side. 2 years ago, Tuong Vi Hua was a traitor from Destroyer Heaven South City. Such a person cannot be kept. As for the Grandmaster who hasn't recovered, return first to avoid causing trouble. Suddenly, Fang Ping interjected. Minister Nan, Masters, wait a moment. You're carrying a large jar on your head. This was secretly left for Director Lai. But humanity's matters are too important for humanity and everyone else. I can only ignore Director Lai. This 10 kilograms of vital essence. Everyone uses it. Get injured, don't hesitate. Van Nguyen glanced. And this kid still hides 10 kilograms of vital essence, really treats it like water.
Still not stopping, Fang Ping quickly raised the paper and pen with both hands. Minister, sign it. It's only 40 billion and not expensive. I have a conscience. She really has nothing left to say. This kid was proud a second ago, and the next second he handed over the IOU. Is that appropriate? Now, Van Nguyen, on behalf of the prestigious hall in Kwesun, shouts loudly, "Let's go! Fight to the death!" Phuong Bin watches their cheers in his heart. The sect masters must win. Humanity cannot lose. Bak Hao stands beside with his broad stance. Kid, how much more are you hiding? Go out for a walk. Tan Jin, do you think we're fools? I was badly injured, and you didn't tell me a thing. I once helped you forge the divine weapon to become a male god. Aren't you ashamed? From then on, the contributions of people like Ningye who went out initially were not meant to be shared among you later. And he even made himself look like a fool. Spending money, Bak Hao couldn't argue, damn it, what you said also makes sense. Yet he even calculated this. Bing Bing witnesses those two chatting intimately. This Phuong Bin guy, the circle has changed. He's starting to hang out with the sect masters now. Phuong Bin is flattering him. I'm giving everyone a bit more now. Actually, people like you are making a profit. When you return, you can definitely share a bit more. Bak Hao smiled satisfied. That's how it is. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. He felt extremely annoyed. Vuong Kim Duong and Li Han Thong were both chatting kindly with the sect masters. No one paid attention to him, and he was even regarded as a child, so frustrating he wanted to cry. The more Vin Din looked at you, the more he wanted to go crazy. You will regret this. Suddenly, a flash of light made Phuong Bin panic. A relic self-detonation. It was Tung Vai Hua's aura, and it actually came to avenge Tung Vi Vuong. Surprisingly, it was a flower that understood love. Suddenly, many chaotic sounds kept invading your ears, causing Phuong Bin to cover his ears with both hands. Enough already, Tung Vi Hua has self-destructed. How much longer do you want to fight? Is this the ultimate sound, even from the Seahorse Mountain? Does it have such immense energy? The three of you still float in the air, Commander Lee announcing on behalf of the Heavenly South War is over. Waiting for your celebration, and someone speaks first. It is Commander Lee's voice. We have won. Everyone below joyfully embraces each other, sharing the happiness. Compared to these grandmasters, Phuong Bin's feelings towards them are actually not very deep. They are still young, haven't experienced much. I happily watch them. We won. We won, these grandmasters. Some have fought their whole lives, endured too much pain, and almost all of these grandmasters have loved ones or friends who died in the dark regions. Return now, Minister Neum. They have come back from the front lines. Congratulations to Hoa Quoc. Congratulations to humanity. Total victory. Phuong Bin stood amidst the crowd, a broad smile on his face and a satisfied curl at the corner of his eyes, silently thinking, Principal Ngo is alive. Old Man Tran is here too. Wonderful. Everyone is still alive. At this moment, figures descended from above with an imposing aura, like angels descending from heaven. Those were Principal Vodai Kin Nam, Tran Vin Jin, and Principal Ma Vu. No Kuya, the former ranker, now the investigator minister. Van Nguyen, the former ranker, with sharp eyes like blades, speaks firmly, each word like a resounding bell, ending this battle. We have killed a total of 7 former rankers. Only 3 enemies remain alive, their superpowers severely damaged, and from now on, the era of unparalleled high-level beings will begin. Phuong Bin listened, a sudden sense of unease rising in his heart, and he frowned, asking why those 3 former ranks weren't killed, as they could seek revenge on us. But Van Nguyen replied gently, her voice calm yet profound. Tung Vuong has reached the ultimate limit. If we keep killing, it could trigger a supreme battle. These former ranks will never leave the Imperial City. Protecting the Imperial City granted by the Absolute Palace is their top priority, and according to the original plan, we do not attack the Royal City because it would anger the Peak, and Commander Lee must have prevented your wall-bombing attack with a forbidden zone so that no one can ascend. After speaking, she turned to look at the crowd, now completely safe, carrying the people's legacy. We go home. Phuong Bin gently scratched his head.
His eyes unconsciously glanced at the system panel. He thought to himself, indeed safe, the system has settled accounts, but there is a very serious problem.
The loan agreement isn't counted as assets. The current government is 160 billion short of me. Lao Ngo is 50 billion behind, and Lao Lu's group is a small amount. The 6 billion from Lao Lu's group is also small, so there's no rush. I continue to assess. The male minister's spoils are also quite stingy. Just a 9th-ranked treasure. If I ask them to use 9-grade monsters to pay off the debt, wouldn't hundreds of experts work for me? Thinking about this, I sigh softly, my finger lightly touching the system panel, and looking on the bright side. The system still increased by 400 billion, including that debt paper of 216 billion. A trillion is just around the corner. Sweat beads formed on Tuan Tu's face as Phuong Bin praised himself for being amazing.
A 6th-rank cultivator can earn the amount of money that only 500 Grand Masters can make, so I will definitely continue to earn money by selling magic weapons and the bodies of each minor king.
But I don't know if anyone is willing to spend money to buy it. Lao Ngo and the others can't be caught in the trap anymore. He sighed inwardly. Life for the rich is really complicated.
Phuong Bin, you don't have a chance to boast about tearing their throats now.
Phuong Bin chuckled softly. What did I say? And besides, do I really need to boast? You stepped forward, smiling, and said, Commander Lai, can the military department give me one? After all, it's the highest honor medal, right? The old man replied, no problem. You go ahead. We can announce to the entire army that I am the one receiving the medal. Deputy Commander of the Military Department, Li Yong, whispered softly.
All right, go out first. The crowd's cheers rose like a tidal wave. Victory! Victory! Amid the crowd, suddenly a loud cheer rang out. Well done, our martial artists of Hoa Quoc, all children of heroes. A grown man standing amidst the sea of people. Clapping and laughing loudly was Minister of Education Trong Dao, a distinguished figure, and everyone cheered loudly throughout the space. Minister Trong himself. Someone spoke up. Minister Trong, no, the immortal material is too precious. But he just laughed loudly, his laughter like a bell ringing through the smoke. What does this mean? They're all good, live well, live until the day the earth is destroyed, and even until the day our Flower Nation martial artists gather just to strengthen their bodies. He calmly turns his head to look back at those behind him with a deep gaze. You have been through the realm of the underworld, and upon hearing Feng Than's gaze, it instantly lit up like a star. Minister Truong, I have achieved a great feat this time. I am entering the realm of the underworld. He frowned slightly. You went inside alone, did you eat something? He looked at you in surprise. How do you know that? Phuong Bin gently pushed Feng Tan's shoulder, asking him to explain. Minister, he doesn't understand. He only ate a handful of dirt and didn't do anything else. Trong Dao furrowed his brow, his face serious, saying it's not land, but something valuable, perhaps better than anyone expected. After hearing this, Feng Tan pushed Phuong Bin aside, his eyes shining brightly, his face slightly flushed from the powder. Great Lake, the ultimate advantage. It's perfect. Finally, the story with Tan Feng Tan as the main character begins. Minister Truong paid no mind to his excitement and continued slowly, the realm of the earth, inside there is no land. The atmosphere in this room grew colder as he continued. Only flesh and blood, large amounts of flesh and blood, high-quality flesh and blood, top-tier flesh and blood, even some mysterious things like a meat grinder, a crushing mill. Many people died, hopefully harmless. These things can't be eaten recklessly, but before he finished speaking, Feng Tan suddenly froze, as if his soul was about to fly out of his body. Then, Zhang Dao turned away with a cheerful smile. This time it's everyone's turn to rest. Humanity will not forget you all, and all the honors of Hua country will be for the heroes on the battlefield. At the Han Quoc Tang, everyone will take a break for a while, waiting for Commander Li to come out, and Commander Li and I will celebrate with everyone. Van Nguyen bowed slightly in greeting. Meanwhile, Feng Tan had already started summoning the Rainbow Death Bridge, while Phuong Bin stood beside him watching with an amused look, a faint smile curling on his lips. Phuong Bin muttered softly, the government might owe me 160 billion and I don't even know if they can pay it back. Minister Truong was startled and turned around upon hearing this. Van Nguyen involuntarily broke out in sweat. I will explain to you later. This time, the heavenly south and earthquake can be pacified. This young man has made a great contribution. Phuong Bin continued calmly. I personally spent tens of billions of energy stones to blow up the royal city. I don't know if the government can bear the cost or not. Trong Dao also broke out in sweat when he heard that. The person who blew up the royal city, you immediately stepped forward in front of him, roughly 50 billion energy stones plus more than 20 billion to heal the wounds, totaling about 80 billion in expenses. The additional 160 billion is not yet included, totaling around 250 billion, and the principal was injured this time, so I don't know if this 50 billion can be paid or not. The Martial Arts Academy belongs to the Ministry of Education. 300 billion?
Zhang Dao snorted, turning around with his hands on his hips and saying, "Tell me the details first. They are still waiting for an answer upstairs." Van Yu also turned to follow him. As they walked, Feng Sheng's face darkened and sweat broke out. "Are you crazy? Even the top experts are extorting money. 160 billion suddenly becoming 300 billion. Minister Zhang hesitated for a moment, then said, "I understand the situation. But Fang Bing doesn't quite seem like a resurrected martial artist, even though he looks very similar. But I feel something's off." Van Nguyen nodded slightly and replied calmly, "He's not a resurrected martial artist. His cultivation speed is too fast."
This young man's words are a bit strange. He frowned slightly, his sharp eyes like a blade, prompting Li Jin to turn back and ask about the other side of Chantin City. Why are the three Vuong Kim Duong people so slow to recover their progress? Just as he finished speaking, a loud shout came from afar. "People from Chantin City have arrived." Van Nguyen closed her eyes and softly said with a serious expression, "Let's go and entertain them first. There are 2 aura of the door rank, probably the family head and his companion." Truong Dao also nodded in agreement, and the rest are all high rank, a total of 13 people from the 13 clans of Chan Tin Than, each with someone already arrived, truly high standards. In the temporary medical room, sobs echoed in the silent space as Minister Nam, Uncle An, and Van Nguyen just entered, their expressions darkening slightly. "Lord Duong has indeed fallen. Please try to be less sorrowful." The man, crying softly, his voice trembling with grief, was the elder leader. Now Grandpa is gone too, this time falling as a 7th-tier male. 3 of them are also from the Duong family. As our Duong family falls, 100 men shine brightly, but are now shattered into splinters. An old man beside him, with white hair and deep eyes filled with the pain of the male month, sighs softly, his voice low. Having survived many battles, Kim Than was destroyed. The one speaking now is Tu Hao Nhin, the head of Tujia in Trantin City. 9th rank, he slowly raised his hand, gently touching the white hair, touching the water-like scar in the sky above the forbidden zone. Old Duong knew how dangerous it was. It seems he was the one who led the opening of the space breach by the Tung Vuong, damn it. Living late or not, I will kill them all. He calmed his mind and asked slowly, "How many casualties this time?" The man reported. "The prince's mansion was destroyed. 7 powerful Kim Than died in battle, and 14 7th-tier experts were killed." Hao Nhin listened, and his eyes grew even more cold and stern. "Over the past 2 years, high-grade experts have been dying in battle more and more each day." Van Nguyen calmly added, "The dead have no regrets. At least for now, the southern underground world cannot fully wage war against our Hoa nation. As long as we don't give up, one day we can kill those earthquake martial artists, and they won't dare to invade our human world again." Hao Nhin turned his head and looked over, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint. "I heard that this time Lao Duong was brought back by a few young men. Could the Minister of the South kindly share some information with us?" Van Nguyen waved her hand towards the group outside. I told them to wait at the door. And then Phuong Bin led the way inside, respectfully greeting the sages. Hao Nhin stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over everyone, finally resting on 2 figures, Vuong Kim Duong and Li Han Thong, who responded loudly. "Yes." He nodded and said slowly, "All right, according to records, around 70 to 80 resurrected martial artists were killed that year. A careful investigation should be able to confirm your identities. The legend of resurrected martial artists is real, and you are not the first group. But not everyone can come back to life. It seems to be limited to a certain period, or only when too many powerful people have died." He raised his hand and pointed into the distance, asking broadly, "So how is it, do you two not feel even a little surprised or curious?" A faint smile flickered in his mind. Phuong Bin already told me that. Next to him, Kim Duong frowned and asked again, "Senior Grandmaster, are there still many like us?" Hao Nhin whispered with a serious tone. "Not many at all. We have found more than 30 people who have recovered in Chantin City, so we welcome you to come there. The specific situation we can let Cao explain." Suddenly, Phuong Bin gently raised his hand with a slightly hesitant tone, saying, "Well, Great Grandmaster, I am also a resurrected martial artist. Can I go with you or not?" He was stunned, beads of sweat on his forehead, eyes filled with shock. "You, too, are resurrected warriors." "Why didn't I sense it? I've interacted with many resurrected warriors like you," he explained softly. "I am truly recovering." "You sneered coldly and cursed, damn it. No way to fake it." How could you explain such rapid progress in cultivation?
Hao Nian stroked his silver beard, a hint of contemplation in his eyes, and then said, "When the time comes, you all go to Gentin City. The old ancestor might return from Yu Hai Mountain."
Feng Than happily said, "Grandmaster, I am also a resurrected martial artist. My family is poor and lacks cultivation resources. I just casually trained a bit and reached the middle stage of the 5th rank. So, even though I'm not certain, I feel like I'm also a resurrected martial artist. But before I could rejoice, Kuei-san immediately gave me a hard slap on the head. He scolded, 'You have no cultivation resources. You just casually practiced a bit and reached the 5th rank mid-stage. How many things did Fang Bin and Trong Hok give you? Do you still have the face?' Hao Nian's eyes flickered with some contemplation. Whether you are or not, when you meet the elder, perhaps everything will be clear." Hearing this, Feng Tan unconsciously clenched his fists, palms sweating, and couldn't help but ask, "Is it dangerous to meet the elder?" But he laughed loudly, his voice booming like thunder. Even if he wasn't a resurrected martial artist, he was still a pillar of humanity, and the elders wouldn't mistreat you. Hao Nian nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "Fellow students, can I ask you to share a bit about what happened after you entered the realm of the tree Dia?" Feng Than recalled and replied, "Then I was pushed out by a very strong aura, and if I tried to enter again, I would be attacked by the Gyoi Beach and couldn't get in." Hao Nian frowned, pondering before asking, "Did you see the remnants of old Master Yang?" He hesitated slightly, his voice somewhat uncertain, it seems. "It seems unclear, then the barrier becomes blurry, and we can't see anything." His gaze darkened, and his expression grew more serious. Everyone in the Forbidden Zone was already dead, without waiting for the friend beside him to answer. Fang Ping suddenly spoke, his voice cold but firm. "They're all dead." A furious roar like thunder exploded across the sky. "You're lying! Why are all the people in my grandfather's group dead? But you're fine. How did you get into the realm of the divine land? During this great battle, none of you were harmed. Only the people from Chontin City died." The man clenched his fists tightly. Drenched in rage, Chen Tincheng, a 7th rank, and Fang Ping, a 6th rank, faced the fury with unchanged expressions, coldly replying, "First, I can suppress my aura so no one will notice me. Second, their royal family seems to have entered after the great battle ended. There are no high-grade survivors in the domain of the realm. Third, I am only a 6th rank, and I have brought back the remains of the 2 Grandmasters and Master Duong, fulfilling my duty." You then add a harsh remark, saying if I don't bring them back, so what, considering that Master Duong just fell. You look at me with suspicion. I don't mind, but a minimum of gratitude is still necessary. Even for a Grandmaster with a protective spirit, they must consider whether it's safe to pass through the Forbidden Zone. Duong Than gritted his teeth, trembling with rage. "You bastard!" But at this moment, a stern voice rang out. "Duong Than, be quiet. Fuang Bin, this has nothing to do with you. If you can bring old Duong back and take the Li family away, we will be forever grateful." Hao Nian said seriously, his sharp eyes scanning Duong Than, then turning to Fuang Bin with a calm voice. "Maybe you're really not lying. I've never seen Elder Duong's protective aura before." Fuang Bin secretly thought. "My grandfather is truly dead, isn't he? Do you think I am as easy to deceive as that girl?" You calmly said, "Am I lying or not? With so many masters here, it's clear that seeing the protective elder would mean little to me. I consider myself quite generous. Besides, I lack neither resources nor confidence in my martial path. I don't feel the need to follow someone else's way, or in other words, I am more ruthless." You keep saying that old Master Duong has fallen, but his path might not be the strongest for us martial artists. Especially for me, if I want to go, I will choose the strongest path. I, Fuang Bin, will only follow my own way. Kim Duong, standing behind, also spoke in a deep voice. "We are the same. We still walk our own martial path. We do not want to continue on the same road we have taken." Hao Nian pondered silently, a faint glint of thought in his eyes, speaking with a proud tone. "The 6th rank has already chosen their own path," Yang Than replied firmly. "Every word is as sharp as Jiao. Fuang Bin, based on how you speak, these city lords and those who died, weren't they all related to my ancestor, dying after Jiao fought and was wounded near death?" Fuang Bin gently raised his hand, his voice calm, yet profound and unpredictable, indicating that each city lord and the elite were not killed by Master Duong, and also mentioning the spoils of war. "The underground battle is a clear distribution, and now you're telling me these things. Don't you think that's a bit too much if that's your intention, Chan Tin Than? If that's what you mean, I accept you can take all the items, but the 12 top-tier elders, they truly wouldn't desire the spoils of a low-ranked junior like me." Is it true that the city of spirit shaking treats the weak who risk their lives to save such powerful experts this way? Hao Nian quietly reached out and gently pushed Duangthan's head down, speaking in a gentle but weighty tone. The city of spirit shaking will not forget your help. Immediately after expressing gratitude, Fuang Bin also clasped his fists and bowed in response.
The great grandmaster was courteous. Everyone was fighting to resist the invasion of the land. If it was for humanity, I, Fuang Bin, would also act with virtue and not yield to anyone. Duong Tongsu was in a bad mood because his family members had passed away.
I understand, Hao Nian said softly with gratitude. Then thank you. Unfortunately, we haven't prepared anything for this trip.
At this moment, a man stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully to report, Lord To, the World Youth Martial Arts Competition is about to begin, right, Mr. Fuang Bin?
Today, everyone has entered the sixth realm, and this time in the heavenly South Earth Abyss. A great achievement was made, implying that Minister Trong Dao might allow them to participate in the quota. The speaker is Deputy Minister of Education Trong Bak Hao, a 7th rank, and his expression subtly changes. He maintains a calm appearance, lightly wiping sweat from his forehead. Minister Truong spoke, so it was naturally no problem, but internally he couldn't help but sneer. This sly fox Truong Dao, just wait and see. Bak Hao smiled, but his tone was deep with hidden meaning, reflecting Minister Truong Dao's intention to let them compete for the honor themselves, and Hao Nian slightly raised his eyebrows. He replied lightly that he still needed to go back and discuss it, and in 3 days he would give everyone a convincing answer from another corner. Kim Duong leaned close to Fuang Bin's ear and asked in a low voice, "What are they arguing about? What are the young men competing for?" He shrugged lightly and said indifferently, "I don't know, but if they are fighting on our behalf, it must be beneficial. Compared to this, Tran Tin City is currently recruiting revived martial artists. Do you think we should go?" Feng Qing happily interjected, "Of course we have to go to find a good spot." Kim Duong frowned, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "Tran Tin Tan seems to know quite a bit about that man, so it's still necessary to investigate some details, but not now. We are still too weak." Han Thong patted Fuang Bin's shoulder heavily and asked in a serious tone, "Can we gather our brothers again?"
Fuang Bin looked down slightly and shook Han Thong's arm, saying, "We know each other, but it's best not to easily contact others, and also not to reveal anything easily.
For example, my situation and everything that happened in the heavenly South Underground. Maybe that man has a traitor. Han Thong, you should understand. Killing a leader like me would be a heavy blow to humanity." Kim Duong sighed softly. He patted his head in frustration. What the hell is the heavenly realm? What the hell is the old Huiyan Day? And you actually believe this? Han Thong is really stupid. Fuang Bin looked serious, his voice deepening. "So we must keep this secret at all costs." Just then, Bak Hao stepped forward again, his eyes shining with interest, and said, "Perhaps you have many questions about the youth exchange competition." You suddenly changed your tone, and a knowing smile appeared at the corner of your mouth.
"Minister, I have no doubts. We are reluctant about the youth competition. The urgent matter is to settle the 300 billion debt first,"
Bak Hao sternly said, then started rambling. "I told the truth about that kid to Chan Tin Than, including how he betrayed the second-generation divine soldiers." Fuang Bin's face immediately paled, eyes flashing with horror, but he calmly continued, "All right, adjust your emotions a bit. Minister Zhang Dao wants to meet the two of you." Hearing that, Fuang Bin suddenly felt a cold chill run down his spine. Top tier, wanting to meet us privately. In the temporary meeting room, a middle-aged man with bone-white hair, his face bearing traces of time, but still exuding a distinguished aura. Tuan flinched. He sat there looking bored, with deep, contemplative eyes. Ma Vu Fuang Bin, Tian Ding, General. And the human leader, he is the Minister of Education. Truong Dao sent a perfect product, he continued to sink into his thoughts. Divine being, I admire, to be able to lie to this extent. If not a divine being, then what is it? His gaze lingers on the young people in front of him, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. It's true, someone believes. Turning back to investigate the fallen powerhouse, who is the most foolish among them? The answer is clearly him. What about this side of him? Did he hear our conversation? No, such a boring decision. Eavesdropping and deceiving fools without shame. Is that all you have? Truong Dao pondered and sat upright, his calm voice echoing as he spoke seriously. Do you know the true purpose of the youth competition? Fuang Bin responded in a steady, unhurried tone. Focusing intently, Fuang Bin looked straight at you. The question is good, Entering the Forbidden Zone is actually related to becoming a high-ranking person, which is an opportunity to quickly develop your spiritual power and even forge a golden body. Minister, there's also good news like this. Truong Dao sweat slightly, his mouth twitching. That, the 5th rank isn't qualified to participate. Behind Kim Duong pretends to look at his watch. Phuong Bin casually turns his nose up. Han Thong pretends to look up at the ceiling. Feng Than continued. No, Phuong Bin released his spiritual power outward. His bones were strong, and even the old king's head was deformed. I need this opportunity even more.
Minister, do we have any agreement with the Forbidden Zone there, like high-level cultivators not allowed to attack us? The minister nodded in response. Of course, I didn't bring you to the Forbidden Zone to die. This is an understanding between both sides. You are both sharpening some people, and also need training. You frown, you little brat.
He slowly nodded and agreed that all the young human geniuses would be in the Forbidden Zone to train together. Phuong Bin narrowed his eyes, his face darkening. High-grade cultivators are not allowed to attack lower-grade ones, but between levels, Zhang Dao sighed softly, closing his eyes in admiration. An intelligent move. This is also the best opportunity to eliminate the enemy's younger generation. He slightly pursed his lips, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, and the fact that killing enemies can also boost his strength is such a good thing. I have to go into this Forbidden Zone, he whispered with a faint smile, his voice filled with praise and confidence. But right after, he suddenly turned serious, his voice becoming cold. Yet I still have to remind you all, never underestimate the entry of the human race's divine call into the Forbidden Zone. The death rate is as high as 50%, and these people are not the second-tier ancestors you've encountered before, but young heroes carefully chosen from countless others. And he thundered like the storm in their ears. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent, everyone feeling a chill down their spine, their faces turning pale and sweating profusely. Fang was in high spirits, his eyes shining brightly, full of excitement.
Minister, could you teach us some powerful combat techniques or upgrade pills or something? Minister, can I call you Master?
I am very happy to have an excellent teacher. Feng Than also happily chimed in.
Minister, I heard you plan to transfer a major mine to your family. Are you also giving us a large one? Minister, if there are any troubles in the future, can you tell us your title?
Minister Truong wiped the sweat from his brow, his mouth twitching as he thought to himself, Damn it, I was worried they would overthink, but they just want to take my tranquility. He cleared his throat with a serious face and a cold, dismissive wave. Anyway, you all try your best. I have something to do. Phuong Bin hurriedly held him back with a pitiful look in his eyes, like a small dog. Teacher, regarding my 300 billion, Truong Dao immediately turned around, his face darkening, voice trembling with anger.
Someone will contact you, and it's only 160 billion. After seeing off Truong Dao, Phuong Bin and his group clearly understood their next target, quickly advancing to the peak of the 6th rank, then competing at the Thanyan Grand Tournament.
Han Tung and Kim Duong both had to handle their own matters at school, and Phuong Bin also gave Wang Kim Duong 5 caddies of vital essence to save Truong Nam Thun. After seeing off his classmate, Phuong Bin eagerly welcomed the teacher, Lui Truong Sin, who heard about Phuong Bin's fortune and rushed here overnight, running wildly for 3,000 miles, seeking opportunities. A few days later, another peerless expert from the Huaquoc army, Li Tran, arrived as promised, a tall man with a military uniform and a cap pulled low over half his face, exuding a sharp and commanding aura. Like a battle-worn sword that has survived countless life-and-death fights, Minister of the Hoa Nation, Li Tran, a top-tier expert, but his first action is not celebration, it is organization. At the memorial ceremony, rain falls lightly. Hundreds of people stand in neat rows, their faces solemn and scarred, heads bowed as they look down at the soldiers' graves. Loud shouts echo across the sky, all saluting and honoring the fallen heroes. Phuong Bin also stood straight, placing his right hand over his heart, his gaze calm, as a deep thought rose within him. Such a powerful, supreme expert. Maybe they could wipe out a cave with one hand, but they dare not, can not, because we are too weak and can only survive through the gaps. His thoughts also shouted passionately. Destroying the imperial city and eliminating the 9-tier rank might bring great personal benefits, but it would do nothing to help the overall situation of humanity. Power. Power is the true foundation. I must become stronger. Only then can I protect everything. Your clenched hand and determined eyes like steel, Li Zhen's deep gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping across the entire field, every word echoing like thunder in the winter sky. Everyone, there's no need to rush. Today's enmity will be settled someday. Li Chan will only fight for this lifetime, standing tall and firm with a resolute and steady gaze. Don't leave a legacy of disaster for future generations. Let's end it all, now. As soon as the words are spoken, the entire scene erupts like a rising tide. Everyone clenches their fists and shouts slogans that shake the heavens and earth. Victory! Victory! Huang Bin clenched his fists, silently vowing to end the war in our generation so that future descendants would finally not have to shed blood and tears, only fighting for this one lifetime. A figure leans slightly, speaking somewhat slurred but still with a heroic tone, telling me how many marks there are, and that Li Chan, now somewhat drunk, has reached the 8th level. He glances sharply at the young man beside him. Huang Bin raises his hand to signal silence, placing his other hand gently on his, and speaks in a low voice, close to his ear, understanding yet come back and tell later. From afar, Minister Zhang raised his cup, his eyes full of thought, and slowly spoke. Ngo Kwe Son has hope for a cursed fate. Do you want to lend a hand? Currently, the Donglin Underground is unguarded, so send old fam to Donglin at Ngo Kwe's peak in Mado Underground. Lai Chan sipped his cup quietly and said in a low voice, it's still missing a little. The training continues with the Sak Vivuang protecting him in his hand. We work together to tap into the primal power of Sak Vivuang because he has transformed once into a Qiu Fam Dao. How so? We and others just exert our strength. The protection isn't ours. Li Chan considers for a moment, then nods slightly. We can try, but success is not guaranteed. At this moment, a man standing nearby suddenly spoke. The commander and the minister want to act out for me. Fang Bing turned to look at the figure and blinked, asking, what do you mean, what's wrong? That man is Ngo Kwe's son, a 9 rank. He continued speaking, as if giving directions, because the main challenge in breaking through from 8th to 9th rank is often misjudging the right path in martial arts. If the ultimate self evolves the martial way once, reaching level 9 will be much easier, but it seems I need to use the corpse of your individual king. Fang Bing chuckled, reached out and said, Principal, the request isn't high. 50 billion plus the previous amount makes exactly 100 billion, enough to cover the cost. All right, the body belongs to you. Remember to pay early. Kue-san quietly wrote on a blank sheet, still lost in thought. While no one was watching, he glanced around and muttered softly, forget about practicing martial arts, just open a company for high-interest loans. Not far away, 2 figures hurried over. Kue-san whispered, Pang Bin, go take a look, see what's going on. Since I've decided to follow the path of the unified 10,000 ways, I don't care about other paths. It's just play. He pondered for a moment, then replied, start moving, but still follow your own path and not be too affected. Principal Ngo, you must never fall into someone else's way. Minister Truong and Lie Chan simultaneously exert their energy, 2 sources of primordial force merging into a massive green light, filling the space with pressure, and as the first word is spoken, the heavens and earth seem to tremble. Huang Bin stands nearby, initially thinking that the transformation of the relics was particularly magnificent, but it's nothing special. It's just that a tiny king seems to have come back to life. At this moment, Trong Dao loudly shouted, Director Ngo, use your mental energy to make contact. Huang Bin's mind was curious, focusing his spirit to try and sense it. Just as he read, he immediately felt a sharp gaze sweeping over. Li Chan looked at him coldly, his eyes like blades, warning him clearly. Trong Dao beside him slightly curled his lips, his tone gentle yet profound. Don't cause trouble. You can think of this kind of evolved martial arts as a one-time consumable item. If you cut a few pieces and discard them, what the principal sees won't be the real thing. Truong Sin patted Huang Bin on the shoulder, chuckling softly. I thought it was a blockbuster, but it turns out this person is just watching private movies himself. Not interesting at all. On the other side, Kuet-san was still immersed in the process of evolution, his face covered in sweat, looking both surprised and excited. After a long while, he finally regained his composure and thanked the commander and the minister, while Truong Dao asked casually, how did it feel, and Kuet-san took a deep breath. With a look of deep emotion and gratitude, he said he had gained quite a bit. Minister Truong responded calmly, that's good. I still have a few things left. Behind them, Truong Sin asked casually, Old No, is something different? Kuet-san didn't answer immediately, only slowly raised his hand, but his hand was slightly trembling. After pulling back, they left, not forgetting to say goodbye before departing. Huang Bin happily patted himself and watched their figures gradually disappear, muttering to himself, Jade Palace. I think it's probably the fusion of spirit blood within the 6th rank, and the idea that the breakthrough of ultimate madness and spirit blood fusion might be a kind of logic. Kuishan gently waved his hand, his voice calm but firm. I need to retreat for closed-door cultivation. There's no need for us to worry here. Go back. This time we gained quite a lot. Fang Bing chuckled loudly, congratulating the principal on his great achievement and the promising future with the old rank path, not knowing who to thank. Kuyet Sun secretly broke out in cold sweat. Does he want me to serve him? Even though I've been relying on a 6th rank cultivation to muddle through until now, it's truly embarrassing. The next day, the group returned to the demon martial arts arena, where Fang Bing once again showcased his legendary beast-taming skills, frightening everyone quite a bit, but also earning cheers and praise once more. Although the school had a lot of matters awaiting Fang Bing's attention, he still chose to go home first and spend 2 days with his family, though he was truly exhausted. Weary and distracted, Miu Miu secretly registered for the martial arts competition and prepared for the martial arts exam, but of course, that was for later because the government debt collectors were waiting for him at school, and a middle-aged man with a gentle smile stepped forward, his calm yet serious voice carrying an undeniable gravity.
Fuang Bin. Congratulations, no. From now on, you should be called General Fuang. Hearing this, Fuang Bin frowned, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes as he asked in a low voice, General, Minister, only in name, this man is actually the Deputy Minister of Education, a 7th rank official. He continued speaking with a deeply perceptive gaze. Talking nonsense. Do you really rely on the commander? But even so, this is also the central government's approval and affirmation of you. Do you think anyone can become a general? He nodded softly, all right, at least in terms of ability, not inferior to a provincial governor.
Bakhao said to the person beside him, I told you this little word is very realistic, all right? Look, everything is here. Immediately, a man stepped forward and gently placed a finely crafted book on the table, causing Fuang Bin to straighten up. Then his gaze grew more profound, and Bakhao smiled with a hint of meaning. Giving money is of little use. This is a collection of strategic resources kept as a guarantee by the government and the military. Pick a few, Fuang Bin. This is a rare opportunity. He smiled contentedly, with a relaxed demeanor, and continued slowly. Many of these are things that can no longer be exchanged for money, so take a little less, even I can't afford to buy them. Anyway, the item worth 160 billion is chosen and the debt is cleared, so Fuang Bin couldn't help but feel interested, his eyes scanning each item in the book. Then he immediately agreed, understanding. He flipped through the pages, his gaze suddenly stopping, frowning as he asked, Leet Thin Sword. A top-tier divine weapon worth 150 billion. Isn't this the sword I exchanged for the protective beast? Uncle Hao responded calmly and steadily. Ancient divine weapons are not for sale, only obtainable through special conditions. Rare indeed. Fuang Bin chuckled and continued examining, his face slightly strange. Breaking Void Sword technique, Commander Li Zhen's creation. 100 billion. Why do I feel like this is specially prepared for Elder Li? He casually replied that only former grade and top-tier fighters can create ultimate combat techniques that cannot be revealed to outsiders. It is of great importance, and this time Commander remembered your outstanding contributions and deliberately granted you authority. Otherwise, hundreds of billions would not suffice. Frowning, Fuang Bin said in a deep voice, Li Lao's strategic strength has increased, which is also because of Hua Kwok's effort. For humanity's effort, there's no reason to charge fees. Fuang Bin immediately put on a serious face, with a slightly resentful tone. Fine then, since you are so eager to nurture Elder Li, I'll treat it as a favor from me. I won't exchange. Bakha chuckled, quickly waved his hand, wiping the sweat from his forehead, hurried to resolve the misunderstanding without forcing. It's up to you. Have you decided what you want yet? Fuang Bin pondered for a moment, then pointed to a spot in the ledger and said in a low voice, 1 Tianjin Lian Bap Pin, 10 Moonlight Herbs, 50 Spirit Embryo Fruits. Bak Ha was momentarily stunned. His eyes flashed with surprise, and he asked incredulously, These are all divine herbs to boost mental power. Are you planning to manifest your mental strength? You're only at the middle of the 6th rank, but he only replied casually. Continuing from before, so it's 95 billion now, plus 100 Bach Thoi fruits. He slightly frowns and says, with a hint of reproach, Kid, you chose such a small amount, 100 million each, total value 105 billion. Suddenly, Fuang Bin is startled, eyes wide with amazement. 100 million, last time Vuthu took one for 20 million. That's unusual. Bak Ha crossed his hips, let out a fake command, and with a look of full dissatisfaction, he said, Maybe it's good enough to trade for you, but do you think everywhere has it? Hearing that, Fuang Bin's face darkened with obvious anger. He quickly took out a piece of paper, then decisively said, Then 100 clusters of spiritual flower petals, and he immediately widened his eyes. Staring intently at Fuang Bin as if to confirm whether he heard it right, his eyes were cruel and sinister. The government's reserves were running out. Ignoring Bak Ha's pale face, Fuang Bin pointed to a blue box in the book. his gaze flashing with a terrifying sharpness. That is 135 billion, right? The remaining 25 billion I will exchange for the breakthrough no-kill technique. Bakha immediately rubbed his temple, feeling like his temple was twitching non-stop. Fuang Bin, look carefully. That requires 100 billion. Fuang Bin didn't bother to change his expression, leisurely crossed his arms behind his head, his tone lazy but unmistakably dismissive. I know, but I don't want to exchange much. Leaving 25 billion is already my biggest estimate. If not, then forget it. I will continue to exchange rare inventory. You better watch out in the future. Items will be arranged and delivered within 3 days. But as Bakha was about to leave, Fuang Bin suddenly reached out and lightly tugged at his coat. Minister, wait a moment. We haven't arranged for Chao Huan Truong to rest yet. I am the general, and I will receive the National Defense Medal. Just like that, keep it secret. Isn't it true that all the military generals are just like vegetables? Wait a moment, I will immediately gather all teachers and students to attend the Chao Huan Truong ceremony right away. Bakha and the soldier beside him both fell silent for a few seconds, then simultaneously thought to themselves, a gleam of admiration flashing in their eyes. Well done, kid. At the Mavu Hall, the award ceremony began. Mavu Fuang Bin was specially awarded the patriotic Huan Truong and the rank of general. Then someone loudly shouted, all together, Chao. You wear a Medal of Honor on your chest, along with many other awards of Huan Truong pinned on your shirt, happily saying, peace for the country, victory for humanity, your teacher at Wuhan University, never afraid of war. Others see this and quietly applaud to encourage you, secretly thinking making a fuss is good, money is endless, but your character is not very good. Then, while listening to Van Hai on the phone, he waved goodbye to his friends, and they said, let's go, do your work. Van Hai's voice echoed from the phone. Fuang Bin, I've reached the 4th rank, and you replied surprised, really that fast, over 5 months from beginner to advanced little genius A. Van Hai hesitated to answer. Because Lao Lao gave me some energy fruits and I participated in a few small-scale battles, I absorbed them, and you kept going. I will find him right now. I'll be there in a moment. At the martial arts club, Fuang Bin's face darkened, his eyebrows furrowing, his eyes glaring fiercely. With eyes full of rage, he said, you only mentioned over the phone that there was a small-scale battle. Then he shouted fiercely, not mentioning injuries that severe. Van Hai, covered in wounds, looked fragile. He nervously replied that it was just an enemy stabbing through trust, nothing serious. But Fuang Bin still hadn't recovered at all. He continued shouting in anger and worry, so why not try to see if the remaining 4 internal organs out of the 5 damaged organs are still intact? Trying to reach the peak of level 4 in an instant, she replied, isn't that just courting death? I don't want to die. Then he sat down beside her and continued to ask, you used to be a gentle young girl. Why are you so quick-tempered now? She replied a bit shyly. This time it was unintentional. I didn't mean to. You keep going. Come to my place later to get some essence of life and recover quickly. Hearing that, she immediately said, actually, this time I came here to borrow some life essence. She smiled and continued, to lend to my grandfather. Fang Bing looked over at the wall and greeted, Elder Lao, sorry for being here. At this moment, Van Hai's grandfather appeared. Vin Din stood by the wall with serious bandages on both hands and looked a bit drowsy. His face darkened with anger and said, I shouldn't be here. I guess the light bulb must have some automatic sense to avoid me. Vin Din turned and headed for the door, saying, this time I am taking Van Hai back to Mavu. I will handle my own injuries. Hearing this, Van Hai quickly stood up and followed him, saying, don't try to resist. Your wounds aren't healed. I'm very worried. Sorry, I will write the IOU for you, but he still doesn't come back, and I continue speaking angrily. What does IOU or no IOU matter? It's none of your business. Just 1 or 2 pounds of life essence are basically useless when suddenly Fuang Bin spoke up. 10 pounds. The boy excitedly said, I borrowed 10 pounds, which should be enough for Lao Tran to fully recover from his injuries and also help him continue fighting for the divine body. He signaled with his hand and continued speaking. Old man Tron, I have never been stingy. As for the IOU paper I just mentioned, I was only joking. My real hobby is collecting and cherishing items from the Master of Strength. Then he clearly expressed his intention. The debt paper is also worth collecting. Just write some casually, this essence of life belongs to him. At this moment, Brother Tron secretly thought, damn it, do I want or not? This isn't just water. I said earlier I didn't need it, thinking he was gone. These 10 caddies are enough for me to heal my wounds and take a step further. Bin Jin looked at Van Hai, and Fuang Bin then continued to ponder. You silly girl, you don't understand.
people at all, yet you advise me now, and that young boy Phuong Bin. What do you mean by holding paper and pen? You definitely want me to write an IOU.
Van Hai leisurely said, yes, yes, recover from your injuries and become stronger. Only then can you have the strength to go into the underground and seize resources. Phuong Bin also means well. Take it. That Vazin, he listened and also agreed reluctantly. There is some truth in that. Fine then. Fine then. If it weren't for you, my grandfather definitely wouldn't. Then he turned around, said goodbye to Van Hai, and left. Phuong Bin happily saw off the guest. Lao Tran walked leisurely. Van Hai, you also took a little bit of love. You don't need the IOU paper anymore. Hearing that, Van Hai smiled happily, her cheeks slightly red as she replied, Phuong Bin, I will definitely advance to level 5 quickly so I won't have to wait for you. A few days later, at the martial arts club, Feng Sheng held a piece of paper while Han, furious, leaned on the table and shouted, Damn it, the Martial Arts Association announced a global reform. This time I'm not included. Old Wang and the leaders moved into tiers 5 to 6, based on what? Without me. Han slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Phuong Bin, say something. Phuong Bin crossed his arms and replied, Stop making noise, I'm annoyed. I don't know which fool bestowed the title of General Spear on me. I've called the Martial Arts Association to ask, but they still called me. Now everyone around the world knows about this infamous hero. You also shouted loudly, Let the Martial Arts Association wait and see. Feng Than responded angrily. You trade me a piece of the Tomak Hua. I have risen to the 5th rank of high grade to help others. You're not inferior either. And you reply, wanting to take advantage of the opportunity, borrowing money with virtue like you. There are hardly any people, Peng Than replied. This time it's not borrowing. I'm using my academic points to exchange. Hearing that, you angrily said, Nonsense, go somewhere else to exchange. Then Feng Than suddenly hugged Phuong Bin's leg, crying and begging him to trade. My father's great revenge still awaits me to report. The principal's revenge. I also want to tell him, but I lack the ability. I can't conquer Vuong Than. I am a useless person. Hearing that, you just angrily scolded. A grown man crying and selling his tears is truly disgusting. He doesn't even need his face anymore, yet he still clings to you, wailing loudly, Fang Bing. Phuong Bin was furious and told him to get lost and walk to the logistics department himself. And as soon as he finished, Feng Tan quickly ran off. Man Nan responded quickly, fine. Thong then looked at Kim Vuong beside him and asked what he was doing. Wasn't it supposed to be easy to switch if there's a class? Kim Vuong heard that and replied, he probably doesn't know about this, thinks that Phuong Bin is hiding something. So he went to sell the carpet. Don't mind him, just focus on the main matter with Phuong Bin. Then the two of them entered the circle to meet Phuong Bin. Tu Thong scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and spoke first, followed by Kim Vuong, Phuong Bin. Mavu still looking for a master. Phuong Bin turned to ask, aren't you afraid of being beaten to death by your principal? Han Thong replied, well, the principal told me to come. Then Han Thong began to recount. The principal said that Kim Vu is currently in a stable period, and King Do's territory is the same, so it's not suitable for me to stay any longer. Wait until I become a grandmaster, he recalled the moment he met the principal, who advised him that applying was actually for Mavu's benefit, to drain their resources. Once he reaches level 8 or 9, he will return to Kim Vu, and at that point, no one can stop him. Tongzong excitedly said, great, too great, I'm leaving now, planning to bring back some divine weapons later, while pretending to cough to hide his dark intentions, since he's also preparing to apply to Mavu. Tongzong rubbed his nose awkwardly, and Phuong Bin closed his eyes, contemplating their scheme. Certain that Bak Lao knew full well that Tongzong wouldn't be able to return by this point. Staying at Mavu will definitely provide much more support than the University of Martial Arts, rest assured. I will definitely train the leader well and not let you down. After hearing Han Thong's words, Phuong Bin patted his shoulder and spoke. I am sure you will be welcomed. Later you bring a resume to the education committee on the other side, and the appointment will wait until you graduate. Then you continue, this time gathering everyone for cultivation. Let's go to the energy room. This time the Mavu energy room disperses and supplies everything for me. Han Thong scratched his head and asked in surprise, are we aiming for triple cultivation now? Phuong Bin excitedly replied, why are you thinking like that? We're working together to push open the triple door. 10 days later in the energy room, Han Tong sighed, I didn't expect it would be so fast, Phuong Bin. We've only been in the energy room for 10 days. You actually are close to sealing the first wing of the barrier, Phuong Bin responded, after disguising our breath. We can truly reach the door of the 3 flames together. How the hell is that possible? Han Thong sighed in amazement, but not surprise. Our brothers can push open the door together without it being a big deal. Fuang Bin clenched his teeth in endurance and thought to himself, their breath changes 10 million times a minute. Over these 10 days, they've burned through more than 80 billion. The consumption is severe, and I even agreed to help Old King and Ironhead, so even with 600 billion, I can't spend like that. Fuang Bin replied, actually, I am spending the assets left from my previous life. Once I am exhausted, I may not be able to restore my previous strategy. Han Thong hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Maybe we should give up. And this made Fuang Bin secretly sigh inwardly. Han Thong, you're an honest person and really think for your friends. In the end, they stopped, which made King Kim worry and ask why they stopped, saying the door is about to close. If they consume too much, it won't matter for us. We've gained quite a lot these past few days. At least our gold body will become stronger. Fuang Bin stood up, flexed his joints, and replied, I want to first use the Moon Talisman herb to boost my mental strength, waiting until the limit is reached, then sealing the energy gate while activating the true spiritual power. Han Thong, hearing this, immediately asked, do you want your spiritual power to manifest? Fang Bing turned and confidently replied, I feel that relying on natural talent and treasures won't work. I can only seal my meridians in an instant. Responding to my own body's energy, there is hope for me to overcome this hurdle. Kim Vuong hesitated and asked, aren't you training here? You confirm that. No, I want to go to the rooftop of the teaching hall to practice. Being close to this heavenly palace can help me understand the true meaning of martial arts faster. Han Thong continued to ask, is the rooftop of the school the highest place for martial arts cultivation? Hearing that, King Kim nearby immediately showed a serious expression and said, he's about to perform. Somewhere, everyone is in an uproar. Look quickly, the sect leader, and another person also shouts, what is he doing on the rooftop? The 7th rank Huang Jing also looked up in surprise and thought to himself, damn it, this bastard always makes sure everyone sees him breaking through. Everyone notices him, right? Feng Yu, a 5th rank, spoke up. Only 50 days since his last breakthrough. Is he going crazy? Next to him, Dong Fang, also 5th rank, responded, when he was at the peak of 6th rank. Did he also have to undergo spiritual blood fusion? He won't directly fall to a lower rank, right? A 5th rank has golden bones, and Huang San muttered in dissatisfaction. I am 5th rank. He is a super martial artist. I am 5th rank. Is he a 5th rank? Zhuang Feng wondered why the energy gate was about to close, but he remained still. Feng Yu replied, just a bit more time to show off and attract attention. Huang Kan shouted that it was wrong. He was eating Yue Tich Tao. And hearing that, Feng Yu also began to wonder if he could make his mental strength appear at 6th level. At this moment, Fuang Bin was chewing on the moon-tasting herb while contemplating 3 roots of the moon-tasting herb costing 5 billion blood energy at 7,999 kilocalories and mental strength at 999 shouts, all reaching their limit. The blood energy barrier was closing, allowing mental strength to manifest. Whatever, come on. Someone shouted loudly, the door of the sect has broken through, the sect leader's energy gate has closed, and Huang Kan was furious thinking, this kid really wants to cut him into pieces. At this moment, Fuang Bin unleashed an incredible power and mistakenly believed himself, with energy at 8,999 kilocalories and mental strength still stuck at 999 points, the highest level he has ever encountered, and he must break through. Another loud shout rang out. Destiny! Someone exclaimed in surprise. What is it? The great bin of Huang Kim? Someone else asked, while a lone figure rushed through a gate. Huang Kan exclaimed in shock. Isn't the 3-tail gate supposed to retreat with the sound? Can it still split apart? Dao Feng added. Fuang Bin's mental energy began to condense. What is this? What is this? Everyone looked around in confusion and asked each other, a room? Is this Fuang Bin's house? What does this house mean? At this moment, Fuang Bin silently recalled the past, the old house where I had lived in Yang City for 2 lifetimes. Feng Yu asked, does Fuang Bin accept being his family? And even the heavenly characters agree. Do they all long for a peaceful life like this? Feng Yu witnessed everything and spoke up. Martial artists die in battle. Honor is the highest, but we've fought for too long. Who truly understands martial artists? The glory in outsiders' eyes might just be a cover, as someone standing nearby, holding her tightly, tearfully said, I miss home. Everyone continued to murmur. The scene also discussed, look, they have no intention of stopping now, still expanding, not just a room but a whole building. It's not just a city. Now it's the manifestation of strong spiritual power. Pang Bing He, how much spiritual power does he help gather? King Vuong also looked and spoke. No, that's not right. This isn't Yang City as I remember. There are many buildings I've never seen before. Could this be Han's imagined future? a peaceful and calm world, and his strategic allies agree, indeed. Becoming the Heavenly Emperor, leading the martial artists, his true aspiration is indeed to quell the catastrophe of the earth. This is the real martial artist. This is the true leader of martial artists. At this moment, Fuang Bin has stopped reminiscing about the past, but many thoughts still linger in his mind. Indeed, I am just a minor character. In this turbulent era of chaos and upheaval, I long to return to that world. It's absurd, because within the mist is someone pure and honest. I must pretend not to be afraid, but I fear for my family's death. Even fear seeing all my loved ones perish. But then Fuang Bin stood up, full of confidence, praying for world peace and no more war. For my life is only for people's safety and prosperity, fighting for the nation's wealth and strength. Even if I die, I will not regret now that Fuang Bin has broken through to the high stage of the 6th rank. His spiritual power has manifested completely. After Fuang Bin broke through to the 6th rank advanced stage, everyone exclaimed in surprise as his meridians were sealed, his spiritual power manifested, and his spiritual force appeared. Fuang Bin became a Grandmaster. Grandmaster Feng, the youngest Grandmaster in human history, never before seen, leaving his name on the Grandmaster's list. Unimaginable. Everyone's actions made him feel overwhelmed, his face turning dark with worry, thinking how could such rumors be so exaggerated? Maybe every time he leveled up before, he let them boast about his benefits, and as a result it became a bad habit, a serious fault, unable to teach children properly. Then suddenly a furious voice rang out, "Fuang Bin, you little brat!" Feng Nu, Kim Bin, and a few teachers are very angry and shout loudly, causing me to sweat profusely and only dare to turn half of my face to speak. But my tone still sarcastically questions the teachers. Why do you all look so angry? Should I be congratulated first? Isn't it because my spiritual power has manifested? Aren't you able to surpass everyone immediately if you're a teacher? How can you set such a poor example for others if you lack this patience? Huang Can seemed like he wanted to strangle Bin, and with such a big display of spiritual power, why didn't he warn us beforehand? The newcomer only has basic 6th rank. Bin pouted. Mid-tier Huang Can continues to confront him, claiming that your spiritual power appeared during training, but it's not a 7th-tier martial artist who relies solely on spiritual power. They also need physical qualities. Bin still lazily crossed his arms behind his head, smirking. I have a golden bone, and he added broadly. Blood energy, I also have nearly 9,000 calories. Huang Can then looked for another excuse. Fusion of bloodlines. You try it too, Fuang Bin calmly replied. I can also condense the power of heaven and earth. Huang Can couldn't hold back anymore. He pointed at him and scolded, "Get out, you little brat!" Fuang Bin waited for each of these words, then waved his hand in farewell and slipped away. Fine, I'll go find Lao Vuong and the others to continue practicing. After Fuang Bin's mental energy appeared, he returned to the energy chamber, while helping Vuong Li seal the blood and energy gate. They began studying mental combat techniques, with Bin holding a book in one hand and channeling his mental energy to the two of them as they meditated intensely. Not knowing how much energy I can transfer, seeing you focus on the book with such passion, I wonder why these seniors' martial techniques are so embarrassing. The immortal Godblade, the invincible fist in the world, I just can't unleash them all. Vuong Kim Duong, while practicing, explained to Fuang Bin that the name of the combat technique doesn't matter. What really counts is the control over the power, and using someone else's technique might not allow you to unleash your full potential. Fuang Bin slammed the book down. It's 100% too difficult. I can only unleash half my strength. I don't think I'll be weak, and even the Earthquake Realm martial artists don't reach 100%. Vuong Kim Duong, helplessly, he still keeps his composure. Even after the fire effect from Bin disappeared when he withdrew his hand, he told you, those are Outer Realm martial artists. Experts are all in the Kong Ku. Fuang Bin ignored it. My current spiritual power is also a failure grade, and I can burst out to kill the opponent. Fuang Bin's attitude made Vuong Kim Duong unsure of what to say, because a martial artist's duel isn't just about these things. He should understand that these are only part of the picture. Fuang Bin shows contempt, not only emphasizing his words but also making a grabbing gesture. In a fight between warriors, observing talent, judging courage, decisiveness, and seizing the opportunity are crucial, but facing a warrior from the Earth Abyss, a quick kill is just a blink of an eye. Who will give me the time to catch? Wait, Vuong Kim Duong sighs. I fear that if you keep going like this, you'll lose your fighting instinct. You have a clear mind, but relying on brute force to crush and kill enemies habitually isn't good. He recounted that during the battle in Keithan, the powerful expert who merged his vital energy was ultimately forced to death, yet he himself repeatedly restored his vitality and mental strength. But if back then he had concealed his aura and hidden in the shadows, Vuong Kim Duong and the Iron Head Army could have taken him down, giving him a chance to kill him in one strike. You listen carefully and think. You mean let me be an assassin? Vuong Kim Duong closed his eyes and said, every martial artist is actually an assassin. All want to kill the enemy for the smallest price. This time I see Phuong Bin focusing on others' words. Can't help but comment, you're right, others strike with a killing blow if they don't kill the enemy. Maybe I am also powerless and can only wait for death. But I am different, I thought to myself. I have a system. This was your inner voice. How could I reveal it? Phuong Bin clasped his hands in gratitude. Understanding now, from now on I will focus on practicing 2 combat techniques, the footwork and the one-hit kill strike. Old Vuong, thank you for the reminder. Vuong Kim Duong thumbed his finger and replied, I can feel it coming, and I will also break through. Li Han Tong, standing nearby, also stood up energetically. I will also go to the rooftop to break through, waiting for good news. Phuong Bin couldn't help but smile. Thiet Do also learned how to show off, while Vuong Kim Duong was helpless, covering his face with his hand. You see what you've done to him. A few days later, at the martial arts club, Tran Van Hai was sweeping the floor but was distracted, lost in thoughts about others. Since returning from the southern and northern worlds, Phuong Bin hasn't come here much anymore. At first, she was worried that a woman might seduce him, but now it's the opposite. There's no woman. But the 3 great men have been in the energy room training for 20 days, and she imagines the scene of the 3 of them playing around together. Tran Van He's delusions even imagined 3 men laughing while hugging, 2 other men seducing her man, making her suspicious. And it seemed Phuong Bin wasn't too interested in women. The more she thought, the angrier she got. Damn it, the unfaithful one. She was so furious she almost broke her own arm. Luckily, Tan Fung Tun kicked the door open early, loudly asking Van Hai if he was here and not training. She looked proud and boastful, wondering if her spirit was not good. No problem, I have some news that will lift your spirits. I've reached the 5th rank of high grade, and then she puffed up her chest. Tran Van Hai is still startled here, trembling as he tries to hold onto the pole to greet. Club President Tan and Phuong Bin are not here, yet he still keeps smiling. I knew he wasn't here, so I came, risking my life to cultivate. But I still got crushed by him, so in front of others I can at least pretend for a bit. Then Tan Fung Tun's whole body shone brightly as she pointed at herself and declared to everyone that I have broken through to the 5th rank high level, and everyone in the club stopped their activities to clap and congratulate me. Just then, Phuong Bin, along with Vuong Kim Duong and Lai Han Thong with sinister expressions, looked at Tan Fung Tun and said, Old Tan, I've reached the middle stage of the 6th rank. That's right, Old Vuong is also in the 6th rank. Old Tan, you've also reached the high level of the 5th rank. Not bad at all, Tan Fung Tun lay on the ground, complaining. Your strength is also impressive. Are you joking with me? How long has it taken you to break through to the middle stage of the 6th rank and you're still alive? I train like this. I can't keep up with them at all. A month to level up must be suspicious. As soon as these 2 arrived at the 6th rank, Phuong Bin called them to practice demon martial arts. It really doesn't seem right. Phuong Bin must have some trick to make people leap 2 ranks in speed. The more Han thinks about it, the more he feels envious. It looks like I have to reach the 6th rank and maybe use a secret method to get Phuong Bin to help me level up. At worst, I'll cry again. Over here, Tran Van Hai gently hands the information to Phuong Bin with a look full of urgency, saying there is news from the education department to gather everyone quickly in Qingdao. The youth competition is being held there, and Phuong Bin smiles brightly, accepting the message, realizing he truly doesn't understand the fighting techniques of foreign martial artists. This time, he can finally learn more. Let's go now to Qingdao, the airport, and watch the plane take off into the blue sky, making Phuong Bin excited and smile. We're heading to Qingdao. After the plane, we'll walk to the venue, Vuong Kim Duong tells you, to visit King Vu and see the situation first. Suddenly, a car sped toward, nearly hitting Phuong Bin, who was in front, and from the gray car came a call for Phuong Bin. Vuong Ka, the chubby guy inside, laughed and said, Let's go, take everyone for a ride. This is Tran Tin Tan. Tuong Siu, a 6th rank martial artist, and Phuong Bin were a bit surprised, thinking it was the chubby one. Why did you come to pick us up? Tuong Siu replied, just leading the way. I'm not a child. I'm a 6th rank martial artist guiding you. Can I be wrong? Get in the car. Once everyone was seated, he curiously asked, Can't reach the top. Phuong Bin answered, He's a 5th rank, not qualified, these past few days. You guys aren't exactly idle either. You seem to have some blood energy. Tuong Siu blushed with joy. This time I've taken down 2 6th rank guys. Fuang Bin was about to elbow him in praise. Now it's a team, right? You can even guess that. Impressive. He shook his hand. Now Bin finally asked about the main event, and Tuang Xiu replied that the members of the Martial Arts Association headquarters had arrived quite a few, only the gods of the heavenly paradise were missing. Then he explained that this time a total of 6 factions are participating in the battle for the quota, some representing the government, some representing their own forces, and outside of China they probably have no reputation at all. The 5 other locations are, in order, the ancient Buddhist Holy Land in South Asia, the Celestial Paradise in Europe, the World of 10,000 Towers in Africa, the Dang City in North America, and the Andes Mountains in South America. Entering the restricted zone for the quota, there are a total of 30 spots and the condition is simple. Under 30 years old, and the competition is one-on-one. Fuang Bin frowned, so it's fair. Whoever is strongest should go. Tuang Xiu added, the problem is that this year there are many strong contenders, not just foreigners. Among us, there are 4 peak-level fighters plus 1 with unified blood essence. You all really need to do your best. He keeps reminding me, and Fuang Bin too, that we need to be careful because many people are coming from Duong Ra this time. Bin clenched his fists on his lap in anger and said, not finished yet. Even the government thinks we only have merit. The Duong Ra people are ungrateful and still want to bother me, Tuang Xiu thought and kept talking. Alas, the old patriarch of Duong Ra and the clan leader have passed away one after another. The other old patriarchs who wanted to learn from Duong Ra found it not easy, so they made exceptions for 2 top-tier experts over 30 years old to compete. After all, they do have ways to bully others. Fuang Bin still didn't quite understand and asked, so they can still fight against the people of Hoa Quoc. And Tuang Xiu had to explain. He thought, in previous years it was us, the second generation, competing for resources. This year, with a few more people involved, the resources will be tighter, so we will definitely have to compete. I just need to remind you. If you are that strong, then it will be fine, Tuang Xiu said as the car arrived. The Martial Arts Association, Fuang Bin realized, he talks so much. You just want me to look out for you more in the future, right? He doesn't mind. Big Brother is generous. That's what he means. Just make sure you watch out for me afterward. From now on, any secret news, major events, or big movements will be told to you. Fuang Bin secretly sighed. During wartime, a traitor you can trust, huh? That's right. How are your brothers doing? The ones like Lai Fai, now you remember, Lai Fai and Trin Nam Ki are both 6th rank palace guards. These 2 brothers are very daring, Tuang Xiu replied with a smile. Fang Bing also praised him. Impressive, yes impressive. But he still has to be suppressed by others, Tuang Xiu whispered. Right now at the gathering, Li Fi is being questioned by Li Jiatmin with his arm around him. Xiao Fei, tell me how strong those guys like Fang Bing and the others are. Tell me, is this how you treat your senior brother? Watch out or I'll hit you. Chan Tin Then, Li Fi, 6th rank dignitary, he struggled to reply. I've told you many times, they will arrive soon. Go ask them. The military department, Li Jiatmin, 6th rank dignitary, firmly said, No, I can't. I'm afraid I'll kill them. Then it's not easy to talk. When our strong fighters clash, life and death are certain, unlike you children. I am a 6th rank palace guardian. Li Fai is just sitting there with his head held, full of frustration. He takes the opportunity to speak up. Palace guardians and palace guards are not the same. You guys are just playing around. Life and death battles. Better to hold back. Xiao Fi, outside, they all say that the martial army is number 1. The martial tournament is second, but that's wrong. The martial army is undoubtedly number 1. Second should be the defending warriors of the prefecture. Third, the martial experts. Fourth, the search teams, followed by local fighters, social fighters, and finally your Chantin City. In this corner is Chantin City, Trin Nam Ki, sitting meekly beside Luke Pham Din Fong, with a displeased look on her face. Sitting cross-legged with arms folded, she looked very angry and said, This time, 8 strong fighters from the central and military departments have come, while the others are very dismissive. Only this person keeps going non-stop, and she angrily added, His background is not to be provoked. Everyone here is an ancient master. Countless generations of ancestors. Nam Kai also admits defeat. Minister of the Military Department, Lai Tron, has such a tough background, so there's no need to provoke him. Li Jiatmin stretched and smugly said, It's pretty boring. Looking at you all, might as well just let 2 monsters fight for fun. Sitting nearby are Zhenxing City, Duong Fong, Luke Pham, and Duong Mok, who have overheard and assessed, with Duong Fong mockingly saying that in the mountains there are no tigers, only monkeys claiming to be kings.
True experts are hiding their strength for superficial fame and don't realize how vast the world truly is.
Ly Phi nghe vậy liền nổi giận, tiếng lẹn. Ai la cậu? Ly Giạt Minh ra nghe thấy liền nổi giận, chạy sang chỗ nguội ta luôn.
Ga gạt một chàng lẹn ghé vuông phong nổi, muốn giàu với ta à? Chống vợ nồi lao tự ba kiếm cối như nguội lợi hại, hồn bá mối con giả bồ non nốt sao?
Just let your Duong Than come. Even if Duong Than pretends to be naive, he's more trustworthy than you guys. Duong Fong retorted loudly, but Lai Jiat Min, who was there when my ancestor fell, was interrupted before he could speak and was shouted at to leave.
Are you afraid to make a move, claiming you're more powerful than me, and then calling yourself a man, while your ancestor is still alive and furious like a dog? I also look down on you. Get out now, or I'll kill you. Do you hear me? The people around started crowding in to watch.
Don't be rude, Wenming, but Li Jiaming still continues to threaten. I said it myself. He just pointed at Duong Fong's face. Not using vulgar words can still be called a martial artist. Our martial artists are the ones who go up and curse, fight, and even if they can't beat others, they still curse them to death. They get angry and die from it. Fuang Bin also arrived and watched with a carefree smile. It's really lively. Tuang Su leaned in and whispered to him. Those two being trained harshly are Duong's people. You must be careful. Their training is even more complicated. He is Li Tron's nephew, but before he could finish speaking, suddenly an attack came out of nowhere, making Tuang Xiu panic and sit down cursing. Damn it, the attack on Wang Jin Yang was deflected by his arm, and he still sneered. Little brat. Li Jiat Min arrogantly said, He is Fuang Bin. Fuang Bin looked annoyed and replied, I am Fuang Bin, and this brother is ambushing us smoothly. Can't I say this normally? The other's smug face snorted dismissively, just playing around casually. If not, then someone will give me a strike. Fuang Bin was not afraid and responded, Then there's no need. Then he unleashed a powerful sword aura at Lai Jiat Min, and Fuang Bin couldn't help but mock him. I prefer to use a sword. Step back a bit. Li Jiat Min only knew to stand there, trying to hold on with his hands, panicking and thinking, I can't avoid this. The attack caused a massive explosion and a huge slash right where Li Jiaming was standing. Fang Bing smiled kindly and said, It's just a game. No need to mock or scorn. Do you want to keep playing? I, Tuzu, was shocked to see that. This is called playing around, thinking you're helpless. But no one has yet shown their strength against the martial experts. The martial experts are the ones who strike first. Li Fi thought, this isn't a friendly visit. They just arrived and already want to take over the guest's territory. Lai Jiat Min raised his hand to cover his face, trembling all over, trying to force a smile before sighing with a hint of amusement, finding it interesting that someone was more arrogant than him. Interesting. This person is the 6th-ranked officer of the military department, Lai Jiat Min. Feng Bing stepped down from the stairs, not holding back with him, joking around. But here, there's no point wasting energy. Fuang Bin stepped forward to shake hands with him and patted Jiat Min hard on the shoulder. He said with a smirk, That's right. We're family. Fighting to the death doesn't make sense. If you want to become one, you should be a ground-level martial artist. He clenched his fist tightly and smiled. Jiat Min, a student of demonic martial arts, showed friendliness and said, Fuang Bin, I have heard of your name long ago. Hearing it is not as good as meeting you. Fuang Bin also praised the opponent, saying they are too kind, still a powerful warrior sacrificing their life for humanity. In the space, the words of Fuang Bin and Jiat Min echoed back and forth. The man was silent, and Fuang Huyan remained patient. Realizing that wearing the beast-grade inner armor, Fuang Bin did not boast, but responded accordingly. Li Huyen chuckled then. Jiat Min continued, Ku Fam, right? When I turn around, I wear the ultimate inner armor again. Fuang Bin lowered himself before him, admitting that it was his lack of knowledge. Vodai is too poor. His strength is shallow. I am just a brave man from the Misty Cloud sect. I looked familiar when I told Tung Xiu last night, showing off my possessions and pretending to be ignorant. Then I betrayed everyone, making people feel empty inside. Tung Xiu agreed with this, his face darkening as he said, Yes. Then we lost the young male divine weapon, this old ghost. The unpleasant words made Fuang Bin uncomfortable. On what basis are they denying our first military academy the right to participate in the auction? Are we just stepchildren? We are under dual management by the military and education departments, so in theory we should have more right to join this auction. Fuang Bin was surprised and exclaimed, Why is it that Jiu Tanquan is not allowed, and the investigation team has already signed the minutes? Does it mean only Nam Von Nguyen Thien Than can give the speech? I am her older sister, she has to listen to me. Than Quan frowned, recognizing him in his mind. It's old Dieu, he's here too. Dung Dung raised his hand to explain. He's the deputy commander of the military department, Lai Duke Dung, 8th rank, speaking to the principal of the #1 school, Nam Van Bin, 8th rank. Principal Nam. The competition is about to start, and now you're telling us to temporarily change people. What am I supposed to do?
All 8 of us from the central government and the military have been carefully selected. Van Bin asked the old man insistently, "Where is Tran Tin Than?" "Over there," Duke Dung replied. "Tran Tin Than has also given up their quota.
And if they want more departments, it will be a bit difficult." Dat Min puts his hand on Phuong Bin's shoulder, and then suggests this isn't so simple. I think the martial arts experts Phuong Kim Duong and Li Han Thong might not be that strong. They're only mid-tier 6th rank, so why not let Dieu Tan Quan fight them once? Deep down, Dat Min had already thought that Phuong Bin was so violent that I might not even be able to handle him, but those 2 martial experts were definitely newcomers. Tan Quan pointed at Dat Min and boldly challenged him. I challenge you. If you have the courage, come out and fight. Your strength is not enough. I naturally wouldn't force myself to join, and I have no right to do so. Dat Min was extremely surprised to see that Tan Quan had chosen him. He stammered, then burst out laughing. You want to challenge me, defeat you with 1 sword? Tan Quan asked. Do you agree? Dat Min replied confidently without fear. Of course, Tan Quan used his spiritual power, enveloping his entire body in an aura. His eyes shone brightly as he then exclaimed, All right, Fang Bing couldn't help but be amazed. This is the spirit power manifesting the spirit power of Lao Dieu. It seems super difficult to understand what the hell is going on. How can an individual have the spirit power manifest, isn't it? Said that spirit power doesn't have a cultivation technique. Han Tong praised him highly, saying he was formidable. Only a 5th rank could do that. Kim Duong said that the spiritual power manifestation was a weapon, combined with Lao Diao's tactics, truly capable of fighting against 6th rank. Duke Dung then turned to hold Tan Quan's hand and said, There's no need for internal combat, you should retreat, which surprised him. The voice of the organizers sounded. Unrelated staff quickly evacuated. All contestants gather as soon as possible. Phuong Bin stepped next to Tan Quan. He raised his hand in a salute. Lao Dieu, congratulations. What exactly is this spiritual power manifestation? Tan Quan looked at his palm and told Phuong Bin that the great battle of the ruins, where countless experts fought, ended with the strongest disappearing, leaving only a wasteland. Han Thong challenged him, and his acceptance was profound enough that even if he died once, he would never forget that final battle in this life. Suddenly, Tan Quan turned to ask Phuong Bin something that left him speechless. Phuong Bin, was that the great general in front of me, really? Phuong Bin thought to himself, how can he still claim himself? What a sinner, and another fool. Han Tong laughed loudly. The senior brother has returned. The organizer's voice rang out, causing everyone to turn and look in one direction. The foreign invaders have arrived. Everyone, as the hosts, go and welcome them. Phuong Bin also felt very excited inside. They are here. Cayman, a top-tier 6-star warrior from the World Tower, saw Josai walking ahead and spoke up. Rosie, how dare you claim to be a level 6 champion? I never had the chance before, but I want to see it today, gods of the heavens. The blonde man is Josai, a top-tier 6-star warrior who confidently replied, Cayman, we will naturally have the chance to fight, but not now. Don't forget the main issue, Cayman said. The current generation of martial artists in Huaquoc is not to be taken seriously, and now Huaquoc has fewer than 10 spots. Seeing the two standing side by side, Tuong Xiu pointed at them and told Phuong Bin that Josai being called the 6th-ranked champion is not just a boast, but an acknowledgement. As Han once cut down a powerful expert with 3 swords and was called the new war god, while Cayman is praised as the top 6th rank in Africa. Previously, when fighting with a 5th-rank earthquake martial artist, Ba Chiu was defeated and left battered. Phuong Bin, confused, asked why even more arrogant fighters had to speak Chinese. Xuanxi said to him, In Huaquoc, communication is always in Chinese. It's easier to learn than earthquake language. Even 7th-rank masters have arrived, and the strange man with the hat spoke. The World Martial Arts Association should release the global 6th-rank list on the divine ranking. There are the most martial artists in Huaquoc, but they are mostly elders. Perhaps it's time to establish a youth ranking to be fair, and the female grandmaster agrees. This is correct. Only then can the new generation of great martial artists prove which family nurtures the strongest, because old masters being powerful doesn't mean the new generation is strong. Phuong Bin stands with his legs apart. Hey, bringing parents along too, afraid or not. Hey, big guy, Tuong Xiu has grown up,
sitting at the bottom of the well, global top tier. Fuang Bin doesn't step out. Who dares to challenge him? This is ridiculous. He laughed loudly, then also burned with passion for Fuang Bin. After 2 years of training, the sect master is coming. Han's combat power is unmatched. If someone refuses to submit, we will fight. Rose glanced at Yu Fuang Bin, the young martial artist whose spiritual power appeared in Hua Kwuk earlier. Kaman also looked over and asked Rosai, "Seems like he has some skill, that fat guy over there. Is he a martial artist from Tron Tin Than?" Rosai exclaims, "I didn't expect even the fighters from Tron Tin Than to be convinced. Their martial artists are proud and aloof." Fuang Bin closes his eyes and shakes his head repeatedly. "Enough already, Tuang Xiu. You're the guest. Martial artists of Hua Kwuk don't seek fame and fortune. Tuang Xiu is just having fun, Fuang Bin. Martial arts are all about competition. Those with strong strength are truly impressive." I thought Tuang Xiu was convinced, but even frogs at the bottom of the well dare to shout, not willing to surrender until they fight, afraid of what he might do. Han Tong raised his hand to cover his mouth, making music. "Stop acting. I'm about to vomit." Fuang Bin said, "It's not fear, just forget it, it's just talk." Tuang Xiu agreed. "All right." General Do Hong, a 6th-rank top expert, respectfully salutes Fuang Bin, who also raises his hand in response. Du Hong then says, "I am Fuang Tuang Quan." "Truly impressive. I am Du Hong, also the temporary team leader of Hua Kwuk this time. Let me introduce myself to everyone." Fuang Bin was a bit incredulous, secretly thinking that he was the only powerhouse in the Hua Kwuk team with unified bloodline, called Tuang Quan. The organizer loudly announced the rules of the match, which would start soon, and the rules were very simple. Challenge. Each person has 3 challenges, and can only be challenged 3 times, in other words. The worst-case scenario is fighting 6 matches. I challenge you, I choose you, I won't lose a single match, and the 30 remaining people will earn a spot to enter the Forbidden Zone. It's that simple. Fuang Bin asked Do Hong, Do Tuang Quan, someone from the same faction, if they could challenge someone on their own side afterward. He hesitated, and then said, "This. No restrictions, but it's not necessary since we're all on the same side." Yang Mu at the 6th rank and Yang Feng at the 6th rank are whispering to each other, and Fuang Bin speaks up. "See how strong the enemy and we are now." Du Hong also responds to him. "We have 20 people in the competition, 8 peak, 7 high segment, and 4 middle segment. There is also a 5th-rank Spirit Master. Although the opponent has fewer people, their strength ratio is probably not much lower than ours, at most a peak-level Spirit Master of the same rank." Fuang Bin looked at the 7th-ranked Spirit Master over there, his expression firm. "No, in this qualifying tournament, there is more than one 7th-rank Spirit Master. The guy with the strange hat and the one with the helmet are both 7th rank. I have the mental strength to retaliate and can take them down. So this is a problem. These hidden strengths in the competition are either for revenge or to weaken other forces. Of course, it's best to kill a few more people." Fuang Bin's eyes shining brightly, he said to the 2, "Got it. Those ultimate trump cards are basically sent to study, right? No one wants to offend the ultimate." Than Quan hesitated a bit and replied, Then Fuang Bin warned, "You old men, and the others, if they encounter a communication master who admits defeat directly, merges their essence, pretends to be unable to fight back, and is a top-tier 6th-rank expert, they will cut them down immediately and threaten others." The voice of the organizer shouted loudly, announcing the contestants entering the arena. Veo Sai looked at Kamon. Hua Ming and Than Quan formed a team, and Fuang Bin looked ahead to observe the situation. The voice of the organizer rang out again, shield of mental energy activated, and Fuang Bin was surprised. "Is it necessary, Du Hong told you? To facilitate the observer's view of the battle after opening the barrier, even the lower realm cannot pass through, to prevent idle spectators from crowding around." Fearing that the live stream would fail, Do Hong said, "Maybe the master is old-fashioned and doesn't know how to use a phone." Fuang Bin pouted. "Why is Lao Liao here?" And the gossiping voices also started to focus on him. "Look, it's the first time Director Li has been crippled and also destroyed himself. Once the warrior fights, his vitality will flow wildly. Isn't this a waste? The item is only consumed once. Let it self-destruct." The referee standing in the middle of the arena loudly announced that everyone should be clear on the rules. 3 chances to challenge, 3 chances to be challenged, whether attacking or defending. No one is allowed to refuse. After all 6 chances are used, the last match to win automatically advances to the next round, and if the final attempt fails, the only option is to retreat. The referee announced that the first round would be started by Du Hong Hoa Guo, selecting opponents based on their strength order with the option to forfeit the challenge. Tuang Xiu scratched his head and said, "Du Hong Hoa Guo, no one else left, yet you let someone become the leading figure among the young generation.
daring to challenge me.
Fuang Bin resting his chin. These people. Choosing friends doesn't seem to be very good.
True warriors are all steadfast in character, each family has a plan, but in fact, choosing is useless. The referee calls out a name, the highest level warrior of the celestial realm steps forward, trembling all over, and the voice of the announcer says, "Du Tuong Army, do you not even have the courage to fight me, afraid I will kill the general? Rest assured, I will spare your life."
The referee urged them to come out.
Pang Bing glanced and understood that death was inevitable here, and the reason they weren't even allowed to refuse was to let these ultimate heirs see how brutal a warrior's fight can be.
Duke Dung closed his eyes and softly told you that fame and reputation are advantages, not benefits. And if you don't get up early, you'll miss the opportunity. Those who refuse won't be stopped by anyone. Fuang Bin became excited, saying he doesn't care about reputation, he just wants to see blood. All right, Duke Dung saw that your emotions were a bit chaotic. He stopped Fuang Bin, telling him not to cause trouble, saying that for over 100 years it has always been like this.
Anyone who causes trouble can leave. But this reputation is connected to the rise of many high-level experts, and if you interfere with the fight, even the demon martial arts won't be able to keep you, Fuang Bin said angrily.
I didn't cause trouble, I just focused on defeating the ultimate peak of the rear guard. If I can't kill them,
then so be it. If I maim them, what can I do? It's really not acceptable. Fuang Bin lost control. He looked at Duong Fong and Duong Mok. Duong shouted loudly, "Look at the big boss still looking at me like that. I will continue to slaughter you too. All of you are bullying the weak." "You are at the peak, so what if I kill you all?" Duong Fong roared fiercely. "Fuang Bin, you really think we can't do anything to you?" Fuang Bin shouted with murderous intent. "Before, I asked you a question. According to your understanding, I saved your family head because I should. Because it was necessary. I couldn't save him, so the spoils of war must belong to you, right?"
Fuang Bin quickly stepped over to Duong Mok and Duong Fong and told them, "Now, I am the one who took your spoils,
so I am not your benefactor but your enemy, the enemy that made Duong Ra, and you decline, right?" Duong Mok trembled all over, "Because I am weak in your perception. That is why it is so. The weak have no right to speak."
A deep, husky voice rang out, daring to speak up. The one who spoke was Chan Tin Than, Duong Ha, the captured elite,
who gritted his teeth and pointed at Fuang Bin. Since he was either capturing divine beasts or forging divine weapons, this matter would be settled. Otherwise, Fuang Bin would not flinch before Duong Ha's threats and responded straightforwardly.
"Yang Ra can do nothing to me."
The government also silently approved my taking those things. "So are you planning to attack and kill me now?" The referee's shout echoed. "Kill!" Hong Do and another martial artist fought fiercely. The referee announced the match's end. Hong Do won.
Fuang Bin glanced behind him, Duong Ha sitting there calmly, and he thought to himself, "I see. This is a life and death battle, so Duong Ra must die here." As he watched everyone discussing in the stands, a hint of killing intent arose in his heart. This time, if Duong Ra can't get the rare beast or divine weapon, he won't give up. Let it rain. It's not that I, Fuang Bin, am cruel, but you all pushed people too far. Fuang Bin thought, Duong Ra's expression is the same as mine, so he definitely won't attack me openly. I need to find an opportunity or create one. Rosai saw Fuang Bin suddenly raise his hand to his head and was a bit confused. That person is Fuang Bin, the genius from Hua Ha who can manifest spiritual power. He's scared, isn't he, because there are too many strong people around him, making him afraid that a martial artist's fear might prevent him from unleashing his full power. As he masks his face, Fuang Bin smirks and says to Rosai, "What are you looking at? Worried or what? Why don't we play a game of chase? Don't worry, I won't kill anyone." Rosai kept analyzing your thoughts, but in his heart he still remembered the warnings from the elders not to challenge him. He's not weak. Even if he kills, I will still be hurt and others will gain advantage, but now is an opportunity. Do I want to take it or not? Rosai stood up, extending his hand to accept Fuang Bin's challenge. If Fuang Tuong Quan said so, then he would follow Hua Ha's words. Respect is no match for obedience. Fuang Tuong Quan invites, I accept. In his mind, Rosai thought, he's just a pawn, afraid to kill a rare talent like me who is about to become a grandmaster. But I can kill him, and that will weaken Hua Ha's strength. And the beast-taming zone has always only targeted the weak, so Aa Ha has become weaker, which is also advantageous for our war situation. Rosai shouted loudly, very much so. Fuang Bin grasped the hilt of his sword, his eyes full of determination and high resolve, clearly showing his confidence, and he said to Rosai, because of human obedience, we fight. I don't want to kill anyone and hope everyone can try to avoid casualties.
Rosai drove his divine weapon into the ground forcefully, responding to Fuang Bin's words. General Fuang, your master, haven't you been taught that martial artists who fight life and death are just following their fate?
Fuang Bin sneered provocatively at Rosai and said, "All right, a martial arts student from the great Hua Kwuk." Rosai also clenched his jaw and shouted loudly to show his strength, representing the European Thanyin Bureau, as Rosai braced himself. Rosai quickly blocked the powerful strike with his divine weapon, his words filled with a hint of praise for the speed, saying it was quite impressive. He swung his divine weapon with force towards Fuang Bin. The man's sharp face revealed a fierce intent, and his aura enveloped the divine sword. Fuang Bin raised his sword to block this overwhelming force, Rosai shouted, but that was all. He swung his power down, and Fuang Bin used his sword to block, but the force was too strong and pushed him back.
Rosai from above said to him, "I am the strongest." Li Duke Dung and the others from the military sitting on the platform were watching the challenge, observing every move of the two and thinking.
Rosai was just probing with his attack. Fuang Bin couldn't hold on anymore. After all, he was only mid-level
6th rank, the gap in strength was too great. Facing the undefeated 6th rank powerhouse renowned across Europe and America, surviving a single strike proved his own resilience.
Rosai kept launching vicious attacks, and Fuang Bin could only defend but was still wounded by these strikes, blood spurting from his mouth. Dukdung saw the situation and couldn't help but panic, urging him to surrender quickly. Survival was the most important. Rosai saw that Fuang Bin was only defending and not attacking, and he was hinting. Fuang Tuangquan still didn't use his mental energy. Does he really think that relying on his mid-stage 6th rank strength can truly oppose me? Although at a disadvantage, Fuang Bin responded to Rosai with determination. His vitality could recover, but his mental strength was hard to restore, so he had to save some reserves. This wasn't just a one-on-one fight. Below, the duel between the two remained intense, and everyone there could clearly see Fuang Bin's astonishing recovery. The more people talk and discuss, the more they realize that the young man's recovery speed is truly fast. But Fuang Bin grits his teeth and endures Rosai's attacks, clearly showing the disadvantage in this duel. The comments and opinions about him are increasing, but his recovery also has limits, as he could recover in less than 3 seconds before. After 56 seconds, nearly 10 minutes have passed, and Senza's recovery is slowing down. If he exhausts himself a few more times, he won't be able to recover. Rosai also hears these words and channels all his energy into his spiritual weapon, raising it high, intending to end Fuang Bin with this final blow, his entire body radiating death. Rosai shouted, quickly restoring his vitality, while Fuang Bin also could no longer endure, clenching his jaw and grinding his teeth as he said through gritted teeth, "The person forcing me to kill." Suddenly, Fuang Bin unleashed his spiritual power, and his powerful aura was now fully displayed, as if beams of earth energy shot out around him. Fuang Bin shouted loudly, and as soon as his words finished, Rosai stared in horror at the surging mental energy of Fuang Bin, unable to speak. The previous rumors claiming Fuang Bin couldn't resist had now reversed. Is this the manifestation of Fuang Bin's mental power? Both of them now inside that city. Could this be Fuang Bin's strategy? Suddenly, a blood sun shot straight toward Rosai, but fortunately he raised his divine weapon just in time to block it. Rosai couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes and exclaimed in disbelief that the blood sun was still capable of attacking. Fuang Bin firmly grips his sword with both hands to withstand this power, feeling a mix of doubt and shock. What kind of demon is this? Rosai has now transformed into a giant, his entire body emanating a blood aura, with eyes blazing with hostility. Fuang Bin shouted in his heart. How could he also grow bigger? Rosai raised both hands and shouted to show his power, "General Fuang, my hero!" In the sky, the blood sun continued to shine brightly, while Rosai fiercely attacked. He muttered to himself. That blood-red sun is actually his spiritual energy core. If I destroy the sun, I will definitely be seriously injured. I start to use the core to prepare for Rosai's counterattack. I say, only on the surface, but at this age, he forces Rosai to burn his blood and unleash his true war god form. "A very powerful young mon," Fuang Bin said to him. "Rosai, it seems you're only this strong. Today I will break you," as the flame of the spiritual core is gradually descending toward me. Rosai, with empty hands, embraced the flame of the spiritual core seed. Seeing nothing unusual happen, he even smiled smugly at Fuang Bin and said, "General, this is all you have, just a person like you." But suddenly he realized something was wrong. An explosion occurs in the sky. Urgent voices shout out, and Fuang Bin self-destructs the fire seed. Is he not afraid to die? Rosai is severely injured by the blast, supporting himself on the ground, his body covered in wounds and damage. Rosai told you it's enough. If we keep fighting, we will both become others' targets. Standing under the blood sun, Fuang Bin confidently mocked Rosai, saying it's ridiculous, killing people, who dares to challenge me and want to die. The situation has completely reversed now. The continuous attacks of blood sun rays make it hard for Rosai to hold on. He tells Fuang Bin, who no longer wants to live. Fuang Bin calmly stands in midair, watching him struggle before responding. Rosai fights desperately, but eventually curses and swears. Seeing Rosai shrink from exhaustion, he shouts loudly, controlling the blood sun. Enough! Stop! The blood fusion is all we have. My spiritual energy is depleted. If you have the ability, challenge me. If you fake your death, I will let you go. The people sitting in the stands look at each other with frustration, arrogance, and one person can't help but curse at the useless Rosai. Fuang Bin takes Rosai's divine weapon, smiling, while Rosai struggles, covered in dirt and grime, panting heavily, secretly admiring him. Damn it, my sword. Fuang Bin looked at him with gratitude. This guy. Thank you. Rosai couldn't hold back his frustration. He silently promised himself, wait for me, I will return for your final challenge. Duke Dung immediately withdrew the mental shield. Everyone cheered excitedly. Fuang Bin looked so cool defeating the leader of Europe and America, the youth leader. He must be so impressive. Fuang Bin approached Toto, Li Fi, and Tung Xiu. At this moment he couldn't hide and collapsed into Toto's arms. Li Fi screamed in fear. Fuang Bin and Tung Xiu watched as the blood sun shattered into many pieces, and he urgently told everyone the sun had cracked. Toto looked at him worriedly. Fuang Bin coughed up blood, but then tried to reassure everyone. It's okay, don't look at me. No one dares to challenge me right now. Duke Dung hurriedly ran in, panicked when he saw your injuries, and asked if you could recover, to which Fuang Bin weakly replied, not in a short time. My core is shattered. I can't use my mental energy anymore. Duke Dung anxiously asked how long it would take, and Fuang Bin smiled and said, at least a day. Han Thong looked suspiciously at Fuang Bin, then said to Kim Duong, his core is shattered. No, Fuang Bin's current spiritual power core isn't that small house. How did it become a sun? Fuang Bin's mind roared. Stupid foreigners. What are you looking at? Keep staring and I'll kill you. Kim Duong softly closed his eyes and told Han Thong not to ask. Just watch quietly. Duong Ha sat alone in the stands and said to Fuang Bin, your current situation will eventually be noticed by others, and now you still have 2 challenge rights left. Thank you, but I already told you they intentionally lose for me. Duong Ha also smiled and said, there's no time left. The hidden fusion of divine blood of the gods in the heaven realm is targeting you. They will challenge you first. Now only our 2 top juniors can keep challenging you, draining your challenge rights. Thank you for your good intentions, Master Duong, but the ancient divine weapon is indeed already in place. He sighed and said, let's not talk about this now. You are the chosen one of Hua Ha. Duong is also unwilling to see you be threatened, so I tell Duong Mok to challenge you. Fuang Bin happily agrees immediately. Good. Duong Mok stood to one side, pointing at you and loudly declaring to everyone that he challenged Fuang Bin, and you smiled. Inside, you thought that Duong Ha wasn't talking about wanting divine weapons and magical beasts. This doesn't match my expectations. I can't believe they actually want to be friends with me. So earlier when I played along, I must have looked weak. Looking at Duong Ha's expression, there's a very sinister and scheming look, but Fuang Bin isn't someone easy to provoke either. I'm determined. No! No, no! I dare to bet this old man definitely has no good intentions. Whatever trap he sets, I will break it for him. Fuang Bin and the 6-star Duong Mok are about to fight. I've already started planning. This match is a fake. I'd better let Duong Mok win. Next, Duong Fong was defeated by me, so I could enter the finals as the winner. Fuang Bin watched Duong Mok gritting his teeth and swinging his sword to attack, even though he had a plan. But Fuang Bin still felt a bit uneasy, and as long as no one challenged him next, Duong Mok could take the winner's spot, but he always felt something was, off. In the world of 10,000 towers, the 6th-rank cultivator broke his arm with a crack, eyes fixed intently on the 2 fighting below, and he calmly said, interesting, isn't it? If you want to be sent to study, you can't play like that. 2 people shouldn't attack secretly or act cowardly. The one sitting nearby is the holy land of the ancient Buddha. Boda is a 6th rank, crossing his arms and looking at the duel, his eyebrows furrowed, and he says, it's been over half an hour. What exactly are the 2 of them doing? Meanwhile, Fuang Bin's injuries have not yet healed, and now he is being attacked continuously by Duong Mok, making it difficult for him to defend himself. At this moment, Fuang Bin finally realizes one thing. What is he doing? He is deliberately trying to exhaust my energy, and Duong Mok is acting arrogantly.
General Fuang, don't hold back. Keep going, seeing Duong Mok's smug expression. Fuang Bin looks suspicious. Why is he doing this? Is he trying to drain his own energy? I seem to be seriously injured earlier, and my recovery is slowing down. Could it be? Duong Ha sighs softly, then strokes his white beard and says to Duong Mok below, "This young man is originally a reckless person, but when he saw the hunting intent, he disregarded his manners." Duong Mok, heeding the words and previous instructions from Duong Ha, Duong Mok immediately knew what he had to do and responded, "Yes, General Fuang is indeed powerful." Duong Mok admits defeat. Fuang Bin silently thought to himself, Duong Ra, after all, protecting countless humans in Sector 5. If he truly wants to form a good relationship with me, then fine, I will give him a chance. 3, 2, 1. Immediately after, Chan Tin Than, Duong Fong, with 6th grade cultivation, suddenly charged forward. He smiled and said to Fuang Bin, "General Fuang, I also want to learn from you once, so let's take this opportunity to do so, but my strength is only on par with Duong Mok. I'm afraid I'm no match for General Fuang, so I will fight with all my might next, and I hope General Fuang will not hold back and give me some guidance." Seeing that the person coming as Duong Fong, Fuang Bin's face showed clear disgust, and he almost predicted in his mind, "Damn it, I knew it, Duong Ra wants to kill me." Fuang Bin reached out his hand and said to him, "Let's get started. Rushing to kill me like this. I want to see what tricks you have." Yang Feng arrogantly replied, "Fine, then let's settle this quickly and not waste too much time." Suddenly, Fuang Bin's eyes widened in shock. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from Duong Fong's body, a trap set by Duong Ra, and Fuang Bin was suspicious. This is a unique trap system used by the Duong Ra ancestor to suppress spiritual cultivation. Duong Ha sat cross-legged, calmly speaking. Duong Fong is really reckless, but Fuang Bin's strength is very strong. Even with injuries, he can still fight this challenge, and Duke Dung, furious, stood up and pointed at Duong Ha's face in anger, full of frustration. "Duong Ha, what do you mean by that?" Duong Ha calmly replied, "What?" Wanting to intervene, Fuang Bin was not in a position to fight back. According to the rules, he had no right to stop, and Duke Dung's eyes bulged with veins. He questioned Duong Ha about the value of the ancient divine weapon. Duong Ha slightly lowered his head, revealing a sinister smile as the artifact realm appeared in his mind, and he felt a sense of pride. "Divine weapons, who cares about that trash? I want the ancestral relics of Lord Duong Ra." How could Fuang Bin travel thousands of miles with so many spoils of war? Only the rune ring, and the corpse of the ancestor must also be hidden in the ring. That's Lord Duong Ra. They entered the realm, and in just a few days, they advanced from the 5th level to the middle of the 6th level. Especially Fuang Bin's spiritual power had already erupted. Duong Ha looked at Fuang Bin with a hunter's gaze, thinking that Duong Ra needed a madman, and that was me. I must obtain the corpse and the relics of the old ancestor and kill Fang Bing. Fang Bing is the spoils of war for the Duong clan. That's the rule. Offend the demon martial arts, so what? As long as I return to the Chantin city, they won't dare to do anything to me. The genius is dead, not worth Fang Bing. Go and die. At this moment, Fuang Bin's whole body trembled, exhausted, and he questioned Duong Fong. "Duong Fong, I can't understand why you would kill me?" Duong Fong chuckled confidently. His arrogant and rebellious smile, he told Fuang Bin that Fuang Tuongquan was joking. If it were about martial strength, how could Fuang Tuongquan be so powerful? Fuang Bin grit his teeth and endured, seeing cracks forming on the sword's water pattern. He said, "The water pattern is breaking. You really want to kill me. Duong Ra, you guys are clever. I thought you were pulling me out of gratitude for the divine weapon and my remains. But instead you repay kindness with enmity and plot against me." Fuang Bin suddenly unleashes all his strength. Chaos energy appears in the air, his body brimming with power. He is furious. "I am Fuang Bin. Originally, I prioritized the greater good. Ngui Trang was injured, aiming to secretly kill the gods of the hidden divine blood to unify. But I didn't expect you to force me to reveal my true strength. How annoying." Duong Fong straightened up like a statue and said, "Commander Fuang Tuong, what do you mean?" Then suddenly withdrew his words. Duong Fong couldn't dodge in time and let the pain energy pierce through his body. Duong Ha shouted in response, but Duong Fong did not. Duong Fong fell to the ground, covered in blood, and Duong Ha, filled with rage, angrily told you that Duong truly cares for you. You killed Duong Fong without hesitation and even criticized him, directly confronting Duong Ha and arguing that it's not according to the rules. I have reached the 6th grade of the intermediate level of challenge, but now I want to challenge the higher levels.
and the countries themselves will give up their rights. Anyone who refuses will be killed on the spot. Is there a problem with that? All the gods of heaven and earth, all colleges give up their challenges, similar to the Fanatxt world and the Kofat Holy Land, which support this port.
Focusing on Duke Dung, Phuong Bin then spoke, commanding, "Someone wants to kill me. So once they enter the arena..."
No one can be blamed if they die. Duke Dung also broke out in sweat at this action of yours. He called out, "Phuong Bin, but you are losing your temper."
Phuong Bin continued to ask everyone present, "Do I, Phuong Bin, deserve to be the Chan Tin Tan? I have saved 2 8th-rank powerhouses, but in truth, Phuong Bin did not hide anything and openly revealed Duong Ra's despicable actions.
You harshly criticized Duong for bullying me like that. If you want to kill, then do it. Martial artists repay their grudges in kindness."
Phuong Bin shouted a challenge. Duong Mok stepped onto the stage, or else he would harm himself and be seriously injured. "I'd rather die than let anyone harm my dog." Duong Mok is not brave. He trembled and looked at Duong Ha, then begged for help. I didn't. He pretended to be injured. "I'm afraid to die. Grandpa, save me." Duong Ha glared with a furious look, as if he wanted to tear Phuong Bin apart. He shouted loudly, "Phuong Bin, I told you. Everything before was an accident. The person who killed Duong Fong is already dead. All of Duong here, I am from Chan Tin City, and you." Phuong Bin lost control, burning with rage. "If I had killed Duong Mok, it would have been unintentional, so only someone from Chan Tin Tan could have done it. America, is this how you treat me?" Duke Dung also now stands with Phuong Bin, loudly giving orders. Young Mu walks onto the stage, and upon hearing this, he tightly embraces Duong Ha's leg and cries loudly.
"Second master." Duong Ha stands up and shouts, "Lai Duke Dung! My Duong family has protected humanity for hundreds of years, and today this little brat insults our Duong family like this."
"You dare again." Duke Dung still held firm to his principles and did not take him seriously, as these are rules set by the world's top leaders. Therefore, he must follow these rules. Duong Ha told him that even greater discipline means that as long as Phuong Bin withdraws from the challenge, he will naturally not violate the rules.
Dung Dung turned to speak to you, Phuong Bin, as the young martial arts leader of Huakwuk. "Do you really want outsiders to see us as a joke?" Phuong Bin raised his hand and responded to him. "Truly, I, Phuong Bin, am not that kind of person, so I ask Master Duong to swear that if the Duong family dares to attack me again, the entire Duong family will perish." Duong Ha stepped down. He couldn't help but go crazy when he heard Phuong Bin's arrogant words. "Still a brat, daring to bully me like that." Phuong Bin remained fearless, calmly replying to him, "Look, Master Duong here is determined to kill me, so if the government or Chan Tin City can give me a guarantee, I will definitely not seek refuge today."
Duong Dung turned to Duong Ha and said, "The longevity of Huakwuk's martial arts lies in unity. Say what you want to say." Duong Ha's eyes widened with bloodshot, and he was furious, blaming me for explaining to a brat with milk on his breath, forcing me to promise that our Duong family has guarded the pass for hundreds of years. But now the old ancestor has fallen. Big brother died in battle. Duong Dung won't let him go and continues speaking. Senior Duong Jia has fallen. There is justice in that. Duong Ha, go back to Chan Tin City. You are not allowed to come out again. Today's matter ends here. If Duong is not satisfied, he will speak for himself. Li Duke Dung, you have no right to interfere just because Duong Jia is in trouble now. Duong Ha smiled like a demon. Indeed, without the old ancestor, all of you have changed. No one can speak fairly for my Duong Jia. After defending for hundreds of years, who will pay the price if it all collapses in a day? If today it is Duong Jia, then tomorrow who will it be? With that in mind, Duong Ha suddenly charged straight at Phuong Bin, who was standing there, and Duke Dung, terrified, thought he couldn't escape, as he saw Duong Ha rushing toward him with killing intent blazing in his eyes. Frightened and panicked, Fang Bing shouted loudly, "Fang Bing, die!" as he raised his hand to cover his head, crying out in despair, weak. Just then, Duong Ha's figure sped through the air, but Fang Bing did not stand still. The tense, deadly atmosphere hung in the air. Suddenly, a burst of aura flashed across the entire space, and this person used the space-breaking sword technique, rapidly tearing watermarks across the ground. One of their sword strikes seemed to tear through the space itself. Everyone was stunned and speechless. Even the most powerful and the deathly, like Bo Dada, couldn't believe their eyes. Duke Dung froze in place, gaping and stammering, "Duong Ha is dead. He's dead?" Dada Tronmat looked on in doubt and said, "One strike, one sword cut him down. Who is that old man?" Duke Dung exclaimed in shock, "Lai Trong Sin, the eternal sword immortal. cut the eternal, and the one stepping forward is Lai Chuang-sin. Exhausted and at his wits' end, he gazed indifferently at the battle he had caused. Chuang-sin calmly said, "Damn it, I've held it in all day." Duong Mok kneels down, trembling all over, voice trembling with regret. Duong is utterly destroyed. Even if I am wrong, my crime does not deserve death. Duong is for humanity, for Hoa Nation fighting for hundreds of years, dying in battle over 3 generations, and my father has fought all his life in the Forbidden Zone, not understanding the principles of dealing with others in the world, under impulse, even if... Ich guilty. It's not up to the demon warriors to kill. Ming King, Warrior King, 2 supreme beings. Duong Mok refuses to accept this. Phuong Bin looks back at the crying scene in front of him and can't help but curse, "Motherfucker, clearly you wanted to kill me, but now you're acting morally superior to us." Duong Mok kneels and cries. In this world, does no one speak out against the injustice? For Duong Rata, Phuong Bin feels deeply uncomfortable, but sympathizing with the weak is human nature. Duong Ra's death leaves only a 7th grade Duong Tan, truly tragic. Li Trung-sin stepped over to where Phuong Bin was, placing a hand on his shoulder and saying, "The sword striking Duong Ha was just an accident. I didn't expect him to not even block 1 strike." Phuong Bin didn't expect that even now he could still smile. Old man Li. Now is not the time for wine and foolishness. Trung-sin boldly declared to everyone that only martial artists of the Earth Realm or evil sect martial artists have the right to kill Phuong Bin if he does not oppose humanity. No one has the right to kill him. Even if my martial arts are weak, I dare to draw my sword and fight. Hearing these words from him, Phuong Bin opened his eyes wide, unable to believe his own hands. Trung-sin sat cross-legged on the ground, then pointed his hand to the sky, his aura suddenly surging. Trung-sin firmly declared, "Today, I, Lai Trung-sin, will use my sword to kill Duong Ha. What did I do wrong? But I am not guilty. Taking a life to repay a life is all I ask." A streak of sword light shot straight into the sky, its aura and sword energy surging with overwhelming power, To Huang Mong exclaimed in shock, then turned sharply to look ahead. Duke Dung also stared directly at the oppressive aura, already knowing deep down it was a mistake. Master Trung-sin remained motionless. She stammered, "It's over! It's gone!" Everyone gasped in fear and shouted, praying for death's end. "Lai Trung-sin has died!" Phuong Bin rushed to Trung-sin's front, kneeling down with trembling body, trying to touch him, his face pale and trembling as he finally managed to say, "Teacher." Phuong Bin couldn't hide his grief, tears streaming down his face, eyes filled with sorrow and heartbreak, crying out urgently, "Teacher Lai!" Phuong Bin's sobs evoke sympathy from everyone as he holds Lai Trung-sin's body and says, "Teacher Lai, you treated me like a son. Today you killed the enemy to save me. Duong Jia Han considers himself a hero, wanting to kill whoever he pleases. But don't we also have our merits?" Previously, the one who kept killing without end was attacked by the old rank, their spirit shattered, blocking the southern Zhang battlefield, cutting down inferior with a 7th rank sword, saving the whole situation for humanity and Hoa Nation. They abandoned the ultimate path, forsaking the road of longevity, choosing the path of the great Tao unity. Duke Dung watched from afar, thinking to himself, "Old Lai has truly perished. If one person dies, everyone can only blame Old Man Lai, but now both are dead. If today's matter is not handled well, it will greatly affect the 100-year reputation of Hoa Nation." Seeing Phuong Bin overwhelmed with grief, Duke Dung was a bit worried for him. But now that Phuong Bin was injured like this, what should be done? While Phuong Bin covered his face and cried. But in his heart he cursed Li Lao Dao, damn it. He used the trait of the universal path to fake death here. How will he reveal himself later? He secretly admired eternal life, but this is truly supreme. We will directly return to the peak of the Tao of virtue. Duong's reputation is already ruined. Now it's my turn to show off. Phuong Bin pointed at Duong Mok and then shouted fiercely, "Duong Mok, today my master hasn't fought to the death in the territory because of you. If you want revenge, then let's fight. Only life or death." Duong Mok sat down heavily on the ground, trembling all over, stammering, No. I am Minister Zhang Dao, Marshal King Darin, the one who came as commander of the Water Peace Army. 9-star Litran Kufam Jueding." Zhang Dao lands on the ground and shouts out loud, "I already know what happened today. Duong Ha and Duong Feng are dead, and the ambush on Phuong Bin." It ends here, and Phuong Bin was also surprised by his presence. Duong Mok nodded, then thought, Minister Truong Dao, while Phuong Bin looked uncomfortable all over. He continued, "Li Truong-sin is gone, and the matter of killing Duong Ha ends here. Duong Mok, Phuong Bin, do you have any opinions?" Trung Dao told you that Huang Bin, known as the young leader of the martial world, should think carefully before acting. He doesn't expect martial artists to serve the cause wholeheartedly, but hopes they won't be controlled by their desires. Although Lai Chuangxin is gone, just a few days ago, I obtained a chaos spirit fruit in the Forbidden Sea. And if the demonic martial arts are willing to use the 5 divine vessels, killing 10 high-grade Earth Zone experts as a price, I will give you the rebellious divine fruit to save his life. Hearing this, Huang Bin looked up in shock. Han Thong, standing outside, was excited upon hearing this. The rebellious divine fruit, can it really save a fallen powerhouse? Truly terrifying. Kim Duong stroked his chin and pondered. King of martial arts can freely enter and exit the Forbidden Sea. And Duke Dung beside him also had to speak up. Like the 5 divine vessels, killing 10 high-grade Earth Zone experts, this price is also very terrifying. Only Huang Bin can handle it. Truong Dao stood in front of him, extending his hand to bargain, and Huang Bin stammered, "Truong, Minister Truong?" "Hong, Your Excellency, Your Excellency." Everyone around started urging, and Huang Bin looked at him with a fierce expression, secretly cursing, "Damn it, he's truly a cunning old fox, a fake, a bastard, a big traitor, a damn godly fruit. He's definitely seen that Li Lao Dao can't die and is taking the opportunity to steal 5 divine vessels. I won't accept this. Thank you for the rescue, Minister. I will remember this in my heart. 5 divine weapons of the 7th grade, killing 10 high-grade experts. The demonic martial artist will definitely go all out, ruin the family, and also beg the minister to save his master. Zhang Dao then took the corpse of Chang Sheng and told you, so I will take Li Truongxin back. His condition might not be saved with just 1 divine fruit. I want to team up with Lai Chan to test our foundational energy. I just hope that after he survives, he can see through some things because of today's destruction." He sighed deeply and then looked at Huang Bin. Huang Bin looked at him with no trace of goodwill at all. A top expert, playing with someone like me of the 6th rank, yet his attitude is so condescending, making others bow to him, making others admire me, and I still have to thank him. Call it fate, right? Huang Bin smiled, then waved goodbye to him. I fought with real swords and guns back then. He replied, "Lucky, lucky. The minister still has divine fruit that can save Director Li. It's really lucky." Although Huang Bin smiled, he warned Han Thong to back off or he'd kill him. This matter was settled with the intervention of the top expert, and Huang Bin stomped away in frustration, furious and defeated, while Duong Mok carried Dihai back to Chan Tin City, crying as he went. Huang Bin raised his hand, and the next battle began to become fierce. He thought to himself, "It's okay. 1 strike." Mainly because he wanted to recover the divine weapon below. Then came Han Tong's fight with other martial artists, and seeing the resurrected fighters, they also demonstrated their impressive strength. He knocked out his opponent with a punch, feeling extremely excited, and old Kagi still dares to challenge me. Then came Duke Dung's match. He also showed great strength. His aura and energy were on par with others. Next, Kim Duong's every move makes opponents unable to underestimate him. And his strength is such that other nations no longer dare to look down on martial artists of the middle stage of the 6th rank. At the Ministry of Education, Zhang Dao sat leisurely cross-legged, sipping tea, and said, "The dead are gone. There's no way to save them. Dust to dust, just destroy the bodies." Before leaving, he casually took a chance and found 106 units of life essence. He's truly wealthy now, even throwing away life essence, casually. Yep. Truong Xin didn't die, and he asked Truong Dao, "I sealed it away. How did you get it?" Seeing Truong Xin miss the life essence vial, Truong Dao sneered, "Are you pretending now, carrying so many life essences outside and on the ground? Is this your way of preparing to kill someone?" Truong Xin nonchalantly replied, carrying it for self-defense. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he folded his arms and said to Truong Dao, "Give it back to me." Uncomfortable, Truong Dao looked at him and then said, "I found it. Does it have your name written on it? Is it Lai Truong Xin's?" Truong Xin made a dismissive gesture. "Fine, don't give it back to me anymore. I'll hang myself in front of the Department of Justice." Truong Dao scolded him, "Damn it." Truong Xin drank the life essence and realized something was wrong. He was missing 26. Truong Dao turned to him and said, "Stop talking nonsense. With your current condition, 56 is enough. 26 are missing. Consider it the cost of me protecting you." Then Truong Xin's body gradually recovered, and he finally said, "Wasn't it you who tricked Huang Bin into the divine weapon?" Truong Dao snorted. That was what he had to pay. Zhang Dao asked him whether Fang Bing had taken the body of that person from Yang away, and Sheng Sheng, holding the essence of life in his hand, hummed a tune. He replied to Zhang Dao's question that of course not, and Zhang Dao asked where he got so much essence of life. Truong Sin openly smiled and said, previously the owner was in the Namjiang underground area. Truong Dao wiped his eyes and asked if the essence of life was truly refined from the demon, with no residual aura left, and he felt that I had lived nearly 100 years. Was he a fool? Zhang Sheng sighed and regained his strength, telling Zhang Dao that he really didn't take it. If he had, it would definitely have been given to Lang Wu. This young man is showing mercy. He also knows who will protect him, and Lang Wu being strong is beneficial to him. Truong Dao still harbored doubts and asked Truong Sin about the relics, saying, what about those artifacts? Truong Sin looked at him, indicating it was himself, only he could have opened them, and they were already there in the Namjiang region, unrelated to Duong Ra. Truong Dao exclaimed in disbelief, those are his, how is that possible?
Although puzzled, Truong Dao didn't want to investigate further and said forget it. Tell others later that it was a trial item given to him by the education department.
Don't let him go around acting proud anymore. Truong Sin smiled and said, all right. And what if Duong Ra causes trouble again? Truong Dao frowned and looked at him.
You think people are fools, Truong Sin replied bluntly. Not sure, he said firmly. Then fight. Not allowed on the ground in Nguhai Sun. Other places are free, just waiting for this sentence. Truong Sin happily agreed. Okay.
At the same time, at the Martial Arts Association, Shang Chao shouted regardless of the situation.
What is the point of winning if Diao Qingjun learns my fake death technique? Zhang Bing stroked his chin and pondered. After defeating old Diao, who had the weakest strength on paper, the first round was basically over. Now 16 people are dead and 1 has left. With over 23 people eliminated, the competition could end immediately. Among the dead, the martial artist has killed 5, so he's considered to have made a name for himself this time. A person sitting in the stands spoke up. Vice Commander Lai, the goal of the youth competition is still to enter the divine realm, and after entering, everyone is still an ally, but now the killing is too excessive. Should we make some adjustments? Someone else also has an opinion. Previously, the martial artists of mid to high rank stayed there, but very few, mostly peak 6th rank and merged with divine blood, and if the killing continues like this now, it will be dangerous. Duke Dung ponders with his chin in his hand. Du Hong leaned on Fuang Bin's shoulder and whispered, we have already oppressed all sides, so it's no longer convenient to poison anyone now. If we continue killing, we might have to fight against the people of Hoa. The new position is the most important, a position that represents a master entering the world. Fuang Bin crossed his arms and replied, I have no intention of killing anyone.
I never intended to kill anyone from the beginning, but this foreign woman? Do Hong whispered again. If she really wants to vent her anger after entering the Forbidden Zone, she said during the youth competition. The killing was too heavy, especially for the next generation of top-tier experts, and it could bring some consequences. Fuang Bin was displeased and showed signs of discomfort, but still responded to her, understood. The organizer's voice sounded over the stage, announcing the second round, allowing representatives of each country to substitute participants and concede defeat. Tong Sui looked at Tu To with a cunning glint in his eyes, suggesting, maybe we should fight each other, just hit randomly and you admit defeat, would that be okay? Hearing his words, Tu To pressed his head and scolded him. You're really shameless. You can even say such things.
Tuong Siu glanced at her and then thought of a plan. The other middle-ranked cultivators are all outsiders. If they have any tricks, as long as they haven't killed me, where can I go to reason with them? We won't really fight, and winning or losing is up to fate. Tu To shouted at Tuong Map. Then Tuong Siu turned to Jiat Min again, begging to borrow a protective armor. Jiat Min, that supreme inner armor of yours, lend it to me for self-defense. Because he begged sincerely, Jiat Min also lent him the sword but warned him not to lose it, and not to stop. Tuong Siu then turned to Fuang Bin. Using the old trick again, Fuang Bin, please lend me the sword of La Tri Tu. Are you going to use this? This is a divine weapon. If you lose it, I will crush you.
After a long plea, Tuong Siu finally entered the fight fully equipped, raising his sword and shouting loudly, ready to attack. Fuang Bin sneered and said, he's preparing to use the sword as a door to block the enemy. Tu To hesitated and responded, maybe so. Tuong Siu stretched out his arm to call a 6th-rank martial artist, but unfortunately this person was injured, with bandages wrapped around his arm. Tuong Siu called out, you, come up here, as he saw him looking at us. The warrior was a bit worried, but Tu To couldn't help but mock him, saying he's so shameless. He prepared for half a day. I thought he would at least challenge someone of the same level. But it turned out he was fighting a wounded 6th-rank mid-tier, which was no surprise for Fuang Bin. He must have anticipated this scenario, and Fuang Bin told Tu To that he should have guessed it earlier. The shouting rang out, the battle began, the sixth-rank warrior launched an attack, and Tuangxiu didn't counter or defend, choosing instead to run around in circles, which made Tuangxiu smile happily. Missing the attack, not hurting at all. It's truly disgraceful. Feng Ping lowered his head and spoke, hard to say, but his level of disgracefulness still carried a bit of the aura of a strong warrior. The stronger the warrior, the more disgraceful they are. As the sunset gradually falls, the sun is about to hide behind the trees, and the sound of breathing echoes through the martial arts arena.
I give up, someone said. Already here, the first contestant to voluntarily surrender on the entire field. Tuangxiu ran straight to Fuang Bin's side, excited, thinking he had won. Not easy, maybe I can take a spot now. Fuang Bin blinked, feeling truly rested after many minutes of sleep, while Tuto also leaned his head back and slept soundly. The next match was between Fuang Bin and Bodada, and due to rule modifications, the second round began, and the murderous aura indeed diminished significantly. Bodada bowed to admit defeat, and Fuang Bin hadn't even had time to draw his sword when he secretly cursed himself for not obtaining the divine weapon, which made Fuang Bin very unhappy. The next round was still Tuangxiu and another martial artist, while the others calmly passed the third round. Obviously, this level of danger was in a different league.
Tuangxiu rua thầm, nhanh chóng nhận thua. Nếu không ta sẽ không phòng ngủ, dành chết ngồi xem như xong, ngồi nghi, hậu quả đi.
When the fourth round ended, someone had already secured a spot in the next stage, Duke Dung thought to himself. You 17 people, as long as no one challenges next, your positions are almost confirmed. Fang Bing signaled to him. The referee announced that among the remaining 21 people, 8 need to be eliminated before the positions can be officially determined. Fang Bing pointed to the 2 high-level 6th-rank martial artists. You tell Thang Quan that later he will challenge the high-segment martial artist, and when Thang Quan sees the 2 people following your gesture, he will be surprised and exclaim, "Him!" Fuang Bin reassures and stabilizes him, saying it's okay. Even if the next life is about top tier, what matters is securing a more important position, and some of the next life's top tier have already been eliminated.
Fang Bing looked up and said to the female martial artist woman, "Don't think I won't fight you just because you're a 7th-rank fighter. If you dare to challenge my brothers, I will definitely kill you." She asked you mockingly. "Are you threatening me?" Fang Bing deliberately acted arrogantly. "I give you a chance. If you give up challenging my brothers, I will not only beat you to death, but also tear you apart." Looking at the name Thon Dai Kofat Daman, a 7th-grade figure, you point at him and say, "And help him kill that 7th-grade guy." Daman frowns and reminds you, "Fuang Tuang Quan, you still have one chance to challenge. But are you sure you want to use it on me, Daman? If you lose, you'll lose your chance to enter the inner circle." Fuang Bin exudes confidence and an unwavering determination as he looks at Manda and speaks firmly. "I am confident in becoming a grandmaster. In fact, I don't care much about competing for the position, but earlier you kept picking fights with my brothers. I had to teach you an important life lesson, which is to respect the strong." Ancient Buddha Holy Land, Daman, a 5th-grade disciple, lightly comments how reckless Fuang Tuang Quan is to lose his qualification over a moment of arrogance. Fuang Bin sneers, having challenged the top master once and accepted it, then challenged Lao Diu again, clearly showing he has no respect for me. "The ranking is a small matter, reputation is a big deal." Daman snorted upon hearing this, calling out to Hua Kwok, too arrogant to become a true talent. Fuang Bin curled his lips, teasing him. "Dao Kwai Non, wait until later, and remember to admit defeat. Facing someone of 6th rank, you'll still lose. So your 7th rank is also wasted." Daman looked indifferent to worldly matters, haunted by obsession with victory and defeat. And Fuang Bin calmly admitted that martial arts are about competition, and there is naturally a distinction between victory and defeat. Why bother participating in the contest, fooling yourselves? It's ridiculous. At this moment, the referee loudly announced the start of the match. Right from the start, Fuang Bin and Daman fought fiercely, with Daman gradually gaining the upper hand, forcing Fuang Bin to retreat repeatedly, and Tuangxiu watched the match with cold sweat dripping down. Li Dukdung sat beside him, his face contemplative. Even if he self-destructed, there would still be a chance. Does anyone think Daman would give him that chance? The two are almost equal, yet Fuang Bin self-destructs. Not defeating Daman, perhaps he has already hurt himself. This time Fuang Bin is indeed not wise. Fighting a level 7 opponent like this is not easy, but to defeat an opponent is even harder. Too hard. On the arena, Daman kept attacking, aiming all strikes at Fuang Bin's vital points, while pretending to be enlightened and speaking hypocritically. General Fuang just needs to cultivate himself and maintain his character for a while, and his future achievements will be greater. Hearing this, Fuang Bin couldn't help but sneer coldly. You think you're sure to win? I'll just pretend to be hurt and let you continue. As soon as he finished speaking, Fuang Bin suddenly activated the ancient relic, creating a giant building that trapped Daman inside, causing the audience to erupt in noise. How could this be? The physical form? No, it's not. What we can't see is that spiritual power can condense existing realities, so what kind of divine being is Fuang Bin? Inside the illusionary object, Fuang Bin shouted commands excitedly, telling his parents to blow him up, while Daman struggled to deal with the humanoid figures and listened to Fuang Bin's arrogant words. Daman, despite being provoked to the point of losing face, cursed loudly and arrogantly, directly unleashing his power to strike back at Fuang Bin, causing him to vomit blood severely. Fuang Bin refused to show weakness, shouting provocations at Daman. What if he fails? From the very beginning, I knew you couldn't kill me, and I also knew you weren't very capable. If you had the strength to crush my bones, I would definitely have killed you. Suddenly, the surroundings around Daman turned completely dark, startling him. The sky was chaotic and unclear. No, that's not right. I couldn't sense him, his spiritual power, his vitality. Nothing could be felt. A growing sense of unease filled Daman's heart. How could he do that? What was it? He not only concealed his aura, but also condensed the mighty power of heaven and earth to merge with divine weapons. Impossible! From the darkness, beams of light continuously struck Daman, and the voice of Fuang Bin's taunt echoed in his ears, spinning around, still going mad. Let's see who's crazier, forcing me. Dan Man roared in fury, his mental energy exploding outward. Fang Ping chuckled softly. So you dare to compete with me in mental strength, then I'll let you blow up. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, creating a terrible pressure that made the spectators below feel deafened. After the dust settled, Daman was trembling all over, limbs weak and trembling, and everyone below the stands was stunned. The gossip and discussion grew louder. What exactly had happened? Why did both of them suffer such a tragic fate with their spiritual powers exploding? Fang Bing was the most knowledgeable about spiritual power explosions. These explosions were enormous, even a 7th-grade cultivator couldn't withstand them. Everyone was still stunned when Fuang Bin continued to challenge. Come on, you go next. The spectators below were amazed. He can still come after. How much mental power does he really have? Fuang Bin, full of vitality, charged at Daman. I will cut you into pieces. Tuang Xiu, witnessing the decisive battle on the arena, couldn't help but be shocked. Han is really cruel. Tu To covers his eyes with a trembling voice. Fuang Bin's fighting style is really uncomfortable. In every aspect, he's not as good as the Emperor, but he consumes a lot. Tuang Xiu shouts in shock. The Tuchi Hua Thuong was also beaten by Fuang Bin. Finally, the referee announced the result. Daman lost. On the arena, Fang Ping, holding Daman's spear in one hand, looked down at him and declared domineeringly, The conical hat, this spoils of war, belong to me. No problem, right? Then you'd better compensate me with 2 divine weapons, or Lao Diao, this conical hat will be crippled, and challenge him again. Try experiencing the taste of losing to a failure. Even old man can't believe he was defeated by Fang Bing. He feels so painful and embarrassed, he can't accept it. Previously, to ensure his teammates advanced, I lost to him once. Now, losing again, I can't afford to lose anymore. Fang Bing has guaranteed his safety. Don't bargain, or else the army will challenge him. After the competition ended, Fang Ping yawned and summarized the results of this exchange. I managed to get 4 divine weapons, 3 of which are in my hands, while the old man cheated me out of 5. He's really petty. Under the stands, everyone was wide-eyed and stunned. This young guy is too arrogant, but he truly has the right to be arrogant. The next match no longer needs worry, as the major powers are now assessing to protect their own disciples. According to the official list of losers advancing to the decision round, all 4 martial experts were nominated. Before officially entering the Forbidden Zone, everyone could return to their original locations to rest and recover. Of course, the people around Fuang Bin want to return to the school while waiting on the way back. When Fuang Bin heard the news that Ngo Kui-sun had entered the old rank, it was hardly surprising, and he wasn't too shocked. He turned to inform Li Truong-sin. Principal Ngo is already at the top of the old rank, and Lai Truong-sin casually asked what's next, waiting for him to move from the old rank directly to the top of the leaderboard. Fuang Bin had visited the education department before returning to school, partly to deliver the divine weapon to the school, and partly to seek opportunities to uncover higher-level secrets. After returning to Mavu, he immediately threw himself into high-intensity work, first organizing a grand graduation ceremony to showcase Mavu's reputation as the #1 martial arts school to the world, then coordinating the recruitment of new students with Mavu's strength, naturally prioritizing the most talented across the country. While checking the new student's information, Fuang Bin unexpectedly discovered a certain name. Fuang Nguyen tricked Fuang Bin into registering, passing through multiple screenings, and entered Mavu with excellent results. Fuang Bin didn't want her to pursue martial arts, but in the end, he couldn't change the nanny family's decision. Although he outwardly pretended to want to train Fuang Nguyen strictly, he was determined in his heart never to let her face any danger. Another very important task was to help Diao Than break through his cultivation level, but Fuang Bin didn't expect that Lao Diao Tam would suddenly appear in the blink of an eye. So the remaining time, Fuang Bin began closed-door cultivation, while the troop moved out first, successfully sealing the second door. Mount Van Mong, Qingdao Military Camp. Commander Truong Bang greeted the martial arts students with a smile. Hello everyone, and welcome to Qingdao Military Camp. This is also the entrance to the Qingdao Underground Fortress. In the next 3 days, the military department will teach everyone about the awareness of all restricted areas, including the forces within the zones, cultural knowledge, and what to do after entering the restricted areas. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Bing, and due to limited time, I will not be polite anymore. Today, I will mainly talk about the geography of the Forbidden Zone. We haven't explored many restricted areas, and the map is still incomplete. It is estimated that the size of the restricted zone is around 6 billion kilometers, more than 10 times the size of Earth. But many areas are unsuitable for habitation, so the total population of the Forbidden Zone is only about 10 billion. Li Jiming lay on the table, looking serious and muttering. This grandson of Truong Dao is just like Tripitaka, constantly rambling about useless things. I want to fight when I hear this. Fang Bing asked in surprise. He is the grandson of Minister Zhang Dao. Zhang Bang, hearing the commotion below, warned sternly. Pay attention now. Fang Bing and Li Jiaming immediately fell silent, and Zhang Bang continued his lecture, saying our target this time is called the King's War Zone. The so-called King's Battlefield has 2 types of rumors. First, it is a forbidden zone created when 2 kings go to war, leading their strongest fighters to battle. It is also the site of the final battle. Second, it is the ruins caused by the war between the 2 kings and the strongest humans. The purpose of your trip is to break through yourself and level up to a high grade. The war zone is very mysterious, and even after countless years of exploration, many treasures still remain. The terrain there is affected by a constant changing force, and only by exploring it oneself can you find something good to quickly seal the 3 openings and suppress the mind. It can rapidly boost spiritual power, and even obtaining a golden body can be done calmly while sitting below with shining eyes. Very well, what the ancients left behind, so after entering, wouldn't it be a great harvest? At this point, Truong Bang emphasized that the Earth Cave would also have to be detected, and with a 10-fold larger number of people than us humans would enter. One reason was to open some relics, and the other was to train these talented Earth Cave explorers to filter out true geniuses, hoping to suddenly find a super talent. During the discussion, our perverted senior is also there. So how can we ensure we are not in the same place as them? I don't dare go to places with such high-level experts. Zhang Bang spoke slowly and calmly, with the king's battle flying across multiple levels, each entering different areas of different ranks. Between the areas, there is a thin barrier wall separating the 2 places, but in some spots, the boundary wall is very fragile and someone can force their way through with violence. However, this place is very hard to find, and if you don't have the time to search, it's not worth it. Informing everyone is just in case of an emergency. Seeing a high grade, you must run away. After all, some 6th grade experts won't leave after breaking through, but will instead seek out his talented enemies to kill. Truong Bang concluded, so our other goal is to kill as many talented experts as possible, especially the most powerful demon beasts. Many city lords from other realms are born from these talents. Of course, they are very strong, with several being disciples of the ultimate sect, so never underestimate them. Hearing this, Tuang Xiu exhaled deeply, but no matter how powerful he was, could he still be stronger than Fuang Bin? Truong Bang continued to explain, don't put yourself in danger. As long as they don't leave the Forbidden Zone, they don't need to worry about any pressure, so they have more time to teach their children. Are there any other tasks besides what has been mentioned before? Zhang Bing explained that the talisman on his body contains some ancient remains, and according to legend, it is a key that can open the forbidden zones of the world. If you see it, you must prioritize bringing it back. Li Han confidently thought to himself that he needed to search carefully. Maybe he still had his family's key. Meanwhile, Fuang Bin still felt some points were unclear, like how Duong Ra Lao To entered back then, and why Han Thong didn't rely on the token to go in at that time. There were too many things he didn't understand. After the 3-day training was over, Fuang Bin pushed Tuong Xiu and Kam Giam, both fat and ready to leave, carrying so many things that it was really complicated to train. Tuong Xiu just said, "This is not mine. It's a gift for you, my life in exchange for money." Fuang Bin carefully asked again, What do you mean? I won't kill you, Tuang Xiu quickly said. Don't rush to refuse. Just check out the goods first. Tuang Xiu took out a vial filled with yellowish liquid, mixed it up, and grinned mischievously. This is the feces and urine of a top-tier beast that has been sealed. Some top-tier beast clans use feces and urine to mark their territory, preventing other clans from entering, making this very rare, especially during critical moments when they are being chased and attacked by beast clans. We pour it on the mimic, and the demon race will be so scared they'll pee their pants. Fuang Bin quickly pinches his nose with a complicated, chubby face. Though the smell is disgusting, I like it. Tuang Xiu then takes out a walkie-talkie and introduces it. This is the Spirit Inspiration Talisman, used by top-tier experts to stabilize with their mental power. When the crystal gets close, there will be a response. If we get separated, as long as we're within 100 li, we can still sense each other. Fang Bing holds the Inspiration Spirit Talisman. Hun He asks if someone captures us, they could also use this to find us. And Tuang Xiu shakes his head. It's okay. I'll give you the core control device. Just turn it off if something really happens, and you can be the one to shut it down without worrying about me. He continued to take out a mysterious crimson talisman, smiling as he showed it to Fuang Bin, saying, "This is amazing, containing the essence of the ultimate powerhouse's primal Tao. But it can't be used recklessly. In the war zone on the other side, many people have died, and the fundamental martial arts are chaotic. If a powerful cultivators enter, it will immediately cause conflicts in the martial path. At this critical moment, it can shatter and cause the fundamental martial arts to clash, making it quite useless for mutual destruction." So what do you really want to do? You think you can just admit it, honestly? Yeah, I'm dead. I thought there would be a backup. But what's the point of keeping it now? At the critical moment, save me, there's no room for hesitation. In Fuang Bin's heart, he secretly calculated that this is a good thing, and whether it can save people or not, he will do his best. At this moment, Trong Dao shouted loudly, "If we've arrived, then let's go. Everyone fly up," and with that, Fuang Bin and the students all soared into the sky. Fuang Bin secretly admired, with an aura of supremacy, its old Truong, really sneaky, suddenly attacking without a word. Fuang Bin followed behind Trong Dao, asking, "Minister, are we moving to the cave? We can enter the underground maze even without passing through the main passage." Trong Dao smiled mysteriously. A secret path. Speed up." Inside the underground cavern, a fierce battle was raging. Zhang Dao shouted loudly, "War King, you're crossing the line." The beast laughed nearby, passing through the path, the true king and the false king all along the way. No wonder there's nothing to regret. Pang Bing watched this intense scene in awe. This is truly the speed of the peak. Why does it seem like many people have died here? Did Lao Zhang come this way just to kill the weak, to show off his ultimate strength? Inside, Fuang Bin thought to himself, "This is too amazing. Too amazing. This is the ultimate privilege. Absolutely domineering. I must experience this once before I die." In the depths of the cliff, a powerful force suddenly shot out like an arrow, and Zhang Dao suddenly spoke up. "It's here," hearing this Fuang Bin asked in surprise. "This is the Haishan horse, the minister. Is this really man-made?" He calmly replied, "Yes. The Haishan horse is hundreds of thousands of daps long. The highest point exceeds 100,000 meters, the lowest around 50 or 60,000 meters. Probably a group of top-tier martial artists taking 5 months of effort to form." Huang Huo repeated, 100,000 meters. "Damn it, we can't pass." And he continued, "You said it was man-made, and each realm has its own canyon. So, can we go through this canyon to hunt the forbidden zone of the demon tribe later?" He replied somewhat angrily, "All right, but don't go. It's easy to die." Tuang Xiu quietly whispered behind, "Fuang Bin is indeed brave to chase after the Juedian and ask questions." The person beside him responded, "I wouldn't dare speak to him like that." At this moment, his mind was filled with delight. What's the big deal about exchanging a few words? The old man who eavesdrops on others and probably talks a lot. Zhang Dao said seriously, "We're here, let's go down." After landing, Zhang Dao didn't enter the forbidden zone with them, but kept glancing around and said, "The energy here is so dense that even without relying on pills, it's enough for cultivation." And they entrusted themselves to an old man dressed as a Taoist. But the Taoist also only escorted Han to the boundary of the barrier, helping them open a gap in the barrier, and the third stage of the journey was led by the military department. As they continued to penetrate, the number of high-grade martial artists around the underground cave increased, and a series of noisy sounds kept ringing out, with resurrected martial artists. Kill them all. The resurrected warriors are definitely very interesting, and they are a group of those who are willing to die. Now that they are responding to the challenge, they have a reason to kill us.
We must absolutely not fall for their tricks, but the military department has ordered them not to choose or be chosen, so the group can only hold back their anger. A teleportation gate appears in the sky above, with the scorched earth below. At last, they have reached their destination.
The battlefield of kings. A question suddenly rings out. Are there descendants of the Ming King and the Martial King this time?
The sixth-rank army officer, Li Min, shouted loudly. His grandfather is actually the grandson of the Min King.
The grandson. You are calling evil? Fuang Bin silently observed with thoughts, the language of humans. Indeed, the leaders of the underground cavern know how to speak human language. Vuong Din, the sixth-ranked demon beast, calmly said while holding his weapon, "The bloodline of the second Min King is very strong, but unfortunately the main bloodline is clearly weak. The one who knows the most about this name is Feng Di Sheng, remember? Only I can kill him." A subordinate hurriedly replied, "If Prince Feng values him, we will leave him for Prince Feng." Another person immediately snapped in anger. "Stupid fool, no matter how long you live, you'll kill him, Prince. Sen Ra is also a descendant of the ultimate madness in the underground world. Kill him, even the ultimate madness would be heartbroken." In Trantin City, Tuang Xiu quickly spoke to mediate. "Hurry up, you think Fuang Bin is the one who sent them? In half an hour they will also enter the passage." "If you don't want to die, go quickly," the person replied. "Let's go. If they weren't the weakest humans, they wouldn't let us go first, fools." At this moment, Tuang Xiu suddenly wondered, why aren't Fuang Bin and the others saying anything? They were talking a lot earlier. Now they are just gathered and discussing. Another person asked again, "Are you scared?" These kinds of people are among the brave and fierce humans. Outside, they would be scared to death. Look at the four of them trembling with fear. It's shameful. At this moment, the four of them each calculated, almost each with a divine weapon. I've counted, there must be 200 of them, even if they're all the lowest tier 7th grade divine weapons, each one worth 10 billion, all for them. Isn't the income supposed to be several trillion? The total number of divine weapons in Huahuac probably doesn't even reach 150 here. Compared to the whole of Huahuac, the men are poor and have no divine weapons. This place is good, really good. Suddenly shouts rang out, "Damn them!" At this moment, in the battlefield of King's War in the 6th rank area, you sit in a corner and give orders. General Do, lead your men and leave first. Those behind are about to enter. Military Department, Du Hong 6th rank, look at you and respond. Commander Fuang, do you all want to set an ambush here? Next, the real Vuong Din, the cursed person, will enter. They want to bring in 120 people, more than 30 of whom have merged with bloodlines. Even if you have ideas, you can wait until they split up before acting. You again boldly declare that I am more alive than others and that I bear the heavy responsibility of protecting others, so hurry and leave. Du Hong, leading the way, also remembered to say, "Fuang Bin, saving a useful life is better than dying now. You are Huaquac's most extraordinary genius. Your loss here is the loss of our country, everyone else. Let's go," you quickly responded. "Thank you, General." "Do for your praise. I didn't do anything." Hong Do called out again. "Tuong Xiu, do you want to stay and wait for death?" A girl also said. "Let's go. Do you want to pretend the white-haired person is sending off the blue-haired one?" He kept thinking to himself, "Should I stay or go? I've already paid with my life, but these four fools need a team of hundreds or thousands. If I stay here, I'm very likely to be killed by the chaos of swords, and I won't be able to survive this life." He pounded his chest again, his face pale as he shouted, risking everything to go. "If you need support, I can stay for 20 minutes, but only a few minutes left. I want to escape first. Fuang Bin, if you don't die, I will come back. If you do die, remember to turn off the main component of the sample sensor device, so I will know who has died." I immediately ran away. Fuang Bin's face showed helplessness as he thought, just about to praise him for his wit and cleverness. This fat guy is indeed practical and smart. Now, everyone is focused on their tasks, and the order is to release a wave here because if the enemy stays more than a day, many level 7 enemies will appear. If there are mindless monsters nearby, we can lure them to cause chaos. And Lao Diu and I can use our mental powers to make the monsters kill a group of people, then we will move up. First, kill the high-grade divine weapons, then the peak ones, and finally those with fused divine blood but no divine weapons, unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, do not kill. Now, Fuang Bin seriously ordered, "Spearhead, go to the island hole, dig a spot where the four of us can double attack and hide. Lao Diu, your mental strength is strong, go explore around, and if there are any beasts, lead them here. Lao Vuong, change direction and check if others are coming. Don't let them ruin our plans. Find an escape route. We must finish the fight within 5 minutes and retreat quickly." Tuang Xiu pointed at himself and asked excitedly, "Fuang Bin, what about me?" He glanced and then pointed to respond. You're really useless. Forget it. You support the tunnel shift while the explosion echoes again. Take the old Yao's people. 3 of you hide your aura, 10 million worth of treasures in 1 minute. And as for this fat guy, he'll run away on his own after 15 minutes. Whatever, you focus on observing and calculating. The entrance to the king's battlefield seems short, but it also looks like 2 worlds, the situation of the opponent. I know nothing at all, can't see the person in front, nor sense their aura, so they can't sense mine either. Your hand forms a seal. Power erupts with a declaration. Kill the beloved of the royal court. Kill these geniuses. Kill these prodigies. Let their brilliance end in this world. I, Fuang Bin, wholeheartedly for humanity, regret nothing even in death. Martial artists of humanity, martial artists of Huaquoc, great martial artists, no matter how silent. Tuong Siotomo asked, Lao Li, besides us, there's no one else here, so no one is watching him pretend. Lai Han Thong gritted his teeth and replied, He's not pretending. Fuang Bin is indeed the leader of our martial arts in Huaquoc. He might have his own motives, but mostly he acts with justice. He doesn't lack divine weapons or cultivation resources, and even this time at the king's battlefield, it's not for himself. Otherwise, he could quickly reach the 7th rank. He's different from you all, so don't think with your own mind about him. Tong Sui gently patted his head and asked, Do you admire him that much? He became more irritable, shouting, Stop talking nonsense, dig quickly. If not dig, then get out, move faster. He sobbed silently. These people are a bit crazy. In 15 minutes, I will definitely run far away. At the same time, at the Horsesea Mountain, King Huai kept asking. King Vo heard that this time a grandson of King Min was participating. Unfortunately, 6 years ago, he couldn't kill your grandson, so now he probably can't return. King Vu, waiting here is really boring. Do you want to play something fun? Trung points confidently and replies, If you want to fight, go ahead. The side with more survivors will win. Dare to accept. Just say yes. No cheating others. Only fight for our true royal court with an 80% chance of survival for the true royal court and over 70% for the previous generation. Humans, at most 50%, and the losers will be eliminated. He began to ask, but King Huai, what do you want to fight for? The true demon palace. King Huai, image. 9-tier Snow Peak quickly replied, I lost? Then give you the right to attack the most dangerous territory, just wait for the signal without acting, and gather the survivors under the true king's command. Then it reaffirmed, but I have already won. I just need to obtain a strand of the primordial energy of the heavenly king. Hearing this, he also asked if the person still hadn't given up. It only involves a trace of primordial energy, not enough to reveal the true essence of the Chan Thien Vuong's origin. Truong Dao replied, I will not interfere with the decision of the old ancestor. An unexpected voice sounded, I have agreed to stand in for the old ancestor. King Min, you speak. Bong Vuong naturally trusts you. The game is set. Let's go. Truong Dao looked at the U.S. Secretary of Defense, Li Zhen, and asked decisively why he agreed. He replied, We might not necessarily lose. If we can seize the opportunity to strike another move, hitting 2 targets with 1 arrow, he said. However, he wondered if the children in the king's battle zone could return safely. In the darkness of the night, the sounds of 2 people echoed continuously. Those mighty warriors, no matter how they change, do not ask about the past life. Only focus on this life, little one. Kill a bit more, and we can rely on you. If you want to become the principal of the demon marshal, I will be satisfied and rest. Cultivators with burdens make it even more interesting. Back at the royal battleground in the 6th rank area, Fuang Bin listened as everyone spoke. Do Hong and the others heading north, while to the west the sound of beasts roared non-stop. To the east they moved forward about 50 li with no danger, he replied. Then run west. Li Han Tong below also asked, Isn't the east dangerous? He hurriedly explained, running westward, the demon race can still hold off the pursuit a bit. As for us, not to mention the ultimate madness, there are many ways to escape from the demon race. He waved his hand and said, We're almost there in 10 minutes. Go quickly. But Xie responded, I still think it's too dangerous. With 30 combined spirit veins, you cut him off. Go. I won't save anyone later. Then I ran westward. If I don't go to the Xa, I'll walk about 80 miles to wait for you. If it's really okay, remember me. And if many people are chasing, you don't need to find me anymore. He still turned back worriedly and replied, I have one more thing to say. If you really can't escape from the 35 spirit blood chasers, you can come find me. I have the great Scarlet Spirit Ancestor's protection. But I already said, from now on you must always protect me. Fuang Bin helplessly responded, I also suspect that you are the son of the old ancestor. Hearing that, he immediately replied,
My ancestor is also a fat man, but his successors are all great senior brothers. Because I resemble him, the ancestor likes me very much. You just said, all right, let's go. Even though he had run far away, he still turned back and shouted loudly, remember, if many people are chasing after me, go find me no matter what and bring the great divine aura with you.
It also depends on who is using it. My strength isn't much, and there aren't many people I can rely on. While Fuang Bin carefully looked at what he was holding and said this toy really does have some effect. This fat guy is quite clever, knowing what to do and what not to do. Tuong Siu Ranche, while seriously thinking, the old ancestor is right. In this turbulent era, great figures are rising, and following them might lead to success, but there's no guarantee of surviving until the end. We must mingle with them, but not get too close, maintain good relations to die quickly, or keep a distance to avoid offending others, and also die quickly. Just sold around, consider it an investment. It's still a better investment. No need to fight each other. Later, I'll move the warehouse to them as an investment. I wonder if I can make a profit in the future. If all of them become top experts, that would be great. The report sounded, old Dio led a team of over 50 ferocious beasts rushing here in 3 minutes, and Fang Ping calmly responded, enough, the enemy will arrive in 5 minutes. Whether we make a fortune or not depends on this round. From the teleportation gate, a line of figures appeared along with the words, advance to the battlefield of the king and the war. Lead the attack to kill the resurrected martial artists, leaving a few alive. They are escorting them to explore the resurrected martial artist ruins as they are all top-tier Divine Six celestial geniuses, so they work together in harmony. Resurrected martial artists are not a concern. Only 30 people, 6 of whom are in the fused spirit realm, with strength only 1/5 of the Demon King level, Prince Feng, bringing their heads back. Feng Diet-sin confidently replied, of course, the game begins. Suddenly, loud noises erupted from nowhere, surprising him as he asked, what's going on? Then frantic screams rang out. How can there be monsters at the entrance? Isn't the energy portal supposed to be too chaotic for monsters to come here? But there are so many, Prince Feng, it seems there are level leader monsters. He calmly and confidently ordered to attack. Only a level of chaos can be managed by a level of leadership. Not very strong, confront the enemies, fight all these monsters, then immediately search for resurrected warriors. His subordinates respectfully responded, yes. Fang Ping calmly counted, 127, 128, everyone in. Then he shouted as he fell into the encirclement. At that moment, his eyes turned crimson, and from within, only a cloud of smoke enveloped him with the word, bow. Feng Diet-sin's subordinate ran over, bloodied corpses and fallen fierce beasts scattered on the ground. He said to Feng Diet-sin, Prince Huang, we over 10 people were killed in the explosion, more than 30 wounded by mental force. What should we do now? Diet-sin angrily and hoarsely replied, damn it, we don't even know where the enemy is. Then he ordered his subordinates to retreat first. Among the chaos, blood and gore everywhere, Fuang Bin clenched his teeth and said, retreat or die here, the Demon Beast King's Peak. Feng Diet-sin, with a 6th rank aura, saw the intense aura and killing intent of Fuang Bin, his brows furrowed and trembling, turning pale. Fuang Bin swung his sword, and Diet-sin raised his weapon to block, biting his teeth and cursing Fuang Bin's men. You bunch of bastards! Fuang Bin furious, his eyes filled with hostility as he glared at Diet-sin. Fuang Bin shouted, your grandfather, Diet-sin told his subordinates. Everyone, attack and kill them. Fuang Bin swung his sword, the sword energy blazing brightly, and boldly declared, everyone come here and kill them all. It seemed like a battle to the heavens and earth, but Diet-sin ordered his subordinates to set up a defensive formation, then pointed at an object in the sky and spoke to him. Prince Feng, they're running away. Diet-sin glared and cursed at Fuang Bin. You bastard, cheating and refusing to back down. Chase after them with my men. At a patch of land, countless bodies are strewn, broken, and scattered, the scene accelerating intensely when a subordinate reports, Prince Ho. They're dead, 34 people gone. Prince Feng leads the others to chase. Should I go out and report it? The Demon Beast Royal Hall, Ho Mukten, 6th rank. He lowered his head and closed his eyes and said, after so many people were killed by the Resurrection Land, how can he still have the face to go out and speak, send orders? If they encounter the great imperial clans and martial arts sects, kill them all. As long as they die in large numbers, we won't be embarrassed. There are also a few martial artists in the Resurrection territory. We must kill them, or the old ancestor will attack, and all of you will die. Fuang Bin's people are flying forward, Kim Duong told him. There are still 16 tracing pills left. Most of them are combined with spiritual blood. Fuang Bin also nodded at him and gave orders. Old King, can you and Han Tong stop Feng Disheng? Kim Yang replied confidently, just for a minute. And Fang Ping also ordered the Green Army.
You tell Than Quan below that Lao Diu and I will unleash our spiritual power again to kill them so they can chase after us immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Fuang Bin shouted and split off to run. Immediately, everyone split up in different directions. Seeing them separate, Diet Sin's face darkened with anger, and he roared loudly, trying to run. "Dream on. Focus." Kim Duong and Han Thong are covered in aura and spiritual power. He says to Diet Sin, "You fool, your 16 people have been surrounded by our 4. Diet Sin, raise your weapon." Angry at Kim Duong's arrogant attitude, he shouted in rage, then let out a piercing, shrill scream of Fuang Bin and Than Quan are fighting Trui Bin. Fuang Bin swung his sword and said to him, "Damn it, Lao Diu, your gun has become more powerful again. A blood fusion gun." Than Quan, holding his weapon, pointed upwards. He stammered, I don't know," Fuang Bin helplessly told Than Quan. "Kill a few more strong ones and take their weapons." Fuang Bin's mental power manifests. He warns Than Quan, "If it's weak, I will come." Then he shouts to the trash, "Goodbye." Diet Sin yet looks at what's floating in the air, thinking to himself, damn it, why? Why does the immortal god explode again and always recover? Is this how resurrecting warriors are supposed to be? Seeing Fuang Bin still smiling with a look of arrogant self-satisfaction on his face, Diet Sin couldn't help but feel a bit guarded. No, if it were really like that, the wine court would have fallen long ago. How can I still be pressed down by my opponent? Fuang Bin smiles like a demon. I've already killed 4 fused spirits. I'm confident, indifferent. What else is there? Come here! Diet Sin lunged at Han Thong and Kim Duong, with Han Thong crossing his arms in front to block the attack. Diet Sin shouted loudly, "Damn it, first kill your 2 people to sacrifice to heaven!" Kim Duong grits his teeth and stands beside Han Thong, shouting loudly, and Fuang Bin can't take it anymore. As soon as Kim Duong's words finish, Fuang Bin is already in front of Diet Sin, crossing his arms to block Diet Sin's divine weapon, and he smiles excitedly. "Here I come, ha-ha, divine weapon, ha-ha!" Diet Sin couldn't stand your provocation and gritted his teeth in anger. "Root Sin, today I won't stop until I beat you to death." Han Thong behind, stammering to Fuang Bin, "Brother, don't steal, or you won't escape." Fuang Bin detonates his power in a self-destructive act, angrily shouting, "Forget it! There's still a chance," then screams, "Goodbye, you fool." Diet Sin helplessly curses, "Damn it again, an immortal god self-destructs." After your self-destruction, Diet Sin was badly wounded and bandaged his injured wrist. There are only 4 of them left, still mid-level generals, and they can't catch him. Losers. A bunch of losers. A man with his hands behind his back closed his eyes slightly before speaking. Half an hour, 128 people entered. 86 died, more than 10 seriously injured, unable to act impulsively anymore. Diet Sin sent someone to track Fuang Bin's group, keep a few people, quickly break through to level 7, leave a mark along the way. Everyone, after breaking through and chasing, Fuang Bin saw that his people had already left, and he told everyone, "All right, they're gone." Fuang Bin brushed the leaves off his head. Han Thong was badly injured, Kim Duong was treating him, and Than Quan sat quietly in a corner. Fuang Bin told everyone that tomorrow the fog would cover the area, so we should hide in this pit a little longer, wait for our internal injuries to heal, and then go after them. Suddenly, the scene changed drastically, causing everyone to panic. Kim Duong was anxious. "What's going on? Weren't we in the forest just now?" Fuang Bin stared intently at what was in his hand. Then he said, "I looked at the sensor. The distance between the fat guy and us hasn't changed," Zhang Bing said. "The terrain here will suddenly change. The battlefield is indeed 8 zones." After Fuang Bin's group hid behind a hill, Fuang Bin spoke. "If the recovery process worsens significantly, we will be ready to hold another vote. Kim Duong, any thoughts?" He said, "Fuang Bin, your speed is fast. If not, you act alone. The rest of us will find a chance to ambush the weaker ones from behind." Fuang Bin agreed, "All right, I really want to be an assassin. The Blood Alliance has been handed over to me. Everyone watch the situation and act accordingly. Yes, my inner armor will be used for Han Thong, and the previous relic also contains some of it. There are types that can resist mental attacks, but Han Thong is already better than that." He sent it out loud. "Keep your internal armor. Without it, you would have been pierced long ago. That mental force is for Lao Vuong. My fog power is strong." Fang Bing saw this and told him to be careful with everything. "I will use that crystal to track your position." Kim Duong advised, "You also be careful. The terrain has changed. Some traces left behind have disappeared. Let them go." Diet Sin was about to say we must kill them, but Mok Thun was also powerless in the face of Diet Sin's fury. He struggled to speak, saying, "I know you are always proud, never giving up like this before." Remembering Fuang Bin's earlier self-destruction, Mok Thun frowned.
and the group behind Cui Bin also darkened their faces upon hearing his words. In such a vast place, they really want to escape, unless they are extremely unlucky to run into them. Otherwise, there's nowhere to hide. He shouted, "Stop chasing! We can't split up now!" Fuang Bin, holding Cui Bin's blood-stained knife, winked at Diet Sin, then smiled brightly, sending a greeting to the prince. Ignoring Mokthan's warning, he couldn't hold back anymore. "I don't care. Kill him first." Hanthong and Thanquan are fighting the remaining Cui Bin. Hanthong says, "This grandson keeps coming back and scolding us. Stay in your corner." Thanquan also speaks that one has some sense, then lifts the divine weapon and tells the two to raise the divine vessel and gather with Fuang Bin. Fuang Bin rubs his stomach, panting heavily, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, all my armor and weapons have been broken by them. I must kill them all this time. It's been less than a day since they tangled with me, and each one will die in turn. Even if the 7th rank breaks through to the limit, it shouldn't take more than 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days are enough to eliminate these people. By then, even a failure in rank won't matter." Fuang Bin didn't notice a hand reaching out toward him. "You're safe, that's good. You're safe now that you've come to me. This place is the lair of monsters. I use their dung and urine to scare them away. They come here, then the smell disappears. I leave a trace, and these monsters run back but don't dare come near," Fuang Bin said. "It's still your face that keeps you safe." Seeing Han Thong, Kim Duong, and Than Quan enter, Xiao Sui turned back and asked everyone how they were doing, whether they had stolen the divine weapons yet. "That belongs to old Wang." Fuang Bin crossed his arms and said, You know I have plans. Or guess how many divine weapons I finally took." Then Fuang Bin laughed loudly. Kim Duong felt a sense of relief as he held the item in his hand. Using this to find people was indeed convenient. Teosio guessed 5. Could it be 10? Han Thong sat exhaustedly, completely drained, but still told Teosio, "With your limited vision 10, we already have 32, and there are more but no time to pick them up." Teosio was shocked to hear the answer. He exclaimed anxiously, 32. So what about them?" Fuang Bin pointed and said, "That's why you're here. Don't you have a weapon to kill with? Use this to eliminate them this time." Xiao Sui stammered, "Eliminate? How many people are left?" Fang Bing replied softly, "About 40 or so." Teosio slapped himself in the face, unable to believe what he just heard. "I don't believe it. You are definitely lying to me, trying to make me kneel and die in my place," Fuang Bin sneered. "So, you couldn't gather all 3 merged spirit veins, then you're truly useless?" Teosio asked suspiciously. "That, Fuang Bin, did you really kill more than half of their people?" Fuang Bin waved his hand, and immediately all the divine weapons appeared before Xiao Sui, causing him to fear and sit down trembling. Fuang Bin confidently said, "Are you doubting me, fatty? Do you think the divine weapons we seized are just for show?" Xiao Sui cursed at him. "Big brother, I was wrong. I will never doubt you again. As long as you don't let me kill those 2 ultimate heirs, I can't do it." Fuang Bin raised his hand to his mouth and cleared his throat. "I have a trick for those 2. You don't need to know. We will create an opportunity for you then. Go handle the 3 combined spiritual veins." Teosio asked again, "Do we really have to go?" "Fuang Bin, you all have taken many divine weapons already. Just leave." Fuang Bin turned away dismissively, not wanting to. "Then forget it. I won't protect you anymore." Xiao Sui quickly agreed after hearing your words. "I'll do it, damn it, as long as you protect me from now on." "Why, Moktun? Use your killing move now, or I'll die. And you'll be the one left alive outside. Lord Huai Vuong won't protect you. I aim to advance to the divine general level early and become the Lord of Vuong Din. But now so many people have died, and we've failed so many times. I must endure the shame. The entire Diet Sing is held down by 2 people. He yells at Mok Than to kill the bastard. Mok Than cautiously moves his sword forward and responds, "I know immediately. Go outside the wall." Fuang Bin appears beside Mok Than. His cold voice makes Gata tremble. "Brother, are you destroying the house for fun? If yes, keep going." Mu Than swung his sword down, and Fuang Bin lightly caught it, then asked, "Huai Vuong Tu? You're so capable, aren't you? Do you have any relation to that Huai Vuong?" Mu Than smiled faintly, surprised that the reputation of the king's ancestor had reached the place of resurrection. Fuang Bin sneered mockingly at Mu Than. "Yes, it has indeed spread. I also just heard that Huai Vuong guy was like a dog taught by the War King, so scared he ran away." "Yeah, do you know our language? Do you know what a dog is?" Suddenly, Diet Sin lunged with his divine weapon straight at Fuang Bin, who leaned back, shouting, "Huai Mok Than, use your ultimate move!"